Dusk. In the Muyi hidden village, the Hokage building. Cough, that's it. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with white hair and a pipe in his mouth, put down the documents in his hand and looked at the young ninja standing before him. What's your opinion, Naraku? The young ninja, Shihōin Naraku, scratched his slightly messy black short hair, a relaxed expression appearing on his handsome face. Since the Hokage has decided, I have no objection. It just means I can relax a bit. I've been busy in the medical department, and it's been tiring. That won't do. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. The corpse processing unit and the beast training unit of the medical department still need you to manage. I believe you can handle it. Damn it. Naraku smiled on the surface but cursed inwardly. Taking away his most powerful and lucrative medical emergency unit and handing him the corpse processing unit and veterinary unit was practically a slap in the face. Then who will manage the medical emergency unit? This unit is extremely important to Konohagakure and cannot afford any mistakes. It wasn't that Naraku looked down on others in the village. The reality was that no one was more suited to manage the medical department than him. Anyone else would be worse. As Tsunade's direct disciple, Naraku was undoubtedly worthy. Moreover, before he transmigrated into the Naruto world, his family had run a hospital, so he was very familiar with medical matters. That's right, Naraku was a famous transmigrator. Or perhaps it wasn't transmigration, but rebirth. Or maybe both transmigration and rebirth. Originally, Naraku, who grew up peacefully, was a member of the Shihōin clan, one of the many ninja clans in Konohagakure. Like other children in the village, he possessed ninja talent and entered the ninja academy to begin his studies. No one knew that when Shihōin Naraku first refined his chakra, his memories of his previous life began to awaken. Naturally, he recalled all the information about the Naruto world. Although it was a pity that as a transmigrator and reborn person, Shihōin Naraku found that he had no system, which was disappointing. But since he died accidentally in his previous life, being able to live again was a good thing. Even if the Naruto world was very dangerous. Take things as they come. But as he grew up, Shihōin Naraku discovered that he wasn't completely without a golden finger. Perhaps because of his 2 lifetimes of existence and the superposition of souls, his spirit and soul were exceptionally strong and powerful. A strong spirit meant more chakra. After all, chakra is composed of spiritual energy and physical energy. Coupled with Shihōin Naraku's excellent chakra control and learning ability, these talents directly made him a famous genius in Konohagakure. At that time, the only genius ninja who was his equal was Hatake Kakashi. This was also why Shihōin Naraku became Tsunade's direct disciple. But now Shihōin Naraku, who had taken over the medical emergency unit from Tsunade and developed it, was about to give up this unit. The 2 elders Midokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu will take over the medical emergency unit. They already manage the funds allocated by the Land of Fire to the village, which will also benefit the development of the unit. Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer made Naraku very suspicious. In Konohagakure, Midokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu indeed had considerable power, but these 2 knew nothing about medical ninjutsu. No, Udatain Koharu was once an excellent medical ninja. But that was in the past. Shihōin Naraku had controlled the medical emergency unit for years, not only the gradually perfected medical institutions, but also the large number of newly developed medical ninjutsu. The current Udatain Koharu simply couldn't handle them. Times had changed. As if seeing the doubt on Naraku's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and continued, jōnin Baking will also help the 2 elders manage. Baking Ching. Naraku understood. Seeing that Naraku understood what was happening, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, the medical emergency unit is of great importance. To avoid any accidents, Shihōin Naraku, from today onward you are the deputy director of the Konohagakure medical department. TCH. Naraku didn't care about this appointment at all. Because the deputy director had virtually no real power, it was just Sarutobi Hiruzen's insurance to prevent accidents in the medical department. Also, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Naraku had suffered a loss, so he planned to compensate him. After all, Naraku was also part of the Hokage faction. Shihōin Naraku, you will serve as the deputy captain of the Umbu, in charge of 37 Umbu members. Was this old man crazy? The total number of Umbu in Konohagakure was only 70, including the forcibly disbanded route. He would be in charge of 37 people, which meant more than half of the Umbu would be under his command. Shihōin Naraku frowned, looking at the smiling Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said, actually I. Before he could finish, a crisp, prompt sound came to his ears. Ding! Promotion system activated. Promotion system first rule, lottery mechanism. Promotion system second rule, endless copy. Promotion system rule 97003 promotion. Promotion system rule 97004 demotion. Congratulations, host, on successfully serving as deputy director of the Konohagakure medical department. Congratulations, host, on successfully serving as deputy captain of the Konohagakure Umbu. You have obtained 7 lottery draws. Host's newbie gift pack grants 5 additional lottery draws. Total remaining lottery draws 12. System-friendly reminder: 10 consecutive draws are more likely to yield magical items. The continuous prompt sounds of the system rang in Naraku's ears, making him stop his words abruptly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shihōin Naraku with a strange expression. At this moment Naraku looked serious and responsible, as if bearing a heavy burden. Understood. I am willing to follow the Hokage's orders. From today on I will serve Konohagakure wholeheartedly and contribute my strength. I will never let anyone down. Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked confused as he watched Naraku's dramatically changed attitude. His original dissatisfaction and laziness had completely vanished. Did something just happen? Or am I getting old and losing my memory? Of course, seeing Naraku's excited look, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also satisfied. Since you are willing, that's good. As long as the medical department doesn't have any problems, pay more attention to the Umbu. You have many people to manage and there might be some mistakes, but the missions must be completed perfectly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naraku meaningfully, as if hinting something. Normally Naraku would have caught the implication, but at this moment his mind was entirely on the suddenly appearing system, and he had no time to ponder Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. After waiting so long, the standard equipment for transmigrators and reborn people, the system, had finally appeared. Promotion system. Did the system depend on one's position? Naraku suppressed his excitement and continued to listen to Hiruzen's rambling. After a while, watching Naraku's excited departing figure, Hiruzen wondered, does Naraku like the Umbu? Umbu members were basically elite ninja selected from Konohagakure, but due to the danger and confidentiality of the missions, not many people liked this department. Most importantly, the power of fire release. At this moment, Naruto could proudly declare that no one in the entire ninja world was more skilled. Naraku-sama. Naraku-sama. Naraku-sama, thank you for your hard work. As Shihōin Naraku left the Hokage building, every ninja he encountered greeted him respectfully. Being a powerful jōnin alone wouldn't earn such respect from so many ninja. The main reason was that Naraku, who had long controlled the medical emergency unit, had saved many ninja, and they were grateful for his life-saving grace. Surrounded by the warm greetings of numerous ninjas, Shihōin Naraku hastened home. His mind was now entirely occupied by the sudden appearance of the system, and he could hardly wait to uncover all its secrets. Returning to his own home, he entered the quiet room, sat down cross-legged, and began to whisper, "System. The promotion system is at your service." Hearing the system's voice echo in his mind once more, Naruto was relieved it was not an auditory hallucination. He then immersed himself entirely in the system, quickly learning its workings. As the name suggested, the promotion system was naturally related to promotions. Regardless of Shihōin Naraku's position in my village, any change in his rank would grant him a chance to draw from the system. A demotion would grant a fixed single draw chance. A lateral transfer would yield 2 draws. Only a promotion would grant the most substantial number of draws. Depending on the significance of the promotion, the number of draws ranged from a minimum of 3 to a maximum of 5. With these draw chances, he could randomly obtain all kinds of powerful treasures and abilities from countless worlds. Then let me see what good things there are. The moment his words faded, an enormous lottery wheel appeared in his mind, filled with a dazzling array of wondrous items that burst into view. What are all these? Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Byakugan, Sharingan. Tailed Beast Chakra. Is that even here? 10 Tails. That's ridiculous. If the 10 Tails is here, they might as well add Kagaya Otsutsuki. Shihōin Naraku's eyes swept across the massive list of prizes as he murmured to himself. It's not just from Naruto. Devil fruits. Is that a Zanpakuto? And Dragon Slayer magic. Wait, Kaioken. Senzu beans, flying nimbus. Shihōin Naraku's eyes went wide, barely able to keep up, for too many incredible treasures appeared before him. I really want all of them. Shihōin Naraku admitted he had lost his composure. The system's power was far beyond his expectations. As a jōnin of my hidden village, and especially a direct disciple of Gang, Shihōin Naraku not only possessed top-tier medical ninjutsu, but also considerable combat strength. But even Naraku himself admitted that his strength was at best among the upper ranks of Mui's jōnin, still far from the strongest few. After all, the Shihōin clan lacked a powerful bloodline limit, and Naraku knew his ceiling was fixed, but now it was different. The appearance of the system would help Shihōin Naraku break his limits, granting him the power to truly contend with the top ninjas of the ninja world. A genuine smile spread across his handsome face. Looking at the myriad wondrous items on the wheel in his mind, Naraku spoke. System, how many draws do I have now? Host currently has a total of 12 draws remaining. Friendly tip: 10 consecutive draws yield higher chances of obtaining rare items. From his positions as Vice Minister of Medical Department and Vice Captain of Mui's Dark Division, Naruto had earned 7 draws. Combined with the 5 draws from the system starter pack, he indeed had 12 opportunities. Since 10 consecutive draws are more likely to yield good things, let's begin 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Do you wish to initiate the first 10 consecutive draw? Initiate. As Shihōin Naraku's words fell, the enormous wheel before him began to spin. The pointer on the wheel swept past prizes that made Shihōin Naraku's heart race. He couldn't bear to blink. The dense array of miraculous treasures almost made his eyes blur. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the following rewards. 1. Fine Shuriken 5-2. Delicious Soldier Pill 5. Free. 1,000 Rio Paper Money 4. Fire Release Head Crushing 5. Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation 6. 100 Rio Coins 7. Lightning Release Thunderclap 8. 7 Chakra Natures Fire Water Wind Lightning Earth Yin Yang. 9. Mera no Mi Flame Fruit 10. Water Release Explosive Water Wave. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered 4 ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations, host. All 7 chakra natures have been completed. Shihōin Naraku sat cross-legged in the quiet room. On the low table before him, a pile of items suddenly appeared out of thin air. Scattered paper money and coins, clinking shuriken, carefully wrapped soldier pills, and most importantly, a strangely shaped fruit lay there. This is the devil fruit. The Mera no Mi. Naraku completely ignored the other items and directly reached out to pick up the flame fruit. Mera no Mi. Upon eating this fruit, you gain the ability to control flames. Any part of your body can turn into fire. The seawater of the Naruto world does not contain special substances, so it will not affect the host. Excellent. The system's prompt made Naraku even more satisfied with the fruit in his hand. What he valued most was the elementalization ability of the Mera no Mi, something he desperately needed. After all, most ninjas in the Naruto world, though powerful, were physically frail. Sometimes, even a small hidden weapon could take down a formidable ninja. Having participated in the Great Ninja War, Naraku had personally witnessed powerful ninjas struck down by hidden weapons hitting vital points. Thus, the elementalization of the Mera no Mi was paramount. Ugh! Shihōin Naraku took a big bite of the Mera no Mi, and an indescribable bizarre taste immediately filled his mouth, nearly making him vomit. This taste. Ugh! It's terrible. Even with some preparation, Naraku was defeated by the devil fruit's horrific flavor. After a moment of recovery, Naraku spread his palm. With a soft whoosh, a dancing flame suddenly ignited. Looking at the dancing flame in his palm, Naraku was deeply satisfied. If I got the Mera no Mi on the first try, then later. At that moment, Naraku made up his mind. He would get promoted. Strive for promotion. From now on, no one would stand in his way of promotion. With his newfound power, Naraku immediately began to test the Mera no Mi's abilities, though not indoors. Boom. Stones shattered and blazing flames exploded outward, unleashing an immense force. Scorching heat instantly spread through the air. After a long moment, the training ground deep in the forest fell silent. Shihōin Naraku clenched his fist, looking at the now devastated training ground, and nodded in satisfaction. This level of improvement, even if not at the shadow level, it's close. Most importantly, the power of fire release. At this moment, Naraku could proudly declare that no one in the entire ninja world was more skilled in fire release than him. Before obtaining the Mera no Mi, besides medical ninjutsu, his strongest abilities were fire release and water release. Especially fire release. Few in all of my village could claim greater mastery. Now with the Mera no Mi, his fire release power was not only stronger, but most crucially, he no longer needed hand seals to cast any fire technique. Just like the first Hokage, Qianshou Zhujian. Clap his hands together, and whatever he calls appears. Of course, Zhujian used wood release, while Naraku used fire release. Over the next day, Naraku spent all his time familiarizing himself with his surging power. Only strength was the foundation of everything. In the Hidden Leaf Village at the base of the root organization, a middle-aged ninja knelt on one knee in the dark and eerie underground base, a beam of moonlight falling from an unknown source, making the surroundings feel even colder. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking the ground echoed as an old man slowly stepped out from the shadows, his heavy robes draping over him, and his head wrapped in numerous bandages with one eye covered as well. At first glance, he appeared to be an elderly man who had suffered serious injuries, barely clinging to life. Yet no one in the ninja world would underestimate this old man. Shimura Danzo, the advisor to the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, the leader of the Root Organization, a schemer with grand ambitions willing to go to any lengths to attain the position of Hokage. Has Sarutobi appointed you to manage the medical emergency team? Danzo narrowed his single visible eye, speaking slowly. Is it just you alone? Ching. And Elder Mito and Elder Tsurugi, the Hokage has appointed me to assist both elders. Another insignificant balance, Sarutobi, is still this week. Danzo's voice, though soft, was filled with undeniable authority. Do you understand your mission, Hachiho Ching? Yes, understood. I will take control of the medical emergency team in the shortest time possible for Lord Danzo. Very well, you may go. Yes. Hachiho-chin quietly left. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsurugi Naraku. Danzo gripped his cane tightly, his open eye glinting with unyielding ambition. Root will soon return. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the once formidable Danzo commanded his own military organization, Root. The Root organization operated with brutality and ruthlessness, each action ostensibly for the development of the Hidden Leaf Village, yet secretly promoting Danzo's own agenda. Thus Danzo held a very high position in the Hidden Leaf Village. Later, due to the Uchiha clan massacre incident, his position was revoked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who forcibly ordered the dissolution of the Root organization. However, apart from a few, most of the personnel from the Root organization returned to the Umbu, still secretly loyal to Danzo, and awaiting the restoration of the Root organization. This time Danzo acted uniting with Midoriya and Tsurugi Koharu to promote his subordinate Hachiho-chin as the head of the medical emergency team, not only testing the waters, but also accumulating his power. Danzo swept his gaze across the silent dark Root base and slowly turned to leave. No one can stop. Named Tsurugi Naraku, gender male, age 26, physique a spirit S, chakra amount a surpassing 96% of ninjas in the ninja world. Chakra attributes fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, yin-yang. The attribute panel provided by the system gave Tsurugi Naraku a rough understanding of his own strength. It can be said that his current strength not only places him at a high level within the Hidden Leaf Village, but also ranks him among the upper echelon of the entire ninja world, though he still falls far short of the very top. Therefore, from now on, in order to continue drawing rewards, I must strive for promotion. No, for the sake of the Hidden Leaf Village and the development of the ninja world, I must work hard to be promoted. Hidden Leaf Village Medical Department Deputy Director. Hidden Leaf Village Umbu Deputy Commander. Why are they all deputies? Reflecting on the appointments made by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsurugi Naraku pondered. System Promotion Umbu Medical Department. Sarutobi Hiruzen Mido, Tsurugi Koharu Danzo Hachiho-chin. Tsurugi Naraku's thoughts gradually became clear, and he had figured out the situation. I thought they would continue to endure. So it seems our Hokage does not wish for me to continue overseeing the medical emergency team after all. Turning back to glance at the Hokage building illuminated by lights in the distance, Naraku's face broke into a smile as he returned from the testing grounds. Dumplings. Delicious three-colored dumplings. Excuse me, would you like to have a drink? Newly arrived ninja tools. The finest shuriken. Walking through the bustling commercial street, Tsurugi Naraku was just about to settle his dinner when he spotted someone approaching from another direction. That direction? Is he also going to pay respects at the memorial stone for Obito and Rin? Kakashi. Naraku called out, quickening his pace. Kakashi Hitaki, lost in his own emotions, completely failed to notice Tsurugi Naraku's arrival until he— Oh, Naraku. Naraku paid no mind to Kakashi's lethargic demeanor. Come on, I have something to discuss with you. You're treating. Huh? Kakashi's dead fish eye showed a hint of confusion. I'm very busy today. He reached into his pocket for a book, completely unwilling to treat. Today he had waited in line for a long time to snatch up the newly released version of Ika Ika Paradise by Jiraiya, and he was looking forward to enjoying it at home. Busy? Naraku looked at him with disdain. Someone was lining up before dawn to buy a book. He'll treat. Kakashi immediately agreed to treat. At the izakaya in a quiet private room. Joining the Umbu. Kakashi looked at Naraku. You certainly fit the position of Umbu Deputy Commander, but what about the medical department? What? Worried I would take your Umbu Commander position. Not really. Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking. But what about the medical department? Who will take over your position? Hachiho-chin. But I've also been promoted to Deputy Director of the medical department, overseeing both the corpse handling and veterinary divisions. How could it be him? Could it be? Kakashi's quick reaction led him to think of something amiss regarding Hachiho-chin. You're not wrong. Naraku nodded, confirming Kakashi's view. That guy also comes from a medical ninja background and has significant experience. However, Hachiho-chin is a member of Root and under Danzo's command. Both understood that although the Root organization appeared disbanded, Danzo's influence over his former members remained. Kakashi had a strong dislike for Danzo and the methods of the Root organization. Indeed, Kakashi had once been a member of Root. He had even received orders from Danzo to assassinate the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, though in the end Kakashi had sided with Hiruzen. Because of this experience, Kakashi was very familiar with the Root organization. He did not believe that the disbandment of the Root would prevent Danzo from controlling his original members. It doesn't concern me anyway. Kakashi yawned. It's just right that you came to Umbu. It saves me a lot of trouble. At that moment, Kakashi was the commander of the Umbu, and apart from the third Hokage, he held the greatest authority within the Umbu. However, Kakashi did not care much about this for him apart from the normal tasks and work. He preferred to read more in his free time. You think well, but don't get your hopes up. Looking at Kakashi's face obscured by a mask, Naraku asked, "I came to you to inquire about matters concerning the Umbu." "I see." Given Naraku's position here, apart from some particularly confidential matters, there was indeed nothing he couldn't share. Kakashi had no intention of hiding anything either. After more than a decade in the Umbu, few could claim to understand this department better than him. Baking assists the two elders. Hatake Kakashi and Shihōin Naraku talked for a long time before concluding the meal. After reluctantly paying the bill, Hatake Kakashi was finally allowed to leave by Naraku. "Wait, why am I the one treating him to a meal when he got promoted?" Walking home, Kakashi finally realized. "And I even helped him understand his new job. Forget it, next time I'll make Tianzong Dave treat me." After returning home and washing up, Kakashi lay in bed, recalling the conversation with Naraku. That Naraku is too outstanding. Those people can't wait to seize the medical emergency squad. As a peer of Shihōin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi was well aware of the other's brilliance. If in their childhood everyone thought Kakashi held the upper hand between the two prodigies, then, as they grew up, Shihōin Naraku had completely caught up and surpassed him. Especially due to his father Hatake Tsukumo's suicide, the deaths of his teammates and comrades, Obito and Rin, and his master Minato Namikaze and mistress Kushina Uzumaki, who perished on the night of the Ninetales attack. This series of blows utterly devastated Hatake Kakashi, stunting his growth and strength for years. Meanwhile, Shihōin Naraku, who had become Tsunade's personal disciple, soared in growth, quickly becoming a pillar of Konoha village. After Tsunade left, Shihōin Naraku became the sole candidate to take charge of Konoha's medical emergency squad. Upon assuming the position, leveraging his experience from running a hospital in a previous life, he vigorously developed the medical department's emergency squad. The discovery of new herbs, hospital reforms, and advancements in medical technology rapidly elevated Konoha Hospital to a renowned institution across the ninja world. As it developed further, not only Konoha's shinobi and civilians, but also the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Fire frequently visited Konoha Hospital for treatment and recuperation. Even daimyo and nobles from other countries began to come due to its reputation. Though the medical emergency squad was a subordinate unit of the medical department under Shihōin Naraku's management, everything seemed reversed. The medical department instead served him. Before Shihōin Naraku took over the medical emergency squad, Konoha village had to invest substantial funds into the medical department every year, as shinobi and civilians paid very little for treatment, and the village bore the costs. But after Shihōin Naraku took over Konoha Hospital, with the influx of foreign daimyo nobles and wealthy merchants, the medical department turned from loss to profit, generating significant revenue for the village's finances. And that was precisely why Danzo and the two elders wanted to seize the medical emergency squad. The administrative department, headed by Midokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, was responsible for liaising with the Land of Fire and managing financial flows. Now that the medical department had broken their monopoly on power, they naturally could not tolerate it. As for Danzo's root organization, it had previously obtained funds openly from the village to sustain its development, but after being forcibly disbanded by Hiruzen Sarutobi, it could no longer do so. Running the root organization covertly required vast sums of money, and Shimura Danzo was also secretly supporting Orochimaru's experiments, which demanded no small amount of funding. Coupled with Danzo's never-abandoned dream of becoming Hokage, being able to connect with the daimyo through the medical department would be a favorable development. Thus the three united to challenge Shihōin Naraku and seize his position. Most crucially, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was also reluctant to let Naraku control the medical department for long, as it meant vast wealth and extensive connections would fall into his hands. At the very least, until Hiruzen Sarutobi was willing to step down from the Hokage position, he did not want to see Naraku's influence grow too quickly. The next day at the Umbu base. This place isn't even as big as the root organization. Shihōin Naraku shook his head, wondering how much of the Umbu's budget had been diverted by Danzo. Don't say that. Hatake Kakashi walked up from behind him. Today he seemed to have a bit of energy for once, his dead fish eyes finally free of drowsiness. The Umbu doesn't have the deep pockets of the medical emergency squad. Having a base like this is already quite good. It's because you as the Umbu captain aren't capable enough? If you need money, go ask the third Hokage. Every year our medical emergency squad hands over so much money. Where does it all go? Alright, from now on I'll leave the task of applying for funds to you. Hatake Kakashi replied casually, then spoke seriously. Your appointment has been confirmed. The Hokage just gave some instructions as well. Let's talk while walking. The two stepped into the Umbu base. After briefly introducing the general layout of the facility, Kakashi relayed Hiruzen Sarutobi's words to Naraku. Why is it so empty? Where is everyone? After greeting the few ninjas still in the Umbu base, Naraku found it somewhat strange. They're out on missions. After exchanging greetings, Hatake Kakashi led Naraku to the office prepared for him. The documents are ready for you. They're on the desk. Pointing at the desk, Kakashi said the personnel should be assembled by tomorrow. I'll introduce you to though no one doesn't know you, a formal introduction is still necessary. Shihōin Naraku didn't care about the office's appearance. He sat down at the desk, picked up the documents, and scanned them. But after a few glances, he put down the documents and grabbed Hatake Kakashi, pretending to strangle him. Hatake Kakashi dodged aside, still as calm as if nothing had happened. What's with this list of yours? Why are so many former root members assigned to my squad? Seeing Naraku's fierce expression, Kakashi could only explain, you're more capable. I thought you could keep an eye on these. Seeing Naraku ready to strike again, Kakashi spread his hands with a look of utter indifference. Actually, not all of those root members are loyal to Danzo. Some can still be won over. I believe in you. Shihōin Naraku glared at Kakashi. Last time you got injured on a mission and were half dead, I was the one who personally healed you, and now you pull this on me. No choice, it was the Hokage's decision. Hatake Kakashi was also helpless. In truth, he didn't want to burden Naraku with such a huge problem, but the third Hokage had ordered it. After scrutinizing the names on the documents once more, Naraku didn't overthink it and decided to take on the challenge, but there was one exception. Keep Yugogo under your command, but don't specifically assign her to me. Huh. I specifically arranged for Yuzuki Yugogo to be under your command. Has something happened between you two? Seeing Kakashi's curious expression, Naraku was utterly speechless. There's no problem at all. We're still in a romantic relationship. That's why I wanted Yugogo under your command. Can't you see what the third Hokage intends? Naraku raised the documents in his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. Though there are plenty of troubles, none of these people are weak in strength. There's only one reason the third did this. He's definitely planning to have me handle those dangerous external missions, right? The Tactical Assassination Special Unit. The missions assigned to the have always been extremely harsh and perilous, though there are relatively safer ones, such as protecting the Hokage under normal circumstances or monitoring important figures, etc. As long as no accidents occur, these missions are not particularly difficult. However, far more dangerous missions, like assassinating foreign personnel or gathering intelligence, are also Umbu's responsibility. Now Hiruzen Sarutobi, placing a large number of outstanding ninjas under Naraku's command, makes the implication clear. Actually, you could refuse. The Hokage might not insist on you taking charge. Hatake Kakashi turned serious as well. He thought for a moment and said, you've only just joined the and aren't familiar with it yet, so it's perfectly normal not to want to take on this kind of mission. I can go talk to the Hokage for you. No need. Shihōin Naraku shook his head decisively. Starting from the and climbing the ranks step by step, that was Naraku's goal, so he was quite satisfied with this position. Danger meant nothing. If this way he could quickly gain a foothold in the and then get promoted. Indeed, the position Hatake Kakashi currently occupied was also what Naraku coveted. Captain. Danger. Difficulty. That's exactly what I want. Danger and difficulty. Kakashi just... Shihōin Naraku tossed the documents onto the desk, a confident smile spreading across his handsome face. Witnessing this, even Hatake Kakashi had to admit that the man was indeed quite dashing. Of course, compared to himself, he was still a bit lacking. In the following days, Shihōin Naraku quickly familiarized himself with the procedures of the and under the guidance of Hatake Kakashi, came to know all the members of the organization. This is Tenzo. Kakashi brought a ninja before Naraku and introduced him. You should know him. Senior, I am Tenzo. Tenzo stepped forward and gave a slight bow to Naraku. He was Yamato, of course, though he hadn't yet changed his name to Yamato at that time. Of course I know him. Quite a few of you members have received my treatment. Ninjas usually undertook extremely dangerous missions, and casualties were common. As the most skilled medical ninja in Konoha at the time, Shihōin Naraku had indeed treated many members. But back then he hadn't realized that so many of the patients he treated were from the Now it seemed to be a good thing, at least allowing him to integrate into the in the shortest possible time. Tenzo has other important tasks to attend to, so I didn't assign him to your squad. Hatake Kakashi mentioned it briefly, but even without his words, Naraku knew what Tenzo's mission was. Monitoring the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. Many said that the first Hokage's wood style dominated the ninja world, while Yamato's wood style was used for village greenery, but it was undeniable that wood style was highly effective in suppressing tailed beasts. Though it couldn't compare to the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, as long as it could briefly suppress the Nine-Tails' power and prevent Uzumaki Naruto from rampaging, Tenzo was the most suitable candidate to monitor Naruto. Thus, except for some urgent and critical missions, Tenzo basically stayed in Konoha to monitor Naruto. After a brief chat with Hatake Kakashi and Tenzo left the to carry out his surveillance mission. Is he that busy? Kakashi noticed Naraku's confusion and explained, Tenzo's mission is very important. He only gets a few hours of rest each day, often not even having time to eat. Actually, it's already quite good. Ninjas on external missions face even greater danger. But this is the meaning of the existence. Our sacrifice ensures the prosperity of the village. Damn, this is too grueling. Shihōin Naraku's face darkened. Luckily, he was only the vice captain of the medical department now, otherwise having to treat people would surely exhaust him to death. They continued chatting for a while, then Nara left the Umbu and headed to the Hokage's office, where he found Sarutobi Hiruzen. The tongue cutter COA. Sarutobi Hiruzen took his pipe and tapped it, understanding what Nara wanted to do. He didn't approve of Danzo using the tongue cutter seal to control the root ninjas, but he hadn't said much about it. I only need the method to undo the tongue cutter seal. The sealing technique itself is unnecessary. Agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed and had someone bring a scroll. Handing the scroll to Shihōin Naraku, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and reminded him, "Get familiar with the Umbu quickly. In a few days there will be a mission for you to lead." Understood. Nara took the scroll and left the Hokage's office. However, instead of returning to the Umbu, he decided to go straight home. As the vice captain, he had that privilege. After all, his main task now was still familiarizing himself with the Umbu. Compared to other ninja clans in Konohagakure, the Shihōin clan was a very small one. In fact, before Nara rose to prominence, the Shihōin clan hadn't had a jōnin in a long time. The entire clan had fewer than 100 members. Too few people. According to clan records, the Shihōin clan had once been prosperous. During the chaotic Warring States period, they even became a subsidiary clan of the Senju. According to the documents, the Shihōin clan had helped the Senju fight against the Uchiha. He believed that the Shihōin had indeed allied with the Senju. After all, in the chaotic era of the Warring States, to survive, almost all ninja clans had allies and close relatives. For example, the Ino Shikacho trio were subsidiary clans of the Sarutobi. The Senju had distant relatives like the Uzumaki clan, and many subsidiary clans like the Shilin, the Hyuga clan had kinship with the Kagaya clan of the Hidden Mist, and so on. So Nara sometimes wondered if the Shihōin clan's current low population was due to their involvement in the Senju-Uchiha War as a subsidiary clan, resulting in heavy casualties. After all, everyone knew how brutal the war between Senju and Uchiha was. Even the Uchiha couldn't withstand it. One could imagine how many Shihōin ninjas perished in that conflict. From this perspective, considering Tsunade's status and position, it was only natural that Shihōin Naraku became her personal disciple. A rustling sound came from the house, indicating someone moving inside. Nara knew who it was. His girlfriend, Yugugo Yuzuki. "You're back." Her purple hair cascaded down, and her delicate fair face peeked out from the room. Yugugo Yuzuki greeted Nara with a bright smile. "Wait a moment, dinner will be ready." Nara wasn't surprised by Yugugo Yuzuki's presence. As the vice captain, he knew she had returned to the village yesterday, after completing her mission. "You just got back yesterday, you should rest more." He walked over to Yugugo Yuzuki, who was busy in the kitchen, and said helplessly, "We can eat anytime." "It's fine. I was going to see you anyway. You're usually busier than me." They chatted and laughed, and soon the meal was on the table. "Try this, it's good." "You eat too." Nara and Yugugo Yuzuki served each other food while chatting. After finishing the meal quickly and tidying up, they sat in the courtyard and talked. Yugugo Yuzuki briefly mentioned what happened during her mission. Now that Nara was an Umbu squad leader, there was no worry about leaking secrets. Nara in turn told her about the fun things happening in Konoha and his promotion. The atmosphere between them was wonderful, and within minutes they drew closer and soon leaned against each other. Ahem. Nara couldn't hold back anymore and scooped Yugugo Yuzuki up in a princess carry. "But it's still daytime. What's the matter? After a meal, exercise is good for health." Yugugo Yuzuki's fair face flushed crimson, a breathtaking sight. With a bang, the door was closed. The light was blocked and the room grew dim, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. The medical department suited you so well. Why did the Hokage-sama have to transfer you to the Umbu?" Leaning against Nara, Yugugo Yuzuki couldn't understand her rosy face, filled with puzzled confusion. "What? Are you worried I won't adapt to the Umbu?" "I just think it's a pity. You did so well in the medical department and had such a network. Now that you've left, could it be?" A confident smile appeared on Shihōin Naraku's face as he gently stroked Yugugo Yuzuki's purple hair. "It's not that easy. They may have plans, but truly removing my influence from the medical emergency team. Yashiro Aoi is also a medical ninja. His skill in medical ninjutsu isn't low, is it?" "That depends on who you compare him to." "Excellent. Completed 1,000 laps around Konoha running on your hands. As a reward, another 1,000 laps." Yuzuki Yugao and Shihōin Naraku strolled hand in hand, immersed in sweet bliss. Then they saw a figure approaching, running on his hands. Might Guy, still clad in his green jumpsuit. Impossible. No one in Konohagakure found this bizarre attire or behavior strange anymore. After all, such scenes occurred every so often. Why every so often? Because Might Guy was away on missions. As a jōnin of Konoha, he had plenty of duties. Though everyone was familiar with him, Shihōin Naraku really didn't want to greet Might Guy in his current state. It was embarrassing, especially while he was out on a date with Yuzuki Yugao. But Might Guy didn't care. The moment he spotted Naraku, he greeted him with great enthusiasm. Yo, Naraku. God. Naraku raised a hand in resignation. How's your body lately? Might Guy, still on his hands, immediately drew closer, then flashed a thumbs up at Naraku, a glint shining from the white teeth of his grin. Excellent. Naraku's medicine is truly amazing. Can you stand up and talk to me? Shihōin Naraku's face fell with dark lines. I don't want to chat while staring at your crotch. No problem. Might Guy executed an exaggerated leap, striking a pose midair before landing. Indeed, your lively state tells me everything. All of this is thanks to Naraku. Might Guy tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, his wide eyes gleaming, then shed exaggerated tears, all while still flashing a thumbs up at Naraku. All right, as long as you're fine. Continue your training. I have things to do. Naraku really didn't want to chat with Might Guy on the bustling street. Understood. He'll always support you. Might Guy shook his body wildly, pulling out a flag from somewhere and waving it frantically. Even Yuzuki Yugao found this exaggerated display too much, as she quickly dragged Naraku away. Only after they had distanced themselves from Might Guy did they both breathe a sigh of relief. Why is Might Guy-senpai so enthusiastic toward you? That scene had been far too over the top. Though she wasn't close to Might Guy, Yuzuki Yugao knew Naraku must have done something. Just helped him with a small favor. Naraku didn't elaborate, and Yuzuki Yugao naturally didn't pry. At that moment, no one in the shinobi world knew better than Naraku how formidable the 8 gates were. Naturally, Naraku had long considered learning the 8 gates from Might Guy, and Might Guy was a pure soul. If you wanted to learn, he'd teach. Unfortunately, Naraku's talent lay in the spiritual realm, not physical prowess. Though he learned the 8 gates, he could only open the first gate, the gate of opening. So Naraku had to abandon the dream of a scene that nearly kicked the story into its finale. However, as a comrade and friend, he didn't just take from Might Guy, he repaid him with a great favor. Shihōin Naraku helped Might Guy improve the precious medicinal formula needed for his physical training. Why did Might Guy endure years of brutal physical training? Because Might Guy needed to forge his body to withstand the terrifying burden of opening the 8 gates. If the body wasn't trained to a sufficient level, even opening the gates without releasing immense power would cause the body to collapse. And Might Guy's long-term physical training had inevitably left him with many hidden injuries. He had a family recipe's medicine to help recover from fatigue. Shihōin Naraku further enhanced the formula, allowing Might Guy's trained body to recover faster and better. This was a tremendous help to Might Guy. Thus, Might Guy was always grateful to Naraku. The group that returned to the Umbu from the Root organization did indeed gather together. The Moon Squad led by Moon and the 3 Squad led by 3. Both squads are composed of Root members. Everyone knows they secretly obey Danzo's orders. But as long as they complete the missions assigned by the Hokage, Hitaki Kakashi-senpai never comments on it. Yuzuki Yugao shared all the Umbu intelligence she knew with Naraku. Coincidentally, these 2 squads of Root shinobi were assigned under Naraku's command. I'm different from Kakashi. Shihōin Naraku studied the scroll in his hand. Mastering the cursed tongue eradication seal would be quite troublesome. Indeed, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had entrusted Naraku with the complete sealing technique of the cursed tongue eradication seal. For now, Naraku didn't need to fully master the seal, he only needed to learn how to undo it. Konoha Medical Department. Shihōin Naraku pondered over the documents in his hands. Elder Mitokado Hamura and Elder Udatane Koharu have gone to the hospital to visit several Fire Country nobles recuperating in the village. Yashiro Aoi just returned to the medical first aid squad. He hasn't made any extra moves, though he's paying close attention to the department's fund flow. But for now, he can't get his hands on it. My lord, your meaning is? A shinobi from the medical first aid squad stood before Naraku, reporting on the recent changes in the medical department. This was already the 4th medical ninja who had appeared before Naraku. Though his managerial post in the medical first aid squad had been removed, Naraku remained in control of all changes. All right, you may go. Have Yakushi Kabuto keep a close watch on Yashiro Aoi. Yes. Watching the man leave, Naraku fell into thought. The 2 elders are still concerned about their ties to the Fire Country. Yashiro Aoi plans to first find some funds for Danzo to develop the Root organization. For now, no major issues should arise. With Yakushi Kabuto, keeping an eye on things, accidents won't happen for the time being. Yes, Yakushi Kabuto was Naraku's subordinate. Or rather, in this shinobi world, Yakushi Kabuto was nurtured by Naraku. All his medical ninjutsu were learned from Naraku. Yakushi Kabuto had natural talent in medical ninjutsu and was exceptionally brilliant. So even though Danzo and Orochimaru stood behind him, Naraku didn't mind. As long as he completed the tasks assigned to him, Naraku didn't care whose man he was. And Yakushi Kabuto had indeed not let him down, helping him greatly in the process of taking control of the medical first aid squad. The land of Grassa Forest. Dense trees blocked the sunlight, casting the surroundings into dimness. And somewhere in this forest, a hidden base lay concealed. Thud. A muffled sound emerged from under. Soon a man with pale skin, long hair, and snake-like eyes stepped out from a well-hidden cave entrance. Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin of the shinobi world, Orochimaru, appeared here. He moved hurriedly, leaving the place quickly, but soon returned and entered the base again. Not bad, very good. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes glinted with cruel intent, his pale face exuding fervent obsession. The test subject's condition has improved significantly. He didn't even glance at the lifeless test subject before him, instead staring intently at the experimental data in his hands. Soon Orochimaru's subordinates cleaned up the messy lab and dragged away the discarded test subject. It's a pity. I should have taken Naraku with me back then. Tsunade wasted that child's talent. Orochimaru set down the documents in his hands, clearly seeing the emblem of the Konoha Village Medical Emergency Team printed on the paper. These people do not understand that the laboratory of the Medical Emergency Team is the most important. Did very well. Reflecting on the intelligence sent from Konoha Village, Orochimaru was quite satisfied, but then sighed. If Naraku were still by my side, the experiments wouldn't be so troublesome. However, Orochimaru also knew this was just a dream. Even though he could be considered Naraku's teacher after he defected from Konoha Village, everything was irretrievable. Indeed, Orochimaru was also Naraku's teacher. Or it could be said that the renowned Sannin of Konoha Village were all Naraku's teachers. However, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were helping Tsunade instruct Naraku. Mainly because at that time Tsunade had just experienced the tragedy of losing her younger brother and lover on the battlefield, nearly falling apart and eventually developing hemophobia. In such a state, Tsunade couldn't even teach Naraku, she was in a daze all day. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, being Tsunade's devoted follower, proactively nurtured and taught Naraku. Later, Orochimaru inadvertently discovered Naraku's talent, and with his own modern medical knowledge, he eagerly imparted his expertise. At first, Orochimaru only wanted to cultivate a competent assistant for himself, but as Naraku's knowledge gradually unfolded and accumulated, he quickly caught up with Orochimaru's pace and became his experimental assistant. Sometimes Orochimaru could barely keep up with Naraku's progress, which thrilled him. Instead, he began to absorb novel ideas and knowledge from Naraku. Later, Orochimaru seduced Naraku more than once, wanting him to become his disciple, promising numerous. Orochimaru also approached Tsunade, attempting to take Naraku from her, but he was met with several beatings, nearly being killed by Tsunade. What infuriated Orochimaru even more was that Tsunade, due to her hemophobia, could no longer go to the battlefield, and was only managing logistics and guiding medical ninjas and saving lives, or researching new medical ninjutsu, so she had time to teach Naraku, thus taking him away. This enraged Orochimaru. By the time the Third Shinobi World War settled, and Tsunade left Konoha Village, Naraku had already begun to avoid him. Well aware of the plot, Naraku understood that Orochimaru's defection was imminent, so he kept his distance. As a result, Orochimaru's hatred for Tsunade grew even stronger. He felt that Tsunade was secretly scheming against him, causing him to lose his most outstanding disciple. Lord Orochimaru. A sudden voice interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts, bringing him back to reality as he looked at the respectful Kagaya Kimimaro before him. How is the situation going? My lord, contact has been established with Tsunagakure. However, the Kazekage is still somewhat hesitant regarding your identity. Is that so? A sinister smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. It's fine, he will agree. The environment and situation in Tsunagakure will force him to cooperate with us, but I don't like him. When the time is right, kill him. This way I can have another excellent experimental subject. The plan is about to begin. Konoha Village, the third Hokage and Naraku of the Four Seasons Pavilion. It's been a long time since we last met. The chilling laughter echoed in the laboratory as Kagaya Kimimaro remained very respectful and admiring towards Orochimaru. According to the intelligence, Awakens and Tsunagakure reached a collaboration not long ago, but the specific details are unknown. According to the information from the spies, the time and place have been determined. Awakens and Tsunagakure will exchange goods in the land of birds the night after tomorrow. This is an rank mission. You can decide on the team members yourself. Naraku of the Four Seasons Pavilion took the mission scroll from the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and immediately opened it to read. This is a typical Umbu mission. Ideally, we would gather intelligence from the people of Tsunagakure and Awakens, but it is not mandatory. The most important thing is to eliminate all those who go to exchange goods. Konoha and Tsunagakure are indeed allies, but currently disrupting their actions and striking against Tsunagakure's development will force Tsunagakure to be more reliant on Konoha. Covert clashes in the shinobi world have never ceased. By the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, lighting his pipe and taking a deep puff. Umbu members conduct their missions very secretly. For confidentiality, they call each other by code names. What about you? Do you have a favorite code name? Would you like me to give you one? Code name. Kakashi Hitaki wears a mask and kills with Chidori every day, while Tenzo similarly enjoys using wood release without knowing how they think they can keep their identity secret. Nevertheless, Naraku also readily established a code name for himself. Dragon. From now on, Naraku of the Four Seasons Pavilion's code name in Umbu will be Dragon. Umbu. Cat. Your squad is to depart immediately for the Land of Birds. Find out the specific location of the exchange between Sunagakure and Awakens and be sure to remain hidden. Yes. Back in Umbu, Naraku carefully reviewed the mission scroll before issuing his orders. He immediately dispatched those skilled in gathering intelligence and reconnaissance, and then followed with a stronger combat team. Land of Birds. The cat squad had already arrived in the Land of Birds. After initial intelligence searches, the 4 members of the squad gathered together and began exchanging information. Soon they confirmed the location for the exchange of goods between Sunagakure and Awakens. This was quite normal, as all 4 were ninjas skilled in intelligence gathering. Hyuga, Yamanaka, Yuhi, and Inazuka, these 4 clans ninjas were perfect for gathering information. After some discussion, they confirmed that the task location was in the forest southeast of the capital of the Land of Birds. Should we go and ambush them in advance? Know that forest is hiding Sunagakure ninjas. Going there now would alert the enemy. Also, Awakens ninjas are hiding in another direction. They're a bit far, but the bugs have already detected them. Send the message to Lord Dragon. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Yes. After relaying the message, the 4 immediately dispersed and hid, leaving no trace. My lord, intelligence has arrived. Naraku of the Four Seasons Pavilion, wearing a white mask, took the intelligence and began to examine it carefully. His mask bore some special markings vaguely resembling a dragon. Map. Yes. An Umbu member stepped forward and unfolded the map of the Land of Birds. It's right here. Finding the specific location made things much easier. Naraku contemplated for a moment. Moon, take out the advance guards from Sunagakure and Awakens. Let our people replace them. Oh, what do you think? Naraku looked towards the quiet Umbu member beside him, Moon, who had once been a member of the Root organization. My lord, we can do the replacement. But it will be difficult to obtain their contact codes and other alert measures in a short time. Doing this hastily could lead to significant mistakes. Indeed, the time was too tight. Even if they captured those 2 ninjas, it would be hard for the Yamanaka clan members to extract the crucial contact codes from their minds in a short period. Doing so would instead alert the subsequent ninjas from Sunagakure and Awakens. After glancing at the now quiet Moon, Naraku realized that these ninjas who came from the Root organization were indeed quite capable. Their outstanding qualities were evident from their performance along the way. But Naraku did not forget that they still obeyed Danzo's orders. Now he was somewhat eager to see if these people would cause trouble under his command. Under the bright moonlight, several dark figures flashed through the forest. A deep voice emanated from beneath the white mask, imitating an animal. These dark figures darting through the forest were cloaked in black capes and trench coats, and when the wind occasionally lifted their capes, one could glimpse the battle-tight suits and white suspenders underneath. Led by Nero from the Shihōin courtyard, the dark ninjas swiftly traversed the forest, taking advantage of the bright night to hasten their journey. At this moment, they had crossed the border of the Land of Fire and entered the Land of Birds not far from their rendezvous point. A gentle breeze swept across the clear lake, sending ripples slowly spreading out. The morning sunlight poured down, awakening the silent forest that had slept through the night, and the sounds of chirping insects and birds began to arise. Several figures appeared in a hidden spot in the forest. Lord Long. Nero, along with the dark members, had arrived in the forest 10 kilometers away from the mission site, waiting for the Sir, after investigation, we found that there are 3 ninjas on guard in that forest. Further away, the area has not been thoroughly checked yet. The capital of the Land of Birds has a large population, making the search quite difficult. This is also why they chose to meet in the forest. Although the capital of the Land of Birds is not large, it is densely populated and chaotic, making unexpected situations likely. Maintain vigilance according to the schedule, but also keep an eye on the movements at the mission location. Our intelligence may not be 100% accurate. The Dark members had their own procedures and processes for completing missions, and as long as they followed the standards, changes would only occur in case of emergencies. However, these dangerous assassination missions still required the ninjas to be quick-witted. Nero had also carried out numerous combat missions, so he was quite familiar with the process. After giving simple instructions, he arranged for the remaining members to rest. Nero personally approached the mission site to survey the surrounding environment. He needed to have a clear understanding so that he could react in case of unexpected events during the battle. After completing his observations, he returned to the hidden temporary base to rest. The moon hung high in the night sky. In the quiet forest, the occasional sound of an animal's cry could be heard. Suddenly, several figures silently appeared in a relatively open grassy area of the forest. The environment here was clear, allowing them to observe all positions around, and preventing surprise attacks from the enemy. The suddenly appearing figures stood quietly, remaining vigilant to their surroundings while waiting. As time passed slowly, just when the few began to grow impatient, a rustling sound emerged from the forest. The figures standing still immediately focused their attention, with some already reaching for their ninja tools. Soon silhouettes leaped out from the forest. Seeing the head figure wearing the forehead protector of Sunagakure, the few felt somewhat relieved. Looking at the Sunagakure team that landed not far away, those who had arrived first expressed their dissatisfaction. Why so late? We almost missed the agreed time. Your awakens ninjas are always so rigid. It's not even the agreed time yet. Cut the small talk, let's exchange intelligence first. After a verbal sparring between Sunagakure and awakens, the leading ninjas produced the scrolls they had prepared earlier. Throw them together. All right. As the words fell, both leaders threw the scrolls in their hands towards each other and caught them simultaneously. Worried about being deceived, both opened the scrolls immediately to check. Given the current situation, it was impossible to go through the intelligence in detail, but as long as they found no major issues, it would suffice. No problem. The awakens people are very rule-abiding this time. The words of the two leaders were also directed at their subordinates, indicating that the other side had not resorted to any schemes. The successful exchange of intelligence eased the concerns of the ninjas from both sides. Next came the exchange of supplies, which was the most important. Both sides produced a large scroll specifically designed to store supplies. Generally, the storage scrolls used by ninjas for weapons or other items cannot hold too many things, though only the scrolls specifically used for storing large amounts of supplies can do so, and such scrolls are very expensive. Ordinary ninjas can hardly afford them, nor is there a need to use them. This time, when Sunagakure and awakens exchanged scrolls, they could not simply throw them. One side had to send out a ninja to exchange the scroll. Ordinary ninjas can hardly afford them, nor is there a need to use them. This time, when Sunagakure and awakens exchanged scrolls, they could not simply throw them. One side had. A tremendous roar suddenly erupted in the pitch-black, silent forest. Boom! A scorching, towering flame suddenly appeared, transforming into an enormous fire fist amidst the raging roar instantly surging forth. Even though it had not yet reached them, the intense heat was already palpable, causing everyone from Sunagakure and awakens to change their expressions dramatically. Wind release gale dance. Two ninjas from Sunagakure quickly stepped forward, their hands forming seals rapidly. A basic wind technique which had little lethality was unleashed, and under the combined effort of the two, an extremely chaotic gust of wind surged toward the flames. The Sunagakure ninjas aimed to blow back the sudden fire technique, but it was clear that everyone underestimated the violent power of the flames. The strong winds not only failed to disperse the flames, but also instantly amplified their intensity, making them even more formidable. Earth release, earth flow wall. Without time to blame the overzealous ninjas from Sunagakure, three ninjas from awakens combined their efforts to release an extremely thick wall blocking the fire fist's advance. Boom! The explosive sound completely overturned the previously quiet forest as the fire fist shattered all walls in an instant, the terrifying impact crashing into the two sides of ninjas who had not yet managed to escape. Ah! Continuous screams echoed. Damn it! Who is attacking? Looking at the blazing inferno, the two sides of ninjas who narrowly escaped exchanged vigilant glances before turning to flee. Swish, swish, swish. Before the ninjas could wipe away the blood on their foreheads, a barrage of hidden weapons shot towards them from the front. In an instant, several ninjas caught off guard were struck by the hidden weapons, turning them into porcupines and taking their lives in the blink of an eye. Bastards! Without even seeing the enemy's shadow, they were on the verge of losing their entire force. But before the remaining ninjas could rejoice at dodging the hidden weapon ambush, they were horrified to discover that the explosive tags tied to the hidden weapons were already igniting. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous explosion roared again. The violently burning flames surged into the sky, and debris flew in all directions, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Is there really someone still alive? Suddenly, the ambushing ninjas from Konoha appeared, standing atop the tall trees, watching the still unsettled explosion below. Uff! The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. One of the Konoha ambush ninjas standing on a large tree suddenly widened his eyes beneath his mask as a Sunagakure ninja, whose presence was unknown until now, wielded a katana behind him. Don't underestimate us from Sunagakure. With a bang, the Konoha ambush ninja pierced by the katana suddenly transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution jutsu. With a dull thud, a knee strike viciously slammed into the kidney of a Sunagakure ninja. Such a ruthless attack brought excruciating pain and robbed the ninja of any last chance to counterattack. With a sharp hiss, the Sunagakure ninja's short sword was instantly snatched away, then spun and plunged into. Having dodged the attack with a substitution jutsu, and immediately counterattacked a Konoha ninja, slapped his palm against the enemy's body, sending him crashing to the ground. A ninja who had survived the fierce explosion of explosive tags on the ground saw the body hurtling toward him and with a quick dodge evaded it. But he did not overlook the fleeting flash of fire. Damn! More explosive tags. The enemy struck down by the Konoha had been covered with explosive tags. A thunderous roar echoed again. Water-style raging waves. Lightning-style thunderbolt. The ninjas who had barely survived the latest explosion of explosive tags were utterly stunned. Under the relentless assault, they had no room to counter. The only one who found an opportunity was easily eliminated, and his corpse was even used as a tool by the enemy. A massive torrent of water like a vast pond descending from the sky carried a terrifying impact, smashing all the ninjas on the ground aside. Then a bolt of lightning directly struck the water-racing currents of electricity entwining around the ninjas, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. After a moment, the vigilant Konoha ninjas descended from the trees. With a clang, they all drew their weapons ready for any surprise attack. With a bang, the calm ground burst open and 3 figures emerged from different spots, brandishing weapons and charging at the Konoha. The close-quarters battle was extremely dangerous. A single misstep could mean death. Under the moonlight, a group of ninjas engaged in the bloodiest of skirmishes. With a clash, sparks flew from the collision of weapons. As time passed, the Konoha ninjas eliminated all the remaining enemies one by one. After all, they had only expended some chakra on their jutsu and were still in good condition. The enemy, having suffered a surprise attack, was at less than 10% of their strength, making victory difficult. Where is the leader? He went after the Awakens leader. You few clean up here, while go help the leader. Understood. With a swish, the Awakens leader landed silently in a thick patch of grass, holding his breath to reduce his presence. The next moment, Shihōin Naraku appeared, surveyed the surroundings, then chose a direction and dashed off. Not until Naraku's figure had completely vanished did the Awakens leader let out a soft sigh, then immediately rose and retreated in another direction. He tightened the scroll strapped to his back, a smile spreading across his blood-dripping face. Though they had encountered a surprise attack, the Awakens mission was already complete, for he had snatched the scroll brought by Sunagakure amid the chaos of the battle. It must be said that the quality of Awakens ninjas was indeed superior to that of Sunagakure. In this material exchange, Awakens had sent only 1 squad of 4 plus a leader, while Sunagakure had brought 2 squads. Yet in the first wave of the ambush, the Awakens ninjas were the ones who survived the most. By the time the Konoha launched their final attack, 2 Awakens ninjas were still alive, hiding underground for a surprise strike, and the Awakens leader had already retreated. As for Sunagakure, only 1 ninja remained. The gap was indeed significant. Panting even as he felt his breathing grow more rapid, the Awakens leader did not stop. He could not waste the opportunity his subordinates had sacrificed their lives to create. Pushing his chakra to the limit, the Awakens leader's speed increased again, flashing like lightning past tree after tree. Having dodged the attack with a substitution jutsu and immediately counterattacked a Konoha. In truth, the Awakens leader should have tended to his wounds, for the constant dripping blood would reveal his trail and allow the enemy to catch up quickly. But again, time was too tight. Blinking hard to ease the sting in his eyes, the Awakens leader sped through the woods, scanning the path ahead. The Awakens leader's pupils constricted sharply as a figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure stood silently on a large tree, wearing a white animal mask with several red special markings. He was clad in an vest, and his slightly disheveled black short hair swayed gently in the oncoming wind. Shihōin Naraku. Facing the Awakens leader charging with murderous intent, Naraku remained impassive. He had been waiting for a while. How could he be so fast? Which village's was this? He had run all the way here, yet the enemy had managed to get ahead of him. The Awakens leader gritted his teeth, reached for several shuriken, and hurled them fiercely at the calmly standing Shihōin Naraku. With sharp whistles, the shuriken sliced through the air and reached Naraku in an instant. Hit! The Awakens leader could hardly believe he had dealt with the enemy so easily. But the next moment, the shuriken pierced through Naraku's figure and stuck into the tree behind. What? And suddenly, before the Awakens leader could react, a figure appeared, as if by teleportation, filling his vision. Bang! Shihōin Naraku, his figure trailing flames, flashed through the air before the Awakens leader's eyes, then a burning kick slammed into the enemy's body. Ugh! The Awakens leader's eyes bulged as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Such a ferocious attack instantly robbed him of all resistance, sending him crashing to the ground and rolling into a tree. With a sharp thrust, Naraku followed up, drawing his long sword and driving it through the Awakens leader's body, pinning him to the tree. Gurgling, his eyes wide and bloodshot, the Awakens leader tried to say something, but all strength had drained away, and he soon sank into utter darkness. Confirming the enemy was dead, Shihōin Naraku walked to the side and picked up the large scroll that had fallen from the Awakens leader during the battle. Gold sand. Opening the scroll, Naraku realized it contained a vast amount of gold sand. The current Kazekage of Sunagakure was the fourth Raza who was skilled in manipulating gold sand with magnet release. Given the Wind Country Daimyo's long-term reduction of Sunagakure's ninja forces and budget, the fourth Kazekage relied on refining and collecting gold sand from underground to barely sustain the village. Thus, Sunagakure often traded gold sand with other nations, and Konoha had received some as well. Gaara's father is in trouble this time. The hard-earned gold sand is gone, and they didn't even get the supplies. Naraku weighed the scroll in his hand, finding it somewhat amusing. Compared to Konoha, Sunagakure was truly impoverished. Sir, Lord Ryu, are you alright? As Naraku pondered, Konoha Umbu ninjas caught up and landed behind him. Return. Naraku casually tossed the scroll to a subordinate and led everyone away. Where is the scroll from Awakens? After all the Konoha Inbu members had gathered, Shihōin Naraku looked up at the comrade who had been tidying up the battlefield. My lord, this is the scroll. None of the Inbu present had the authority to open the scroll. Only Naraku was qualified to do so. It's quite a jumble. What exactly did Sunagakure want to buy from Awakens with all that gold sand? Naraku opened the scroll and examined it carefully. The list of supplies indeed appeared chaotic, containing all sorts of items. Ninja tool, seeds, grain. From these supplies, it was evident that Sunagakure was truly impoverished, lacking even basic daily necessities. In truth, across the entire shinobi world, only the Land of Fire and Konohagakure possessed abundant resources, lacking little. This was precisely why everyone held a grudge against Konoha. If they could defeat it, the other nations would have long since carved up the Land of Fire. So that's how it is. Naraku spotted the most important item stored within the scroll: chakra metal. Chakra metal was a unique metal in the world of Naruto. Weapons forged from it were not only exceptionally sharp and durable, but also allowed easy chakra infusion with far less chakra loss than ordinary ninja tools. For this reason, various ninja tools made from chakra metal were extremely expensive. For instance, the chakra blades used by Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, were forged from this special metal. Given his status, he could only afford a pair of small blades, a testament to how scarce and costly such weapons were. This time, Awakens and Sunagakure have suffered a great loss. Even just this chakra metal alone would make them wince. With that thought, Naraku quickly secured the scroll and handed it to a subordinate, then ordered, "Retreat now." Yes. As the leader of this mission, Naraku served as the rearguard, walking last while the other members departed first to return to the village. Naraku was confident in his own strength, and since the item they had seized was precious, he needed to get it back to the village as quickly as possible. In truth, once they crossed the border into the Land of Fire, it would be much safer. Usually pursuers would not easily enter the Land of Fire, especially a large force. That would be tantamount to a declaration of war. Although after the battle, they should have taken time to recover stamina and chakra, waiting until they were in better condition before retreating. But because of the supplies he had obtained, Naraku directly ordered the retreat. The Inbu members, of course, had to. Watching his subordinates withdraw with the supplies, Naraku cast a glance at the traces of combat around him, then followed after them. Naturally, as the last to leave, he continuously set traps behind him to ward off any pursuers. Swish! Shihōin Naraku flickered and landed atop a tall tree in the forest, gazing back. By now the sky was fully bright, yet the rear guard had encountered no pursuers. If the support units from those two villages don't show up, soon the supplies will enter the Land of Fire, and they'll never get them back. At normal speed, the Konoha Inbu who had departed first were already close to the border of the Land of Fire. In another hour or two, they would be back. Just then, boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion suddenly erupted. Flames and smoke billowed into the sky in the distance, and the shockwave spread outward in a circular pattern. They're here. I wonder if it's a Awakens ninja or Sunagakure ninja. Naraku leaped down from the treetop, and immediately began to flee. Due to the time constraint, Naraku had not been overly careful about concealing his tracks. Any skilled tracker could easily find the traces. He had merely tried to lead the pursuers toward himself. Rustle, rustle. Soft footsteps were hidden among the chirping of insects and birds in the forest. Two squads of Awakens ninja moved silently through the woods, cautiously monitoring their surroundings. The IWA leader made a few simple hand gestures, and his subordinates immediately advanced. After the recent trap, they were now extremely vigilant. But time was also critical for them. If they wasted too much time, any hope of recovering the supplies would be utterly. For the Awakens ninja, the supplies originally intended for Sunagakure were of considerable value, especially the chakra metal among them. Now they had not received the payment and had lost the supplies. This was absolutely intolerable. Suddenly, before the IWA leader, the ground at his feet rippled like water, and then an IWA ninja emerged from beneath the earth, making a hand signal to the leader. The IWA leader then looked at the ninja beside him. The ninja knelt on one knee, placed his hand on the ground, and channeled his chakra to sense the surrounding environment. Suddenly he paused and whispered in warning. Southeast, about 1 kilometer away. There was some movement. Move out. Yes. Shihōin Naraku stood atop a large tree, his form hidden by the... At this moment, he did not know how many ninja were pursuing him. It also depended on which village, Konohagakure or awakens, reacted faster and valued their goods more. What concerned Naraku most now was whether any sensory-type ninja were among the pursuers. If so, when combat erupted again, he would have to eliminate the sensory ninja first. Moi. Suddenly Naraku frowned. The once lively forest filled with the sounds of insects and birds fell silent. The murderous aura was so dense that even a pin dropping could be heard clearly. They're here. Earth-style, earth-rising spear. Naraku leaped up instantly, leaving his position. Thump, thump, thump. Sharp rocks abruptly erupted from the ground, forming spear-like shapes that thrust toward where Naraku had been. In an instant, numerous sturdy trees were pierced by the razor-sharp rock spears, sending splinters and stone chips flying through the air. Earth-style rock pillar spear. Naraku dodged the first Earth-style attack and landed only to have the ground beneath him bloom with a profusion of spikes like flowers. The spikes grew rapidly, piercing through Naraku, who was too slow to evade. Poof! A puff of smoke rose and Naraku turned into a log before vanishing. Substitution jutsu. When did he form the hand seals? The IWA ninja who had appeared scanned the area for Naraku, while the sensory ninja immediately located him, 300 meters. Southwest. Fire-style head severing. To the IWA ninja's astonishment, Naraku did not form hand seals, but instead held up 2 fingers and spewed a fireball from his mouth, slamming it into the center of the IWA formation. The next second, the fireball upon landing instantly expanded, erupting with a thunderous explosion that rapidly engulfed a vast area. Under the terrifying speed of the blaze, 3 IWA ninja were unable to dodge and were caught in the fire style. They perished in agony, reduced to ashes. A large swath of forest was instantly devastated. This fire-style technique was far too swift and fierce, its release speed and explosive power catching the IWA ninja completely off guard. Boom! A vast forest was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. Among the IWA shinobi, 3 were directly hit by the fire technique, turning to cinders, while several others were injured. A few IWA shinobi struggled to suppress their pain, sweat continuously dripping from their foreheads. Since the battle had erupted, there was no need to concern themselves with hiding. The IWA shinobi leader immediately shouted, "Form a C formation centered on me." The previous fire technique was overwhelmingly powerful, and its area of effect was astonishing, directly disrupting the original formation of the IWA shinobi, prompting the leader to call for everyone to regroup according to the planned formation. Fire release, flame rising. With a whoosh, a massive amount of crimson flames soared into the air, spreading out to cover a wide area, forming a gigantic wall of fire that separated the IWA shinobi. Many IWA shinobi were horrified to see Naraku step through the wall of fire. One of his arms transformed into a raging flame. The flames under Naraku's feet surged, tearing the ground apart, stones and fire flying everywhere. Suddenly, he vanished in a flash. Before the IWA shinobi could react, Naraku had already appeared before one of them, swinging his arm direct. Fire release, blazing fire. The flames from Naraku's arm were flung out instantly, forming a fiery spear which pierced through the vital points of the IWA. A shinobi, fire surging into his body and beginning to burn violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of shurikens pierced Naraku's body in several places, followed by 2 IWA shinobi rushing forward, wielding their swords to strike at Naraku. Swish. The swords in the IWA shinobi's hands sliced through all obstacles like a fierce wind blowing through the forest, gliding past Naraku. Did they win? The 2 IWA shinobi were momentarily stunned, but they didn't realize that Naraku's movements had not ceased. A vast amount of chakra rapidly surged on his palms, forming 2 incredibly sharp surgical knives. Chakra surgical knives. Like moonlight spilling down, it seemed as if the sound of blades slicing through the waves of the sea echoed, bringing silence back to the forest. The chakra surgical knives pierced the hearts of the 2 IWA shinobi, a fierce pain engulfing their bodies, the only sensation left to them, as the meridians and muscles within them were severed by the chakra knives. Flames erupted around Naraku. The lifeless eyes of the 2 IWA shinobi stared at him, unable to comprehend why their earlier attacks had failed. As the flames on his body vanished, Naraku returned to his original state, completely unscathed. This was the elemental transformation ability granted by the Mara no Mi. Transforming his body into an element, becoming intangible, thus physical attacks had no effect on him. Naraku understood the confusion of the two deceased IWA shinobi, but he had no intention of explaining his abilities to his enemies. Only two left. Although it appeared that the battle had lasted a long time, in reality, it had only been a fleeting moment. In this short span, only two of the 8-member team from IWA shinobi remained alive. Earth Release Earth Dragon Hidden Technique. The remaining two IWA shinobi emerged from underground shocked as they witnessed the scene before them, unable to fathom why their comrades had perished in such a short time. Bastards. Damn it. Seeing the two IWA shinobi emerge from the ground in fury, Naraku was not surprised by their method of appearance. This was the Earth Release technique known as Earth Dragon Hidden, allowing shinobi to move underground to change their position. Thus, they could evade the wall of fire Naraku had unleashed and appear before him. Earth Release Earth Rock Flow. The IWA shinobi leader quickly formed hand seals, and then struck the ground with a powerful punch, causing a horrific web of cracks to appear in the earth, which rapidly shattered into countless fine sands, surging toward Naraku's location like a tide. Earth Release Earth Stone Dragon. A massive amount of chakra erupted as another IWA shinobi formed hand seals and roared, causing countless stones to erupt, shaking and cracking the ground, which quickly converged to form a ferocious giant dragon that roared toward Naraku. First trap the enemy, then kill them. As Naraku felt the sands creeping up to cover his feet, he sensed the binding within, and the stone dragon was already within striking distance. It seems the remaining two must be the strongest among the pursuers. Despite the terrifying attack about to descend upon him, Naraku remained unfazed. With a whoosh, flames began to blaze around Naraku, enveloping him completely. The IWA shinobi across from him frowned at this sight. No hand seals. What was going on with the flames around him? Could it be that he wouldn't be harmed by the fire? Fire Release Flame Ring Fire Pillar. A massive surge of orange-earth flames erupted violently, rapidly spinning and expanding around Naraku, releasing torrents of intense heat. The dry heat instantly scorched the ground, making it resemble a desert, as the flames soaring into the air seemed to set the sky ablaze. With a terrifying momentum, the flames formed a colossal pillar reaching to the heavens. The burning pillar cracked the earth and evaporated the air. The earth-shaking stone dragon suddenly collided with the fire pillar, shattering into countless flying debris, which then rained down to the ground. At this moment, Naraku's attack was not yet done. The expansion of the fiery pillar finally ceased, and in an instant he unleashed all of his energy. Boom! The last sight the two IWA shinobi saw was the overwhelming crimson flames filling their vision. This strike utterly flattened the forest within a radius of hundreds of meters. It's over. Naraku looked around at the ravaged scene, unable to help but marvel at the power of the flame. In truth, his fire release had not reached such a terrifying level originally, but the appearance of the Mera Mera no Mi significantly amplified his fire release, resulting in the effect witnessed now. The Mera Mera no Mi and fire release were definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After a long while, the surroundings finally calmed down. Naraku did not linger in place, but turned and headed towards the land of fire. The IWA shinobi pursuers had been dealt with, and the Sunagakure shinobi would not catch up in the short term, indicating that this mission had been perfectly successful. In Sunagakure, within a building. Bang! Documents scattered all over the ground. Tell me, what are you doing? Only now did I realize that the dispatched shinobi have been eliminated by the enemy. What are you all doing? With a white cloth wrapped around his head and his left face covered by another white cloth, Maki, dressed in ith-tone jōnin armor, shouted angrily. The several Sunagakure shinobi standing before him fell silent. Do you think those gold sand came from? That was extracted with great effort by Lord Kazekage during his busy work for the development of our Sunagakure. And now you tell me the gold sand was taken by the enemy. Maki looked at his subordinates, his anger surpassing his rationality, cursing for an hour without any intention of stopping. This time none of you will escape. Wait for Lord Kazekage's orders. In the unsettling silence, the door was suddenly knocked upon. What is it? Maki scowled, his face filled with anger, turning to look at the Sunagakure shinobi who appeared. Master Lord Kazekage requests your presence. Today the village of Shihōin was unusually silent. Sweat dripped continuously from Maki's face, and he dared not raise his head to look at the expression of his wind shadow. Just moments ago he had scolded his subordinate. Now it was his turn to be reprimanded by the wind shadow. Was it that old man from Iwayan village who went back on his word? The deep voice of the fourth wind shadow Raza echoed as he posed his question. It shouldn't be. Maki wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, from the traces at the scene, many Iwayan ninjas have also perished. Although we haven't found all the bodies, their losses are definitely significant. So the information we traded has already been leaked. It's the work of a third-party ninja. That seems to be the case. The fourth wind shadow Raza set down the documents in his hand, his mind racing with thoughts before he finally spoke. Do you think it was Konoha's doing? Maki recalled the details from the intel and responded affirmatively. It must be Konoha. The traces of fire release at the scene were very evident, and we even found signs of fire release in other locations. The implication was clear: among all the ninja villages, Konoha had the most ninjas skilled in fire release. Of course, other villages also had ninjas capable of it, but in this regard Konoha's suspicion was extremely high. We are steadfast allies. Raza laughed, though he never took that alliance seriously. Allies are merely for betrayal. Just like this incident, it wasn't just Konoha causing chaos among the ninja villages. If he knew of intel regarding Konoha, he would also send people to kill and seize resources. Thus, such bloodshed always remained hidden in the shadows, and no ninja village would publicly condemn it. This time it was my loss, next time it will be your misfortune. The entire ninja world has never known peace. Conflicts occur at all times. However, even as he acknowledged this, Raza felt a pang of heartache. The shine gold used for trade had been painstakingly extracted by him from underground, and now it was gone. The already destitute Shine village was now in even worse straits. Send someone to contact Orochimaru and remain vigilant. Raza made his decision and ordered Maki, remember, be cautious. Orochimaru is not someone to be underestimated. Raza had never firmly decided to cooperate with him, but now it was impossible not to. Yes. Maki immediately agreed, but he had a suspicion he didn't voice that this incident might have been orchestrated by Orochimaru himself, aiming to undermine the economy of Shine Village and force cooperation between both sides. However, this possibility was slight, so Maki kept it to himself. Lord Wind Shadow, actually. Orochimaru has ulterior motives. I know. You may go. Yes. Raza was well aware that cooperating with Orochimaru was akin to seeking one's own doom, but the situation in Shine Village was dire. The funding from the daimyo of the Wind Country was dwindling, making it impossible to train more ninjas or accept numerous missions. Furthermore, the environment of the Wind Country was harsh, filled with deserts, providing little in the way of resources to sustain development, forcing them to trade with other countries. Yet they had very little money. This deadlock was hard to break. So even knowing Orochimaru was unreliable, he had no choice but to cooperate. And this incident was merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. What is that thing? Returning to Konoha, Naraku squinted at Hokage Rock. Did I see wrong? It seems like there's a little person bouncing around there. Who is so bold? Who dares to act recklessly on the statue of their Hokage? But upon a second thought, Naraku understood only one person would dare to do such a thing. Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, I remember now, isn't this the scene when the Hokage first appeared with Uzumaki Naruto? Thinking of this moment, Naraku couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough, after a chaotic commotion, Iruka appeared. Uzumaki Naruto. This furious shout echoed throughout the entire Konoha. Sigh. With a helpless sigh, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned away from the window and sat back at his desk. After some thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out two documents. One had a photo of Naraku, while the other displayed a photo of Hitaki Kakashi. Tat tat tat. Exhaling smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen absent-mindedly tapped the armrest of his chair. Forget it, Naruto still has some time before graduation. I need to consider carefully who will be Naruto's teacher. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was pondering who would become the guiding teacher for Uzumaki Naruto. Even though Uzumaki Naruto's performance was at the bottom, unable to even perform a shadow clone, he would definitely graduate. Will he not graduate? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow Naruto to fail graduation. Konoha must not allow Uzumaki Naruto to be unable to graduate. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already considering who would lead Naruto's ninja team in the future. Because of Uzumaki Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, becoming his teacher would mean that person was a candidate for Hokage. Whether for interests or emotions, the Hokage must be able to influence or control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This is the bottom line. In fact, from the relationships of Jinchuriki in other ninja villages, it can be seen that most village leaders have some close relationship with their respective Jinchuriki. The fourth Wind Shadow Sun Gaara is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. The fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure Yagura is himself the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. The Raikage of Kumogakure is even the adoptive brother of Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. And Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen would often appear in front of Uzumaki Naruto, pretending to be the kind and amiable old man guiding Naruto's character and thoughts. Of course, there are exceptions, but the major ninja villages pursue the idea that their leaders must control the Jinchuriki, and emotions are the most convenient and effective means. And now Sarutobi Hiruzen was hesitating over who would become the guiding teacher for Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, to cultivate new bonds. On the other side, Naraku, already back at Konoha, also sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already learned the details of the mission from the Umbu, so Naraku simply supplemented the general situation of his backup. They originally planned to return together, but the chakra metal they obtained this time was very important, so Naraku ordered the Umbu members to bring the supplies back first. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, and even his frowning face revealed a smile. The chakra metal is a pleasant surprise. The village can use these metals to craft some special ninja tools. This mission was very well executed. In fact, the most important aspect of this mission was to ensure that the trade between Shihōin Village and Iwayan Village failed. Iwayan Village is fine, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was well aware of Shihōin Village's situation. Shihōin Village suffered significant losses this time. If Konoha was to trade with them later, they could take advantage and gain considerable benefits, especially since Shihōin Village was in dire need of resources and would have to pay a hefty price. Moreover, it could weaken Shihōin Village even further. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish for Shihōin Village to be completely destroyed, but it would be better if they were a bit weaker. Such allies would allow Konoha to feel secure. By the way, there's a new mission. This time you're to head to the border of the water country. Something unexpected has occurred. Having just reported the completion of his previous mission, Shihōin Naraku thought he could finally rest. But before he could leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned him a new task. Damn it, I just got back. Just fought a bunch of people and barely won. After returning, without even catching my breath and being sent out of the village again. Oh, no need to rush. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled amiably while puffing on his pipe. Just set out before evening. And I'm supposed to be grateful for that. Naraku cursed under his breath as he turned and left. The Umbu was even busier than the medical division. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take Naraku's dissatisfaction to heart. After all, the man was part of the Hokage's faction, and these were trivial matters. So, he'll just wait for that guy Orochimaru to come pay his respects to an old man. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Naraku stopped his grumbling and glanced back at the structure behind him. After all, a disciple killing his master is a tradition of the Hokage, merely upholding the legacy. Due to the new assignment, Naraku didn't linger in the village. He soon set out with an Umbu squad. However, he had replaced the team with different Umbu members, leading them to the water country border for the mission. This also served as a familiarization process, and after 2 missions he would have a good grasp of his subordinates. Upon arriving at the water country border, Naraku split from his men and began gathering intelligence on his own. He wore a black trench coat with red clouds painted on it. His forehead protector had a long scratch across it. This is exactly the uniform of the Shao organization, isn't it? Based on the description of the forehead protector, it must be Kakuzu. Hearing the civilians' intelligence, Naraku was stunned, then quickly realized the situation. He never expected that a routine mission would bring him face to face with a member of the Shao organization. Casually handing the civilians some money, Naraku began to recall his memories after the man left. At this time, the Shao organization should still be recruiting members, taking on dangerous missions from various countries, and saving up money to buy explosive tags for Lady Nan. Wait, let me think. Who was the first to appear? Right, it was Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. That was after Orochimaru launched the Konoha Crush plan. Uchiha Itachi's appearance was meant to warn Danzo not to lay a hand on Uchiha Sasuke. Why does it feel like the grand curtain of the Naruto world is slowly being drawn open? Thinking this, Naraku felt a surge of excitement, the sensation of witnessing a historical scene firsthand. Soon other Umbu members found the battlefield and Naraku rushed over. Lord Dragon, according to our reconnaissance, a fierce battle took place here. Both sides used 4 types of jutsu: lightning, fire, water, and earth release, and they also engaged in close quarters combat. Arriving at the battlefield, Naraku immediately understood. It was indeed Kakuzu fighting an enemy here. The other ninjutsu aside, the damage caused by the fire release was unmistakably fire release head torture. Having just used this very jutsu in his battle with Iwayan, Naraku was all too familiar with it. Scanning the surrounding traces, he observed with keen interest. The power is formidable. The range is also absurdly wide, but Kakuzu's fire release head torture was indeed powerful, but after carefully examining the environment, Naraku sensed that it wasn't actually all that impressive. Is it because the flame fruit enhances fire release? Or maybe Kakuzu wasn't going all out? After a moment of thought, Naraku grew curious about the ninja who had fought Kaku. Who could it be? To have fought to this extent, the opponent must have been at least a jōnin, otherwise they would have been killed by Kakuzu long ago, unable to cause such widespread damage. But at this time, the Shao organization took on extremely dangerous missions to save money, some even on a war scale, so it was normal for the opponents to be formidable. Of course, in the end, Kakuzu had clearly won. This mission turned out to be unexpectedly simple. Then again, if they had arrived earlier, they might have run straight into Kaku. That would have made this mission far from simple. Clashing with Kakuzu at this early stage, Naraku wasn't sure he could take him down. However, he knew Kakuzu's weaknesses well. If he caught him off guard, the odds of victory were still high. After gathering more intelligence around the area with his subordinates, Naruto led the Umbu back to the Hidden Leaf Village. In the following days, Naruto began taking on missions frequently. It was indeed exhausting, but in the shortest time possible, he had thoroughly learned everything about all his subordinates. One day, after a long period of busy work, Naruto finally had some free time. He rested well for 2 days, deepened his bond with Yugogo Yuzuki, and then set about his own important matters. He visited a ninja tool shop, bought the materials he needed, and returned to the Umbu. After some adjustments, he used the purchased materials to concoct a small bottle of red liquid. This red liquid was one of the essential items for unlocking the tongue curse seal. That's right, Naruto intended to remove the seal from several ninjas who were originally from the Root organization. Of course, not all of them. Over this period, Naruto had come to realize that not all Root members were utterly loyal to Danzo. Some ninjas had submitted to Danzo because of his former power, while others were coerced through threats against their. There were even those who had once been fiercely loyal to Danzo, but grew increasingly dissatisfied with the dark and brutal ways of Root, and were actually relieved to return to the Umbu. For these individuals, Naruto decided to selectively free them from the bondage of the tongue curse seal. After all, the secrets they were hiding were about Danzo, not him. There was nothing to fear. The key point was that unsealing them might yield unexpected gains. Have Moon come see me? Yes, sir. The previous period of high-frequency missions had kept the entire Umbu incredibly busy. Now that things had eased up and there were fewer tasks, most people were stationed at the Umbu base. A knock soon sounded at the door, a rhythmic rap that was Moon's signature. Come in. Excuse me. Moon, with her long hair tied back, stood quietly before Naruto. Yamanaka Moon. She was a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. Because the Yamanaka clan excelled at controlling an enemy's mind, they could easily enter the consciousness of the dead to read their memories, transmit intelligence, and even possess top-tier sensory abilities. Thus, the Yamanaka clan was an indispensable asset to both the Umbu and the Root organization. Their sensory abilities, needless to say, were incredibly useful in many aspects. And the ability to read others' memories was truly formidable, arguably the most ideal interrogation tool. Even if the target was dead, as long as the corpse remained, crucial intelligence could be extracted from it. Within the medical division, Shihōin Naraku managed the corpse disposal unit, an organization designed to handle bodies and prevent techniques like those of the Yamanaka clan from extracting information from cadavers. For this very reason, the corpse disposal unit often provided the Umbu with outstanding talent. From these facts, one could see how pivotal Yamanaka Moon was. Why did Naruto choose to help her remove the tongue curse seal? If any member of a ninja squad is most crucial, it is the medical ninja, yet the importance of a sensory ninja is no less. Detecting the enemy first grants the most advantageous position in battle. However, just like medical ninjas, training sensory ninjas is equally challenging. Now Yamanaka Suki, who knelt respectfully on one knee before Shihōin Naraku, was an outstanding sensory ninja. Not only was she powerful, but she also possessed exceptional sensory abilities. That was precisely why Naruto summoned her first. Of course, it was also because Yamanaka Suki was the captain of the Invincible Moon squad. Drink this. Naruto pushed the pre-prepared potion in front of him toward Yamanaka Suki. She glanced at Naruto, then, without hesitation, picked up the cup and swallowed it down. Don't swallow it. Ninjas from the Root organization had this virtue. They would execute their superiors' orders without the slightest deviation. That was just how Danzo operated. Following Naruto's instruction, Yamanaka Suki did not swallow the potion in her mouth. Naruto rose and walked before Yamanaka Suki, looking at her bulging cheeks, a slightly comical sight. But he then composed his expression and began his work. Stand up first. With the potion still in her mouth, Yamanaka Suki naturally could not reply. She immediately stood upright, facing Naruto. Gazing at Yamanaka Suki's fair neck, Naruto quickly formed hand seals, then raised his fingers in a sword gesture, gathering chakra at his fingertips. Then, like lightning, Naruto's sword fingers struck the slender neck of Yamanaka Suki. Seal. Release. He watched her face darken as she struggled to suppress the urge to spit out the potion. You can spit it out after 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, Yamanaka Suki could no longer hold back and spat out the potion. The originally red potion had now turned as black as ink. The tongue curse seal was undone. If Yamanaka Suki had not understood what her superior was doing at first, she now had a faint inkling. Shihōin Naraku reached for a mirror and placed it before Yamanaka Suki. She immediately stuck out her tongue, staring excitedly at the reflection. Indeed, the sealing formula of the tongue curse seal had completely vanished. Lord Naruto. In a surge of excitement and joy, Yamanaka Suki knelt again on one knee before Naruto, expressing her gratitude. Enough. You have accompanied me through various dangerous missions recently. This is your reward. Shihōin Naraku understood why Yamanaka Suki was so moved. After all, no one wanted to carry an unnecessary seal on their body. From now on Suki is willing to follow your orders, my lord. I heard you. Shihōin Naraku gazed thoughtfully at Yamanaka Suki, making her lift her head. But recently Yashiro Aoi joined the medical emergency squad. Do you think you'd be suitable at? Even though you've left the medical emergency squad, I can still get you in if you're willing. That way you can work with your former colleagues again. Former colleagues. Umbu. Or Root. I am willing to follow Lord Nayuo's orders. Life in ENBU is good. Yamanaka Suki's reaction did not surprise Nayuo. Indeed, her closeness during previous missions was not an illusion. During those tasks, Nayuo had noticed that Yamanaka Suki executed his commands flawlessly. Of course, Nayuo would not trust her so easily. He conducted a covert investigation before deciding to accept her allegiance. By the way, your elder brother. Shihōin Naraku looked at Yamanaka Suki and asked, where is Yamanaka Fu? Fu. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Yamanaka Suki's eyes. She had not expected her superior to be so well-informed, even knowing of Yamanaka Fu's existence. Yamanaka Fu was supposed to be Danzo-sama's bodyguard. After the Hokage ordered the dissolution of Root, most members joined ENBU. Some returned to normal ninja life, but a few disappeared. However, due to clan relations, I happened to discover that Yamanaka Fu is still protecting Danzo-sama. But Yamanaka Suki glanced at Nayuo, and seeing no change in his expression continued, Danzo-sama has a secret base inside Training Ground Zero. I once entered Training Ground Zero while escorting supplies. But I didn't enter the base itself, though I only handed over the supplies outside. A base of Danzos inside Training Ground Zero. This was a decent gain. Nayuo was not surprised that Danzo had a secret base. Orochimaru was like a rabbit digging holes everywhere to build bases. It was only natural that Danzo would have some backups. However, Nayuo recalled the conditions of Training Ground Zero and found it indeed very suitable for a secret. After all, that training ground had been closed for decades. Except for the rare and dangerous beasts within, ordinary people were forbidden to enter. Shihōin Naraku filed away this information, then temporarily set it aside, and continued his inquiry. Do you think there are any suitable candidates? Nayuo's gaze fell on the potion he had prepared to undo the tongue curse seal, and Yamanaka Suki immediately understood his meaning. She was to reveal which former Root members would be suitable to serve under Nayuo. All members of the Moon Squad can be trusted. Oh, I am willing to vouch for them. Within the 3 squad led by 3, my lord can trust only one person. And among other candidates in ENBU, there are also. Yamanaka Suki disclosed all the information she knew. Since she had already pledged allegiance to Nayuo, there was no point in holding back. Moreover, given Nayuo's background and experience, he might become Hokage one day. Choosing between Danzo and Nayuo was an obvious decision. Alright, summon them. These candidates were roughly the same as those Nayuo had already identified, except for one person whose background he was unfamiliar with. He had not known that one was once a staunch loyalist of Danzo. As for why he trusted Yamanaka Suki, this was also a simple test. If anything went wrong, Nayuo would only hold her accountable. As for himself, he was the leader, the superior. These matters were not his concern. Soon Nayuo personally removed the sealing jutsu for these former Root members. From now on, they were Nayuo's loyal subordinates. As for returning to Danzo, once the seal was undone, Danzo by his nature would never trust these people again. After all, how could Danzo be sure that these former subordinates had not leaked any information to Shihōin Naraku after the seal was removed? It was impossible to clarify. And indeed, Nayuo had already extracted some secret intelligence about Danzo from these people. Is Training Ground Zero that important? After his subordinates left, Nayuo pondered carefully. From their words, he discovered that Danzo paid close attention to the long-closed Training Ground Zero. He had originally thought it was just a small base, but based on the intelligence from his new subordinates, the training ground was far from simple. What exactly is there? And why do I feel like I've overlooked something? Have I seen something about it before? Never mind, I can't recall. First, I'll visit the 3rd Hokage. Today, I need to collect my salary from it. Money. What money? I have no money. Originally, when looking at the figure of Shihōin Naraku in front of him, Sarutobi Hisashi had a smile on his wrinkled face, but upon hearing that the other party was asking for money, his expression immediately changed, insisting that he had no money. Naraku stared at Sarutobi Hisashi with a face full of skepticism, not believing his words at all. Last year, the medical department provided significant funding to the village. How could it be spent so quickly? Sarutobi Hisashi wore a helpless expression, continuously puffing on his pipe. You child have really learned bad habits from Tsunade, always just asking for money. How could you not believe me? Think about it, there are so many departments and organizations in the village that need funding, and development is needed everywhere. How could we not be short on money? I understand you. You did well in the medical emergency class and made a great contribution to the village's development. Not just me, everyone appreciates you. Naraku looked at Sarutobi Hisashi, who was rambling on without getting to the point, feeling quite speechless. Money. Money. Aren't I saying it now? Sarutobi Hizashi chuckled. Look, you did quite well in the medical emergency class. You can also find ways to earn money in the umbu. How can it be the same? Nero was about to argue when he suddenly thought of something. Wait, even if we don't talk about the medical department's funds. What about the supplies I brought back last time? There's still so much gold sand. Nero hadn't thought of this before, otherwise he would have mentioned it earlier. The gold sand he seized last time was more than enough as development funds for the umbu. In fact, the treatment in the umbu isn't that bad. Normally, it wouldn't be considered short on funds, but for a long time the treatment hadn't improved, and the base was aging and needed upgrades. That was why Nero came to ask Sarutobi Hizashi for money. Nero spoke with conviction, and the third Hokage could only reluctantly allocate some funds to him. In the past, Danzo's root organization was too dominant, basically suppressing the umbu. Aside from the umbu guards directly under the Hokage, other umbu members were influenced by Danzo, so it could be said that the umbu's funding was controlled by Danzo. Besides being able to obtain funds from the third Hokage, Danzo could also leverage relationships to extract money from Narashikaku and Mido Kasuka. Consider this: Orochimaru was once a member of the root organization along with Kakashi, Hatake, Yamato, Kabuto, Yakushi, and later Sai, etc. Training talent has always required substantial funds. Danzo used his power and money to cultivate so many geniuses. And now the root organization was forcibly disbanded and Danzo was dismissed, so he clearly could no longer provide funds to the umbu. Thus what Nero needed to do now was similar to what Danzo did as a superior, controlling power, and having funds naturally subordinates would gather around him. At the peak of Danzo's power, he even audaciously sent subordinates to assassinate the third Hokage. Although it failed because of Kakashi, it still revealed the issues at hand. Standing in the office watching Nero leave through the glass, Sarutobi Hizashi undoubtedly knew that from now on Nero's authority in the umbu would only grow. Kakashi Hatake was indifferent, or else the two would quickly fall out and engage in serious conflict. This made Sarutobi Hizashi think of his relationship with Danzo. They were once very close friends and companions, but since he became Hokage and Danzo took control of the root, as an advisor, their relationship had never been the same. Sigh. Nero felt the gaze behind him, knowing it was the third Hokage watching him. That old man won't worry about me challenging his authority over this, right? After thinking for a moment, he knew that it shouldn't be for this reason. The third Hokage had no need to worry about this matter. Although he looked like an old man, Sarutobi Hizashi's power cast an all-encompassing shadow over Konoha. After decades of serving as Hokage, the people of Konoha had grown accustomed to seeing Sarutobi Hizashi in that position, to the point where they had forgotten that the third Hokage would eventually reach the end of his life. But don't underestimate this habit. It signifies everyone's recognition of Sarutobi Hizashi. Even the influence of the first two Hokages didn't reach the exaggerated level of the third Hokage. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was just establishing Konoha, and the major ninja clans joining Konoha hadn't yet built trust, coupled with the restraint of Uchiha Madara. By the time of the second Hokage, although Konoha's development was improving, the major ninja clans had integrated into the village. Uchiha was still a very significant issue, and the establishment of the Konoha police force was primarily to control the Uchiha clan. If we say initially due to the second Hokage's dying wishes, Sarutobi Hizashi had to share power with his companions to sustain his position and prestige, now the third Hokage had fully established his authority. Of course, there is still a way to destroy the third Hokage's position, directly killing him. After returning to the umbu, Nero, holding the funds, began to lead the reforms within the umbu. The maintenance and renovation of the base, upgrades to the umbu's direct training grounds, improvements in logistics, and enhancements in the treatment of umbu members. Just as the third Hokage thought, if Kakashi were not the umbu commander, and if someone else were in charge, he would have already fallen out with Nero, as this was a blatant power grab. If this series of plans were completed, then the umbu would basically have no voice for anyone else. To put it simply, there would emerge a leader in the umbu more powerful than Danzo. Hey Nero, let's go together. Kakashi Hatake leaned against the wall outside the umbu base, one hand in his pocket, while the other held the newly released Paradise of Affection series, reading with great interest. Having just issued his orders, Nero stepped out of the umbu base after receiving the message for the jōnin meeting and was called out by Kakashi. The two walked side by side. Nero was still contemplating his plans, remaining silent, while Kakashi seemed fully engrossed in his book and also didn't speak. Your actions are too bold, Nero. Nero snapped back to reality and looked at Kakashi, who was still focused on Paradise of Affection. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem. Kakashi Hatake sighed helplessly, closing the book and putting Paradise of Affection into his pocket. In fact, he was very reluctant to deal with these matters. After his father Tsukumo Hatake committed suicide, Kakashi developed a strong aversion to the struggle for power. That person may have disbanded the root, but his influence in the umbu is still significant. If you continue like this, you will definitely come into conflict with him. Nero waved his hand seriously looking at Kakashi. What I'm doing now was originally your responsibility, especially regarding Danzo. The third Hokage entrusted you with managing the Umbu, not just to see you as a mere enforcer, but hoped that you could suppress Danzo's rapidly growing power in the Umbu and the root. If Kakashi had truly done that, Sarutobi Hizashi wouldn't have to forcefully remove Danzo from his position and disband the root organization. Well, you know my nature. Kakashi Hatake scratched his head and explained helplessly. Nero shrugged, turning to Kakashi. Then why am I even here in the Umbu? This is so troublesome. Kakashi involuntarily mimicked the Nara clan's way of doing things, letting out a long sigh. Perhaps it would be better to leave the Umbu. Kakashi Hatake felt that directly making Nero the commander of the Umbu would be easier, saving him trouble. After all, Kakashi had never liked the life in the Umbu. When Hatake Kakashi was serious, he was extremely reliable. Whether as a comrade or a friend, he could be trusted. But the problem was he was often not serious at all. From time to time, he would sink into an emo state. There was no helping it if the things that had happened to him were truly tragic enough. By the way, Kakashi suddenly leaned on Naraku's shoulder and whispered, all the other ANBU members got their benefits raised. What about me? Why am I still the same? You're the ANBU captain. If you want a raise, go talk to the third Hokage yourself. Naraku pretended not to hear, simply waving his hand for Kakashi to go to the Hokage and not bother him. So I am an ANBU member too. Hatake Kakashi, giving up on the matter, pulled out Make Out Paradise again and began reading intently. I forgot to congratulate you, Kakashi. You're about to become the vice captain of the jōnin squad. This time Naraku and Kakashi were heading to the jōnin squad meeting where, aside from routine matters, they would announce Kakashi's appointment as vice captain. The jōnin squad was an organization that helped the Hokage manage the village's jōnin. After all, jōnin were the village's elite force, and their involvement in various decisions was crucial. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen had served as Hokage for a long time, Nara Shikaku had been the jōnin squad captain for an equally long period, and the jōnin of Konoha fully recognized and appreciated Shikaku's work. Shikaka-senpai does a great job. I'm just a figurehead. Kakashi himself didn't care much, but Naraku thought a bit deeper. Shihōin Naraku was the vice captain of the ANBU, but he also managed 2 medical divisions, and he held considerable prestige within the medical department. Hatake Kakashi was the ANBU captain, and now he was taking on the role of jōnin squad vice captain. What was the third Hokage thinking? Naraku himself couldn't figure it out, but he vaguely sensed that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be choosing between him and Kakashi for something. What exactly? At this moment, Naraku hadn't yet realized it was about the selection of the Hokage candidate. But that wasn't his fault, because Shihōin Naraku knew the story. The 5th Hokage of Konohagakure was to be his teacher Tsunade. Thus, under this premise, he overlooked the current situation of the village. With the 3rd Hokage still alive and Jiraiya and Tsunade not yet returned to the village, Naraku and Kakashi as members of the Hokage's faction were indeed the most suitable candidates for Hokage on the surface. Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi chatted along the way and soon arrived at the jōnin squad meeting location. Yo! As the two stepped into the meeting room, a green figure leaped over, nearly knocking Naraku and Kakashi. Let's burn together. Today's youth. The ever-enthusiastic Might Guy sprang out. Naraku quickly shoved him off to Kakashi and went to greet his other friends. Kakashi wanted to leave too, but was caught by Might Guy. Helpless, he could only stare at Guy with his dead fish eyes. My eternal rival Hatake Kakashi. How about a long-awaited battle? No. Hatake Kakashi flatly refused with a wave of his hand, having no intention of fighting Might Guy. A fierce battle would leave him sore and aching for days, and Kakashi didn't want to seek trouble. Naraku. Just as Naraku, after greeting his comrades, was about to sit down, a figure slammed into him before he could settle, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. What now, Anko? Naraku turned his head to find Mitarashi Anko clinging tightly to him. Don't do this. Though Yugugo hasn't arrived, yet she could show up at any moment. Don't get too close. Sit properly. The meeting will start soon. TCH. Mitarashi Anko straightened up, bit into her last dumpling and chewed as she said, those guys are slow. The meeting's still a long way off. After the meeting, how about some dumplings, your treat? Naraku turned and gave Anko a once-over. At this moment, she was youthful and vibrant with a good figure. I'm telling you, if you keep eating like this, you'll turn into a chubby girl. Mitarashi Anko had a huge sweet tooth, and most of the time she had a skewer of rice dumplings in her mouth. It was only because her activity level as a ninja was so high that Anko hadn't already become overweight. You're kidding. Anko paid no heed to Naraku's warning. Still, from this exchange, it was clear that the two had a good relationship. The main reason was that both had been taught by Orochimaru. Since Orochimaru's defection, Anko had faced many troubles because of her identity as a student. Naraku, however, was different. He was indeed Tsunade's student. He had only learned knowledge from Orochimaru and thus wasn't affected. He had also helped Anko several times, which had strengthened their bond. Around them, many people were chatting like Naraku and Anko, each gathering with friends they were close to. As time passed, the jōnin squad members gradually gathered. Except for a few who couldn't come due to extremely urgent missions, all the other jōnin of Konoha had arrived. Narashikaku arrived shortly after and began presiding over the meeting. Hatake Kakashi, who had forced himself to be alert, was called up, and after his appointment as vice captain was announced, the meeting continued. Important matters were quickly resolved. By the latter half of the meeting, all that remained were trivial and troublesome. The jōnin started to slack off, each busying themselves with their own affairs below. Narashikaku was also helpless. Some of the jōnin seated below had more seniority than him, so what could he say? Naraku was equally bored, his mind wandering back to his plans as he drifted off into thought. After a long while, the jōnin squad meeting finally ended. Because of missions, many jōnin hadn't seen each other for a while, so they decided to go for a meal. Shihōin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy Sarutobi Asuma, and several others headed to a restaurant. Among them, Naraku was followed by Yuzuki Yugugo and Mitarashi Anko. Yugugo was his girlfriend and Anko was his supporter. Yamato Tenzo followed Hatake Kakashi, still looking a bit reserved. Sarutobi Asuma was quietly chatting with Yuhi Kurenai, and from Kurenai's flushed cheeks, it was clear Asuma was being lewd. Might Guy alone as always bounced around cheerfully. Not long after they sat down, Marino Ibiki, Yamashiro Aoba, and Shiranui Ginma also arrived, and everyone began to feast. These jōnin formed the middle and upper echelons of Konohagakure, and even the third Hokage sometimes couldn't ignore their opinions. Of course, some among them, due to strength or seniority, actually didn't have the qualifications to be part of this circle. For instance, Anko and Yugugo had adequate seniority, but lacked strength. Yamato had enough strength, but was very low in seniority. As for Yuhi Kurenai, she had only recently become a jōnin. Her strength was barely passable, and she had virtually no seniority. Without the guidance of Naraku, Kakashi, and Asuma, these few wouldn't have been able to step into Konoha's decision-making circle for a long time. After the gathering, Naraku directly drove away the oblivious Mitarashi Anko, who still wanted to join in the fun, and took Yuzuki Yugugo for a moonlit stroll. Watching a group of youths laughing and playing as they ran past them, Naraku looked at Yugugo and said, "Yugugo, would you like to become a teacher and lead a jōnin squad?" "Huh? Why so sudden?" Yuzuki Yugugo's beautiful face showed surprise. She was doing well in the because the Konoha 12 were about to graduate. No, wait. Might Guy's jōnin squad had already graduated last year, but to be safe, they hadn't participated in the Chunin exams. Improbably not suited to be a supervising instructor. Since it was Naraku's proposal, Yuzuki Yugao seriously considered it, but ultimately she declined. Despite her striking appearance, Yuzuki Yugao was no unknown figure in the Umbu. Setting aside her skills, her seniority in the Umbu even surpassed Naraku's. If you're unwilling, that's fine. Being a supervising instructor can be quite demanding. Had Yugao desired it, Naraku could have transferred her out of the Umbu to become the instructor of the tracking team formed by the 12 young ninjas. That is, the instructor for Hyuga, Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Indeed, this would be taking Yuhi Kurenai's position. Kurenai, who had recently been promoted to Jounin, could become the instructor of the tracking team, not only because of her background, but also due to the indispensable support of Sarutobi Asuma. After all, Kiba, Hinata, and Shino were all from ninja clans. They themselves had the potential to inherit their respective families, especially Hyuga Hinata, who was the heir of the Hyuga main family. Without Asuma's backing, Kurenai's position as the instructor of these three would have been precarious. But if Naraku truly made a move, seizing this position would be quite simple. However, since Yuzuki Yugao was unwilling, that was that. The next day at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Hamura, Udatain Koharu, and Narashikaku gathered in the Hokage's office. Aside from the Hokage, who was puffing on his pipe, the others were flipping through the documents in their hands. Photographs of Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi were clearly printed on the materials. Why hasn't the meeting started? Narashikaku knew the purpose of the gathering, but he was puzzled. Weren't all the attendees already present? Who else were they waiting for? Could it be? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking the floor grew clearer, and Narashikaku immediately realized his guess was correct. The office door opened, and Shimura Danzo walked in step by step, without even knocking. Narashikaku frowned, though everyone present knew this was Danzo's way of venting his displeasure. After Danzo silently sat down on the prepared chair, the third Hokage spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe against the chair. "Everyone should know why I called you here." "Wait." Before the third Hokage could say much more, Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu exchanged a glance, and then Hamura spoke up. "Hiruzen, you've been doing a fine job. Why the sudden intention to step down?" Cough, cough. "I've grown old. Even my eyesight is failing. If I don't step down, it'll hinder the healthy growth of Konoha's new sprouts." Mitokado Hamura frowned, wanting to say more, but Sarutobi Hiruzen directly cut him off, so he had to sit back for the moment. Hiruzen stood up holding his pipe and gazed through the glass window at the flourishing Konohagakure outside. Actually, I've already stepped down once, haven't I? If the fourth Hokage were still alive, this old man would have long. At that time, due to the crisis of the Nine-Tails rampage, Minato died suddenly. To stabilize the village, I returned to this position. Now Konoha has long regained its peace and is developing well. The new generation of shinobi has also grown up. Stepping down is a good choice. You should never have reclaimed that seat. It should have been mine. All along, Shimura Danzo had harbored resentment and hatred toward Hiruzen's return to the position of Hokage after Minato's death. In his view, if it weren't for Hiruzen's going back on his word, he, Danzo, would have become Hokage. Suppressing the rage within him, Danzo narrowed one eye. Actually, the most suitable person is. Well, never mind. What are your opinions? Hiruzen turned around, looking at the others, waiting for their answers. Everyone present knew who the most suitable person was. Jiraiya and Tsunade, but both of them were traveling abroad and rarely returned to the village, so they couldn't be chosen. His most beloved and prized student Orochimaru had defected, while the other two had distanced themselves from Konoha for various reasons. It could be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's teaching skills were formidable, yet none of the three students he had painstakingly trained remained. The departures of Jiraiya and Tsunade had dealt a heavy blow to Hiruzen. Koharu and I believe that Hatake Kakashi is more suitable as a candidate for Hokage. Since they understood Hiruzen had made up his mind, Midokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu did not waste words. Having already discussed it, they directly chose to support Hatake Kakashi. Of course, Naraku is also good, but he is not only busy with the medical department, but also manages the Umbu. If he became a Hokage candidate, he would need to temporarily resign and become a supervising instructor, which would delay many things. That's an excuse. Everyone knew it was an excuse. Midokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu absolutely did not want Shihōin Naraku to become the fifth Hokage, as Tsunade's direct disciple Naraku had connections with the Fire Country's daimyo and nobles. Moreover, he maintained those relationships well through the medical department. Naraku could also obtain funding from the medical department, and now he had entered the Umbu. With connections, financial resources, and military power, Naraku had it all. If he became Hokage, Shihōin Naraku would seize control in the shortest possible time, and then kick the two. Even the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, did not have such exaggerated resources when he ascended. Absolutely not. At least for now, the two advisors Midokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu were unwilling to relinquish their power. Their decision did not surprise Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he directly looked at Narashikaku. Narashikaku pondered for a moment before speaking. Both Hatake Kakashi and Shihōin Naraku are very suitable candidates. You're not just stating the obvious, are you? The others present were somewhat dissatisfied. This was not the time for him to ramble. But I think Shihōin Naraku is relatively more suitable. Narashikaku gave his answer and then fell silent. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe, a slight smile appearing on his face. Shikaku, tell me your reasoning. Yes. Since the Hokage requested it, Shikaku naturally could not refuse. Both Hatake Kakashi and Shihōin Naraku possess good strength and sufficient experience. But the key point is that Kakashi's personality has a certain flaw. If he became Hokage, Shikaku did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood his meaning. This issue did indeed exist. All the high-ranking members of Konoha present were aware of Hatake Kakashi's experiences. They knew that after enduring many misfortunes, his personality had undergone significant changes, and he had been unable to step out of the shadows for a long time. In particular, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had noticed on multiple occasions that Kakashi would frequently visit the memorial stone to pay respects to Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin. Sometimes having a soft heart is not a bad thing, but if one's mental fortitude is too fragile, that poses a major problem for becoming Hokage. Of course, at this time, no one knew that after becoming the instructor of Naruto and Sasuke, Hatake Kakashi would gradually begin to resolve his inner conflicts and shine with his own brilliance. But at this moment, in everyone's eyes, Kakashi was a person who had been crushed by various hardships and could not stand. Thus, even Sarutobi Hiruzen was hesitant at this point. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called them all here. At the very least, he was still wavering in his heart. What is your opinion, Danzo? The third Hokage finally turned his gaze to Shimura Danzo. He took the pipe from his mouth and exhaled a puff of smoke. Choose those two brats as Hokage. No way. I am the most suitable candidate. Everyone looked at Shimura Danzo, but all they heard was a cold snort with no further words. Without hearing the expected response, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile gradually faded and his expression turned serious. You may go for now. Danzo, stay. Yes. All right. Narashikaku left first. Midokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu hesitated for a moment, but seeing the expressions on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's faces, they held back their words and left reluctantly. The former comrades were now drifting further apart. After the three left, the office fell into an unbearable silence. Sigh. Danzo, I know you are dissatisfied with being relieved of your position. But at that time you were indeed wrong. The Uchiha clan could have avoided such immense sacrifice. Shursui had already. The Uchiha clan is absolutely untrustworthy. Danzo finally broke his silence. His face showed not a trace of hesitation. That is what teacher Tobirama taught us. Ever since Uchiha Madara, that clan has never been worthy of trust. I personally devised the plan to eliminate them. It was a necessary sacrifice for the village. We all knew the Uchiha clan was planning a coup. You never vetoed my plan. How much have I sacrificed for the village? You never see it. The suppressed anger, no longer hidden, Shimura Danzo poured out all his grievances. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo with a serious expression. He said firmly, I did not veto your plan. But I also told you to wait. There was still a chance to make amends. Yet you went ahead and launched the plan on your own. Heh. Shimura Danzo laughed, but his laughter was unusually harsh. Wait. Wait for what? How long did you want me to wait? If you had listened to me earlier and not been so indecisive, the Uchiha matter would not have escalated to that point. It was I who cleaned up all the loose ends for you. Hearing the implication in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzo grew even more resentful. You are too stubborn. You no longer listen to reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, understanding that their relationship could never return to how it was. Danzo wanted more. Whatever you plan to do, Danzo. The new leaves of Konoha have already grasped the sun. They have the brightest future. We must trust them. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns ever bright. The fire will. Go preach that to the children at the Ninja Academy, Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen directly, as if the latter were trying to fool him with such platitudes. This is my final warning, Danzo. A new Hokage will be chosen. If I find you plotting anything, don't blame me for disregarding our past friendship. The Konoha that the previous Hokages built with all their efforts will not tolerate your reckless actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen issued his ultimatum, the resolute tone unmistakable. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Shimura Danzo flicked his robe, turned, and walked away, leaning on his cane. Danzo, understand that I am the Hokage of Konoha. Staring at Shimura Danzo's retreating figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with unwavering determination. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Shimura Danzo disappeared behind it. Sigh? Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. He knew he was still soft-hearted. The older he grew, the softer he became. This scene in the Hokage's office went unseen, so no one knew of the dispute between the two top leaders. After leaving the Hokage building, Shimura Danzo quickly sought out Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu. Danzo, you shouldn't have treated Hiruzen that way. After all, he is the Hokage of Konohagakure. As soon as they met, Mitokado Hamura's veiled accusation hit Shimura Danzo, whose face darkened completely. He especially hated hearing anyone mention the Hokage in front of him now. Udatain Koharu stopped Mitokado Hamura, sensing the anger brewing in Danzo. She changed the subject. So is Hiruzen really determined to nominate candidates for Hokage? He made up his mind long ago. What listening to our opinions? He was just informing us. Danzo snorted coldly. Though their relationship was beyond repair, he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen too well and had already seen that he was determined. Udatain Koharu frowned, her aged face showing hesitation. Then Hatake Kakashi and Shihōin Naraku. Shihōin Naraku cannot become Hokage. Shihōin Naraku is absolutely out of the question. Mitokado Hamura and Shimura Danzo objected together. If Shihōin Naraku took power, they would suffer greatly. Even with confidence in Shimura Danzo, they didn't think he could match Shihōin Naraku once the latter became Hokage. Then choose Hatake Kakashi. In his younger days, Mitokado Hamura had been an excellent ninja. At a critical moment, he did not lack resolve. Hatake Kakashi. Shimura Danzo frowned. This candidate was also somewhat troublesome for him. Because in the suicide of Hatake Kakashi's father Hatake Tsukumo, he had played a part. At that time, the White Fang of Konoha had become too prominent. Even the legendary Sannin were mere juniors in comparison. In terms of strength, experience, and prestige, the White Fang of Konoha was unmatched. Especially during the war, Hatake Tsukumo had rendered great service to Konohagakure. If Shimura Danzo hadn't made a move, then the next Hokage would have been Hatake Tsukumo, without a doubt. So Danzo acted and Hatake Tsukumo took his own life. Otherwise, with Tsukumo's prestige and experience, he wouldn't have committed suicide even over a failed mission, especially when the very comrades he saved turned against him. Few in Konohagakure could stir up such a storm. Now the trouble was that Danzo would have to watch Hatake Kakashi become Hokage. If Kakashi ever found out the truth, would he let Danzo off? Perhaps after all these years Kakashi had let it go. But Shimura Danzo couldn't believe that. By nature suspicious and cautious, he would never stop doubting others. But between Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, he would rather have Kakashi become Hokage. However, who said it had to be one of them? The title of Hokage had long become an obsession buried deep in Danzo's heart. He would not give up until death. In a dark secret base, Shimura Danzo stood holding his cane deep in thought. Send out the intelligence. Yes. A ninja in the darkness acknowledged and departed. In a flash the intelligence reached the land of grass. Hiss! Hiss! Hearing the sound, Orochimaru, who had just completed an experiment, looked down. A cute little white snake was coiled at his feet. Though barely larger than a chopstick, the little white snake spat out a palm-sized scroll, seemingly from its stomach. Orochimaru picked up the scroll and read it. Aside from the usual inquiries about experiment progress, the remaining news made him perk up. So they're starting to choose the next Hokage. Time flies. I wonder if the old teacher misses me. Things are getting interesting. How exciting. Hee ha ha. Orochimaru's long tongue licked the corner of his mouth, and his sinister cold laughter echoed through the underground base. As time passed, Shihōin Naraku's influence within the Anbu expanded rapidly. He personally secured funds from the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi to enhance the treatment of Anbu members along with the upgrade and maintenance of various equipment. In short, the Anbu had been completely revitalized. Consequently, in an extremely short period, Shihōin Naraku had established a firm foothold in the Anbu and developed a power base of his own. As the deputy captain of the Anbu, Naraku did not need to go on missions as frequently as other members. He only personally led operations when the tasks were exceptionally critical or perilous. The initial busyness upon joining the Anbu was primarily due to Naraku familiarizing himself with the Anbu's workflow and getting to know his subordinates. Once everything was on track, his schedule became less hectic. With the Anbu affairs settled for the time being, Naraku turned his attention to the medical department, as he also held the position of Deputy Minister of the Medical Division. Lord Naraku, this is the recent intelligence on the medical emergency team. Elders Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu have already begun placing their people in Konoha Hospital. For now, they only occupy the administrative departments, but there are signs that the two elders are trying to win over medical ninjas. As for the emergency team, Yashiro Aoi initially attempted to embezzle medical funds, but failed as his subordinates blocked him. We expected Yashiro Aoi to continue testing the waters, but instead he shifted his focus to the medical laboratory. I suspect he has an accomplice within the lab, but we haven't identified who it is yet. Shihōin Naraku finished reviewing the documents. Satisfied with his subordinate's work, a smile appeared on his face. You've done well. Keep it up. Yes, my lord. As for the laboratory, continue your investigation in secret for now. Do not alert anyone. Yes. After his trusted subordinate reported and departed, another person appeared before Naraku. It was Inuzuka Tsum from the Inuzuka clan, also the mother of Inuzuka Kiba, one of the Konoha 12. Inuzuka Tsum was the head of the animal therapy squad within the medical department. As the name suggests, this squad dealt with healing animals, and its leadership had always been held by members of the Inuzuka clan, without exception, given their expertise in handling ninja beasts. This squad was the least conspicuous unit in the medical department, even more low-key than the corpse disposal team. Accordingly, the work Inuzuka Tsum reported was not extensive, and she soon left. The third person to appear in Naraku's office was Yakushi Kabuto, the head of the corpse disposal team. In the original storyline, at this point in time, Yakushi Kabuto was following Orochimaru's orders, hiding within Konoha's medical department, learning medical ninjutsu, while gathering intelligence for Orochimaru. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately suppressed his strength and failed the Chunin exams 7 times in a row. But Naraku cared little for Orochimaru's plans. He directly brought Kabuto under his wing and began cultivating him. By now, Kabuto had become a jōnin of Konoha and managed the corpse disposal team. In return, Yakushi Kabuto brought Naraku substantial rewards. Not only did he work diligently under Naraku, contributing to the development of the medical emergency team, but crucially Naraku obtained a great deal of intelligence regarding Shimura Danzo from him. Lord Naraku. Yakushi Kabuto stood respectfully before Naraku, handing over a file. Naraku glanced at the documents and directly inquired. Yashiro Aoi approached you. Yes. Kabuto did not attempt to deny it, admitting the truth. The person Yashiro Aoi had sought out in the medical laboratory was indeed him. Naraku did not press further. It was only natural for Yashiro Aoi to contact Kabuto, as Kabuto himself was a triple agent serving Shihōin Naraku, Shimura Danzo, and Orochimaru. Glancing at Kabuto, Naraku asked casually, "Has Lord Orochimaru contacted you recently?" "Just a day ago we exchanged experimental data." Naraku knew that Orochimaru had already begun his Konoha crush plan, though he was unsure how much Kabuto knew. From today onward, cut off all contact with Orochimaru. Do not send any more data from the medical laboratory to him. Yes. Naraku knew that Kabuto would verbally agree, but would likely continue exchanging intelligence with Orochimaru in secret. Nevertheless, he gave the order to avoid potential future complications that could harm his own position. The Konoha Medical Laboratory was personally established by Naruto primarily for researching new medical ninjutsu and serving as a venue for medical ninjas to conduct experiments. Orochimaru had always held Naruto in high regard. Unfortunately, he had not managed to take Naruto with him when he defected. Upon learning that Naruto had founded the medical laboratory, Orochimaru immediately became interested. Through Kabuto, he gained access to most of the medical ninjutsu and other achievements developed and refined there. Of course, if that were all, Naruto would have killed Kabuto long ago. However, as an exchange, Orochimaru's knowledge and results were also relayed back to Naruto through Kabuto. This covert exchange had become a tacit understanding. Both Naruto and Orochimaru benefited from it, but neither would admit to it. Now, however, Naruto had personally severed this connection. One reason was the impending Konoha Crush plan, and the other was that with the promotion system his strength was no longer a concern, making it unnecessary to play with fire alongside Orochimaru. You young people are full of ideas. This old man can barely keep up. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, picked up the document Shihōin Naraku had handed him and read it with a cheerful expression. Restructure the medical emergency team. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned serious as he read the document. After a brief overview, he closed his eyes to think, then hesitated. This is rather sudden. The medical emergency team is currently of great importance. Such a move would. It's not sudden at all. The medical emergency team should have been restructured long ago. Currently, the emergency team not only oversees Konoha Hospital, the laboratory, and numerous other medical institutions, but also handles all medical matters for the ninjas of the entire village. The organization has become far too bloated. Naruto spread his hands, explaining his reasoning. In truth, the medical emergency team should have been restructured after its rapid expansion, but since Naruto was the director at the time, he had no intention of weakening his own authority. Now, however, restructuring the medical emergency team was actually beneficial for him. First, we need to establish a new convalescent center to serve the daimyo nobles and wealthy merchants from various countries, so they stop complaining about being uncomfortable sharing facilities with commoners. This will also eliminate security risks. The medical laboratory also needs to be relocated. The current location has too many people and too much complexity. A more secluded and quiet place would be suitable. Many ninjas, due to their status and other reasons, are not suited for treatment in open hospitals. Security and confidentiality are equally important. The training institution for medical ninjas established by Lady Tsunade also needs improvement. The village still has too few medical ninjas. Shihōin Naraku spoke at length, laying out his entire plan. By the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes were wide open, unsure how to react. You've spoken well. Do as you propose. Hiruzen Sarutobi snapped back to reality, relieved that Naruto had finally finished, and immediately gave his approval. He might not know as much as Naruto about specialized matters, but after decades as Hokage, he could still see the immense benefits that restructuring the medical emergency team, according to Naruto's plan, would bring to Konoha. Of course, if the plan outlined in the document were fully realized, Naruto's prestige in Konoha would undoubtedly reach even greater heights. Tsunade found herself an excellent student. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a hint of pride, given that Shihōin Naraku was also a talent from the Hokage faction. But this also creates a problem. Naruto is now fully qualified to become Hokage. Strength, experience, prestige, and connections. Shihōin Naraku lacked none of them. Hiruzen Sarutobi himself did not believe he had possessed such qualifications when he took office. However, this realization stirred a subtle unease in Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart. If Naruto truly became Hokage, would there be anyone left to keep him in check? This thought arose because Hiruzen Sarutobi sensed a threat from Shihōin Naraku. If Naruto were not Tsunade's student and a member of the Hokage faction, covert suppression would have already begun. Back then, Tsukumo Hataki's rise had been terrifyingly rapid. Shimura Danzo had moved to suppress him, ultimately driving him to suicide. Did Hiruzen Sarutobi truly know nothing? Perhaps at that time Tsukumo Hataki had also posed a threat to the third Hokage. Having gained Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval, Shihōin Naraku's plan began to be implemented with great vigor. As his superior, he was not actually too busy. Once the broad outlines were set, the specifics would naturally be handled by his subordinates. Clan leader. Oh, Baihua, you're here. Shihōin Naraku looked at his clansman, a middle-aged ninja no longer in his youth. How is it, Baihua? Is there still hope? Clan leader. I have disappointed you. My talent is insufficient to become a jōnin of Mai and share your burdens. Seeing Shihōin Baihua's look of shame, Naruto could only helplessly scratch his head. The Shihōin clan now lacked no resources. If this still wasn't enough, then perhaps this fellow truly had no talent for ninjutsu. Since you're not cut out to be a ninja, then go be the director. Huh? Shihōin Baihua was confused, not understanding what his clan leader meant. You must have heard about the reorganization of the medical emergency unit. The convalescent center established for the nobles and daimyo of various countries. You will manage it. Although Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu would surely interfere, he did not intend to hand over the director's position to their people, for anyone could see how lucrative this post was. Yes, I understand. Siphon Jaiwan Baihua nodded immediately. This was a good assignment, and for the sake of the clan he would certainly not decline. How are the others? I haven't been paying much attention to the medical emergency unit lately. Has anyone caused trouble because of my change in position? Siphon Jaiwan Baihua immediately shook his head and looked at Nailua with pride. The clansmen are doing well. Even though the clan leader left, no one dares to say anything to us. Ever since Nailua took charge of the medical emergency unit, he had arranged for some members of the Siphon Jaiwan clan to work there. Even if they couldn't learn medical ninjutsu, it was easy enough for them to serve as simple nurses or administrative staff. The treatment was good and the risk was greatly reduced. In the past, the Siphon Jaiwan clan could never have come across such a good opportunity. Unfortunately, despite his care, the clan had not produced many powerful ninjas. There was no helping it. There were simply too few people. Remember one thing. Nailua patted Siphon Jaiwan Baihua on the shoulder and warned, there will certainly be people coveting your position, but no matter who it is, you must not give it up. Yes, I understand. All right, go about your business. Nailua continued handling clan affairs and finished them all in no time. After all, it was a small clan. Although the Siphon Jaiwan clan could not yet help much, Nailua still supported them, for they were truly willing to die for. The members of the Siphon Jaiwan clan all understood who had brought them a better life. At the main gate of my hidden village, people came and went in a bustling flow most of the time. Civilians, ninjas, nobles, merchants. After registering, they could enter or exit through the gate. Of course, my village had more than just this one route and passage to the outside world. Phew. Shanzhong Yue, who had just returned from a secret side gate of my village, let out a breath. The past few days of missions had been tiring, but at least she was back in the village and could rest for a while. Still, she had to go to the Umbu base first, submit her mission, and only then change clothes and remove her mask. Shanzhong, you led her squad of 4 toward the Umbu base. My. Though they were back in the village, the 4 of them had not let down their guard. Sensing something amiss, they immediately focused on the forest not far away. Crack. A figure emerged from the woods, staring at Shanzhong Yue, who still wore her mask. Shanzhong Feng. Shanzhong Yu remained on alert. She frowned at the sudden appearance of Shanzhong Feng. Wasn't her elder brother the bodyguard of Jitsuin Tuanzang? Why was he here to intercept her? Lord Tuanzang wants to see you. Tall and sturdy with orange-yellow hair, Shanzhong Feng wore combat gear and bore no expression on his face. He stared at his sister as if he would take action if she did not follow him. I am a member of the Umbu under the command of Lord Siphon Jaiwan Nailua. Without orders from Lord Nailua and Lord Huang, I will not go with you. Shanzhong Feng slightly raised his eyebrows, lifted his black-gloved hands, and spread them toward Shanzhong Yu. Was he about to fight at the slightest disagreement? Clang! Shanzhong Yu and the Umbu ninjas behind her all drew their blades, aiming at Shanzhong Feng. The air between them bristled with murderous intent, as if a life-or-death battle could erupt at any moment. Don't get excited, Feng. Jitsuin Tuanzang slowly emerged from the dark forest, leaning on his cane, with another bodyguard following behind. Yun Tsugan of the Yun clan. Trouble. At that moment, one of the Umbu ninjas behind Shanzhong Yu quietly retreated and was about to turn and leave when he realized that a ninja had been watching him from behind who knows when. Reinforcements were not an option either. Without turning back, Shanzhong Yu knew that calling for help was impossible. Her mind raced through various strategies, but she dismissed them one by one. Tap, tap. Jitsuin Tuanzang approached step by step, leaning on his cane. The pressure he exuded grew stronger, and sweat began to drip from Shanzhong Yu's forehead. Bang! The cane struck the ground hard. Jitsuin Tuanzang spoke with an air of finality. You are a member of the root. Shanzhong Yu remained silent. Jitsuin Tuanzang never tolerated dissent. Seeing this scene, he still appeared calm and composed, as if he held the entire world in his grasp. It seems you have all forgotten the strict discipline of the root organization. Then Jitsuin Tuanzang fell silent, gazing calmly at Shanzhong Yu and her 3 companions. He believed that soon they would kneel before him and swear allegiance anew. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A suffocating silence. A crow cawed overhead. Why was there no reaction? A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, and Jitsuin Tuanzang immediately understood what had happened. The Shihōin Naraku seal had been undone. The other techniques hidden within the sealing technique had also vanished. Who undid it? I did. Everyone present suddenly snapped to attention. In the light that entered their pupils, it was as if a blazing sun had risen. Shadows receded little by little, and the chill quietly departed. Those present could not help but swallow. A wave of scorching heat swept toward them. Thump, thump, thump. Steady and powerful footsteps drew closer. Everyone squinted slightly as the sunlight slanted, and the newcomer finally revealed his full appearance. Siphon Jaiwan Naruto. With one hand in his pocket and a smile on his face, Naruto stepped forward and stood before Jitsuin Tuanzang. Patting the flames that leaped on his shoulders, Siphon Jaiwan Naruto looked at Jitsuin Tuanzang with curiosity. What is Senior Tuanzang doing here? Is there something you need with my subordinates? Then you can ask me directly. I know more. Jitsuin Tuanzang's expression remained unchanged, but the hand gripping his cane was now white-knuckled with veins. You should address me as Lord. Is that so? Naruto nodded seriously. In public we use titles, I understand. By the way, what is Senior Tuanzang's official title? Who are you exactly? Jitsuin Tuanzang's entire demeanor turned gloomy in an instant, but as a figure renowned throughout the ninja world, he was not so easily flustered. Senior, what were you just doing? Siphon Jaiwan Naruto's voice suddenly rose, and at the same time, he took a step forward, his eyes locked on Jitsuin Tuanzang. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shanzhong Feng and Yun Tsugan dashed in front of Jitsuin Tuanzang, simultaneously assuming combat stances against Siphon Jaiwan Naruto, while another ninja guarded Tuanzang's flank. Whoosh! At the same instant, the four Umbu, led by Shanzhong, moved to shield Naruto. Only Jitsuin Tuanzang and Siphon Jaiwan Naruto kept their eyes fixed on each other without shifting, as if oblivious to the commotion around them. A gust of wind rustled through the forest, leaves whispering in the breeze. Shihōin Naraku and Shimura Danzo stood motionless, exchanging silent, inscrutable gazes. The two leaders uttered no words, made no move. Yamanaka Suki and the ANBU members unhesitatingly positioned themselves before Shihōin Naraku. Having chosen their path, they would walk it resolutely. Even if the enemy ninja standing opposite was her own brother, she would not retreat. The sun above had been obscured by clouds, its light filtering through the gloom to cast a cold, oppressive aura over the surroundings. Shihōin Naraku and Shimura Danzo continued their silent standoff, neither willing to yield. The atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense and perilous. Yamanaka Suki tightened her grip on the katana, ready to strike at any moment. Beside Shimura Danzo, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun slightly bent their bodies, also prepared for battle. Fu stand down. Perhaps unwilling to openly clash at this moment, or perhaps lacking confidence, Shimura Danzo ultimately took a step back. Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun, thoroughly indoctrinated, immediately withdrew upon hearing Danzo's command and retreated behind him. Shihōin Naraku raised an eyebrow. This was both expected and unexpected. Perhaps Shimura Danzo realized that Naraku would never yield, so he chose to back down. After all, Naraku was young, and a bit of arrogance was understandable. Youth without vigor. What else could it be? Since Shimura Danzo had conceded, Naraku had no intention of settling the matter here and now. He waved his hand, and Yamanaka Suki and the others retreated behind him. You've grown so fast. I should have taken you under my command. Shimura Danzo's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Naraku, lightly tapping his cane on the ground. Danzo's veiled implication was clear. Even if you had wanted to join Root back then, I wouldn't have accepted you. What a pity. But I don't like Root. No, not dislike. I hate it. Shihōin Naraku was unyielding with his words. Where's Root now? You talk to me about this. He had no intention of wasting more words with Shimura Danzo. Their relationship was beyond repair, so let the final victor decide. Just as Naraku was about to turn and leave with his subordinates, he saw Shimura Danzo wave his hand. Yamanaka Fu and the other two instantly vanished from sight. What does this mean? Does he have something to say? Naraku then let Yamanaka Suki and the others return to the ANBU to report their mission while he remained behind. Naraku wasn't worried that Shimura Danzo would attack him directly. As a prominent figure in Konoha holding an official position, killing Naraku would be equivalent to betraying the village. If Danzo wanted to eliminate him, he would have to resort to indirect methods, just as he had with Hitaki Tsukumo, manipulating circumstances to bring about Naraku's demise. What do you want to say? Shihōin Naraku spoke directly. Now that only the two of them remained, he meant for Danzo to speak plainly. But suddenly Naraku's hair stood on end, alarms blaring in his mind. His entire being snapped into a combat state. In an instant, a wild, killing intent threatened to burst forth. Fortunately, the next second Naraku regained his composure. Shimura Danzo, somewhat puzzled by Naraku's reaction, lowered the hand that had been touching his bandaged right eye. What was with that reaction? Wait, could he know something? Danzo's face darkened. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't believe Naraku would know the truth about his bandage. You just thought you were about to make a move. Naraku waved dismissively. His reaction had indeed been excessive, but he couldn't help it. Hidden beneath Shimura Danzo's bandages was a Mangekyo Sharingan that I was stolen from Uchiha Shursui. And within that Mangekyo Sharingan resided the most powerful Jinjutsu in the ninja world, Kodo Amatsukami. Kodo Amatsukami could manipulate consciousness without a trace, completely controlling the target without their awareness, robbing them of autonomy. That was why Naraku had overreacted. He thought Shimura Danzo was about to use Konoha Tsukumi on him, taking control of his mind, so he had instinctively prepared to kill the man. Naraku's answer seemed plausible, and Shimura Danzo reluctantly set aside his doubts. However, a man as paranoid and cautious as he would never truly trust anyone. It was foreseeable that Danzo would secretly test Naraku in the future, trying to ascertain exactly what he needed. This attitude was understandable. Konoha Tsukumi was central to many of Danzo's plans, and concealed numerous secrets. He would never allow anyone to discover this trump card. Some time ago, Hiruzen asked me. Shimura Danzo wasted no more time. He straightforwardly recounted the meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen about the selection of the 5th Hokage candidate. What? Shihōin Naraku was taken aback. He really hadn't known about this. Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to make him Hokage. Even if it was just as a candidate, Naraku was confident that Kakashi couldn't surpass him. If he became a candidate, the Hokage position would surely not slip away. But this sudden news disrupted his plans, catching him off guard. In his calculations, the 5th Hokage would undoubtedly be Tsunade. Based on that assumption, he had secretly made many preparations, including dismantling the medical emergency squad, all to gain more benefits when Tsunade returned. Now he himself might become the 5th Hokage. It was rather sudden. Seeing Shihōin Naraku's obvious agitation, Shimura Danzo smiled inwardly with satisfaction. Just as expected, it was only natural. Every shinobi of Konohagakure dreamed of becoming Hokage. A stroll through the ninja academy would reveal that the majority of students, not yet grown, also aspired to be Hokage. This childhood dream was an irresistible temptation for any Konoha ninja. Even Shimura Danzo himself was no exception. Becoming Hokage had become an unshakable obsession, one for which he would sacrifice everything. Thus, in his view, Shihōin Naraku could not be immune, and the man's reaction confirmed it perfectly. A smile appeared on his face as Shimura Danzo turned and slowly walked away, leaning on his cane. Excited by the news, aren't you? But you have an opponent, Hatake Kakashi. Go contend with him for that position. These thoughts flickered through his mind as Shimura Danzo gradually disappeared into the distance. This guy, Shihōin Naraku, watched his retreating figure somewhat speechless. Never misses a chance to pull his schemes. Danzo's intention was blatantly obvious. He was telling Naraku outright that he wanted him and Kakashi to fight fiercely for the Hokage position. This was an open scheme. Even if one saw through Danzo's motive, they couldn't escape. The allure of becoming Hokage was far too great. No one could claim they were unmoved. Even Shihōin Naraku couldn't deny he was interested. But unlike others, his desire to become Hokage was merely to gain a chance to draw a lottery, break his limits, and grow stronger. Troublesome. I need to think carefully. Naraku frowned in contemplation, but he couldn't make a decision so quickly. My lord. Yamanaka Suki suddenly appeared, rousing Naraku from his thoughts. Oh, you haven't left yet. Let's go back together. Naraku knew that Yamanaka Suki and the others were worried about his safety, which was why they hadn't left, but had waited at a distance. They had seen Danzo leave and Naraku standing still for a long time, so they came to check on him. In the base of the Leaf Village's Umbu, sitting in his office, Shihōin Naraku was lost in thought. Leaning back in his chair, he propped his feet on the edge of the desk and gently swayed his body. Mito Minyan and Uchiha Kanomaru are worried about the loss of their power, so they oppose my candidacy and support Hatake Kakashi instead. The 3rd Hokage should lean more towards me, otherwise Nara Shikaka wouldn't support me. He must have seen through Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, that's why he spoke up. Shikaku is a clever man. Although Danzo hasn't said anything, he surely supports no one. He wants to become Hokage himself. Shimizu Danzo's news to Shihōin Naraku wasn't very detailed, but Naraku managed to guess the general details. So if that's the case, my chances of becoming Hokage are actually greater than Hatake Kakashi's. Wait. Does that mean I have to go and be a mentor for Uzumaki Naruto and the others? Naraku scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. This news had thrown his plans into disarray. No, the plan for the collapse of the Leaf Village is about to happen now. Regardless of who is chosen, the 5th Hokage will still be Tsunade. Not necessarily. After the collapse plan of the Leaf Village unfolds, the village would suffer significant damage. According to the original story, it lost many excellent ninjas led by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, with more than half of the village's combat power disappearing. This dire situation is something Hatake Kakashi cannot withstand. Moreover, he hadn't been a mentor for Uzumaki Naruto's team for long, so in many aspects he truly wasn't as suitable as Tsunade to become Hokage. But now with Shihōin Naraku around, the losses in the Leaf Village would certainly not be as severe as before. Given Naraku's strength and qualifications, he might indeed be able to bypass Tsunade and directly become Hokage. After all, by that time the 3rd Hokage would already be dead, and the severe situation of the Leaf Village would not allow for any delays. In this case, Naraku might very well become the 5th Hokage. After all, there is still a distinction between Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi. What is going on? The more I think about it, the more likely I am to become Hokage. Naruto's mind was racing with various thoughts as he tried to predict the future changes. With his presence in this world, everything could be different. Actually, I wouldn't mind being Hokage, it's just that. Naruto's view of the Hokage position was merely related to the lottery qualifications from the system, since there are benefits involved enhancing his strength. Of course, if he truly became Hokage, he would fulfill his duties normally. System, if I directly advance to Hokage from my current position, how many lottery qualifications will I gain? The host can obtain up to 5 lottery qualifications. At least 3, at most 5. The highest possible from becoming Hokage. However, this is somewhat of a... After all, his position could also be elevated from the deputy captain of the Umbu to the captain, and from the deputy minister of medical affairs to the minister. Even if all are minimum reward qualifications, he could accumulate 6 times, which was the promotion plan he set for himself. But if he directly became Hokage, there was no need to say more. The key point is that once I become Hokage, I need to stay in the Leaf Village for a long time. Everywhere would be under the gaze of others, making it troublesome to do anything else. Thinking of this, Naruto felt a bit of a headache. Becoming Hokage now would have too great an impact on him, bringing many drawbacks and few benefits. No, I still need to follow the original plan. Hatake Kakashi leaves the Umbu to become a mentor. I will rise to the position of the Umbu captain. When Tsunade returns to become the 5th Hokage, I will be the Minister of Medical Affairs along with future Hokage assistant positions, maximizing the benefits. After a long contemplation, Naruto made up his mind to stick to his original plan. Directly becoming Hokage would be a huge loss. This carries a significant risk for his strength enhancement. Naruto has never forgotten how dangerous the world of Hokage can be later on, with shadow-level enemies emerging one after another, not to mention the mysterious Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, for him, enhancing his strength is of utmost importance. So now the most important thing is to ensure that Hatake Kakashi becomes the mentor for Uzumaki Naruto and the others. Naruto now must ensure he is not selected by the 3rd Hokage. Let me think. Shihōin Naraku hadn't figured out how to ensure his disqualification when the order from the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived. What the hell? They want me to be a bodyguard for Uzumaki Naruto. Upon receiving this task, Naruto was completely stunned. No way the 3rd old man wouldn't have already decided to make him a candidate for Hokage, would he? This is a big deal. Quickly leaving the Umbu base, Naruto prepared to find the 3rd Hokage. Directly declining the Hokage position was also a good idea. Wait. Lost in thought, Naruto didn't hear someone calling him and rushed towards the Hokage building. It wasn't until he saw Hatake Kakashi appear beside him that he realized. What's up? I have things to do today. You are going to guard Uzumaki Naruto, right? A hint of helplessness flashed in Kakashi's deadpan eyes. He had also received the order from the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. How do you know? Turns out we both received this task. Realizing this, Naruto let out a sigh of relief, as it seemed things were not yet settled, giving him time. Understood. The 3rd old man seems to plan to observe through this task who between him and Kakashi is more suitable to be the mentor. Okay, that settles it. Naruto felt relieved and followed Hatake Kakashi to find Uzumaki Naruto. At the ninja school. Shihōin Naraku almost burst out laughing as he witnessed a hilariously funny scene. Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji had been kicked out of the classroom by Irika Yumino for sleeping in class, and were now standing in the corridor as punishment. However, the 3 of them completely failed to learn their lesson, chatting in the corridor, eating snacks, and even dozing off. Meanwhile, Hatake Kakashi stood to the side, his face devoid of any smile, instead looking at Uzumaki Naruto with a complex expression. Whoosh. Lord Kakashi. Lord Naruto. Tenzo appeared on the lush tree where Naruto and Kakashi stood. Since it was during a task, he greeted them respectfully. You guys carry on with your business, don't mind us. Yes. Tenzo glanced at the silent Kakashi, who was currently enveloped in a low-pressure state, completely ignoring him. Naruto waved his hand, and Tenzo had to leave. Once Tenzo returned to his ninja team, he was immediately met with everyone's attention. The 2 lords must have other tasks. Let's continue. Yes. Casting a glance at Tenzo and the hidden positions of the ninja team, Naruto had no intention of getting involved with them, whether it was protection or surveillance. These individuals had their own rules to follow. The sensory ninjas from the Yamashiro clan and the branch family of the Hyuga are indeed suitable candidates. Ninjas from these 2 clans were indeed suitable for either surveillance or protection, ensuring that Uzumaki Naruto would hardly escape their watchful eyes. By the way, Naruto curiously stroked his chin, recalling something. The ninjas from the Hyuga clan, due to their Byakugan, are undoubtedly the best choices for monitoring and protecting Naruto. Have they noticed that their young lady Hinata Hyuga likes Naruto? At this moment, Hinata Hyuga is the heir of the main family, and her status is not low. Could it be that Hayashi Hyuga has already contemplated making Naruto his son-in-law to enjoy a life filled with Byakugan after marriage? How interesting. These two are really. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, exhaled a cloud of smoke. Before him lay a crystal-clear orb, and on its surface the figures of two individuals were reflected. Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi. Through the telescope technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen was observing their movements. He had often used this jutsu to monitor the entire Konohagakure. Originally, Hiruzen had assigned Naraku and Kakashi as temporary bodyguards for Naruto, hoping to gauge their performance to decide who would ultimately become Naruto's instructor, as well as the candidate for Hokage. But now seeing them, neither was reliable. Naraku leaned against a tree trunk, his bored demeanor showing he wasn't taking the mission seriously at all. And Kakashi was even worse, lost in his own world long ago. Others might not notice, but Hiruzen could see right through Kakashi's thoughts. At that moment, Hiruzen felt like eliminating both of them. Naraku not taking it seriously is one thing, but Kakashi's problem. Hiruzen set his pipe aside with a troubled frown. After all these years, Hatake Kakashi still hadn't moved on from the past. This was a major issue. Even without the Hokage candidacy, with Kakashi's current mindset, he wasn't even qualified to be a jōnin. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. Let's keep watching. Both Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi were hidden among the dense foliage, invisible from the outside. Leaning against the trunk, Naraku occasionally glanced at Naruto, who was dozing off on the school corridor, letting his mind wander. But soon he grew exasperated. Hatake Kakashi was still trapped in his own gloomy mood, unable to snap out of it. Enough already. Hey Kakashi. Naraku lightly tapped the tree branch, and the slight tremor finally startled Kakashi. I know those events back then hit you hard, but it's been years. You haven't recovered, and this can't go on. Kakashi looked at Naraku's serious expression. He knew he couldn't keep dwelling on the past, but such things were beyond one's will. Alright, stop wallowing. School's out. The bell rang at the ninja academy, and children burst out laughing and playing as they left. The scene was lively and amusing. Parents waiting at the gate picked up their children one by one, but most deliberately avoided Uzumaki Naruto. They spoke harsh words instructing their kids not to play with him. The academy gradually quieted down. Watching the adults take their children away, Naruto could only walk home. Seeing the solitary figure under the setting sun, Naraku frowned slightly and followed with Kakashi. Gulp. Staring at the steaming, fragrant street stall, Naruto couldn't help but swallow. He reached into his pocket, and the clinking of a few coins made him abandon the idea. Forget it, I don't like this stuff anyway. There's plenty of instant noodles at home. I love instant noodles. As if convincing himself, Naruto tried to look away, but the drool at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. However, the stall owner soon spotted him, a look of disgust and aversion fixed on Naruto, making his expression darken. He immediately turned and ran off. He should have money. Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi stood before the stall. Kakashi had seen what happened, but he was puzzled. The village must have provided Naruto with a living allowance. Didn't you see the owner's expression? Besides, he probably has no money now. No money. Kakashi was confused, but then he understood without Naraku's explanation. Indeed, Konohagakure gave Naruto a monthly allowance. Considering his identity as the fourth Hokage's orphan, no one would dare embezzle it. The person who delivered the money was Hiruzen himself. He visited Naruto at the beginning of every month and handed over the allowance. But the problem was that Naruto was just a child. He had no idea how to spend or save money. As soon as he got the allowance, he'd blow through it, leaving only a few coins. That's what any normal kid would do. However, as Naruto grew up and became a ninja, he did start saving money. Until Jiraiya swiped it all, Naruto ran home, ate a simple bowl of instant noodles, and then slipped out, unable to stay in the house. That home was too cold and lonely. Staying there only made him feel isolated. Only outside could he feel the presence of others in the world, even if they often looked at him with hatred, disgust, and aversion. Creak. Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi pushed open the door and entered Naruto's mess. Clutter piled everywhere, an unmade futon, a half-eaten bowl of instant noodles with only broth left. This chaotic scene was Naruto's home. A bit outrageous, but he's only 12. Understandable. Naraku looked around. The room wasn't large, but it had basic amenities, even a refrigerator. Kakashi silently observed everything, then stepped inside. He picked up an empty milk carton from the table and immediately spotted a problem. What's wrong? This milk is expired. Naraku was stunned and realized he had seen this scene somewhere before. The third Hokage went too far. Naraku opened the fridge, which was packed with milk. Naruto's life shouldn't be like this. That's because Naruto's identity is too important. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared, pipe in hand, walking slowly into the room. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot have any issues. Shihōin Naraku looked at Hiruzen with disapproval, pointing around the room. Besides being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto is also the son of the fourth Hokage. The descendants of those who sacrificed for the village shouldn't suffer like this. Hiruzen's expression grew serious. He fell silent. The three of them stood in silence. To be honest, Naraku couldn't understand the ninja world's attitude toward tailed beast Jinchuriki. They treated them as weapons, yet didn't treat them well, allowing them to be bullied, hated, and rejected. It was unimaginable. Something so dangerous, and they kept provoking the Jinchuriki, as if hoping this super nuclear bomb would explode. In Naraku's opinion, a Jinchuriki going berserk was a normal reaction. After being treated so poorly, it would be strange if they remained stable. I know how important the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is to Konoha, but this treatment is far from good. Shihōin Naraku knew that Yuan Fei Risen disliked his words, yet he still voiced them. Once Shihōin Naraku found it strange that if Jiraiya was always away from the village, his ignorance of Naruto's life was somewhat understandable. But Chimu Kakashi was right there in Konoha. Why had he never shown concern for his master's son? Only after arriving in the Naruto world did Shihōin Naraku realize that Yuan Fei Risen had personally ordered the concealment of Uzumaki Naruto's identity, strictly forbidding anyone from getting close to him. And Kakashi, traumatized by successive blows coupled with the Hokage's orders, was naturally unable to. Only this could explain why the comrades and friends of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze never appeared. Not to mention caring for Naruto, not even a helping hand was ever extended. But Shihōin Naraku could never understand why Yuan Fei Risen had suppressed the news that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, yet allowed the rumor that he was the demon fox to spread unchecked. Confronted with Shihōin Naraku's confusion, Yuan Fei Risen offered little explanation, merely giving him a deep look. I am the Hokage. These decisions stand as they are. Chimu Kakashi opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end he remained silent. After Yuan Fei Risen left, Chimu Kakashi sighed wearily. What you said just now. I see nothing wrong with it, just the truth. Shihōin Naraku pointed at Chimu Kakashi, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Just wait until Naruto grows up. These things can't be hidden forever. Then we'll see how you face him. If the Red Hot Pepper were still alive, do you think Uzumaki Kushina wouldn't whip you with her adamant sealing chains? Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina were so good to you and Obito, and you two have done nothing but mess with their son. Face him. Chimu Kakashi gave a bitter smile. I can't even get my own life together. Shihōin Naraku shot him a look of disdain. The two of them took one last look at Naruto's room before leaving. Soon they found Naruto in the hills behind Konoha. Seems like he just went catching fish. Yeah, he's soaked through. His clothes are drying on a tree over there. Seeing Naruto bare-chested, having already gathered a pile of firewood and preparing to light a fire, Shihōin Naraku pondered for a moment before stepping out from the shadows. Looks like he doesn't really like instant noodles. It's just that they're cheap and convenient. Naraku, do you think? As he spoke, Chimu Kakashi turned to look beside him, only to find with astonishment that Shihōin Naraku, who had been right next to him, was gone. Turning around, Chimu Kakashi was horrified to see Shihōin Naraku boldly walking straight. This stunned not only him, but also Tianzong and the ninja squad on alert, who had no idea what to do. Should they stop him? But Shihōin Naraku and Chimu Kakashi were on a different mission. Really? Chimu Kakashi scratched his head in frustration, sighed after a moment's thought, and also stepped out from the shadows. Back in the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei Risen stared at the scene displayed on the crystal ball, smoking his pipe in silence. Huh. Why won't it catch? Naruto scratched his blonde hair in frustration, but quickly resumed blowing on the. In his attempt to start a fire, Naruto had gotten himself rather messy, his face smudged like a little cat. Perhaps too focused on the task, he didn't notice Shihōin Naraku standing right in front of him. You need to leave some space under the woodpile for it to catch. Who? The little blonde was startled by the sudden voice, jumping a foot in the air and frantically looking around. Then Naruto saw a black-haired youth sitting on a nearby rock, holding a branch with none other than the fish he had so painstakingly caught. Hey, that's my fish. Shihōin Naraku waved the branch, showing it to Naruto. Yeah, I just caught it. Naruto extended his own sooty hand, insisting that the fish was indeed his. As he spoke, Naruto cautiously approached Shihōin Naraku. He was keenly aware that this person was different. There was no malice or disgust in his demeanor. That made Naruto very happy. Apart from a few like Iruka Sensei and the old man Hokage, this person also didn't seem to hate him. You want to eat it? If you do, I can give it to you. I can always catch more. I'm really good at this. I often catch big fish. Naruto tried to appear nonchalant, but his dirty face betrayed his true feelings. He was afraid this person would refuse his fish. Seeing Naruto strike a pose of exaggerated confidence, Shihōin Naraku grinned smugly. I wasn't planning to give it back anyway. I'm hungry too. With that, he placed the branch with the fish beside a rock, claiming it as his own, as if to say no one else could touch. Grown-ups are so sneaky. Naruto pretended to be angry, but the joy on his face was impossible to. Oh, who told you that grown-ups are sneaky? Shihōin Naraku snapped his fingers, and a small flame landed on the woodpile, instantly igniting a fire. Shikamaru told me. He said grown-ups are sneaky and troublesome. Naruto explained casually, his eyes sparkling as he watched Shihōin Naraku arrange the fish over the fire to roast. That sounds like something a Nara would say. Uncle, do you know Shikamaru too? No, I know his father. Wait, what did you call me? Shihōin Naraku jerked his head up, glaring fiercely at Naruto. Look at my face. Do I look like an uncle? Naruto wasn't scared at all. He edged closer, for he could always read people's emotions. Though Shihōin Naraku's tone was harsh, there was no ill intent. Only a playful teasing of a child. Why are you getting so close? Shihōin Naraku muttered, turning his attention back to the roasting fish. Big brother, was that a ninjutsu just now? Are you a ninja from the village? Naruto blinked, staring at Shihōin Naraku with eager anticipation, though his soot-smudged face made his expression somewhat comical. Big brother. Fine, I'll accept that. You mean ninjutsu? Like this? Shihōin Naraku opened his palm toward Naruto, and with a soft puff of flame ignited in the center, its dancing light illuminating Naruto's grimy face. Wow! Naruto burst into excited cries, his eyes fixed on the crimson flame in Shihōin Naraku's palm, his expression brimming with longing. Wow! Naruto burst into excited cries, his eyes fixed on the crimson flame in Shihōin. In the forest behind Konoha's mountain, Shihōin Naraku and Uzumaki Naruto sat before a blazing campfire. The wood crackled and popped, and the fish, roasted for some time, had begun to emit an enticing aroma. Uzumaki Naruto eagerly pestered Shihōin Naraku with chatter, the sizzling, oil-dripping grilled fish failing to draw his attention away. By now they had exchanged names, and in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes he had gained a good friend. Shihōin Naraku's gaze fell on the grilled fish. He casually picked it up and turned it over. It's about ready to eat. Go wash your face. Oh. Uzumaki Naruto jumped up, dashed to the riverbank, scrubbed his face and hands vigorously, then ran back like a gust of wind. First, bring your jacket over here and put it near the fire so it dries quickly. Okay. Uzumaki Naruto was truly obedient. Whatever Shihōin Naraku said, he did, afraid of angering Naraku and losing this newfound friend. So delicious. Shihōin Naraku split the grilled fish in two and ate without ceremony. Uzumaki Naruto likewise held his portion and ate with relish. It's strange. Uzumaki Naruto was very curious why his own grilled fish, despite being made for so long, never tasted good. Why is my grilled fish so bad? Ignoring Uzumaki Naruto's curiosity, Shihōin Naraku glanced back and saw Hatake Kakashi standing behind a large tree not far away, for some reason not coming out. Hatake Kakashi was also troubled. Mainly, he really didn't know how to face Uzumaki Naruto, so he could only watch from the shadows as Uzumaki Naruto and Shihōin Naraku sat by the fire eating grilled fish, and Hatake Kakashi himself felt utterly pathetic. Hey, you passing by, could you help me buy some food from the village? Hatake Kakashi was watching the two when he noticed Shihōin Naraku waving at him. He instinctively pointed at himself, and then saw Shihōin Naraku nod to confirm that he had seen correctly. It was him. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto was startled and turned his head to look where Shihōin Naraku was waving. He immediately saw Hatake Kakashi reluctantly emerging from behind the large tree. Who was this person? When did he appear? Hatake Kakashi's appearance was quite striking, especially with his Konoha forehead protector and mask covering most of his face, leaving only one eye exposed. So Uzumaki Naruto immediately fixed his gaze on Hatake Kakashi, making Kakashi feel a bit Shihōin Naraku raised an eyebrow at Kakashi, indicating he was doing it on purpose. I'll leave it to you, young man. Hurry back. Blinking his lifeless fish eyes, Hatake Kakashi turned and left under Uzumaki Naruto's curious gaze, then quickly walked to where Tenzo and the ninja squad were hidden. Tenzo looked somewhat bewildered at Hatake Kakashi appearing before him, then heard Kakashi say to him, Tenzo, you are my most trusted junior. Leave the shopping to you. Hurry up. So the trusted junior gets bullied, huh? Senior Hatake Kakashi, do you even hear what you're saying? Of course, these words Tenzo could only mutter silently in his heart. However, Tenzo was quick to react. He turned to the ninja in the squad, and with an expression of entrusting a great responsibility said, Xiangjuan, I'm leaving this shopping task to you. Be quick. One rank higher can crush you. The ANBU ninja codenamed Xiangjuan looked at his superior speechlessly, then turned and dashed swiftly toward Konoha village to buy the goods. There was no help for it. For an ANBU, orders were orders and must be carried out. Thus, an extremely rare scene occurred at the snack stalls and food shops in Konoha village. An ANBU ninja, completely hidden under robes and a mask, swept away a large amount of food with whirlwind speed, dropped money and vanished in an instant like a gust of wind, while the customers and shopkeepers present hadn't even realized what had happened. These food items were passed along from ANBU member Xiangjuan to Tenzo, then from Tenzo to Hatake Kakashi, who then carried them and handed them to Shihōin Naraku. Sit down, why are you standing? Shihōin Naraku opened the packed food and placed it in the middle of the three. Naruto, eat with us. You gave me half of your grilled fish, so I'm treating you. Uzumaki Naruto did not reach out. Instead, he hesitated and looked at Shihōin Naraku. Even he could see that the fish he had caught couldn't compare to all this food before him. Shihōin Naraku also saw the embarrassment in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, so he simply took a skewer of dumplings and bit into it. Eat up. I'm telling you, Naruto, I'm very rich. I'm a jōnin of Konoha. You know what a jōnin is, right? They're very wealthy. Hatake Kakashi also picked up a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth. Anyway, the money for these purchases would be reimbursed by the ANBU, so why not eat? But Shihōin Naraku claiming to be rich was not wrong. Although he didn't know the exact amount, Hatake Kakashi was well aware of how wealthy the medical emergency unit was, and as its director, Shihōin Naraku couldn't possibly not have some money. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up, and he leaned in. Naraka-senpai is a jōnin. Then you must be very— Shihōin Naraku lifted his chin, looking extremely proud, and boasted, there aren't many people in the whole Konoha village who are stronger than me. A kid like you still in the ninja academy wouldn't understand. At this, Uzumaki Naruto became a bit skeptical and said, really? Isn't the third Hokage the strongest ninja? The Hokage was the strongest ninja. This was a belief instilled in many children in Konoha since childhood, and Uzumaki Naruto also thought. Shihōin Naraku waved his hand dismissively, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. That's why kids your age don't understand. The Hokage is indeed strong, but he's old now. He's definitely no match for a young man like me. With just one sneak attack, I can defeat the Hokage. Huh. Shihōin Naraku's unabashed boasting stunned the two present, as well as Tenzo, and the ANBU members hidden in the shadows. Through the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was spying on them, couldn't help but cough. He too was startled by Shihōin Naraku's words. This brat lies so arrogantly. I really need to find a chance to teach him a lesson. How dare he doubt his strength? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also furious. Ahem, Naraku, don't talk nonsense. The Hokage's strength is indeed very strong. Naruto is not wrong. Hatake Kakashi finally couldn't help but speak. TCH. Shihōin Naraku pursed his lips, a sight that gave Hatake Kakashi a headache. It was strange, how did he feel that Naraku was a bit off today? Hatake Kakashi's reaction was quick. Although he didn't know what was going on, Shihōin Naraku was indeed a bit unusual. Although Uzumaki Naruto still had some doubts about Shihōin Naraku's words, he believed in him, as he was quite an impressive ninja. Brother Naraku, do you think I can become a powerful ninja like you? After asking, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Shihōin Naraku with wide eyes, waiting for his response. You? Shihōin Naraku pretended to be thoughtful, circling around Uzumaki Naruto to size him up. Naruto instinctively stood taller and perked up. Although you are far from my level, you definitely have the potential to become an outstanding ninja. Hearing this evaluation from Shihōin Naraku, Uzumaki Naruto was so happy that he almost burst into tears. As the underdog, he was amazed to receive such praise. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's uncontrollable joy, Hatake Kakashi curiously asked in a low voice, are you so sure? Of course. Shihōin Naraku replied quietly. The child born of the fourth Hokage and the Uzumaki clan's descendant, how could his talent be lacking? Recalling his teacher Minato Namikaze's extraordinary talent, Hatake Kakashi nodded in agreement. He understood how powerful his teacher was. He was a ninja who could scare off enemies just by his name. Believe it or not, this child can extract chakra better than you can. Shihōin Naraku raised an eyebrow provocatively, a teasing smile on his face. Wow, isn't that a bit condescending? However, considering Naruto's Uzumaki lineage, Hatake Kakashi realized that he couldn't compare in terms of chakra quantity. While they were chatting, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been so happy, suddenly felt down. This was rare, as he was usually very optimistic and confident. What's wrong? You suddenly became gloomy. Brother Naraku, I'm the underdog in school. Although he claimed not to care, being the underdog still left Uzumaki Naruto feeling a bit dejected. Underdog. Naruto, you should know that true strong ones rise up from being the underdogs. Shihōin Naraku's expression turned serious as he looked at Uzumaki Naruto and patted his shoulder, saying, in Konoha's jōnin ranks there is a ninja. He is not good at ninjutsu and cannot use jinjutsu, but he has great talent in taijutsu. Moreover, he was almost given up by the ninja academy because everyone thought he could never become a ninja, but he never gave up. Since he couldn't master ninjutsu and jinjutsu, he dedicated all his efforts to taijutsu. Hatake Kakashi immediately knew who he was talking about, his friend Might Guy. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto listened attentively to Shihōin Naraku's words, not even daring to blink. So what about this person now? A person who is not good at ninjutsu and jinjutsu, only skilled in taijutsu. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't imagine how this person became a ninja. Now, Shihōin Naraku raised his thumb and smiled, saying, he is the strongest taijutsu ninja in Konoha. His taijutsu is stronger than anyone else's. Even the third Hokage is not his match in taijutsu. This person is already a very powerful jōnin, having made significant contributions to Konoha and defeated countless enemies. Hatake Kakashi nodded in agreement as he used to think Might Guy had talent in taijutsu, but now he realized that only Might Guy possessed such talent. Having fought with Might Guy multiple times, Hatake Kakashi understood how heavy his punches were. Every confrontation left him with injuries. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage office watched with satisfaction as Shihōin Naraku inspired Uzumaki Naruto, appreciating this teaching method that could cultivate better qualities in Naruto. The example of Might Guy was also very fitting. He was indeed someone worth Uzumaki Naruto learning from. Naruto, do you know how this person succeeded? Uzumaki Naruto shook his head, eagerly anticipating Shihōin Naraku's answer. It's through relentless effort. It's an indomitable will. It's an unparalleled confidence. If running 1,000 meters doesn't make you stronger, then run 10,000 meters. If throwing punches 1,000 times doesn't make you stronger, then throw punches 10,000 times. This is the answer. With each sentence Shihōin Naraku spoke, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up more and more until he seemed to ignite with passion. The last remnants of his earlier gloom had long since vanished. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Shihōin Naraku. His words were truly inspiring. I understand. I will also be like this person and never give up. I will follow through and strive to become a ninja. This is my ninja way. At that moment, the fighting spirit ignited in Uzumaki Naruto, inspired everyone present. Shihōin Naraku was also surprised, realizing that Naruto's ninja way was sparked by his encouragement. With that said, perhaps I have some talent for verbal persuasion. The spirited Uzumaki Naruto swallowed his food excitedly, feeling a surge of passion that he didn't know how to express. Brother Naraku, I want to unleash my self-created transformation technique to show you my will and determination. With renewed spirit, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but show off, jumping to an empty space and forming hand seals. Hey, wait a minute. Sexy jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a voluptuous blonde beauty appeared before everyone. The voluptuous blonde beauty struck a very seductive pose and blew a kiss towards Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi. How about that? This is my self-created transformation technique. Even Iruka Sensei fell for this technique. In that instant, all the inspiring spirits in the air vanished, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Hatake Kakashi twitched his mouth, completely at a loss for words. Is Uzumaki Naruto really the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki? Is there a chance of being switched at birth? Bang! As he watched Uzumaki Naruto's transformation approach him, Shihōin Naraku kicked him away. Uzumaki Naruto fell directly into a thick patch of grass, startling a flock of birds. Boring jutsu. Hatake Kakashi gave this transformation technique a rather dismissive evaluation. Hearing this, Shihōin Naraku thought of something and couldn't stop laughing. Who would have thought that this ridiculous transformation technique, which appeared at the beginning, would one day save the world? From the lovesick Haruno Sakura to the progenitor of chakra Otsutsuki Kagaya, all fell victim to this technique. In comparison, the Sharingan Rinnegan would release and Ninetales chakra all seemed insignificant. From this perspective, Uzumaki Naruto is truly a genius. Uchiha Sasuke is far behind. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a piece of white paper to wipe his nose, which bore clear blood stains. Cough, this Naruto kid is truly full of surprises. Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed that he had been caught off guard, but fortunately no one had seen it. For the elderly, the threat of seduction techniques is indeed significant. The third Hokage has already decided to have Naruto Uzumaki seal away such dangerous ninjutsu, otherwise more people would be harmed. Ugh, why is there bird droppings? After some commotion, Naruto Uzumaki tumbled out from the bushes, brushing off the grass clippings on him, while complaining, "Why did Brother Naraku kick me? My seduction technique is actually quite powerful. I should have kicked harder after all, you're tough." Naraku from the Shimazuki clan rolled his eyes. He casually helped brush off the grass clippings on Naruto, who stiffened momentarily before desperately holding back tears. "We just saw your best ninjutsu, what are you worst at? Let's see, maybe we can help you learn, you know we're jōnin." "Oh, alright." Using the opportunity to turn around, Naruto inadvertently wiped the corner of his eye, while Naraku and Kakashi Hatake pretended not to see. Even the slightest concern nearly overwhelmed this emotionally starved child. Naruto concealed a vague feeling in his heart, rallying his spirits. Today he felt in excellent shape, and was sure he could perfectly execute the ninjutsu he struggled with. He was confident. Shadow clone technique. Bang, puff. A sound akin to a deflating balloon echoed, and everyone turned to see a lump resembling mud appear at Naruto's feet. And that was Naruto's clone. Failed again. But next time I will definitely succeed. I've grasped the key. Naruto was cheering himself on while the others had expressions that indicated they couldn't bear to look. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slammed his hand on the table. Only Naraku from the Shimazuki clan appeared thoughtful, realizing why Naruto had mastered the multi-shadow clone technique. It all made sense. The The third Hokage indeed put considerable thought into this. Brother Naraku, give me one more chance, I will succeed. No need, this clone technique is not suitable for you. Indeed. Kakashi Hatake also recognized the issue. As a ninja who had copied thousands of techniques, he quickly pinpointed the problem. The clone technique was indeed not suited for Naruto. Because the seal of the Nine Tails is located in Naruto's Dantian, where chakra circulates and gathers, the chakra inadvertently leaked by the Nine Tails causes chaos, making it difficult for Naruto to control chakra accurately. The key to the clone technique is chakra control. Even a small amount of chakra is fine. However, these two factors are completely opposite in Naruto's case. He possesses an astonishing amount of chakra, but has very weak control. Thus his attempts to release the clone technique repeatedly fail. On the other hand, the multi-shadow clone technique unintentionally fits Naruto's characteristics. It requires a large amount of chakra, but does not demand strict control, which is why he can learn it quickly. After all, Naruto is not afraid of wasting chakra, as some becomes chaotic due to the Nine Tails. As long as more chakra circulates and gathers successfully, he can complete the release of the technique. In the future, there will be no need for concern. Once Naruto and the Nine Tails reconcile, this issue will Seeing that Naruto didn't understand why his clone technique failed, Kakashi advised, since you can't manage the clone technique for now, you might consider practicing the substitution technique. You don't need to train for your transformation technique anymore. But Naruto scratched his head in frustration, muttering, Iruka Sensei said the graduation exam is the clone technique. Why doesn't Iruka Sensei test my transformation technique, which is clearly so powerful? Bang! Naraku from the Shimazuki clan snapped his fingers to catch Naruto's attention, then nodded towards a nearby large tree, signaling Kakashi. Kakashi understood Naraku's intention and had no objections. Teaching his teacher's child was also a form of enjoyment, feeling a bit interesting. Watch him. Naraku pointed two fingers at his own eyes, then pointed at Kakashi, urging Naruto to observe. Naruto stared blankly, then looked at Kakashi, who was holding intimate paradise. Kakashi's feet moved steadily, chakra gathering at his feet inadvertently, and he walked step by step toward the big tree. In Naruto's astonished gaze, he walked up the trunk, as if it were flat ground, climbing up with ease and hanging upside down without falling. Naruto saw clearly that Kakashi, who appeared to lack energy, was climbing up the tree step by step instead of rushing up it. How is this possible? Naruto turned to Naraku, wanting to know the answer. Ask him yourself. Naraku waved his hand, then half lay on a boulder, yawning. Naruto, undeterred by shyness, approached Kakashi and began to ask for guidance. Kakashi glanced back at Naraku, who was half laying down, and began to explain the specific steps of the water walking training to Naruto. Soon, bang, ouched, bang, ouched. Naruto seemed determined not to give up, rushing toward the tree time after time. Even after falling and wincing, he had no intention of stopping to rest. No one spoke. Everyone just watched as Naruto fell from the tree repeatedly. Time passed like this, and the expressions of everyone began to change gradually. Naruto's determination and unwavering spirit moved everyone present. Kakashi, no doubt he is the child of my teacher. Third Hokage, no doubt he is the child of Minato Namikaze. Tenzo and the Anbu ninja, no doubt he is the child of the fourth Hokage. Naraku from the Shimazuki clan. Enough about others. Although Naruto is also a prodigy, he is indeed walking steadily on his own path. You are not suited for the Anbu. Suddenly Naraku spoke up, leaving Kakashi stunned. What does that mean? Are you the deputy captain of the Anbu, planning to rebel and eliminate me, the obstructive captain? Naraku continued, then fell silent, watching Naruto practice climbing the tree. Does Kakashi know he isn't suited for the Anbu? He does. It's not about strength, but about character. But without staying in the Anbu, Kakashi doesn't know. At the very least, by staying in the Anbu, he can ease his inner wounds through busy missions and dangerous battles. Kakashi contemplated how to resolve his inner conflicts, realizing he couldn't continue like this, otherwise he would eventually be useless. Thus, he silently watched Naruto's tree climbing practice. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was filled with the sight of Naruto sprinting, and he had been silent for a long time. Tenzo and the Anbu team. The crescent moon hung cold and aloof in the mid-sky. A chill seeped through the silent forest, evoking a sense of eerie coldness. Huff, huff. Uzumaki Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes lightly closed, and soft snoring arose. After nearly half the night of tree climbing training, Uzumaki Naruto had finally failed to endure. He fell from the tree once more, and simply collapsed into sleep. However, his state startled everyone, who feared that Naruto had overexerted himself and met with an accident. Hatake Kakashi stepped forward to check, confirming that Naruto had simply fallen asleep from exhaustion. He gestured behind him, and Tenzo appeared with the Anbu team members. Since he's already asleep, take him back to... Understood. Tenzo gently lifted the sleeping Naruto, though the motion nearly woke him. Fortunately, Naruto only scratched his cheek and then drifted back into slumber. Naruto mumbled something in his sleep, but the voice was too low and indistinct for anyone to catch. Tenzo nodded slightly to Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, then left with the Umbu team. Watching them depart, Hatake Kakashi suddenly remarked, "Did you see that?" "Yes, it was quite obvious." Naraku brushed the dust off his clothes, stood up, and looked as if everything had unfolded just as he expected. After all, he not only possesses the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, but is also the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With his regenerative abilities after a night's sleep, all the bruises and wounds will completely heal. The two had clearly seen that the bruises on Naruto's arms had already faded considerably. Such recovery was indeed enviable. Powerful recovery is also a talent, and moreover it is Naruto's advantage. Setting aside other issues, with this edge alone, he could grow rapidly. Let's go back to rest. Shihōin Naraku glanced at the marks left by Kunai on the big tree, yawned, and waved goodbye to Hatake Kakashi. Walking along, Shihōin Naraku reflected on his actions today. It should be about right. Knowing the old third, he's definitely spying in the shadows. He absolutely won't like what I did today. In the end, I pushed Hatake Kakashi forward to teach Naruto tree climbing training. That was a good move. I estimate Hatake Kakashi will soon leave the Umbu to become a mentor. That way I can follow my own plan and climb the ranks step by step. After reviewing the day's actions, Shihōin Naraku confirmed he had made no mistakes, and then relaxed. The next day, following the third Hokage's orders, Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi still had to shadow Uzumaki Naruto. After a good night's sleep, Naruto was full of energy and went to school vibrantly. As for his body, battered from half a night of training, it had fully recovered, showing no external signs. Not only Iruka Sensei, but also the other classmates noticed that Naruto was unusually cocky today. It was as if he had suddenly obtained some secret martial arts manual that once learned would make him a ninja. Naruto, brimming with confidence, seemed to want to stick his head in the clouds. Something strange. What's up with Naruto? Yumino Iruka, who appeared strict with Naruto, but was actually very concerned, found Naruto's behavior odd today. Did he really encounter something good? No, this guy is definitely going to cause trouble. Yumino Iruka remained vigilant, his eyes constantly sweeping over Naruto. In his seat, as one of Naruto's few close friends, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji also sensed something amiss about Naruto. Naruto wants some. Choji, who valued food above all else, secretly opened a bag of chips and No, you eat it. Naruto didn't even glance at the tempting chips. Crunch. Nara Shikamaru took the opportunity to silently grab a chip and pop it into his mouth. Akimichi Choji retrieved the chips and began eating, but he directly asked, "Naruto, what's wrong with you today?" Indeed, even Choji had noticed something off. Nara Shikamaru glanced at his friend, knowing that Choji's inner sensibility contradicted his outward appearance, so it was only natural that he could sense Naruto's emotions. Naruto buried his face in his arms, suppressing his laughter, utterly smug. "Someone taught me something really cool. When I've learned it, I'll definitely tell you." Someone had been in contact with Naruto in secret. Nara Shikamaru was taken aback, but he quickly collected himself. This was Konoha village, where Naruto was constantly watched. If someone with ulterior motives had tried to approach him, they would have been intercepted. With that thought, Shikamaru felt relieved. "Then when you've learned it, you must tell me." Choji munched on his chips, not forgetting to remind Naruto. "Okay." Naruto readily agreed. In the past, he would have skipped class. He was eager to go to the back mountain where he had met Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, but he had previously promised the old man Hokage he wouldn't skip school again, so he had to endure until afternoon dismissal. The sun climbed higher, and noon arrived. Bored out of their minds, Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, who was flipping through a risque book, were loafing when they received a summons from Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I bet you the old third just woke up not long ago." Shihōin Naraku raised an eyebrow, confident in his guess. Last night, Sarutobi Hiruzen had definitely been spying on them, so he must have gone to bed late. For an old man with poor sleep, summoning them by noon was already fast. Hatake Kakashi put away Makeout Paradise, pondering Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, and Shihōin Naraku's strange behavior, feeling that something was happening that he alone didn't know about. The two soon arrived at the Hokage building. "Lord Hokage." "Old third." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened as he stared at Shihōin Naraku. What was wrong with this guy? He seemed to be getting more and more arrogant. He didn't even bother to call me Lord Hokage, and just called me old man. The change was too drastic. "I called you here today about Uzumaki Naruto. After your time together yesterday, tell me your thoughts on him." Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, his slightly cloudy eyes shifting. Indeed, he looked like he hadn't slept well. Shihōin Naraku gestured to Hatake Kakashi, indicating he should speak first. Hatake Kakashi paused, recalling the previous day's interactions, and then responded with great sincerity. "Uzumaki Naruto's fundamentals are very weak. Even compared to other children at the Ninja Academy, he ranks among the worst. From his running speed to his stance when wielding a kunai, it's clear that his movements are riddled with flaws. His outward personality is confident and lively, always energetic and unyielding. But inwardly he is very sensitive, insecure, and extremely concerned about others' opinions. Initially I had some reservations about Naruto, but after the tree climbing training I believe he can become an However, during this process he needs proper guidance to correct his flaws. Only after careful shaping can Naruto possibly succeed. That's all. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi requested that Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi evaluate Uzumaki Naruto. Hatake Kakashi, with complete fairness and based on his own impression of Uzumaki Naruto, laid out all his inner thoughts. As he said, Hatake Kakashi initially did not think highly of Uzumaki Naruto. It was only after Naruto began the tree climbing training that his opinion changed. Throughout their growth, all ninjas encounter countless dangers and difficulties. Perseverance is the only lamp that can accompany each person through the thorny path. Before stepping onto the broad road that leads to the destination, one must traverse muddy paths, wade through rivers with hidden currents, and break through dense forests where dangers lurk. Uzumaki Naruto's never-give-up character is the sole thing he can rely on. Thus moved by this, Hatake Kakashi, though his words were harsh, had already acknowledged Uzumaki Naruto deep in his heart. Hiruzen Sarutobi listened to every word of Hatake Kakashi's evaluation. These words matched his own perception of Uzumaki Naruto and also aligned with his understanding of Hatake Kakashi. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hatake Kakashi both turned to Shihōin Naraku, waiting for him to speak. Let me think. How should I put it? Uzumaki Naruto will definitely become the strongest ninja in the entire Konoha, no, the entire ninja world. Oh, except for me. Shihōin Naraku held his chin and gave an answer. Naraku. Hatake Kakashi thought he was joking and called his name, urging him to be serious. You? Why have you changed so much recently? Hiruzen Sarutobi angrily tapped the table with his pipe, then coughed a few times, glaring seriously at Shihōin Naraku. Be serious. Stop joking. Shihōin Naraku spread his hands helplessly. Why, when he spoke the truth, did no one believe him? Uzumaki Naruto has so many cheats, it's only natural for him to reach the top of the ninja world. And now Naraku's own system is incredibly powerful, so it's not difficult for him to dominate the entire ninja world either. He almost forgot about Uchiha Sasuke. Well, Naraku will rank first, and let Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke compete for second place. Since no one believes his words now, Shihōin Naraku had to hold back and share his thoughts. Let me think. Everyone in Konoha grew up listening to the legends of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. So did I. In the Ninja Academy, we often heard the teachers tell stories, and when I was young I played games with friends pretending to be the first Hokage, pacifying the warring states period. As I grew older, I also read many records in the village about the first Hokage's deeds. So I have a fairly good understanding of the first Hokage. Of course, that also includes the anime he watched in his previous life, Shihōin Naraku muttered to himself. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hatake Kakashi still hadn't understood what Shihōin Naraku was trying to say. Why bring up the first Hokage when you were supposed to evaluate Uzumaki Naruto? Shihōin Naraku ignored their confusion and continued. Although I haven't had much contact with Uzumaki Naruto yet, for some reason I see in him the same qualities as the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. I don't understand what this quality is, but it is present in the descriptions of the first Hokage, and it is also present in Uzumaki Naruto. So if this era is ultimately destined for a great change, then in my view Uzumaki Naruto is the ultimate child of prophecy. After finishing his evaluation of Uzumaki Naruto, Shihōin Naraku muttered to himself that no one would understand the meaning of his words now, but later they would realize exactly what he meant. Tisk spoiling is so satisfying. Naraku, you. Hatake Kakashi shook his head, not knowing what to say. Hiruzen Sarutobi was also very dissatisfied. He looked at Shihōin Naraku with some annoyance. Back then when Tsunade had an accident, Jiraiya taught you for a while. This talk of the child of prophecy must have... Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was very displeased. From start to finish, he had never been fond of Jiraiya's theory of the so-called child of prophecy. In Hiruzen Sarutobi's view, this was Jiraiya's excuse to evade responsibility, allowing him to roam the world as a drifter. After the war with the Land of Rain ended, Tsunade and Orochimaru returned to the village, but Jiraiya stayed behind to help train ninjas from other countries. Later, he even left the village, wandering the world in search of the so-called child of prophecy. Whenever Hiruzen Sarutobi thought of this, he was filled with anger. If from the very beginning Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had not had any issues and had all stayed in Konoha, then many later events would never have occurred. 3 students, not a single one worry-free. Now even worse. Another high-ranking official nurtured by the village has been influenced by Jiraiya. If Shihōin Naraku were to wander the world like Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi would die of a cerebral hemorrhage. Alright, I've heard your evaluations. Get back to work. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, telling Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi to scram. He hadn't slept well last night anyway, and now this whole thing was giving him a headache. Standing up, Hiruzen Sarutobi paced back and forth in his office, smoking his pipe more frequently, and soon the smoke thickened. Looking at the portraits hanging on the wall, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, and the deceased fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh. In this lifetime, the only one who ever gave me peace of mind was Minato. With an outstanding image, immense strength, and a gentle yet firm personality, Namikaze Minato was truly the most reassuring junior. In fact, after Namikaze Minato gradually grew up, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already leaned toward making him Hokage, hardly considering Orochimaru from beginning to end. It was only Shimura Danzo who recommended Orochimaru. After Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage, he did a good job, but who knew an accident would happen? Thinking of Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow never relaxed. Alas, both of them have their own flaws. Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi walked along the streets of Konoha unhurried. Unless the ninja academy was out, Uzumaki Naruto would definitely be at school, so there was no need to keep a constant watch. Both knew that their mission was not to guard Uzumaki Naruto. Walking along the road, Hatake Kakashi didn't pull out his little book this time. Instead, he spoke. Naraku, you went a bit too far, just now even bringing in the first Hokage. That's not good for Uzumaki Naruto. It was natural for Hatake Kakashi to think this way. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama was a man who pacified the chaotic era and founded Konoha Hidden Village, the god of shinobi. It was after Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established Konoha Hidden Village that the ninja world began to imitate Konoha, establishing other hidden villages, and the chaos began to subside. In other words, if there were a book recording the history of the ninja world, the space that Senju Hashirama occupies would be more than the combined space of everyone else in the ninja world. Not to mention Konoha Hidden Village. Elsewhere in the ninja world, even hostile forces genuinely acknowledged the strength of Senju Hashirama. With such historical status, you say a dead last who might even fail to graduate from the ninja academy could catch up. Joking should have some basic rules, right? You people. Shihōin Naraku found it somewhat amusing. He patted Hatake Kakashi on the shoulder and said seriously, history was created by predecessors like the first Hokage, but the future is decided by us. Young people like Uzumaki Naruto who have infinite potential. Who can say they won't catch up to their predecessors? Each generation leads the way for decades. Let's see who is the real hero. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang, and Uzumaki Naruto shot out of the ninja academy like an arrow from a bow. Naruto. Yumino Irika barely called out before Naruto's figure had vanished from sight. Why the rush? In that direction. Is Naruto heading to the back mountain forest? Sensing something amiss with Naruto, Yumino Irika decided to ask him about it the next day. Brimming with energy, Uzumaki Naruto ran to the spot where he had met Shihōin Naraku the day before. However, much to his disappointment, he found no one there. To be safe, Naruto even circled the surrounding area, but still he found no one else. Muttering with a hint of disappointment, Naruto quickly perked up, ran to the large tree from yesterday, and looked up at the marks he had carved into the trunk. Alright, he'll succeed today. Clasping his hands to form seals, he channeled chakra to his feet, and once again charged toward the massive tree. Time flew when he was fully immersed in training. After 3 hours of practice, a panting Uzumaki Naruto paused to rest. I'm so hungry. Having rushed straight to train after school, Naruto hadn't eaten, so after such intense exercise, he was naturally ravenous. He jumped into the river, caught a fish, lit a fire, and began to roast it. From time to time, he lifted his head to look around, hoping to see Shihōin Naraku and Shimu Kakashi appear. But until the fish was cooked, no one stood before him. Brother Naraku and the others are jōnin. They must be busy. When they're done, they'll definitely come. Forcing away his disappointment, Uzumaki Naruto cheered himself up, thinking that by the time Shihōin Naraku and the others showed up again, he would surely have mastered tree climbing and give them a surprise. With that thought, Naruto felt a surge of energy. Just as he was about to stand up and continue his tree climbing practice, a figure appeared before him. Grandpa Hokage. It was the third Hokage. His aged face was filled with a warm, kind smile as he stepped forward and ruffled Naruto's hair. Then, like a caring grandfather, he sat down beside Naruto. What followed was a series of affectionate words like those between a grandfather and grandson. Uzumaki Naruto, overjoyed, animatedly recounted the recent events of his life to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hidden in the shadows, Shihōin Naraku, who had been there all along, clicked his tongue in amazement. This old man was truly masterful. He had made the rest of the village ostracize and despise Naruto, while he played the role of the kind old grandfather caring for the boy. The contrast was absolutely brilliant. Over time, the bond would surely be unshakable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, by his own example, gave Shihōin Naraku a vivid lesson in how to win someone over. Lord Hokage. Just as Sarutobi and Naruto were chatting happily, an Anbu ninja appeared abruptly carrying a bag of food. The Anbu ninja codenamed Xiangjuan set down the food and vanished. This was the second time he had been sent to buy food. His mission was to monitor the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, yet here, he was fetching meals for the boy. Come eat with me. I've been busy all day with work and haven't eaten yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen boasted a little about his diligence, then began eating with Uzumaki Naruto. Oh wow. Naruto took the food Sarutobi offered and wolfed it down. Why did both Shihōin Naraku and Sarutobi Hiruzen bring food to Naruto? Because Naruto was now training in tree climbing, which consumed chakra and stamina. He needed to eat plenty and even eat well to replenish his energy. Sarutobi didn't eat much, most of the food was devoured by Naruto. Haha, Grandpa Hokage watched it. After a short rest, Naruto couldn't wait to show off to Sarutobi. He pulled out a kunai and charged at the tree. Shing! A fresh gash appeared on the trunk. This time Naruto reacted quickly. When the chakra on his feet faltered, he flipped and landed steadily, not crashing as badly as he had the night before. How about that? Pretty cool, right? Naruto laughed joyfully, scratched his head, and looked at Sarutobi with eager eyes. Amazing. Many students at the Ninja Academy can't even do this. Sarutobi was generous with his praise, chuckling as he said, but still be careful. When you can't hold on, watch out for a fall. No matter how badly I'm hurt, I'll be fine after a night's sleep. Naruto didn't care, injuries were still you have to be careful. I know. Watching Naruto charge at the tree again, Sarutobi was pleased with his persistence. He remained seated by the fire observing. But unlike Naruto and Kakashi, Sarutobi, though also by the fire puffing on his pipe, occasionally offered tips on the key points of tree climbing. With his guidance, Naruto improved quickly. My teaching skills are far better than Kakashi's and Naruto's. Sarutobi thought, smugly exhaling smoke from time to time. And indeed, as the man who had taught the legendary Sannin of the ninja world, everyone acknowledged Sarutobi's teaching prowess. Shihōin Naraku leaned against a tree trunk, watching the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen enthusiastically instruct Uzumaki Naruto. Is the old man competing? After all, Sarutobi was old and burdened with the duties of Hokage. He couldn't spend all his time on Naruto. So after staying with Naruto a while longer, Sarutobi left. Naruto, however, continued his tree climbing practice. Today we'll have ninja sparring. Yumino Irika marked a few names on his clipboard, deciding the matchups. The students huddled together, whispering, completely ignoring Irika's call to line up. Inazuka Kiba. Uzumaki Naruto. And you too. I said line up. It took several furious shouts from Yumino Irika to finally subdue the unruly students. First sparring match. Uchiha Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru. As Irika's voice rang out amid the fangirl-like screams of the girls, the handsome Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward with his hands in his pockets, maintaining his cool expression. Shikamaru, if you dare hurt Sasuke, you're dead. Yamanaka Ino cheered for Sasuke, while warning Nara Shikamaru not to go too hard. What a drag. Are these girls crazy? Nara Shikamaru really didn't want to spar, standing rigidly in place with a look of utter reluctance. Smack! Someone slapped him hard on the back, shoving the startled Nara Shikamaru out of the line. Shikamaru stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Who pushed me from behind? At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto, still in the line, shouted, Go for it, Shikamaru. Beat that cocky guy. Come on, Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you must win. Shikamaru, if you dare to win, you're dead. Yumino Irika pretended not to hear the girls' shouts. Once Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shikamaru took their positions and completed the seal of confrontation, he immediately announced the start of the sparring match. Begin. 1 minute later, Nara Shikamaru was defeated. Amidst the cheers of numerous girls, Uchiha Sasuke strode back to his previous spot, with an icy demeanor, paying no heed to the girls. Yet his aloofness only made them adore him even more. Shikamaru, what's wrong with you? How could you lose to that guy? Seeing Nara Shikamaru return listlessly, Uzumaki Naruto was frustrated. He could tell that Shikamaru hadn't taken the sparring seriously at all. If it weren't for Iruka Sensei's rules, Shikamaru would have surrendered outright. I couldn't beat him anyway. Nara Shikamaru shrugged helplessly. And besides, is it really necessary to be so serious about a spar? Just watch me. He'll punch that Sasuke guy flying. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist with fervor, eager to start his sparring match against Uchiha Sasuke. Crunch. Akimichi Choji tore open a bag of chips and began eating. But Naruto, you can't beat Sasuke either. He's the strongest in the class. The top student versus the dead last. The outcome was obvious. I'm different now. Uzumaki Naruto was brimming with confidence. After 3 days of tree climbing training, he felt far stronger than before. Just wait and see. Crunch. Akimichi Choji munched on his chips. He couldn't see where Naruto's confidence came from, but as a friend, he wouldn't pour cold water on him. Next pair. The sparring matches on the Ninja Academy grounds caught the attention of Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, as they too had once gone through this phase. The sparring stirred their memories, reminding them of their own younger selves. Brings back memories. I remember back when you were at the academy, you always came first in sparring. Watching the sparring on the field, Shihōin Naraku recalled the past and chuckled. Just like that Uchiha Sasuke, you were quite popular back then. Every match a bunch of girls would cheer for you, the stoic one. But I wasn't bad either. How many times did I beat you in our sparring matches? Hatake Kakashi puffed out his chest slightly, trying to sound nonchalant. Only 3 or 4 times, and you only won when I wasn't paying attention. Shihōin Naraku immediately retorted, his pride at stake. Bullshit. I won fair and square. And it was definitely more than 3 or 4 times. I remember at least 5 or 6. One time I won so cleanly, finished the spar in 3 minutes. You lost badly. Hatake Kakashi cast a deadpan glance at Shihōin Naraku, put away his copy of Make Out Paradise, and said, don't you remember why you won so quickly that time? Oh yeah, that time. Shihōin Naraku pinched his chin deep in thought. Back when they were at the academy, though both were geniuses, Hatake Kakashi was indeed the more impressive one. In their sparring matches, Shihōin Naraku won few and lost many. At that time, Kakashi had no inner demons, and his strength grew every day. He graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and was promoted to jōnin at 12. His progress was unmatched by anyone his age, even older ninjas. But after that peak, a long period followed where Kakashi's strength stagnated completely, and even now the situation remained unchanged. Recalling these memories, Shihōin Naraku suddenly burst out laughing. I remember now. The reason you lost so quickly that time was because I stole an adult book from an elder of my clan and gave it to you. Tisk started down the wrong path early. Hatake Kakashi pretended not to hear, keeping his eyes fixed on the sparring matches below. Hey, Naruto's up. Next pair. Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Hinata. Sigh. Shihōin Naraku drew a sharp breath. Yuma no Iruka's pairing was brilliant. Iruka Sensei truly cared for Naruto. He was already creating opportunities for them to bond, arranging a virtuous wife ahead of time. If only there were more teachers like him, the world wouldn't have so many lonely singles. Unfortunately, most teachers played the role of breaking couples apart. Shihōin Naraku perked up, watching the field without blinking. Naruto and his future wife Hinata were about to spar. This was going to be interesting. On the academy grounds, upon hearing Iruka Sensei announce the pair, Naruto and Hinata reacted Naruto was disappointed. He had hoped to face Sasuke next. But he forgot that Sasuke had already won once, and unless he also won, they wouldn't meet. With his hands behind his head, Naruto swaggered out of the line and stood on the field. On the other side, when Hinata heard her name paired with Naruto's, her face instantly turned as red as a tomato. She stood there for a long time, mentally preparing herself before shuffling hesitantly into position. Forget about sparring. Hinata couldn't even lift her head in front of Naruto. She curled up like a quail, trying to make herself as small as possible. Naruto stared at the strange girl before him, completely bewildered by her behavior. He raised the seal of confrontation on his own, eager to win quickly and fight Sasuke. But after waiting for a long time, Hinata remained cowering, refusing to look up. Iruka Sensei was also at a loss. He knew what was going on, but Hinata was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga main house, so he couldn't say much. Just as Hinata gathered the courage to raise her head, Naruto had somehow moved closer, peering at her to see. Seeing Naruto's face so close, Hinata turned completely crimson. She looked like a steam engine, with steam practically rising from her head. Unable to bear the shock, Hinata leaned back and fainted outright. Naruto was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything. What just happened? What a strange girl. Ha ha ha. Shihōin Naraku, standing on a large tree, laughed uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene was just too hilarious. Isn't that funny? Hatake Kakashi looked at Naraku's exaggerated laughter, puzzled. It was obvious that the girl had a crush on Naruto. What was so funny about that? Though he recognized her as a Hyuga, she's probably from the main house. Could that be a problem? A problem? No problem. Shihōin Naraku waved his hand. Who would dare cause trouble? Later, Hinata wouldn't be the heir of the Hyuga main house. Why did no one dare to carve the caged bird seal on her forehead? And her daughter Uzumaki Himawari also awakened to be a Kugen. Why did no one try to carve the caged bird on her? Uzumaki Naruto, come on, I've got 2 6 paths ultra big ball raisin shuriken here. Aren't you impressed? Thanks to Hinata, Hyuga Naruto Uzumaki had already won the ninja spar without even making a move. Of course, Naruto was somewhat displeased as this didn't align with his plan. He had hoped to make a stunning debut. Who would have thought his plan would fail before it even began? He stole a glance at Sakura Haruno, only to find her eyes were entirely fixed on Sasuke Uchiha, paying him no mind. Naruto Uzumaki could only listlessly return to the team. Next pair. The ninja spar continued. Shihōin Nara also noticed Naruto's expression. At this moment, Naruto was utterly oblivious to Hinata's feelings for him, dense beyond measure. Of course, the main reason was that Naruto's mind was entirely occupied with Sakura Haruno. Although the spar with Hinata had taken an unexpected turn, it was soon Naruto's turn to step up again. This time the ninja spar went smoothly. Naruto, under the astonished gazes of everyone, defeated his classmate in the shortest possible time, claiming victory. Seeing the shocked looks from his classmates and friends, Naruto felt like puffing his chest out to the sky. But when he looked at Sakura, he found her attention still fixed on Sasuke Uchiha. Conceited Sasuke, he'll definitely beat you. Naruto shouted arrogantly at Sasuke, who merely turned his head away with a cold snort, dismissing Naruto entirely. Wah! Naruto, furious, was about to charge forward, but thankfully Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi held him back. How lively! Shihōin Naraku watched the commotion on the training ground with interest, then turned and said, "This kid Naruto is a bit clever. Did you see that? The tree climbing training during this time wasn't wasted." Kakashi Hatake nodded. They had both seen the key to Naruto's victory in the previous spar. Though still a bit unrefined, he initially concentrated chakra at his feet, unleashing a burst of speed that caught his opponent off guard, putting them at a disadvantage. But relying on this alone, he still falls short of defeating that Sasuke Uchiha. Shihōin Naraku agreed with Kakashi. Naruto's foundation was weak, and relying on a sudden burst of speed to overcome Sasuke required much more effort. Yet having trained for just a few days and already showing such change, Naruto's ability was commendable. Last pair. Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, still the epitome of a cool young prodigy, stepped forward while Naruto glared at him with wide, indignant eyes. This time Sasuke's hands were no longer in his pockets, but out and ready. He remained confident, but after witnessing Naruto's recent spars, which were far from the dead-last performance, Sasuke reluctantly took him a bit more seriously. But only a little, for Sasuke's thoughts were never about defeating his peers. They were consumed by revenge by killing his brother Itachi Uchiha. Begin. At Iruka's command, Naruto and Sasuke launched toward each other. The ground beneath Naruto's feet kicked up dust as his speed surged, and he swung a fist at Sasuke. Concentrating chakra at his feet was no longer a major problem for Naruto, but maintaining it for an extended period was still beyond him. Because his control wasn't sufficient to output a large amount of chakra while being disrupted by the Nine-Tails chakra for long. Seeing the fist close in, Sasuke sidestepped and leaned back, dodging it, then propped himself on one hand and kicked at Naruto with his right leg. Unable to retract his punch in time, Naruto could only watch as Sasuke's kick landed, nearly sending him sprawling. But in that instant, the chakra at his feet stabilized him, anchoring him to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed Sasuke's leg and hurled him away. Sasuke rolled and landed on his feet, but Naruto was already charging. Off balance, Sasuke could only throw a punch to meet Naruto's, and their fists collided. Unsteady from the start and jolted by the impact, Sasuke stumbled backward involuntarily. Seeing an opportunity to defeat Sasuke, Naruto withdrew his fist and swiftly dropped into a low sweep, striking Sasuke's legs. But Sasuke used the moment to lean back, flip, and prop himself on his hands, arching his body like a bow before kicking Naruto's shoulders, sending him flying. Naruto rolled several times on the ground. Before he could get up, Sasuke was already upon him, delivering a straight kick. Barely caring about the disgrace, Naruto rolled again, performed a kip-up, and charged unhesitatingly at Sasuke. Just as Sasuke was about to sidestep, Naruto slammed a fist into him. Slap. Sasuke extended one hand and firmly grasped Naruto's fist. Slap. Naruto's other hand also caught Sasuke's incoming fist. The two were locked in a stalemate. Is this Naruto? Iruka Yumino stared in disbelief at this. What's going on with Naruto? Shikamaru's usual laziness vanished, replaced by shock as he watched the battle. Impossible, Naruto can't be a match for Sasuke. This was the astonished cry from the girls who had been cheering for Sasuke. Crunch. Choji, with an expression of admiration for Naruto, grabbed another handful of chips. He had already participated in his spar and of course lost. The fight had drained his energy, so he needed to replenish quickly. Not bad. Whether it's what Kakashi told him or the old man's advice, Naruto remembered it all. This guy's combat intelligence is indeed high. Shihōin Naraku watched the battle on the training ground, commenting with keen interest. He was not at all surprised by Naruto's improvement. In the early stages, due to a weak foundation, Naruto's progress wasn't obvious, but as long as he kept training, the growth in his strength would astound everyone who looked down on him. The Nine-Tails and the Uzumaki bloodline were Naruto's true assets. When the time came, these assets would become fuel on Naruto's path forward, driving his power to skyrocket. Beside him, Kakashi, watching the spar between Naruto and Sasuke, was completely lost in thought. In a daze, he seemed to see a younger version of himself battling a cheerful Uchiha boy. Obito. Kakashi couldn't help but touch the eye hidden beneath his forehead protector, the Sharingan gifted by his comrade. A cold snort rang out. No one noticed that on the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, the space suddenly twisted and a mysterious figure in a black robe and mask appeared. The masked man glanced at the spar below and scoffed disdainfully. Child's play. Then he shifted his gaze to Shihōin Naraku and Kakashi hidden in the shadows, more precisely to Kakashi. He. The ground on the rooftop rippled like water, and a strange creature resembling a pitcher plant emerged. Its body was odd half-white half-black, as if two people were forcibly fused together. The white half snickered. That's Itachi's brother, huh? Not bad, I'd say. Far inferior to Itachi Uchiha. Their talents are on completely different levels. The masked man replied coldly, though his gaze remained fixed on Kakashi. Aren't we leaving yet? You've already seen the wild. Shut up. This peculiar person, resembling a pitcher plant, possesses two distinct consciousnesses within. The black half of the pitcher plant creature looked towards the position of Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, speaking in a very grim tone. According to the intelligence analysis, the next fifth Hokage is very likely to emerge from one of those two individuals. Obito, we can act in the shadows. No need. That useless Kakashi. He can never accomplish anything. He has completely become a waste. The mysterious masked man known as Uchiha Obito disdainfully glanced at Hatake Kakashi, who was lost in memories, and let out a cold snort. Absolutely. There's no need for unnecessary actions. That useless Kakashi will ruin everything. If he becomes Hokage, Konoha will inevitably perish. Every word spoken by Obito carried a weight towards Hatake Kakashi. From a certain perspective, this could be seen as a form of concern, perhaps. Zetsu glanced at Obito, who was cursing Kakashi, yet still fixated on him, feeling quite speechless. Recently we found some traces of Orochimaru, but this snake is well hidden. Should we continue digging, or hand over his whereabouts to Pain? Hearing the serious matter, Obito reluctantly retracted his gaze, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Not for now. Orochimaru is still useful. Once he loses his value, I will kill him directly. He. Although we haven't found that disgusting snake. Zetsu's white half chuckled, but we discovered that his subordinates seem to be discussing something with the Sand Village. The specifics are unknown, but the target is Konoha. Obito scoffed disdainfully, showing no interest in the impoverished Sand Village, and said directly, the fools of the Sand Village actually believe in Orochimaru. No need to care about that. Although the Sand Village is weak, if they join forces with Orochimaru, Konoha, who has let down its guard for a long time, will suffer greatly. This is good news for us. Zetsu, once Orochimaru and the Sand Village's plan is complete, inform Uchiha Itachi about this. He. What are you planning? Zetsu's laughter echoed, but Obito did not respond. The distorted space-time reappeared, and before vanishing he glanced at Hatake Kakashi and left a parting remark. This false world will eventually be destroyed by these wastes. Just like a pitcher plant, Zetsu slowly sank into the ground, disappearing. Shihōin Naraku suddenly looked up, scanning the surroundings, his gaze finally landing on the rooftop of the ninja school. Was it my illusion? Why does it feel like there was a malicious presence just now? With a swift leap, Naraku jumped to the rooftop, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the area. However, everything here seemed normal, without any strange traces. What's wrong? Hatake Kakashi, awakened by Shihōin Naraku's actions, followed up, looking curiously at the rooftop. Shihōin Naraku shook his head uncertainly, saying, I felt a malicious gaze here just now, but didn't find anything. He raised his hand, summoning a hidden Umbu squad behind him. You all conduct a thorough search centered around the ninja school, and see if you discover anything. Yes. Matters concerning the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are not to be taken lightly. However, after the well-trained Umbu conducted a search, they found nothing unusual. Could it truly be my... Shihōin Naraku listened to the Umbu's report, feeling uncertain about his previous sensation. After all, it's not easy to come and go freely in a place like Konoha. No way. Shihōin Naraku suddenly remembered that there are indeed people who can move freely in Konoha. Uchiha Obito and Zetsu. They can indeed accomplish such feats. Could they have just been here? Yet Shihōin Naraku suppressed the doubts in his heart and waved his hand, sending the Umbu members away, continuing to conceal himself with Hatake Kakashi. Yo, has the ninja sparring session ended? Who won, Naruto or Sasuke? Shihōin Naraku looked towards the training ground, where Uzumaki Naruto was shouting and jumping around. Uchiha Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi, who had just witnessed the outcome of the spar, stated directly. Uchiha Sasuke caught Naruto off guard and ultimately defeated him. Well, that's normal. It's only been a few days of tree training. The progress made so far is already commendable. For Uzumaki Naruto to catch up to Uchiha Sasuke is temporarily unlikely. After losing to Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto appeared quite unhappy. After school at the Ninja Academy, he gloomily headed to the forest behind the mountain. However, he wasn't downcast for long. Uzumaki Naruto quickly regained his spirits and continued his tree training with renewed vigor. You stay here. I have something to do. Shihōin Naraku muttered quietly and immediately vanished, not waiting for Hatake Kakashi's response. Shihōin Naraku moved swiftly, arriving at the Konoha village's memorial stone, which also served as the village's cemetery. Shihōin Naraku moved swiftly, arriving at the Konoha village's memorial stone, which also served as the village's cemetery. He stepped inside calmly and soon stood before a grave. Indeed, it is Uchiha Obito. A beautiful and striking bouquet lay at the grave, clearly placed there not long ago. On the gravestone was a photo of a beautiful girl, Noara Rin. Once a companion of Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi, she willingly perished under Kakashi's Raikiri while protecting Konoha. Shihōin Naraku glanced around, and indeed found a discarded bouquet on the ground not far away. TSK. Throwing away Kakashi's flowers for Rin Noara and replacing them with his own Obito is truly stingy. Having confirmed his suspicions, Shihōin Naraku turned to leave, not intending to inform anyone else about this, because Uchiha Obito had made an agreement with Uchiha Itachi that as long as Itachi was not dead, he could not act against Uchiha Sasuke or Konoha, so there was no immediate need for concern. Moreover, Uchiha Obito relied on his Mangekyo Sharingan ability Kimui to come and go without a trace, making it generally difficult to catch him. Shihōin Naraku quickly returned to the forest behind the mountain and immediately spotted the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen. During this time, Uzumaki Naruto was genuinely happy, not only having company every day, but also enjoying delicious food daily. Compared to before, he could almost be said to be living in a dream. After serving as a bodyguard alongside Hatake Kakashi for a few days, Shihōin Naraku finally approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and expressed his thoughts. I want to become the head of the medical department. I want to be the medical director. As the deputy medical director, Shihōin Naraku stood in the Hokage's office, stating his request with unwavering determination. Yuenfei Risen held his pipe, forgetting to light it, staring at the suddenly appeared Shihōin Naraku in surprise. Why? He did not believe that Shihōin Naraku was unaware that the medical director held virtually no real power. It was merely a prestigious title. Ever since Shihōin Naraku took control of the medical emergency unit, the medical department had essentially become his own domain. The director was merely an elder appointed by Yuenfei Risen, a veteran with deep seniority, but only responsible for simple tasks and conveying the Hokage's orders. After Shihōin Naraku became deputy director, the situation remained largely unchanged. The most critical medical emergency unit was interfered with by Jichuan Tuanzang and two elders, while the remaining branches, such as the corpse disposal unit and the animal healing unit, remained under his control. Therefore, whether he was the medical director or not had no bearing on Shihōin Naraku's authority. Shihōin Naraku looked directly at Yuenfei Risen and stated bluntly, I am currently overseeing the restructuring of the medical emergency unit. Becoming the medical director would make it more convenient and allow me to complete the task sooner. Seeing Shihōin Naraku's resolute expression, Yuenfei Risen hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. All right, since you wish it, you shall be the medical director of Konohagakure. Ding. Host promoted to medical director of Konohagakure. Congratulations. Host has received 5 chances to draw. Remaining draws 7. Friendly reminder, a 10 draw is more likely to yield wondrous items. The system notification appeared. However, Shihōin Naraku felt a slight regret. Although this draw granted the maximum of 5 chances, adding the previous 2 remaining, he could only draw 7 times, short of the 10 draw that could yield good items. Yuenfei Risen watched Shihōin Naraku depart, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Could Naraku be using this opportunity to indicate that he does not wish to become a candidate for Hokage? No, this news has not yet been announced to them. Naraku and Kakashi should not know. But both of them are quick-witted, they might have guessed something. With a suspicion in his heart, Yuenfei Risen observed over the following days that Shihōin Naraku no longer lingered around Shwanwa Mingren alongside Chimu Kakashi. He immediately sent someone to inquire. Shihōin Naraku's reply was quite matter-of-fact. He was busy with the restructuring of the medical emergency unit and had no time to visit Shwanwa Mingren. Since Chimu Kakashi was there, his presence or absence made no difference. This confirmed Yuenfei Risen's suspicion. Shihōin Naraku had certainly guessed something, which was why he directly asked for the medical director position and distanced himself from Shwanwa Mingren. Shihōin Naraku's sudden move caught Yuenfei Risen off guard. He truly had not expected Naraku to be unwilling to become a Hokage candidate. On the other hand, Yuenfei Risen felt a greater trust in Shihōin Naraku, but since the other had practically stated his unwillingness, he could not force Naraku to become a candidate. That would be unreasonable. Tap tap tap. Yuenfei Risen tapped his chair, his expression wavering. After a moment, he rose and left the Hokage building, strolling through the Hidden Leaf Village. Oh, Lord Hokage. It's really the 3rd Hokage. This bouquet is for you, Lord Hokage. Wow, it's the Hokage Grandpa. It must be said that the 3rd Hokage, Yuenfei Risen, was a highly respected Hokage in the eyes of the common folk of Konohagakure. For the civilians, they did not understand the affairs among ninjas, but they had indeed lived quite well under Yuenfei Risen's protection. That was enough. Ordinary people care only about food, clothing, shelter, and transport, and nothing more. From this one could also see why Jichuan Tuanzang was unsuitable to become Hokage. Staying in the dark underground all day, he was inherently incompatible with the Hokage, who must embody sunshine. No matter what went on behind the scenes on the surface, the Hokage must maintain an image of righteousness and light. Yuanfei Risen wandered around Konohagakure for a long time, graciously accepting the people's adoration before finally returning to the Hokage building. However, he went up to the rooftop. A gust of wind swept by, billowing the white robe over Yuanfei Risen's body. Standing on the rooftop, gazing down at the village below, Yuanfei Risen deliberated for a long time before finally making up his mind. Since Naruto has made his intentions clear, let Kakashi take the role. Yuanfei Risen had come to understand that appointing a Hokage candidate was merely a preliminary step. Even if Chimu Kakashi became Xuanhua Mingren's instructor, it did not guarantee he would become Hokage. If any unexpected incident occurred, as long as he was still alive, he could simply replace the candidate. It was not a troublesome matter. After all, Yuanfei Risen himself had become Hokage when the second Hokage Chinsho Feijian appointed him on the battlefield. Konohagakure had survived that crisis. During peacetime, nothing should go wrong. Having made up his mind, Yuanfei Risen no longer concerned himself with Sifenjiwan Naruto. Apart from instructing the AMBU to take care of Xuanhua Mingren's meals during this period, he would occasionally appear himself dining with Xuanhua Mingren and offering tips on the tree climbing training. Meanwhile, Chimu Kakashi remained hidden in the shadows, watching Xuanhua Mingren grow day by day. I did it. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. Xuanhua Mingren stood joyfully on the large tree, jumping and bouncing. A careless misstep nearly caused him to fall. Fortunately, the chakra beneath his feet helped him cling to the trunk, preventing a fall. Be careful. Yuanfei Risen puffed on his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and smiled kindly at the jubilant Xuanhua Mingren. Leaping down from the tree in one bound, Xuanhua Mingren collapsed onto the grass, an irrepressible smile spreading across his face. The joy of success was indescribable. Yuanfei Risen approached step by step, stopping beside Xuanhua Mingren as he turned over to sit on the grass, swaying his body. Hee Hokage Grandpa, can I become a ninja of the village now? Xuanhua Mingren looked at Yuanfei Risen with hopeful eyes. He felt he was now stronger than everyone at the Ninja Academy, since they couldn't even do what he could. Not yet. You still need to pass the Ninja Academy exam. Yuanfei Risen gave Xuanhua Mingren the answer he least wanted to hear. How can this be? Iruka Sensei said the graduation exam is the clone technique, which I'm worst at. Xuanhua Mingren scratched his head. After training and tree climbing for so long, he could feel his strength growing, but unfortunately his clone technique was still inconsistent. Yuanfei Risen laughed merrily, squinting his eyes. That can't be helped. Iruka is a teacher at the academy, and the decisions he makes I can't change. But you're the Hokage. Even Xuanhua Mingren, slow as he was, could see that Yuanfei Risen wouldn't help him, so he had no choice but to abandon the idea of taking shortcuts and practice the clone technique diligently. Of course, Xuanhua Mingren didn't know that even if there were those who couldn't graduate from the Ninja Academy, he wouldn't be one of them. Yuanfei Risen wouldn't allow it, and neither would the entire village. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki failing to graduate. Ridiculous. Xuanhua Mingren must embark on the path of a ninja. This was the course destiny had set for him. In the medical department of Hidden Leaf Village. Rustle. Sitting in the office, Shihōin Naraku was writing something on paper with a pen. Done. Shihōin Naraku wrote the last character, then put down the pen and picked up the paper. He cleared his throat nervously and said the appointment letter. Appointing Shihōin Naraku as the director of the Medical Emergency Class Split Group of Hidden Leaf Village, with Deputy Director Sarutobi, few members. Shihōin Naraku finished reading the appointment letter he had just written. Indeed, he appointed himself, planning to exploit a bug in the system to see if it would work. After all, under normal circumstances, accumulating lottery qualifications is too slow. With Uzumaki Naruto about to graduate, it means the time for the collapse plan of Hidden Leaf is drawing near. He must enhance his strength in the shortest time possible. According to the system's rules, being demoted grants 1 lottery qualification, moving within the same rank allows for 2, while a promotion grants at least 3 and up to 5 chances. After studying the system rules for a long time, Shihōin Naraku discovered a bug. Whether intentional or not, it seems the system did not specify that he could not appoint himself. Now Shihōin Naraku belonged to the high ranks of Hidden Leaf Village, and he certainly had the authority to appoint others as long as it wasn't too excessive. The Hokage would not intervene. So after a slight hesitation, he decided to test it out and see what the system would say. Thus Shihōin Naraku truly appointed himself to a position and even created a group responsible for the split of the medical emergency class. After reading the appointment letter, Shihōin Naraku awaited the system's response. Silence. Just when Shihōin Naraku was completely disappointed, thinking that he had failed to exploit the bug, the system's notification finally sounded. Ding. The host has been appointed as the director of the Medical Emergency Class Split Group of Hidden Leaf Village. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 lottery qualifications. It worked. But before Shihōin Naraku could rejoice, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. System vulnerability detected, beginning compensation. I just exploited a bug once, and it's about to be gone. Ding. New system rule added, appointment system. Shihōin Naraku was astonished to see that the system had added a rule, the appointment system. He hurriedly asked the system to show him the new rule, and a large amount of text appeared in his vision. After a long time, Shihōin Naraku finally finished reading the content. So that's how it is. From now on I can appoint myself, but the system added a restriction. I can only do this 5 times a year, and exceeding that will result in no reward qualifications. And each time I appoint myself to a new position I will receive at least 1 qualification, and at most 2 lottery. Moreover, Shihōin Naraku discovered that the system clearly stated that to successfully appoint a new position for himself there must indeed be an organizational structure in place. Just like this time when he appointed himself as the director of the split group, there must genuinely be this group, and the group must have other members who are indeed busy with the split work of the medical emergency class. Everything must be real to obtain the lottery qualification. Understood, the system is blocking a route I could use to exploit it. Thinking I could casually appoint some random position to exploit the system's lottery qualifications is not feasible anymore. Shihōin Naraku could understand the emergence of this rule. Without restrictions, he would quickly strip the system of all its resources. 5 appointment limits per year with at least 1 lottery opportunity each time, and at most 2. That's fine. If I'm lucky, it could be a 10 consecutive draws. Shihōin Naraku almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Let me think, the last 2 times left from the 10 consecutive draws, plus the 5 given by the medical minister, and these 2, that means I already have 9 lottery qualifications. Therefore I must quickly gather enough for 10 consecutive draws. Oh, what other positions can I think of? Shihōin Naraku called someone in to discuss the other appointments for the split group. After all, the system said they had to actually work. What other positions can there be? They must be genuine with tasks to carry out. After pondering for a long time, Shihōin Naraku truly felt some worry. However, since he couldn't think of any positions from the medical department, Shihōin Naraku turned back to the Umbu. Under the curious gazes of the Umbu, he wandered around the Umbu base and returned to his office. Umbu General Commander Team Leader Squad Leader. Tapping his fingers on the table, Shihōin Naraku leaned back in his chair, contemplating what position to give himself. Casually pulling over a piece of paper, he sketched for a while, and suddenly an idea struck him. Shihōin Naraku wrote 2 characters on the paper: logistics. He is the deputy commander of the Umbu of Hidden Leaf Village, and the logistics of the Umbu was originally his responsibility. However, the deputy commander manages more than just this one aspect. There are many other complicated affairs. So Shihōin Naraku was thinking about whether he could separate the logistics tasks and establish a position for him to appoint. Let me see, directly establish a logistics team responsible for the logistics work of the entire Umbu. Clothing, ninja, tools, weapons, etc. Right, and medicines. After all, there are only about 70 people in the entire Umbu, so the team doesn't need to be too large. I will appoint myself as the logistics squad leader, and the team will only consist of 3 members. Writing down whatever came to mind, Shihōin Naraku quickly completed the appointment list. Clearing his throat, he said, appointing Shihōin Naraku as the logistics squad leader of the Umbu, appointing Yamashiro Suki. As soon as he finished speaking, Shihōin Naraku did not hear a response from the system. I almost forgot, I'm not the boss of the Umbu. Above me is the Hokage, below me is the general commander. That means I need the consent of the 3 old men and Kakashi. After realizing this, Shihōin Naraku immediately set off. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi was still following Uzumaki Naruto. However, compared to before when he was always wandering around causing trouble, Naruto was now diligently training every day, possibly due to the pressure of graduation. Occasionally glancing at Naruto, Kakashi held the book, Make Out Paradise, in his hands. After all, he wasn't really there to protect Naruto. Tenzo and the Umbu team were the real guardians. Swish! Shihōin Naraku suddenly appeared in front of Hatake Kakashi and handed him a piece of paper. Kakashi took the paper in confusion. What is this? An appointment letter. Yes, in order for the Umbu to better accomplish its tasks, I believe logistics must be prioritized. It is necessary to establish this small team. Looking at Shihōin Naraku's serious expression, Kakashi had no objections and directly nodded in agreement. Then the next moment, he saw Shihōin Naraku handing over a pen and reluctantly wrote his name on it. Just as Kakashi was about to speak, he found that both the paper and pen had been snatched away, and the next moment Shihōin Naraku vanished. I said, "Hey," looking at the still training Naruto in the distance, and then at the empty space beside him, Kakashi felt even more confused. In the Hokage office. Logistics organization. What made you think of this all of a sudden, eh? As expected, Sarutobi Hisashi also agreed to this appointment. After all, it was meant to enhance the comprehensive strength of the Umbu. Nothing wrong with that. Ding! The host has been appointed as the logistics squad leader of the Umbu of Hidden Leaf Village. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 lottery qualification. The current lottery qualifications for the host are 10 times. It worked. To avoid attracting attention, Shihōin Naraku continued to listen to Sarutobi Hisashi's rambling for a while before finally leaving. Even though he had already accumulated enough for 10 consecutive draws, Shihōin Naraku directly skipped work and returned home. Let's begin, system. Give me a 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Would you like to start the second 10 consecutive draws? Start. As soon as Shihōin Naraku finished speaking, a roulette that only he could see appeared before his eyes. The pointer on the roulette began to spin rapidly, and each time it passed over the dazzling array of rewards, it made Naraku feel excited. Ding. Lottery completed. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. 1. 10 special explosive tags. 2. Fire release Kalachakra technique. 3. Master of Seals. 4. Breath of the Sun Demon Slayer. 5. Lightning release false darkness technique. 6. Sonic Thunderblade. 7. Observation Hockey. 8. Heavenly Lock Moon Slash can be renamed. 9. Ichiraku Ramen 30 off coupon expired. 10. 10,000 Ryo paper currency. Clattering. A stylish long sword paper currency and explosive tags appeared before Shihōin Naraku. Shihōin Naraku grabbed the long sword, directly drawing the Heavenly Lock Moon Slash with a sharp sound. Black. Pitch black. This was the first impression the Heavenly Lock Moon Slash gave to Shihōin Naraku. With a jet black blade and a black-red hilt, a small segment of fine iron chain was attached behind the hilt, and the handguard was shaped like a swastika. Shihōin Naraku was very satisfied with this straight-edged black long sword. Shihōin Naraku, rejoicing, held the Tensai Zangetsu in his hand. With a casual swing, the pitch-black blade sliced through the air, emitting a mournful wail, as if the sharp edge had rent the very fabric of space, leaving behind only an invisible thread. I love this sword, stylish and sharp. Given Shihōin Naraku's resources, he was by no means lacking in quality weapons. Indeed, he had collected several swords of decent craftsmanship, but none could compare to the Tensai Zangetsu before him. Wait, Tensai Zangetsu is a Zanpakuto, and in this form it's in its Bankai state. So what about this blade in my hand? And when the reward appeared, Tensai Zangetsu was marked as renameable. System, what does this mean? Each reward drawn from the lottery is influenced by the host's subconscious. For instance, if the prize is a devil fruit, under the host's subconscious influence, the flame fruit appears. One of the prizes this time was a Zanpakuto, and because of the host's preference, Tensai Zangetsu was drawn. This blade retains some of its original abilities. For example, wielding this sword enhances the host's strength, movement speed, and attack speed, allowing entry into a transcendent combat state. Additionally, it possesses a unique ability, Getsuga Tensho, which compresses the host's chakra to the blade's tip, and then releases it, forming a crescent-shaped wave of devastating power. Note, the explicitly marked renameable means that after renaming this sword will truly become the host's Zanpakuto, gaining many more mystical abilities. After renaming, the original abilities are preserved, and due to the host's preference, the Zanpakuto's appearance will only change slightly. So that's what it means. Shihōin Naraku suddenly understood, but he scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Did his subconscious really like the flame fruit that much? Really? With so many incredible devil fruits in the One Piece world, how could he possibly like the flame fruit the most? Could this subconscious mean that in this life his talent lies in fire release, so he unconsciously chose the flame fruit? Whatever, it's not worth dwelling on. Let's settle the matter of the Zanpakuto first. Since the system made it clear that renaming doesn't affect the original abilities and adds new ones, there's no hesitation. System, how do I rename it? Host, hold the Zanpakuto in your hand, and its name will appear in your heart. Shihōin Naraku thought for a moment, then sat cross-legged, gripping Tensai Zangetsu, tightly closed his eyes, and began to meditate. A name. A name. What would the name of my Zanpakuto be? The room gradually fell silent, with only the steady rhythm of Shihōin Naraku's breathing audible. Inhale. Exhale. With his entire mind sinking into the sea of consciousness, Shihōin Naraku seemed to hear a call. His deep-set eyes snapped open, and he shouted the name he had heard. Shinra Bansho Hyaku Ho Funso Kurikara. The Zanpakuto in Shihōin Naraku's tight grip suddenly began to tremble, but before he could look down, the vibration ceased. A brand new Zanpakuto appeared before him. On the pitch-black scabbard, plum blossoms adorned it, and a golden dragon coiled around its scales, and claws outstretched, majestic and wild. The originally black-red hilt now bore countless fine, almost invisible fish scale-like patterns, rendering it exquisitely intricate. Clang! The blade was drawn. Shihōin Naraku nodded in satisfaction. The original Tensai Zangetsu, though appearing straight-edged at first glance, actually had a slight curve, but now this sword had become a completely straight blade. The pitch-black blade seemed unchanged, but upon closer inspection it appeared that even light could not illuminate its surface. In fact, the dark blade resembled a black hole, devouring the gaze, mesmerizing anyone who looked upon it, making it impossible to look away. And faintly a black dragon seemed to roam within the dark blade, though it was difficult to discern clearly. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Zanpakuto Kurikara has awakened successfully. Both the scabbard and the Zanpakuto itself have struck the very core of my heart. Holding Kurikara, Shihōin Naraku instinctively understood all information about this blade. First, whenever Shihōin Naraku fights, while wielding Kurikara, the sword will automatically restore his stamina and chakra. Furthermore, Kurikara enhances the power of all ninjutsu he releases. Additionally, there is an ability he finds peculiar, henceforth no snake or dragon can inflict any harm upon him. Lastly, the most crucial ability, Kurikara can devour any Zanpakuto to strengthen itself. That is to say, if Shihōin Naraku draws another Zanpakuto from the lottery in the future, he can have Kurikara consume it, thereby gaining new powers. Of course, it may not be limited to Zanpakuto. As for what else it can devour, that is something Shihōin Naraku must discover on his own. This lottery has been absolutely incredible. All those brain cells I sacrificed were worth it. Just Kurikara alone had greatly enhanced Shihōin Naraku's strength, and there were still other prizes. He hung the sword at his waist, only to find that Kurikara along with its scabbard vanished. When he placed his hand on his waist, the sword reappeared, but when he let go it vanished again. This is convenient. It doesn't hinder combat or daily activities. After all, it was a Zanpakuto forged from Shihōin Naraku's soul, not an ordinary blade. Although Kurikara lacked sentience, it acknowledged only Shihōin Naraku as its master. He had no fear of losing it, for this sword could only be wielded by him. Anyone else who tried would die reduced to ashes by flames if they dared to claim it. Let me see what else the reward includes. A fire release, a lightning release, and explosive tags. Wait, why is there a 30 discount coupon for Ichiraku ramen? And it's expired. What use is this to me? Shihōin Naraku picked up the coupon with a look of disbelief, checked the date, and indeed it was 9 years old. Long expired. Good grief, why not give me one from 10 years ago? At least I could treat it as an antique and give it to Naruto Uzumaki as a birthday present. While thinking about it, Shihōin Naraku found a use for the coupon. After all, Naruto Uzumaki was a loyal customer of Ichiraku ramen. Maybe if he took it there, Otsutsuki Ichiraku would honor it. Observation Haki. This came just in time. Combined with the elementalization of the flame fruit, no one will be able to ambush me from now on. It's tremendously helpful in battle. Shihōin Naraku sensed his observation Haki. The moment he activated it, his 5 senses became extraordinarily acute. He seemed to have gained a superpower. Though standing in the room, he heard the outside world, a gentle breeze rustling petals, bees fluttering their wings, a leaf slowly falling from a tree onto the water's surface, stirring ripples in concentric circles. In the distance, children chased and played, their clothes fluttering. A vendor hawked his wares, the pinwheel in his hand spinning with a creak. All these vivid and delightful scenes seemed as if witnessed with his own eyes, granting Shihōin Naraku a glimpse of a special world. So this is the world of observation Haki. Shihōin Naraku reluctantly withdrew from the state of observation Haki. It was a wondrous sensation of instantly grasping the world, a feeling he cherished deeply. The 3 types of Haki. I only have observation Haki now. I wonder when I'll see the other 2. But it seems I've only mastered the basic ability of observation Haki. The higher level techniques like foreseeing the future, hearing thoughts, and reading memories. I can't do any of those yet. I'll have to try to train those higher level abilities in the future. Though some might be innate with the system here, it's not necessarily impossible for me to learn them eventually. Shihōin Naraku organized the rewards from this lottery, inspecting each one. The Super Vibration Thunder Release Sword. This seems to be the technique of the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Kalabi. By infusing lightning release chakra into the blade, it induces ultra-high frequency vibrations that enhance the sword's sharpness and penetrating power. Just like the Chidori blade that Sasuke would later develop, it also coats the blade with lightning release chakra, achieving a similar effect. It seems Kalabi used this technique to block Sasuke's Chidori blade. This is a very practical ability, especially since Shihōin Naraku had just obtained Jilijialuo, which could perfectly utilize this technique. Seal Master. This is a skill from the Naruto world, right? Shihōin Naraku directly asked the system, and the answer was indeed affirmative. He also learned the specific effects of this reward. Seal Master acted upon him directly. From then on, no matter what ninjutsu he performed, his hand seals would be incredibly fast, and he could even perform them with one hand. Most importantly, his hand seals were simplified. For example, the water-style Water Dragon Bullet technique. When Momochi Zabuza and Hatake Kakashi performed this technique, they needed a ridiculous 44 hand seals, but the second Hokage could release it with just 3. From now on, Shifenjin Naruto could perform the fewest hand seals in the shortest time, just like the second Hokage releasing ninjutsu before the enemy could even react. Very practical. For a ninja, a single moment decides life or death. And the seal master ability helps me seize that moment to defeat the enemy in battle. Shifenjin Naruto then looked at the last reward sun, breathing, a technique from the world of Demon Slayer. This breathing method strengthens the heart and lungs, allowing the blood to instantly absorb a large amount of oxygen, thereby temporarily and greatly enhancing physical abilities. This ability was useful for Shifenjin Naruto, but the improvement was not too significant as he had other methods of enhancement. However, the 13 sword forms or techniques inherent to sun breathing were of great help to him. Upon mastering sun breathing, Shifenjin Naruto instantly learned 12 of its sword forms and became proficient in them, which greatly improved his swordsmanship. But for now he could not yet slash 1,500 times in an instant like its originator Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Perhaps when he could perfectly execute the 12 forms and form a cycle, he would have the chance to complete the 13th form. However, the benefits of sun breathing did not end there. The system indicated that if he could reach the highest realm of total concentration, maintaining it even while sleeping, it would slowly enhance his physical constitution. This was good news for Shifenjin Naruto. After all, his physical constitution was indeed weaker compared to his spirit. Now that he had a method to improve it, even if it was slow, it didn't matter. Huff. Exhaling deeply, Shifenjin Naruto took another breath, feeling the beating of his heart. He began to change his breathing rhythm until he completely switched to sun breathing, then stopped. Then whether walking, sitting, or lying down, Shifenjin Naruto maintained the rhythm of sun breathing without letting it falter. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt his physical constitution slowly strengthening. In the following days, Shifenjin Naruto devoted all his time to sun breathing, striving to enter the highest realm of total concentration as soon as possible. Perhaps because he had already mastered the 12 sword forms of sun breathing, he could maintain the rhythm of sun breathing while walking, sitting, or lying down without it breaking. But for now he still couldn't maintain this state while sleeping. No one knew that Shifenjin Naruto was visibly growing stronger. Time passed quickly and several months flew by. During this period, Shifenjin Naruto fully digested his surging power and solidified his foundation even more. Through constant persistence, he reached the highest realm of total concentration in sun breathing, allowing him to maintain his breathing rhythm even while sleeping, slowly enhancing his physical constitution at an imperceptible rate. Shifenjin Naruto steadily improved his strength, while Konohagakure remained a peaceful and stable. However, a problem arose with Uzumaki Naruto. His secret training in tree climbing was discovered by Uchiha. Ever since the last sparring session, Uchiha Sasuke noticed that Uzumaki Naruto's strength had increased significantly. The former loser whom he could defeat in no time could now engage him for a while, and at times Sasuke had to focus completely to maintain the upper hand. Seeing this, how could the proud and self-proclaimed genius Uchiha Sasuke endure it? After a seemingly secretive tailing, he discovered Uzumaki Naruto's secret. Thus, after a verbal exchange, Uchiha Sasuke joined Uzumaki Naruto's team and began tree climbing training ahead of schedule. Although his chakra control was much better during the tree climbing process, Sasuke would occasionally be mocked by Naruto. However, Naruto was generous and told Uchiha Sasuke the same tips he had learned from Hatake Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Faced with Naruto's loud laughter, Sasuke, who felt indebted but occasionally couldn't hold back his irritation, would lose his temper and the two would fight. The result was that Naruto ended up bruised and swollen, while Sasuke was slightly better off, but still disheveled. But Uzumaki Naruto's physical constitution was incredibly abnormal. He recovered faster. So in a sense, the two oddly ended up in a draw. Secretly, the bond between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke grew deeper, but they themselves didn't notice it, still quarreling loudly with each other. At a certain training ground in Konohagakure, crack! Jilijialuo sheathed and disappeared. Shifenjin Naruto lowered his hand, exhaled deeply, and looked at the training ground that was now like ruins with faint flames and smoke still burning around. Almost there. Roughly estimating, my strength is now at the Kage level and not the kind of cage level that is just a pretender. A smile appeared on his face. Shifenjin Naruto watched the smoke gradually dissipating on the training ground, then turned and left. The commotion during training is getting bigger and bigger. My private training ground was destroyed last time. This time, although it's not completely ruined, it still needs repairs. It seems I'll have to find another training ground next time. Shifenjin Naruto was a bit troubled. Although Konohagakure had over 50 training grounds, at this rate of destruction, they wouldn't last long. Maybe I should go outside the village. Lost in thought, Shihōin Naraku arrived at the forest behind the mountain. For the past few months he had been busy with his own affairs and hadn't come to see Uzumaki Naruto. Since he had already hinted at his intentions to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shihōin Naraku guessed that the other party understood his meaning. Otherwise, why hadn't anyone come to ask him to keep an eye on Naruto all this time? After finishing his training, Shihōin Naraku wasn't in a hurry. He strolled to the forest behind the mountain, but as soon as he got close he heard noise. Hihihaha. Idiot Sasuke, you lost. This was Naruto's triumphant laughter. Idiot. This voice was a bit unfamiliar, but Shihōin Naraku recognized it as Uchiha Sasuke's. It seemed that wherever these two went they couldn't avoid arguing. There was no helping it. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra were like this, sometimes good, sometimes bad, an endless cycle. Shihōin Naraku landed on a rock, hands in his pockets, looking down at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, whose heads were locked together in a stubborn standoff. Uzumaki Naruto's face was swollen and bruised, while Uchiha Sasuke was slightly better off, but with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth and on his arm, and his clothes were torn in several places. Shihōin Naraku sat cross-legged on the giant rock, propping his chin on one hand, watching the two youngsters butting heads below. They were fated indeed. Uchiha Sasuke, who always wore a cold expression, would inevitably lose his composure whenever he encountered Uzumaki Naruto. Even if he later regained his aloofness, another provocation from Naruto would shatter it again. It's destiny. Speaking of which, this team is just missing Haruno Sakura now. Haruno Sakura's inclusion in the ninja squad of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke relied on Naruto's fondness for her, because the team was built around the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Shihōin Naraku clearly understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, fostering bonds, the same old approach. But Uchiha Sasuke's presence also owed to his Sharingan, which was naturally a counter to the tailed beasts. Who are you? Lost in thought, Shihōin Naraku didn't snap back until Uchiha Sasuke turned his head and spotted him sitting cross-legged on the boulder, chin in hand. Naraku. Following Uchiha Sasuke's gaze, Uzumaki Naruto immediately spotted Shihōin Naraku and ran over excitedly. Bang! Shihōin Naraku flicked his finger, and a faint spark suddenly appeared, streaking through the air and lightly striking Uzumaki Naruto's forehead, making him stop involuntarily and rub his brow. Why did you hit me, Naraku? You're about to graduate from the Ninja Academy, and you still have time to fool around here. Uzumaki Naruto immediately retorted, loudly pointing at Uchiha Sasuke, who had returned to his cold expression, and said, "We were just training." It was Sasuke who, seeing Shihōin Naraku raise a finger to him, Naruto had to shut up, but he continued to mutter under his breath. Nevertheless, Naruto didn't dawdle and turned to resume his training. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Shihōin Naraku, hesitated, and then followed Naruto to start exercising. The tree-climbing training was already complete, but Uchiha Sasuke didn't revert to his usual solitary training. Instead, he stayed. Even if he had to bicker with Uzumaki Naruto from time to time, he had no intention of leaving. Swoosh! Hatake Kakashi appeared beside Shihōin Naraku. The two watched Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke sparring in silence for a while. "Hey Naraku, let's have a ninja spar." Huh? Hatake Kakashi's words caught Shihōin Naraku off guard. He remained seated cross-legged, tilting his head slightly to look at the other, wondering what had prompted Kakashi to suggest a spar today. Seeing the other's impassive demeanor, Shihōin Naraku pursed his lips and said, "Oh, but you can't beat me. They'll have to try to know that." Hatake Kakashi put away his Ika paradise, looked down at Shihōin Naraku seriously, and said, "Don't forget, between us, I've won the most spars. Ha ha ha. Don't you forget how long ago that was. I was just going easy on you back then." Shihōin Naraku laughed heartily, catching the attention of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke not far away. He said, "Since you want to fight is no problem, but you have to tell me why." "The third Hokage summoned me today and informed me of some things. I might be leaving the Umbu soon." "I see." Hearing this, Shihōin Naraku understood. Hatake Kakashi was going to leave the Umbu to become a team instructor. Perhaps deep down he was willing, but there was still some reluctance. That's why he wanted to fight Shihōin Naraku. If he could win, he would let go of his past regrets and leave the Umbu. If he lost, he would still leave, but a lingering resentment might remain. After all, in a way, it was Shihōin Naraku who drove him away and took over as the Umbu captain. Losing meant becoming Hokage, winning meant staying to become the Umbu captain. Perhaps for Hatake Kakashi this battle was also to vent the pain in his heart. So Shihōin Naraku agreed without hesitation. Since his good friend personally requested a beating, he was more than happy to oblige. Voluntarily asking for a beating, your own words. Shihōin Naraku spread his hands, looking helpless. "This is the first time in my life I've seen such a request." Jumping down from the boulder, Shihōin Naraku clapped his hands, surveyed the surroundings, then frowned, and said, "Let's go to training ground 19. These forests in the back mountain took a lot of effort to grow. We shouldn't destroy them completely. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Naruto and said, looks like you're planning to go all out. Of course. It's not every day I have a reason to beat you up. Well, I can't miss this chance. Shihōin Naraku raised an eyebrow, waved at Uzumaki Naruto, and then turned to leave. Uzumaki Naruto was about to show off his training progress to Shihōin Naraku, but seeing him leave he immediately abandoned Uchiha Sasuke and caught up. Naruto, you're leaving so soon. What are you going to do? You haven't even seen how strong I am now. Kids, go home and rest. We have business to attend to. Seeing Shihōin Naraku dismiss him like a child, Uzumaki Naruto pouted in dissatisfaction, but then noticed Hatake Kakashi leaving as well. Kakashi's-in, you're leaving too. You too. Hatake Kakashi was a bit speechless. Naruto called him uncle, but called Naruto big brother. They were the same age, weren't they? We're going to fight. But this show isn't for you. Go back or train on your own. Shihōin Naraku waved his hand, signaling Uzumaki Naruto to leave. Fight! Uzumaki Naruto's eyes immediately lit up and excitement spread across his face. Watching Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi gradually disappear into the distance, Uzumaki Naruto quietly followed them, but he didn't forget Uchiha Sasuke gesturing for him to come along. Uchiha Sasuke stood there for a moment thinking, then decided to follow. The two sneaked after Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, though they were discovered long ago. Naruto and Kakashi didn't mind. Training Ground 19 was located southeast of Konohagakure. It was vast and well-suited for combat, albeit a bit far. Shihōin Naraku asked in advance if Hatake Kakashi needed to go back and prepare any ninja tools. Kakashi simply shook his head, indicating he was already ready. Looks like you planned this long ago. With a thoughtful glance at the other, Shihōin Naraku shrugged. Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi walked at the forefront, while Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke followed stealthily behind, occasionally using the surrounding environment to conceal their figures as if hiding from something unknown. Glancing at the silent Hatake Kakashi, Shihōin Naraku smiled. It seemed that although he said nothing, he was still deeply concerned. The reason Shihōin Naraku chose Training Ground 19 was primarily its distance. The long walk allowed Hatake Kakashi to gradually adjust his state, both mentally and physically, to perfection so he could face him in battle with his best form. Yo, my friends. As Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi, who was adjusting his state, walked along the road, a green figure suddenly appeared from afar, landing before them in a few bounds, cheerfully shouting and reaching out to embrace them. Wait. Shihōin Naraku quickly raised a hand to stop the exuberant Might Guy. My, what's wrong with Kakashi? Might Guy also noticed something off about Hatake Kakashi. Was he heading out for an ANBU mission? About to engage in combat? But why were neither Shihōin Naraku nor Hatake Kakashi wearing their ANBU combat gear? Seeing Might Guy's puzzled expression, Shihōin Naraku grinned provocatively. We're going to fight. Want to join? Oh. Might Guy, upon hearing this, leaped backward and executed a 360-degree spin in midair. And oh, problem. Thumbs up. Might Guy flashed a bright smile, a glint of light reflecting off his teeth. Then, as if remembering something, he waved vigorously behind him, and Shihōin Naraku saw three figures running over from a distance. Hyuga Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee. It turned out Might Guy had just returned from a mission with Team 3 of Konoha's Leaf Village. Maybe you should take them to submit the mission first. Shihōin Naraku pointed at the curious Hyuga Neji and the others, saying, we're heading to Training Ground 19 anyway, so there's plenty of time. Might Guy glanced back at his three disciples, thought for a moment, and nodded. No problem, well, be quick. Everyone, speed it up. We're going to turn in the mission now. With that, Might Guy dashed off in a flash. Hyuga Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee, who had just approached, had no idea what was happening. They could only catch their breath and helplessly follow along. So full of energy. Shihōin Naraku shook his head. However, Hyuga Neji and the others seemed to recognize him, and Hatake Kakashi nodding politely as they passed by. Akai-sensei, why are we in such a hurry? We're already back in the village. Tenten, with her cute face, complained as she rubbed her knees. Because there's a good show ahead. Naruto and Kakashi are going to have a ninja spar, and I'm joining too. Hurriedly finishing the mission submission process, Might Guy led his three students out, signaling them to hold off on resting and follow him. This is a rare battle between three jōnin. Aren't you interested? What? Three jōnin? Hyuga Neji, Tenten, and Rock Lee all widened their eyes in disbelief at their teacher. That's right, me, Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi. It's been a while since such a fight. Time to get pumped. Might Guy bounced with excitement, then charged ahead. Neji Lee, who do you think will win among the three jōnin? Following along, Tenten asked curiously. Rock Lee immediately shouted, of course Kai-sensei will win. Hyuga Neji pondered for a moment and said uncertainly, I don't know. Kai-sensei is incredibly strong, but Hatake Kakashi is a legendary ninja known across the shinobi world. Even ninjas from other villages acknowledge his copy ninja title. As for Shihōin Naraku, I'm not sure about his exact strength. Kaizen-sai mentioned that Naraku is a medical ninja and a high-ranking official in the Leaf Village, but he didn't elaborate on his combat abilities. Tintin's cute face broke into a cheerful smile as she recalled something. That's right, Naraku is a medical ninja. The medicine Kaizen-sai gives us is made by Naraku. Rock Lee then spoke up. Naraku is also very powerful. Don't forget, Kaizen-sai said Naraku was a genius since childhood and was taken as a disciple by Lady Tsunade, one of the Sannin. Lady Tsunade, one of the Sannin. That name alone stunned Tintin and Hyuga-Niji, especially Tintin, whose dream was to become a kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. Let's hurry. The three immediately accelerated, chasing after Might Guy. On the bustling streets of the hidden Leaf Village, the four figures led by Might Guy flashed past and vanished in an instant. What's going on? Yuhi Kurenai watched the scene with curiosity. Beside her, Sarutobi Asuma, who was smoking, scratched his head, also puzzled. Maybe they're training. Both knew well of Might Guy's formidable strength, so they didn't question his seemingly absurd training methods. The couple who were on a date didn't dwell on it and continued their sweet moment. Has it started? When Might Guy arrived at Training Ground 19 with his students, he found Naraku and Kakashi already standing inside the field facing each other with intense concentration. Two children stood outside watching intently. Might Guy recognized them immediately: the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, and the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. He led his three students over and stood before them. If you see things getting dangerous, retreat immediately. Otherwise you'll be caught in the fight, and that won't be good. Uchiha Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, while Uzumaki Naruto upon first glance exclaimed, "Wow, such thick eyebrows. Why are you being rude to Kaizen-sai?" Might Guy himself didn't mind Naruto's outburst, but Rock Lee stepped forward without hesitation. He couldn't tolerate such disrespect toward his teacher. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the boy who had stepped forward, who also had the same thick eyebrows, and was at a loss for words. "As Kaizen-sai's student, I, Rock Lee, challenge you." Uzumaki Naruto looked bewildered. "Yes, Kaizen-sai." Rock Lee obediently returned to his teacher's side. Might Guy spoke with rare seriousness. "What you are about to witness is the battle between the strongest jōnin of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Watch closely. It may impact your ninja careers." "Yes. Understood. Got it." Nearby, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were stunned for a glint of vengeful ambition flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's pupils. These two were the strongest jōnin. If he could get one of them to train him, could he quickly kill Uchiha Itachi? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't believe it. He had never imagined that Hatake Kakashi and Shihōin Naraku possessed such formidable strength. The commotion outside the field did not distract Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi. The two stood opposite each other at a distance, fully focused. Naraku was completely relaxed, his eyes fixed on Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, meanwhile, closed his eyes tightly, striving to adjust his mind and body. The genius he once was seemed to be gradually returning. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through. Leaves and dust swirled in the air, momentarily obscuring their vision. At that moment, Hatake Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes. The usual laziness in his eyes was gone, replaced by a fleeting sharp gleam. At the same time, Hatake Kakashi lifted the forehead protector that covered one eye, revealing a long scar across his cheek. The scar ran through his entire right eye, and within that eye socket a crimson Freedomo Sharingan slowly rotated. In an instant, everyone outside the field, except Might Guy and Uzumaki Naruto, turned their gaze toward Uchiha Sasuke, who was trembling with shock. Why does that man possess the Sharingan? The Sharingan is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sasuke was stunned, staring at Hatake Kakashi in disbelief, more precisely at his Sharingan. He was certain that aside from himself, the only remaining member of the Uchiha clan was the very man he yearned to kill at every moment, Uchiha Itachi. So where did that man get his Sharingan? The scene before him completely shattered Uchiha Sasuke's composure. Uzumaki Naruto, bewildered, kept looking back and forth, unable to grasp what was happening. He also noticed something was off about Uchiha Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi's eye was indeed peculiar, but why was everyone reacting this way? Even though Uzumaki Naruto had been somewhat disrespectful towards Might Guy earlier, Rock Lee kindly explained, Kakashi's eye is the Sharingan. The Sharingan is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Only they can awaken such eyes in the entire shinobi world. Uzumaki Naruto understood now. It turned out Sasuke's family's eye had ended up with Kakashi Sensei. But more questions swirled in his mind, and he had to hold them back for now. It's starting, Might Guy suddenly warned. Sometime earlier at the root base. You're saying Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi are heading to Training Ground 19. Yes, Danzo-sama. Shimura Danzo, hidden in the shadows, tightened his grip on his cane. His ever-impassive face finally betrayed a hint of a smile. The smile of someone whose scheme was succeeding. Finally, they were fighting. He had leaked the information about the Hokage candidate to Shihōin Naraku, hoping it would provoke a falling out with Hatake Kakashi, even a secret deadly clash. But months passed without any good news to cheer Shimura Danzo. Instead, word came that Shihōin Naraku had become the head of the medical department, which only deepened his confusion. Could it be that Shihōin Naraku didn't want to become Hokage? Shimura Danzo refused to believe it. He thought Naraku was retreating only to advance, and would surely slip up eventually. All he had to do was wait for the two to fall out, then gather evidence of their conflict, and throw it before everyone in Konohagakure, ensuring neither could ever become Hokage. After all, few could accept a candidate who engaged in brutal strife with comrades for the sake of the Hokage title. And now finally the moment had come. Move out. To Training Ground 19. Yes. Shimura Danzo with his two loyal subordinates rapidly headed for Training Ground 19. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the crystal ball on his desk, frowning at the two figures shown Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi. Naraku voluntarily withdrew, and I passed the news to Kakashi yesterday. Normally there was no reason for them to fight, but then he considered that maybe Kakashi intended to use this battle to convince himself. Perhaps that's for the best. If a single battle can make Hatake Kakashi completely let go of his heart's burden, Konoha would gain another elite jōnin. Puffs of smoke wreathed the office. For a moment, it seemed many eyes were fixed on the two figures in the training ground. A single drifting leaf swayed in the air, slowly descending. Shihōin Naraku watched Hatake Kakashi push up his forehead protector, and excitement surged through him. This was full power. The tension between them grew sharper. The leaf drifted down to the ground between them, landing softly. Boom! Crack! The ground beneath both Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi exploded simultaneously, sending gravel and dust flying. The earth split into a spiderweb of cracks. They closed in at a speed almost too fast for the eye to follow, then collided violently, unleashing a terrifying force in that instant. Crunch! The moment Shihōin Naraku's and Hatake Kakashi's fists met the ground around them, caved in violently. Countless fissures spread outward, and a circular shockwave erupted, knocking over Uzumaki Naruto and his group, who were watching from the sidelines. Fall back. Might Guy, standing still, spoke without turning his head, his gaze fixed on the two in the arena. Uzumaki Naruto and the others tried to stubbornly hold their ground, but the violent tremors and explosive blasts of air made it impossible to stay steady. Bang! 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 After a frenzied exchange, the fists and feet of Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi flew in a blur. Their figures leaped and turned rapidly, locked in a tangled dance that made it hard to tell them apart. Boom! Shihōin Naraku suddenly stomped the ground with monstrous force, channeling a power like a giant's. The earth instantly collapsed into a massive crater, and dust rose into the air, shrouding the area. A fierce gust rushed toward Hatake Kakashi, making his every hair stand on end. He rolled aside in a series of quick flips to evade. But the storm, kicked up by the monstrous force, still hurled Kakashi into the air. His hands moved in a blur of hand seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. Chakra surged in his throat, and the next moment a massive fireball erupted from Kakashi's mouth, hurtling down towards Shihōin Naraku's position. A wave of scorching heat swept through, but Kakashi didn't stop. He knew this alone wouldn't defeat Naraku. So after releasing the great fireball, his hands flashed through another set of seals. Wind-style great breakthrough. A torrent of whirlwind burst from his mouth, rapidly growing into a gale. Fire fed by the wind lending strength to the flames. With the gale's aid, the already descending great fireball surged in intensity, its raging flames expanding several times over. A heat wave capable of scorching the earth poured outward, the searing blast unmistakable. The spectators on the periphery couldn't help but swallow, as if the blazing fire had already reached them. Rumble! As if caught off guard, the roaring fireball smashed into the ground, exploding violently. The flames, unleashing their immense power, burned and scorched everything around. Did he dodge? He didn't dodge. Naraka-senpai is dead. Most of the onlookers watched in horror as the massive fireball engulfed Shihōin Naraku. Only a few frowned at the still raging flames, saying nothing. Pant. Pant. Hatake Kakashi landed heavily, breathing hard. Both jutsu he had just used were crank, but their power could be scaled with chakra output, and he had indeed expended a considerable amount of chakra. Crack. Sizzle. Thud. Amid the blazing inferno, a figure emerged, wreathed in dancing flames. Each footstep echoed like a drumbeat, steady, powerful, resolute. Hatake Kakashi's pupils dilated wildly. He had clearly hit him with the technique. Why did the fire style do no damage? Though sparks still flickered at the edges of his clothes, they extinguished one by one as he walked. Shihōin Naraku's garment was not even rumpled. He's coming. Bam! As if teleporting, Shihōin Naraku stomped down, but in the blink of an eye he was already beside Hatake Kakashi, sending him flying with a single kick. Bang! Shihōin Naraku kicked Shimou Kakashi away, sending him hurtling into the air, then, as if teleporting through space, appeared beside Kakashi, driving his elbow viciously into the opponent's abdomen and slamming him back to the ground. Shimou Kakashi crashed onto the earth, tumbling several times, carving a long trench across the ground before slamming into a massive boulder and coming to a halt. Without time to ease the searing pain throughout his body, he rolled clumsily to the side. Boom. Crack. The sudden fist seemed to pierce through space itself, striking the boulder. Cracks spread across its surface, and the next moment the boulder shattered completely. Relentless in his assault, Shihōin Naraku pursued with blistering speed, each strike carrying immense force. His Sharingan whirled rapidly, discerning the flow of chakra and anticipating Naraku's movements as Shimou Kakashi searched for any opening to counterattack. Bang! Shihōin Naraku landed a vicious kick on Shimou Kakashi's body. But just as Kakashi's eyes bulged from the impact, he vanished in a puff of smoke with a loud bang. A shadow clone. Was it when I shattered the boulder? Rumble. Lightning release, Qian. A piercing chirping sound exploded in his ears as lightning-infused chakra converged in Shimou Kakashi's palm, crackling with electric light. Shimou Kakashi held his right hand, gleaming with lightning in his left, feeling his body cells stimulated by the lightning chakra, growing more active. Sizzle, accelerate. Accelerate further. In that moment, Shimou Kakashi's speed soared, transforming him into a bolt of lightning streaking towards Shihōin Naraku. Whiz whiz whiz. Dozens of shuriken and kunai pierced the air, forming an impenetrable net that enveloped Shihōin Naraku, sealing off all avenues of escape. To dodge the projectiles was to fall prey to Kakashi's Qian. To evade the Qian was to be pierced by the multitude of weapons. The trap was flawless. Shihōin Naraku stood motionless, his eyes flickering slightly as he activated his observation haki, instantly mapping every detail of his surroundings in his mind. Whiz whiz whiz. Without a trace of expression, Shihōin Naraku tilted his head left, drew in his shoulder, shifted his head right, bent his left arm, and lowered his right arm. The shuriken and kunai passed through every gap in his body, not a single one striking him. How is this possible? Everyone watching the battle was stunned. The projectiles Kakashi had thrown came from all directions, some even aimed at Naraku's back, yet he dodged them all as if he had eyes behind his head. This. Uchiha Sasuke stood dumbfounded and helpless. If one could evade shuriken from every angle, didn't that render the art of projectile throwing useless for many? Especially the Uchiha clan, renowned for their shuriken jutsu. Sasuke himself could manipulate shuriken midair to strike from impossible angles, but against Naraku, it was utterly futile. No, there must be a trick. So this is the power of a jōnin. Uchiha Sasuke steeled himself, his eyes unknowingly fixed on the lightning crackling in Shimou Kakashi's hand. Uzumaki Naruto was utterly captivated by the battle before him. Hyuga Neji had already activated his Byakugan, intently observing the jōnin within the training ground. If he possessed such power, perhaps he could break free from the shackles the Hyuga clan had placed upon him and become a true free bird. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already misplaced his pipe. He stared intently at the battle scene reflected in his crystal ball. When did Naraku reach this level of strength? Kakashi's abilities are indeed compromised, but he shouldn't be suppressed to such an extent. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the battle, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. Shimou Kakashi, charging headlong, saw his shuriken had been rendered useless, yet he did not abandon his assault. Instead, he pushed his stamina to the limit, accelerating once more towards Shihōin Naraku. Qian is it? It seems fate has decreed this. Shihōin Naraku opened his palm and flames danced like living spirits, gathering at its center, swiftly forming a rapidly spinning orb of orange-red fire. Come try my special version of the Rasengan. Fire release Rasengan. The sight of the orange-red fireball in Shihōin Naraku's palm, so familiar, made Shimou Kakashi's eyes blink repeatedly. Shimura Danzo, hidden in the shadows and spying, widened his single eye in disbelief. When did Shihōin Naraku learn the fourth Hokage's Rasengan? My lord, it appears to be Shihōin Naraku's own creation. It merely resembles the Rasengan in form, but it is more of a fire release technique. Enough, I know that. Yes. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was now coughing violently. Shihōin Naraku's sudden move had once again startled him. Cough cough. When did he even master the Rasengan? Outside the training ground, Uzumaki Naruto watched the spinning fireball in Shihōin Naraku's hand, becoming somewhat entranced. Unconsciously, he mimicked Naraku's hand movements. Qian and Rasengan. As if by destiny, they collided with a thunderous roar. Crackle. A grating, agonizing sound erupted. Shimou Kakashi thrust his Qian with all his might, while Shihōin Naraku pushed the flaming Rasengan steadily forward. Rumble. Blinding lightning and flames soared upward. In an instant a white light filled everyone's vision, and the deafening roar shook the very air. Rumble. Blinding lightning and flames soared upward. In an instant a white light filled everyone's vision, and the deafening roar shook the very air. Wave after wave of shock waves swept outward, the overwhelming force leveling everything in its path. All those outside the training ground were scattered by the sudden hurricane of wind. The residual lightning, writhing like serpents, discharged its energy recklessly, while the rising flames incinerated anything that dared to stand in their way. A terrifying wave of heat shot into the sky, scorching the air itself and turning the heavens a blazing red. The rising smoke and dust mingled with lightning and flames formed a colossal pillar that reached the heavens. The vast training ground No. 19 was instantly reduced to rubble by such a terrifying eruption of energy. The ground shook violently, splitting into deep, bottomless fissures. Guy, coming. 8 gates. First gate, gate of opening, open. Gate of rest, open. Gate of life, open. Open. Gate of pain, open. Gate of view, open. The roar echoed across the sky. Uzumaki, Naruto, and the others hiding behind trees and boulders watched in horror as Might Guy transformed before their eyes. His skin flushed red with blood, a green energy erupted from his body. His black hair stood on end, and a violent wave of air spread outward from him, sending Naruto and the others tumbling away with shouts of alarm. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded. Might Guy burst forth at full speed, charging directly into the terrifying explosion. Rumble! Someone attacked Konoha village. The continuous explosions thundered with smoke, dust, flames, and lightning surging into the sky, awakening the entire Hidden Leaf village. Civilians and ninjas stared in terror at the source of the explosions. What's happening? Run! Enemy attack. Explosion. What exploded? Enemy. Where is the enemy? In an instant the entire Hidden Leaf village fell into chaos. Except for a few well-trained ninjas, everyone else turned into a disorderly mess. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai, who were on a romantic shopping date, exchanged shocked glances and immediately dashed toward the explosion site. It might not be an enemy. Kai was heading that way earlier. If there were enemies, he would have spoken up. Isn't that training ground No. 19? But if it's our own people, why is the commotion so huge? Who knows? Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai accelerated toward training ground No. 19. Meanwhile, the entire Hidden Leaf village grew restless, and some ninjas snapping out of their shock followed suit. Damn it! Those two bastards. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with rage, slamming his palm fiercely onto the desk, causing all the documents to scatter to the floor. Someone go calm the villagers immediately. Inform the ninjas that this is not a war. First have the ninjas maintain order and prevent panic. Also send someone to the daimyo and noble sanatorium to explain immediately. Yes. Rubbing his aching head, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the strain of his advancing age. Even for a spar between ninjas, this is far too excessive. Having made up his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided that once this was over, Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi would face severe consequences. With such abundant energy, they should focus on serious matters instead, you two bastards. At the periphery of training ground No. 19, Umbu members appeared in time, briefly explained the situation, and stopped a large number of ninjas. They then relayed the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, instructing everyone to return and calm the villagers. Only a select few ninjas were permitted to enter the training ground. Whoa! Even for a spar, this is way too much. Sarutobi Asuma's cigarette dangling from his lips pulled Yuhi Kurenai into the training ground. As he took in the scene, he was so stunned he nearly lost his voice. His mouth fell open and the cigarette dropped. Is this a spar? Or is it a life-or-death battle? Yuhi Kurenai was also speechless with shock. Even for seasoned jōnin, witnessing such a spectacle was on. Inside training ground No. 19, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, but the raging flames and occasional flashes of lightning still unleashed formidable power. The once flat training ground was now riddled with craters. The boulders, trees, and river that had originally existed were almost completely destroyed. In short, this training ground was utterly ruined. Without extensive repairs, it would be unusable for a long time. The Ino Shikacho trio, led by Nara Shikaku, also arrived at the scene, clicking their tongues in disbelief at the surrounding devastation. Really, didn't those three think about the aftermath at all? Nara Shikaku wore a troubled expression. Despite being jōnin of the Hidden Leaf village, they showed no sense of responsibility. Yamanaka and Noichi surveyed the wreckage, puzzled. Why did these three suddenly decide to spar? Kakashi is usually so level-headed. Naraku has a calm and meticulous personality too. It's just Kai who gets overly excited and hot-blooded. Huh. Akimichi Chozo, with his plump figure, said cheerfully, there must be a reason. They're all comrades. It's hard to refuse when a friend invites a spar. Ninjas from the Akimichi clan, despite their large and burly physiques, surprisingly possessed very delicate and kind personalities. That's true. Although it was a bit excessive since it was just a spar, it wasn't a major issue, so Narashikaku didn't dwell on it. What concerned him was another matter. As he rushed over, he had witnessed the chaotic state of Konoha and felt a deep, prolonged peace was good, but one must not forget that the ninja world was still fraught with dangers. If this had been a real enemy attack, the losses to Konoha would have been severe. Thus, in the shadows, he had already begun contemplating reporting this to Sarutobi Hiruzen afterward. Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, arrived at the training ground. As the clan leader, he needed to arrange his clan members, so he was a bit slower. Upon arriving, he saw Uzumaki Naruto and his group scrambling out of the woods looking utterly disheveled. Hyuga Niji was also among them, but appeared unharmed. Hyuga Hayashi wanted to approach and show concern, but when he saw Niji deliberately turn away, the message of distance was clear. He could only sigh and give up. How terrifying. Looking at the surrounding ruins, Hyuga Hayashi also felt a chill of horror. This level of damage was no longer something a jōnin could achieve. Had Shihōin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, or Mei Tokai surpassed the limits of a jōnin? Just as everyone was staring at the devastated training ground, a sudden roar echoed from within once more. Boom, boom, boom. From deep within the training ground, immense sounds continued to erupt. The flames blazed even more fiercely, accompanied by violent collisions, and the ground began to tremble again. What's happening? No way, it's still not over. These guys are definitely going to be reprimanded. The jōnin present all turned their gazes to Hyuga Hayashi. The implication clear. You can see far. Give us a live update. Byakugan. Veins bulged around his eyes as Hyuga Hayashi peered into the training ground. The Byakugan instantly traversed a vast distance, revealing the three figures locked in combat amidst flames, smoke, and lightning. They're deep inside. The battle isn't over. Yes, Shihōin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, and Mei Tokai. They're still fighting. Everyone was speechless. Still not finished. Leaving aside the others, how was Hatake Kakashi with his limited chakra reserves managing to keep going? Deep within the training ground, three figures tumbled and flew, fists and feet striking out. Their entangled forms occasionally erupted with explosive flashes of light. Bang! Hatake Kakashi took a punch to the kidney, gasping in pain as he was sent flying. With his old strength spent and new power not yet born, Shihōin Naraku, whose fist had yet to withdraw, sensed a kick coming from the side. Even before impact, the ferocious aura was already bearing down. Boom! Mei Tokai's full-powered kick wrapped in green energy pierced straight through Shihōin Naraku's body. But Mei Tokai felt no joy from the successful strike, because the next moment Shihōin Naraku's pierced body began to burn with flames. Before he could pull away, a merciless elbow strike slammed into him. Thud, thud, thud. Like a meteor, Mei Tokai crashed into the ground. The earth split open and a massive crater exploded outward. Huff! Shihōin Naraku exhaled deeply, calming his rapid breathing. The intense three-way exchange moments ago had left him somewhat out of breath. Yet this skirmish had thoroughly satisfied his craving for battle. Glancing at Chimu Kakashi, who still lay on the ground, Shihōin Naraku knew he was nearing his limits. The collision of the Chidori and the flame spiral sphere earlier had been devastatingly powerful. Though Shihōin Naraku had mastered the spiral sphere by harnessing his control over flames, he had underestimated his own strength. Only when the Chidori and spiral sphere clashed did he sense something amiss, hastily withdrawing some power while enduring the backlash of chakra against his meridians. Even so, the explosion triggered by the collision of the flame spiral sphere and Chidori surpassed all expectations. Fortunately, Mei Tokai, upon hearing Shihōin Naraku's shout, had unhesitatingly activated the 8 gates of the body and charged into the blast, whisking Chimu Kakashi away at the critical moment. Otherwise, given Chimu Kakashi's physique, he would have been burned to ashes, scattered in the wind. At this moment, Shihōin Naraku finally gained a precise understanding of his own capabilities. If this were merely a duel between Shihōin Naraku and Chimu Kakashi, it could have ended here without further necessity. But the blood-boiling appearance of Mei Tokai reignited the battle. Since Shihōin Naraku had not yet had his fill, he immediately engaged, clashing with Mei Tokai. Midway, Chimu Kakashi, having finally caught his breath, was also drawn in, and thus the three-way melee began. Shihōin Naraku's body was wreathed in flames with occasional sparks flickering. Mei Tokai's body erupted with green energy, his congested skin glowing crimson. Chimu Kakashi's tattered garments crackled with jagged arcs of lightning. Among the three, Shihōin Naraku and Mei Tokai were in the best condition, while Chimu Kakashi had expended too much. His chakra remained, but his physical stamina was nearly depleted. Thus the fight now centered on Shihōin Naraku and Mei Tokai, with Chimu Kakashi participating occasionally, relying mainly on his innate talent. Regrettably, this was not a solo duel, else Shimukakaxi could have leveraged his unique ability to equalize opponents. Perhaps, even with cage-level strength, Shihōin Naraku might have been dragged to the same level by Kakaxi. With a fierce roar, Maite Kai charged at Shihōin Naraku, his body radiating a wild aura. Sun breathing. Shihōin Naraku felt the enhancement of his cardiopulmonary functions, instantly absorbing a massive amount of oxygen and sensing the elevation of all his physical abilities. As Maite Kai rushed toward him, the flames burst into a blaze and Shihōin Naraku charged forward. Bang! The next second, Shihōin Naraku flew backward at an even greater speed, smashing through several large trees before tumbling into a deep crater on the ground. Crack! Shihōin Naraku pulled his arm from the crater and steadied his breathing. Troublesome can't keep up with Kai's speed. By briefly enhancing his power with sun breathing and his observation, Haki Shihōin Naraku could perceive Maite Kai's attacks. The problem was that even though he could see the attack patterns, the sheer speed made it impossible for him to react in time. Open the gate. Open. Shimukakaxi, crackling with lightning, activated the first gate of the 8 gates of the body, boosting his attack and speed. However, this also meant Shimukakaxi could only endure for a few seconds. The overload would rapidly drain his physical energy. Open the gate. Open. Shihōin Naraku hesitated no longer and immediately activated the first gate of the 8 gates of the body. Then, as he watched Maite Kai and Kakaxi engage in combat, while drawing closer, he placed his hand on his waist, and an exquisitely crafted straight blade sword slowly materialized. Kurakara. Sun breathing. The first gate of the 8 gates of the body open. Combining all 3, Shihōin Naraku felt an explosive enhancement of his physical attributes. Crack. Shihōin Naraku's thumb pushed the blade of Kurakara from its scabbard, a flash of cold light appearing as he stepped forward. The moment his foot landed, Shihōin Naraku appeared beside the battling Kakaxi and Maite Kai as if by teleportation. Wielding Kurakara, the jet-black blade traced a perfect arc through the air. Fire God's Dance, Circle Dance. The blade's edge, wreathed in crimson flames, drew a breathtakingly beautiful circle. The blazing heat surged forward and the dancing tongues of fire licked the air, an aura of devastation descending. Boom. Clang. Shimukakaxi threw a shuriken while leaning back, dodging the slash with the utmost reflex. Maite Kai, however, stood his ground, punching fiercely toward the flames. The impact of the compressed air extinguished the fire. Shihōin Naraku did not expect to repel both with a single strike. Gripping Kurakara, the black blade pierced through the flames, thrusting eerily toward the nearby Maite Kai. Such a swift thrust was too fast even for the speedster Maite Kai to dodge. Clang. Sparks flew as a suddenly appearing superalloy nunchaku struck the tip of Kurakara, deflecting the blade's trajectory. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Shimukakaxi suddenly appeared before Shihōin Naraku, his Sharingan locking onto the latter's eyes, instantly releasing a Jinjutsu. But Shihōin Naraku's spirit was exceptionally resilient, granting him high resistance to illusions. Thus he broke free from this low-level Jinjutsu that induced terrifying visions in an instant. Leaf-strong whirlwind. In the moment the illusion was shattered, Maite Kai executed a spinning back kick with astonishing speed and power, striking Shihōin Naraku. Whooshed. An afterimage. Maite Kai had kicked only a phantom. Off balance, he quickly performed a leaf whirlwind kick toward his rear. Bang! The suddenly appearing Shihōin Naraku raised his arm to block Maite Kai's kick, while his other hand gripped Kurakara and slashed down fiercely from above. Clang! Shimukakaxi held a kunai blocking the blade of Kurakara. Shihōin Naraku's arm suddenly exerted force, the explosive strength channeled through the black blade of Kurakara, crushing the kunai and continuing its descent toward Kakaxi. Fortunately, Maite Kai swung his nunchaku, striking the blade of Kurakara, while Kakaxi rolled away but Shihōin Naraku stomped the ground, appearing before Kakaxi, who had yet to rise, and slashed down with Kurakara again. What misfortune! Shimukakaxi lamented inwardly. Why, even after opening the first gate of the 8 gates of the body, could he not keep up with the speed of these two? Leaf rock breaking rise. Maite Kai's sudden burst of speed tore up the ground as he delivered a brutal elbow strike, sending Shihōin Naraku flying. Lightning cutter. Shimukakaxi gritted his teeth, channeling his remaining chakra, lightning flickering one. Originally a 3-way melee, it had now become a 2-known fight against Shihōin Naraku. Since he could no longer hold out, it was time to settle everything in one decisive move. His form transformed into a bolt of lightning. Shimukakaxi shot toward the airborne Shihōin Naraku at blinding speed. Simultaneously, Maite Kai let out a furious roar and dashed forward with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Kenbunchaku Haki fully activated. Shihōin Naraku distinctly saw the two individuals charging toward him. Without any foothold, he twisted his body in the air. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, Shihōin Naraku expelled a vast surging storm of flames from his throat, a torrent of scorching fire that cascaded like an ocean tide. In a single moment, the surroundings transformed into a sea of flames. Raging waves of fire swept in like 1,000 charging steeds, their roaring heat threatening to ignite the very earth. The terrifying heat surged forward, causing Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy's breath to catch in their throats. The air around them blazed like a hellish furnace, unbearably sweltering. The vast sea of flames engulfed every direction, leaving no room for escape. Naraku's fire style. How can it be this absurd? Hatake Kakashi stared in utter disbelief. And why can Naraku unleash such a fearsome fire style without forming any hand seals? Kakashi knew that mastering a jutsu's hand seals could accelerate casting or simplify the motions. Yet Shihōin Naraku had released his fire style without any seals at all. Hatake Kakashi had witnessed it clearly. A furious roar erupted as Might Guy stamped his foot, leaped into the air, and madly swung his fists against the oncoming sea of flames. Bam! 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 With the first 6 gates of the 8 gates released, Might Guy gained immense power and blinding speed, his fists hammering relentlessly. His fists driven at high velocity, friction violently against the air, spawning cannonball-like fireballs. Simultaneously, the shockwaves from his punches collided furiously with the cascading sea of flames. In that moment, countless flames and shockwaves bloomed midair like a peacock's tail, a beautiful yet lethal display of devastation. Morning Peacock. The surging sea of flames was torn apart by a relentless barrage of shockwaves, carving a path through the inferno. Well done, Guy. A flash of lightning. Hatake Kakashi shot forward. Around them, the raging flames, radiating incinerating heat, reduced every obstacle to ash. The onlookers at the training ground's edge finally caught sight of the 3 locked in fierce combat. Look over there. Who's fighting whom? No way. Kakashi and Guy teaming up against Naraku. Who unleashed that fire style? Definitely Naraku. He's a master of fire style. Kakashi doesn't have that much chakra, and Guy barely uses ninjutsu. Only he could produce a fire style of this scale. TCH. Crack. Shihōin Naraku channeled chakra into his feet. The ground beneath him split with tree branch-like fissures, and he stomped down with full force. Boom. A deep crater burst open. Shihōin Naraku, wielding Kurakara, shot forward like a bullet that shattered the air, instantly closing in on Hatake Kakashi. Dance of the Fire God, Blue Heaven. Kurakara traced a beautiful arc of flame from above, encircling Hatake Kakashi in a series of picturesque fire rings, sealing every escape route. Splash! Hatake Kakashi's Chidori stabbed downward through the earth. He crouched, and Might Guy appeared from behind him like a phantom, launching a brutal kick at Shihōin Naraku. The pitch-black blade tip surged upward from the ground, icy and swift, aimed at Might Guy's ankle. But Guy's speed spiked again, twisting midair with no foothold. He stomped the ground, evading the blade that sliced through the air. Might Guy landed, knees bent, nunchaku gripped tightly. He exploded forward toward the near Shihōin Naraku, the nunchaku whistling as it aimed for his abdomen. Crack! Thud! Hatake Kakashi, who had somehow burrowed underground, erupted upward. Chidori aimed at Shihōin Naraku from below. Got him! The combined assault. Shihōin Naraku's crisis. Dance of the Fire God, Crimson Sun Mirror. Shihōin Naraku held the black Kurakara, a spark flickering along the blade. The straight sword turned blooming like a red sun reflected in a mirror. 2 slashes tore through the air, aimed at Might Guy. Simultaneously, using the force of the slashes, Shihōin Naraku tilted his body, dodging the Chidori that burst from the ground. Leveraging the momentum as his body leaned, Shihōin Naraku's right leg whipped out like a long chain, striking Hatake Kakashi viciously in the side. Before Kakashi could be sent flying, Naraku used a subtle twist, planted his foot on Kakashi's body, and pushed off with force. Clang! Thud! Blade and staff clashed, sparks flying. A dull thud. Hatake Kakashi was pinned under Shihōin Naraku's foot. Shihōin Naraku, wielding Kurakara, suppressed Might Guy's nunchaku with one hand, while his right foot held Kakashi down. The 3 were locked in a struggle of strength. Everyone outside the field was dumbfounded. What kind of absurd scene was this? Naraku is this strong. He's actually this strong. Young people nowadays are truly formidable, each one more surprising than the last. I can't believe it. Even with my own eyes, I can't accept this is real. Kakashi and Guy are no pushovers, yet even together they're being dominated like this. Yuhi Kurenai was speechless with shock, but she noticed her lover Sarutobi Asuma wearing an expression of envy. What's wrong? Envious of their battle. No, I'm just envious of their potential to break through their limits. Sarutobi Asuma didn't hide his envy. Watching the 3 locked in combat, he said, even among jōnin there are levels. I could never reach the heights of those 3. The path they walk is a limit most will never break in a lifetime. Though there was no clear division of cage-level power, as a fellow jōnin Yuhi Kurenai couldn't compare to Might Guy and Kakashi at all. Sarutobi Asuma was the same. He had confidence in fighting either of them alone, but victory would never. As for Shihōin Naraku, Asuma suspected he had already surpassed the jōnin threshold, reaching an entirely new level. These people have truly terrifying talent. Shihōin Naraku was locked in an exhilarating struggle with Kakashi and Guy, but suddenly he felt a lightness under his foot. To his surprise, Kakashi had fainted. Damn, got too carried away. With a light flick of his right foot, Hatake Kakashi was sent flying out of the field. Sarutobi Asuma quickly leaped and caught him. TCH. Torn clothes, burn marks, bleeding wounds, and an unconscious Hatake Kakashi. Is this a sparring match or a life-or-death battle? Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. High above the training ground 19, two figures collided with ferocious intensity, the clouds scorched by flames already blushing into the hues of twilight. Each of Maidakai's attacks was like an overwhelming torrent roaring from the heavens. The fierce onslaught of his steel fist enveloped Shihōin Naraku in a relentless storm. Shockwaves hammered against Naraku's body, while his swift nunchaku would occasionally whip into view at an unpredictable speed. Shihōin Naraku wielded Kurakara, and every swing of the pitch-black longsword sparked tiny embers that would instantly erupt into a blazing inferno. The blade's gleam ever emanated an unstoppable razor-sharp aura, coalescing into a cutting edge that could shatter all. Even though the 8 gates granted Maidakei a speed and power that left onlookers astounded, no matter how swift he was, Shihōin Naraku would block him with a strike that arrived after the fact, yet before the blow. Gradually, Maidakei realized that his techniques seemed to be completely seen through by Naraku, which was why his ever more ferocious assaults had failed to land. This feeling was akin to the battles he had once fought with Chimu Kakashi, where his movements would be read by the Sharingan. However, Kakashi could barely keep up with his speed, so the impact was limited. But now, though Shihōin Naraku's speed was slightly inferior to his, the gap was not large, which made it extremely difficult for his taijutsu to strike the opponent. Even when he attempted to unleash his ultimate technique, Naraku would always intercept him at the crucial moment. Is this what a jōnin battle looks like? Uzumaki Naruto looked blankly at Uchiha Sasuke, beside him, bewildered by the notion that such a combat scene could be the work of human beings. Uchiha Sasuke, however, had his eyes gleaming as he watched the two exchanging blows, occasionally glancing at the unconscious Chimu Kakashi not far away. The flames of vengeance in his heart grew like wild weeds. How terrifying. Even Kaizensai is no match for Naraku-sama. Shaoli scratched his head, unable. Tiantian, on the other hand, wished she could flee the training ground entirely, for she felt it was far too dangerous. That vast sea of flames had nearly burned its way over to them. Just like this. Hyuga Niji had already activated his white eye, murmuring to himself as he watched the combatants. This power can help me break free from my shackles. Huff, huff. Unbeknownst to him, Maidakai's breathing had grown rapid. The 8 gates granted a terrifying boost to the shinobi, but the burden on the body was even more severe. Even Maidakei, who trained relentlessly without rest, could not use it indefinitely. And no one knew that the Kurakara in Shihōin Naraku's hand was constantly restoring its master's stamina and chakra. Now the moment Maidakei panted, Shihōin Naraku seized the opportunity. Crescent Moon Skyblock. A massive amount of chakra condensed at the tip of the blade then was hurled out by Shihōin Naraku. In an instant, a jet-black crescent-shaped blade aura shot forth, slashing down toward Maidakei. Clang! The sound of the blade resounded in the hearts of all things in heaven and earth. This was Kurakara displaying its power to the world. The oncoming blade aura instantly made every hair on Maidakei's body stand on end, his muscles tensed, and he burst forth with full speed. The crescent-shaped blade aura flashed past his eyes at the critical moment. The crescent moon, tearing through the air, effortlessly carved a straight chasm into the earth, shattering everything in its path, until it reached the distant horizon, splitting a mountain peak in two. Maidakei stared at the scene, his thick brows twitching as cold sweat poured down. Get down. A voice came from above. Maidakei looked up and saw Shihōin Naraku, then his body uncontrollably slammed into the ground. With a thunderous roar, a deep crater appeared. Schlick! Kurakara stabbed into the ground beside Maidakei's ear, startling him so much that his eyes bulged and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Suddenly a hand extended from the gradually dissipating dust. Shihōin Naraku smiled and offered his hand to Maidakei. The battle was over. The green energy that had burst forth from his body subsided, and Maidakei's flushed skin gradually returned to normal. He grasped Naraku's hand and struggled to his feet. A bit drained. Though he had lost, a joyful smile spread across Maidakei's face. Naraku, that last move of yours nearly killed me. No, I held back. Shihōin Naraku raised an eyebrow, pulled Kurakara from the ground with a clang, and sheathed it. Then Kurakara gradually faded and disappeared. How much of your strength did you use? Meitikai looked at Siphon Jaiwan Nailluo with a questioning gaze. He had long realized that his opponent had not been going all out. But before Siphon Jaiwan Nailluo could answer, Meitikai's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Alright, don't be stubborn. Siphon Jaiwan Nailluo directly draped Meitikai's arm over his own shoulder, then supported him as they walked step by step out of the training ground. The group outside stood there staring in stunned silence at the terrifying scene caused by Siphon Jaiwan Nailluo's final strike, long without a word. Only the occasional sound of falling boulders echoed from afar. The mountain peak cleaved in two was collapsing. Hey, what are you all staring at so seriously? Siphon Jaiwan Nailluo called out as he approached, snapping everyone back to reality. They looked at him with complex expressions, finally speaking after a long pause. Nailluo, you two really went all out. Tisk tisk tisk, get ready to be scolded. The old man won't let you off. Nailluo, even if it's just a spar, there's no need to go this far. You've alarmed the entire village. Are you hungry? How about we go grab something to eat? Waving his hand casually, Siphon Jaiwan Nailluo glanced up at the still unconscious Chimu Kakashi and clicked his tongue in mild regret. He had struck too hard, forgetting that Kakashi was not yet at the level of power he would one day possess. After a moment's thought, he told everyone to step back. Then, addressing the group of little fools, Uzumaki Naruto and his friends who had not dared to come close, he said, "You lot go find 2 stretchers." Huh. Oh, all right. The little ones ran off immediately, though it was unclear whether they had truly understood. From the looks of it, the previous battle had indeed terrified them. Summoning technique. Biting his index finger, Siphon Jaiwan Nailluo directly performed the summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, a blue and white figure appeared in the haze. Oh, it's little Nailluo. It's been a while since you called me out. A gentle, serene, even somewhat adorable voice sounded. A 5.06-meter-long blue and white slug appeared before everyone. This was Siphon Jaiwan Nailluo's summoning beast, the Slug Sage, one of the 3 great sages. Everyone present nodded respectfully, expressing their reverence. The Slug Sage had once followed Tsunade and saved countless shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. The entire village held the Slug Sage in great esteem. After all, it was a debt of life. Slug Sage, please help heal these 2 shinobi. Siphon Jaiwan Nailluo pointed to Meitikai, who was leaning to the side, and the unconscious Chimu Kakashi. Oh, very well. Leave it to me. The Slug Sage agreed in a gentle and friendly tone, then split its body into 2 smaller forms which crawled onto Kakashi and Meitikai, respectively, beginning to heal them. The Slug Sage split into 2 smaller slugs crawling onto Hatake Kakashi and Mato Gai, and as the healing radiance emerged, the unconscious Hatake Kakashi's expression gradually eased, and the same occurred for Mato Gai. The burn scars on their skin also noticeably faded. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Asuma approached and said with a hint of exasperation, "You'd better be ready for the old man's scolding. But this time I'm on the old man's side too. Even if we had to fight, there was no need to go this far. Look at Kakashi now. It'll take months before he fully recovers. What's there to worry about?" Shihōin Naraku gave Asuma a strange look and reminded him, "Don't forget, I'm a medical ninja. With Kakashi's condition, he'll be fine in about a month. It's not about how long it takes to recover, it's that you too went overboard. And what kind of medical ninja are you? Is there a medical ninja this strong in combat?" Sarutobi Asuma rolled his eyes. Even as a dedicated combat ninja, he was no match for this medical ninja before him. Yuhi Kurenai nodded beside him, agreeing with her boyfriend's point. "No. How could there not be?" Shihōin Naraku said with a look of surprise. "Have you forgotten my teacher? Lady Tsunade is incredibly formidable." This time both Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma fell silent. Shihōin Naraku turned to Mato Gai and asked, "How do you feel? If anything's off with your body, tell me." Hee-haw. Mato Gai laughed heartily, paying no heed to his burns or exhaustion. "Find out a thing." As he spoke, he gave Shihōin Naraku a thumbs up. "Naraku, you're amazing. Next time we fight, you've got to call me. My blood's already boiling. This is the burning youth." Seeing Mato Gai's grinning, wincing expression, Shihōin Naraku burst into hearty laughter. Nara Shikaku looked at the 2 of them and the unconscious Hatake Kakashi, then let out a sigh. "None of these 3 are easy to handle. We've got our work cut out for us. Haha, as long as everyone's alright." Akimichi Choza patted Nara Shikaku on the shoulder and laughed loudly. "By the way, Director Naraku, why doesn't the fire on the training ground seem to be dying out?" Hyuga Hizashi, who wasn't too familiar with him, pointed at the ruined training ground still blazing with flames and asked curiously, "If it's too much trouble, never mind." "Oh, that." Shihōin Naraku smiled and waved dismissively. "Don't worry, it'll burn for a while, and then..." By now, Shihōin Naraku had made significant progress in developing the flame fruit, but he hadn't yet achieved complete mastery. Yet, even so, with his talent in fire release, the combination of the flame fruit and fire release techniques resulted in flames that were not only hotter and harder to extinguish, but also caused far more damage. That was why Hatake Kakashi and Mato Gai had so many burn wounds. Noticing everyone's curiosity, Shihōin Naraku continued to explain, maybe it's because my talent in fire release is exceptional, so my techniques have become increasingly powerful. Although his explanation was somewhat vague, no one pressed further. After all, matters of personal strength were not something one would readily reveal. Everyone then spent the time chatting while watching the slug sage treat Hatake Kakashi and Mato Guy. The stretcher's here. The stretcher's here. As they were talking, a group of youngsters rushed back, panting, carrying a stretcher. Seeing the out-of-breath kids, Shihōin Naraku wasted no time in directing them to lift Hatake Kakashi onto the stretcher. However, Mato Guy indicated that he was fine and didn't need the stretcher, but Shihōin Naraku refused. Though Mato Guy might not be as badly injured as Kakashi, he had expended considerable stamina. Get on the stretcher and lie down. Who's the doctor, you or me? Reluctantly, Mato Guy obediently laid down on the stretcher. Rock Lee and the other two worriedly gathered around. Faced with his student's concern, Mato Guy simply told them he was fine. Oh, what's that? It's so scary. Uzumaki Naruto then noticed the slug sage clinging to Hatake Kakashi and Mato Guy and exclaimed in surprise. Smack! Shihōin Naraku directly slapped Uzumaki Naruto on the back, telling him to behave. Keep your voice down. Show respect to the slug sage. Even the Hokage wouldn't act presumptuously before it. Oh. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what he meant. But soon he put that aside, his eyes shining as he looked at Shihōin Naraku, wanting to say something, but unable to find the word. What are you standing there for? You kids carry the stretcher and follow me to the hospital. Oh. All the adults present simply watched as the enthusiastic youngsters lifted the stretcher and walked ahead with their heads held high. I have matters to attend to in the clan, so I'll take my leave. Everyone go slowly. Hyuga Hisashi bid farewell with the demeanor of a clan head, then watched the others leave. I have things to do too, so I'll be off. Let's go together. I'm hungry, let's grab a bite first. The Ino Shikacho trio soon departed as well. Sarutobi Izuma and Yuhi Kurenai, however, did not leave and followed the group to the hospital. Along the way, the slug sage had already treated the two's injuries to a large extent, and Shihōin Naraku took over. I'll be going now, little Naraku. The slug sage bid farewell, gently preparing to return to the Shikatsu forest, but Shihōin Naraku stopped it. Lord Slug has my teacher summoned you recently. Tsunade. No, Tsunade hasn't summoned me in a long time. I see. With a puff of smoke, the slug sage departed. Shihōin Naraku rubbed his chin, having intended to learn about Tsunade's recent situation from the slug sage. It made sense. Unless it was wartime, even if she was wandering around and encountered someone seeking treatment, Tsunade could heal them herself without needing to summon the slug sage. It seemed he would have to wait until after the Konoha crush plan to see his teacher. With these thoughts, Shihōin Naraku returned to the ward. Can you stay in the hospital? Stay for 3 full days, then you can leave. Shihōin Naraku immediately saw the restless Mato Guy's intentions and pointed at him, telling him to lie quietly. Then he stood before another hospital bed, where Hatake Kakashi was still unconscious. After an examination, Shihōin Naraku's earlier guess was correct. Hatake Kakashi would need to stay in the hospital for at least a month to fully recover. Thinking back, it was no wonder everyone felt he had gone a bit overboard. But then again, Kakashi, didn't he know his own condition? Why did he have to push himself so hard? Look at this. And because of what you've done, you've thrown the village into such chaos. And even if it was a sparring match, was there any need to be so ruthless? Look, Mighty Kai is now lying in bed, or it will take at least a week for him to fully recover his strength. Even worse, Chimu Kakashi hasn't woken up yet. And also the Umbu have already inspected Training Ground 19. Although the fire is out, the place has been reduced to ruins and can never be used again. And I suspect that the other training grounds that were destroyed before were also your doing. In third, Hokage Yuenfei Risen slammed his palm on the desk, repeatedly furious beyond measure. Standing aside, Shihōin Naraku curled his lips. However, Yuenfei Risen was not wrong. The other ruined training grounds were indeed his doing. Well done. A single fight has caused so many problems. And come on, tell me, how should we handle the aftermath? And Yuenfei Risen slapped the documents in front of Shihōin Naraku, making him take a good look at what he had done. And, Lord Hokage, actually it's not entirely my fault. It was just a battle. Who could have known the consequences would be so severe? Besides, the village's reaction was a bit excessive. If a real war were to break out, who knows what would happen now? And Shihōin Naraku spread his hands, looking helpless, indicating that he was also a victim. Yuenfei Risen snorted coldly, though part of his displeasure was indeed directed at the village's reaction this time. Just as Shihōin Naraku said, if enemies really attacked the village, given this performance, a major disaster would truly occur. Don't say such a thing couldn't happen. Although others, unlike Shihōin Naraku, don't know the future, the entire ninja world has never been peaceful. Intrigues among the great powers have never ceased. If something really goes wrong, it will be too late for regrets. Let's not talk about that for now, your matter is not over. Yuenfei Risen gave Shihōin Naraku no good grace, and decisively issued a punishment order. The training ground is in ruins. You will pay for its restoration yourself. Also, once Kakaxi's condition stabilizes, you will go out on missions and stop staying in the village. And no, Shihōin Naraku agreed without hesitation. This punishment was virtually nothing. Spending money to repair the training ground was trivial. Having been in charge of the medical emergency squad for so long, the wealth he had accumulated was no small amount. From this, it was clear that Yunfei Risen still favored him. Bang! Shihōin Naraku slammed his cane fiercely, his eyes blazing with fury. Risen has gone soft-hearted again. Shihōin Naraku caused such great losses and threw the entire village into panic. And he let him off so easily. And what kind of punishment is that? And he's shielding Shihōin Naraku. It was evident that Shihōin Naraku was very dissatisfied with Yunfei Risen's handling. You can't say that. Shihōin Yin, however, spoke up for Shihōin Naraku this time. He looked seriously at Shihōin Naraku and said, Mighty Kai also said that it was originally a sparring match among the three of them, just a bit too intense. And moreover, they are the pillars of the village. Punishing them too severely would not be good. They are the future of the village and will support its development. Zhuanqin Xiaochun also nodded in agreement. As long as their own interests were not harmed, they were willing to see Konohagakure develop better. Having powerful ninjas like Shihōin Naraku and the other two was also good for Konohagakure. The more such ninjas, the faster the village would develop, which was not a bad thing for them. And finding that his two old friends did not intend to support him, Shihōin Naraku could only snort coldly and turn away. Zhuanqin Xiaochun frowned, saying with some worry, hasn't Naraku given up on his plan? He is really not fit to be Hokage, and he will give up. Shihōin Yin said calmly, when he goes too far, Risen will warn him, just like in the old days. In fact, whether it was Yunfei Risen, Shihōin Yin, or Zhuanqin Xiaochun, they all firmly believed that Shihōin Naraku was not fit to be Hokage. If Shihōin Naraku had been content to remain the leader of the root organization, or the Hokage's advisor, Yunfei Risen would have restored his position long ago. But his ambition had always been to become Hokage, so Yunfei Risen's covert suppression would never end. Tap tap tap. And leaning on his cane, Shihōin Naraku pondered something as he walked slowly along the dark path. Clearly no one is more suitable than me to become Hokage. And, since that's the case, Risen, you might as well die sooner. And glancing back at the Hokage building, Shihōin Naraku made up his mind resolutely. Had Shihōin Naraku, who had played with schemes and intrigues his entire life, ever discovered Orochimaru's secretly plotted Konoha crush plan? No one knows. But even if he knew, Shihōin Naraku would never have told Yunfei Risen about it. Especially when he finally confirmed that Yunfei Risen was the obstacle to his becoming Hokage, he would be even less likely to reveal it. Killing by proxy. And indeed, it was a good idea. And so soon, gradually, many people noticed that Shihōin Naraku was becoming increasingly low-key. He concealed his existence in the shadows, remaining silent, watching Konohagakure with only one eye. And half a month later. Alright, I've finished the examination. You're recovering well. Keep it up. At most, you'll be discharged in another half. Shihōin Naraku put down the medical record, looking at Chimu Kakashi, who had returned to his lazy state. Lying in bed for so long feels like my bones are getting soft. Chimu Kakashi touched the bandages wrapped around him, looking at Shihōin Naraku with his deadfish eyes, asking curiously, although I expected it, your strength has increased ridiculously. How did you do it? Shihōin Naraku puffed out his chest confidently, saying, I have achieved today's strength entirely through my own hard work. Chimu Kakashi thought Naraku meant long-term continuous training, so he had no other reaction. After all, a ninja's strength improvement required constant effort. Of course, those born with cheats are exceptions. Suddenly remembering something, Shihōin Naraku smiled and said, did the old third Hokage send someone to scold you today because you're recovering well? He revoked my position in the Umbu. From today, I'm no longer a member of the Umbu. Chimu Kakashi pillowed his hands behind his head, looking at the scenery outside the window. His years of service in the Umbu ended today, but it was nothing unexpected, a foregone conclusion. The Hokage should have appointed you as the captain of the Umbu, right? Not only did he not do that, but after confirming your condition today, I'm about to go out on a mission and it'll be at least half a month. I estimate that by the time I return, you'll be discharged. Set out. Yes. Led by Shihōin Naraku, 2 squads of the Umbu followed behind, departing from the Hidden Leaf Village. After 2 days, Shihōin Naraku led his subordinates to the neutral country of the Land of Iron, perpetually shrouded in snow and wind. Sir, no ambush. An Umbu member knelt on one knee and reported with utmost respect. You may go. Maintain vigilance. Yes. Clad in warm attires, Shihōin Naraku stood on a bare rock, watching his subordinates depart. He noticed that recently the Umbu personnel had become increasingly deferential to him. It seems they all know I will soon be promoted to Captain General. With Hitaki Kakashi stepping down and no new leader arriving from above, it was not hard to imagine that Shihōin Naraku, as Vice Captain General, would ascend to the position of Captain General. Thus the Umbu members visibly began to regard Shihōin Naraku as their new Captain General. Suddenly Shihōin Naraku's gaze caught a tiny black speck rapidly approaching from afar. The figure was conspicuously clad in ninja attire, though in the style of the Hidden Rock Village, an intelligence operative embedded by the Hidden Leaf Village into the Hidden Rock Village. Soon an Umbu member intercepted the figure, exchanged passwords, retrieved an intelligence scroll, and then led him before Shihōin Naraku, while the others heightened their alertness. Sir, MM. Shihōin Naraku took the intelligence scroll, opened it, skimmed through its contents, then rolled it up and secured it. You may withdraw first. Yes. The Umbu member departed, and the intelligence operative from the Hidden Rock Village knelt on one knee before Shihōin Naraku, beginning to report the secrets he had uncovered. Information too sensitive to be recorded on the scroll. That Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village, Inoki's disciple, a member of the Explosion Corps Daidara, has been confirmed to have defected. Shihōin Naraku was taken aback, then pressed, when did this happen? The intelligence operative answered without concealment, the exact time is unknown. The Explosion Corps of the Hidden Rock Village maintains high secrecy, making it difficult to obtain specific details. Moreover, Daidara frequently caused explosive terrorist incidents in the Hidden Rock Village, so he lived outside the village, which delayed our receipt of this information. However, the Hidden Rock Village has not yet classified Daidara as a rogue ninja. Instead, they are preparing to use this opportunity to launch an attack against the Hidden Leaf Village. Shihōin Naraku found it puzzling. Why would the Hidden Rock Village blame the Hidden Leaf Village when their own ninja had defected? The intelligence operative continued, according to Hidden Rock Village intelligence, during Daidara's disappearance, someone spotted the rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi of the Hidden Leaf Village lurking near Daidara's residence. Shihōin Naraku now understood. The Hidden Rock Village's intelligence was indeed correct. Uchiha Itachi had indeed sought out Daidara. According to his memory, the Akatsuki organization had dispatched Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Sasori to recruit Daidara, and Uchiha Itachi had defeated him, inducting him into the Akatsuki. Moreover, this defeat at Uchiha Itachi's hands indirectly led to the future battle between Daidara and Uchiha Sasuke. The intelligence operative then reported a few more important pieces of information before swiftly departing. Watching him leave, Shihōin Naraku took out paper and pen, wrote down the intelligence, and sealed it together with the scroll, entrusting it to his subordinate to deliver to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hidden Leaf Village. Let the Hidden Rock Village take their grievances to the third Hokage. After all, that Tsuchikage of the Hidden Rock Village, Inoki, was also an old man, and the Hidden Leaf Village had one too. Two old foxes, no pushovers, they could settle it among themselves. However, Shihōin Naraku surmised that it would ultimately amount to nothing unless the Hidden Rock Village decided to directly start a war. Pushing the matter aside, he led his subordinates to complete other tasks. Over a dozen days passed, and Shihōin Naraku had essentially completed all the missions assigned by Sarutobi. His subordinates had returned to the Hidden Leaf Village with the intelligence and gains, while only Shihōin Naraku and two assistants remained temporarily in the land of hot water northeast of the Hidden Leaf Village. I'm utterly exhausted. Shihōin Naraku stretched languidly, and even his handsome face, now unmasked, bore a trace of weariness. In just over 10 days I've traveled across the entire ninja world. The old third Hokage really knows how to work someone. Since I'm in the land of hot water, I might as well soak in a hot spring. The land of hot water was rich in natural resources, boasting numerous hot springs that attracted many tourists. This hot spring looks decent. He'll rest for a while. Shihōin Naraku waved his hand, dismissing his two subordinates to their own activities, then stepped into the hot spring inn. Ah, this is truly relaxing. Lying in the hot spring, feeling the fatigue gradually dissipate, Shihōin Naraku let out a long sigh of relief. Seizing this moment of leisure, he soaked in the hot spring for a long time, his weariness completely washed away. It wasn't until the afternoon that he left the inn to find a place to eat. After wandering around and finding a restaurant to satisfy his hunger, he prepared to return to the inn for the night. Hey there, handsome, how about joining me for a drink? Walking along the road, Shihōin Naraku saw a black-haired beauty approach him, swaying her alluring figure and speaking in a flirtatious tone. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. Sure, where should we go for a drink? Any recommendations, beautiful lady? Seems you're a man who appreciates the finer things. Follow me. The black-haired beauty crooked her finger, then swayed her hips as she led the way, while Shihōin Naraku followed silently behind. As they walked slowly, the passers-by grew sparse, and the surroundings became increasingly quiet. Soon they left the bustling town altogether and arrived in the wilderness. Where exactly are you taking me? Do you know what it feels like to be poop? The black-haired beauty uttered a bizarre remark. Sifenjo Neluo still wore a smile, but in the next moment he struck without warning. His hand clamped around the black-haired Bowtie's neck, and then he squeezed with brutal force. Crack! The black-haired beauty perished on the spot. But then her body transformed into a strange white creature, a white Zetsu. Shush! Two Umbu members appeared before Sifenjo and Neluo, drawing their blades and scanning the surroundings. Then one by one white Zetsu emerged from the shadows encircling the trio. Eliminate them. Yes. The two Umbu members charged forward with their blades, but to their surprise these strange white creatures were utterly feeble. Sifenjo and Neluo stood still watching the scene, without any intention to join the fray. But at that moment behind him space began to warp silently, and a hand clad in a black glove reached out toward the seemingly oblivious Sifenjo and Neluo. Shush! Body flicker technique. Just before being seized, Sifenjo and Neluo's form flickered and vanished from the spot. Clang! Suddenly drawing Julie Jing, Sifenjo and Neluo spun around, returning to the original spot, and the sharp blades sliced through the outstretched arm. Yet the arm seemed completely unharmed, remaining as if untouched, as though Julie Jello had struck not flesh, but mere air. Skulking around. Show yourself. Sifenjo Neluo shouted as if he had no idea who was approaching. Then from the distorted space a mysterious masked man slowly emerged and stood before him. Yuzhibo Daitu. Clad in a black robe and a single-eyed mask, he concealed his identity deeply. Sharingan. Are you Yuzhibo Yu? As everyone knows, the ninja world's impression of the Yuzhibo clan now is the rogue Yuzhibo Yu and the orphan Yuzhibo Sasuke from my village. No, you are not Yuzhibo Yu. So who are you? Sifenjo Neluo frowned, deliberately feigning confusion, staring at Yuzhibo Daitu, who remained mysteriously silent. Neither spoke another word. Sifenjo Neluo held Julie Jello, the blade pointing directly at Yuzhibo Daitu, and then they rushed toward each other at full speed. In the instant they closed and a wooden spike grew from Yuzhibo Daitu's palm, aimed at Sifenjo Neluo. With a flick of his wrist, Julie Jello sliced from top to bottom, the blade swiftly cutting through the elongated wooden spike. Then Sifenjo Neluo spun around, dodging the oncoming Yuzhibo Daitu, and as he sheathed the blade, he thrust it out again, piercing the opponent's back. Without even glancing at the blade protruding from his chest, Yuzhibo Daitu leaped into the air, with a somersault waved his hand, and flung a black chain that emitted a harsh whistle as it lashed towards Sifenjo Neluo's head. Clang! Sifenjo Neluo drew his blade and slashed horizontally. The moment the chain and the blade collided, the sound exploded in the air, sparks flying. As the black chain swung, it coiled around the edge of Julie Jello. Yuzhibo Daitu then gave a sudden tug, but failed to pull Sifenjo Neluo an inch. With a twist and a cut of Julie Jello, the black chain was shattered into several pieces with a crash, falling to the ground. Yuzhibo Daitu, still in midair, was startled, then reacted quickly, forming hand seals. Fire release, whirlwind flame dance. As the space around him twisted, a violent storm erupted, and at the same time, Yuzhibo Daitu spat out a mass of swirling flames. The whirlwind instantly intensified, the swirling flames striking right before Sifenjo Neluo's eyes. The rapid fire technique left no time to dodge. Yuzhibo Daitu followed, closely charging towards Sifenjo Neluo. The moment the fire technique landed, it would be his moment of victory. Sure enough, Chimu Kakashi is still that useless trash, unable to even defeat Sifenjo Neluo. The thought flashed through his mind, but Yuzhibo Daitu was astonished to find Sifenjo Neluo charging straight at him with that exceptionally sharp, straight-edged blade, ignoring the fire technique. Seeking death. How dare he ignore such a powerful fire technique? At this moment, Yuzhibo Daitu truly saw a chance to win. Whoosh! The raging flames swept down and struck Sifenjo Neluo, but he spread his left hand and clenched it abruptly. The fierce flames, like obedient children, not only caused him no harm, but quickly converged onto his arm. Fire fist. With a single punch, the blazing inferno from Sifenjo Neluo's left hand blasted toward Yuzhibo Daitu in midair. Kamui. The Freedomo Sharingan in Yuzhibo Daitu's right eye spun and transformed into a shuriken-like pattern. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Using the unique ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan Kimi, Yuzhibo Daitu transferred his body into the Kamui dimension, passing through the scorching flames and scathe, and charging at Sifenjo Neluo. A cold gleam flashed. Yuzhibo Daitu watched as Sifenjo Neluo's straight-edged blade sliced through his heart, but with his body already transferred to the Kamui dimension, he remained unharmed. At the same time, Yuzhibo Daitu's left hand finally touched Sifenjo Neluo's shoulder. The next moment, he activated Wood Release without hesitation. Got you. Wood Release with Spike technique. Schlurp. Countless sharp wooden branches suddenly burst out from every part of Shihōin Naraku's body, skewering him like a hedgehog. Every vital point was thoroughly pierced by numerous branches. But strangely, no blood flowed from Shihōin Naraku's body. Instead, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Got you. Swish. Shihōin Naraku wielded jōnin, the sharp blade whistling as it cut through the air, swiftly slashing across the arm that Yuzhibo Daitu had used to touch him. Without a sound, Yuzhibo Daitu's left arm, along with the sleeve of his black robe, was severed cleanly and fell to the ground with a thud. Huff! Shihōin Naraku ignited flames over his entire body, burning the branches to ash. Carried by the wind, they all dissipated into the night sky. Gasp! Yuzhibo Daitu covered his shoulder, quickly retreating, his breathing turning rapid. Meanwhile, a white fluid trickled from his shoulder. Your speed is utterly pathetic. Shihōin Naraku casually flicked jōnin, sending a spark onto the pale, severed arm lying on the ground. With a whoosh, flames ignited, burning the arm to ash. And what's with the pattern in your eye? Never mind, once I capture you, I'll know everything. Gripping jōnin in his right hand, Shihōin Naraku stepped forward one by one toward Yuzhibo Daitu. As he walked, rings of flames spread outward like ripples on a lake. Body flicker technique. jōnin swept through the night sky, slashing down from Yuzhibo Daitu's neck. With a twist of the blade, it suddenly struck toward his heart. At this moment, Yuzhibo Daitu dared not show any opening, completely transferring his body into the Kamui dimension. Missing one arm, Yuzhibo Daitu was completely on the defensive. He had transplanted the cells of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, so theoretically, though he couldn't grow a new arm in such a short time, the wound should at least have healed. But now the places struck by that black straight-edged blade not only failed to heal, but continued to ooze white fluid accompanied by intense pain. Of course, Yuzhibo Daitu did not know that after mastering sun breathing, also known as the dance of the fire god, Shihōin Naraku infused his own fire techniques into the blade of jōnin. Anyone struck by this blade would have reduced recovery and suffer intense pain at the wound. In fact, this was an ability Shihōin Naraku developed by referencing the Crimson Blade from Demon Slayer. At this moment, unaware of the specifics, Yuzhibo Daitu could only do his best to avoid being cut by jōnin. However, his Kamui intangible state lasted only 5 minutes, making the situation extremely dangerous. Just then, in a moment of dodging, Yuzhibo Daitu's wrist being cut and locked eyes with Shihōin Naraku through his Sharingan. Jinjutsu activated. Trained by Uchiha Madara, Yuzhibo Daitu's Sharingan Jinjutsu skills were exceptional. Through special means, he could even control the perfect Jinchuriki of the Mist Village Goju shirt song. In an instant, Shihōin Naraku was caught in the Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu activated. In the midst of battle, Uchiha Obito seized the most perilous moment, his Sharingan locking onto Shihōin Naraku's eyes instantly, ensnaring him in an illusion. Elementalization. The moment he fell into the Jinjutsu, Shihōin Naraku activated full-body elementalization of the flame fruit. I win. Uchiha Obito casually flung a large shuriken. With a whoosh, it sliced through Shihōin Naraku's body and embedded itself into the distant ground. Moi. Witnessing such a familiar sight, Uchiha Obito's not-so-bright mind nearly froze. At that moment where the large shuriken had struck Shihōin Naraku's body, flames flickered into life, and his form restored itself completely, even his clothes remaining utterly undamaged. Realizing that projectiles were useless, and recalling that his wood style had also failed, Uchiha Obito drew closer, reasoning that Shihōin Naraku, trapped in the Jinjutsu, could not possibly awaken. At that moment, within the pitch-black Jinjutsu space, Shihōin Naraku looked up and saw a crimson moon adorned with 3 spinning tomo. Jinjutsu. Too bad my soul is inherently powerful. Shihōin Naraku's right hand clenched, and a straight-edged long blade materialized in his palm, a smile curling at his lips. And my soul and spirit have long since become the sharpest blade in this world. The formidable soul and spirit began to churn the chakra within Shihōin Naraku's physical body. Simultaneously, the Shihōin Naraku, within the Jinjutsu space, raised his hand, gripped Kurikara tightly, and slashed fiercely toward the blood moon in the sky. Yuyati Anchon. The howling blade glow instantly transformed into a heaven-piercing sword, shattering the dark clouds, severing the sky, and etching a black line across the scarlet Jinjutsu space that stretched all the way to the blood moon on the horizon. The pitch-black blade glow that soared into the sky devoured the last remaining light within the Jinjutsu space, arcing with frenzied momentum toward the suspended blood moon. Deathly silence reigned. The crimson full moon had been cleaved into 2 symmetrical halves. Then the Jinjutsu space was torn apart completely, and warm moonlight cascaded down as Shihōin Naraku returned to reality. Though it may seem long, it was only an instant. Beneath the night sky, the Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Obito, now mere inches away, was spinning, distorting space little by little, a faint pulling force tugging at Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's body. In the distance, a half-black, half-white pitcher plant monster watched, while thick branches bound two Umbu members beside him. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's eyes gradually regained focus, and a smile spread across his face. When Uchiha Obito absorbed others into his Kamui dimension, he had to dispel his intangibility and become solid. That meant he was now vulnerable to attacks like any ordinary person. Howie. Uchiha Obito could not comprehend why Siphon Jaiwan Naluo had broken free from the Jinjutsu so quickly. Panicked, he tried to stop the absorption so he could re-enter his intangible state and phase through all attacks. Fire-style Bazihuo. A spear formed of crimson flames instantly pierced through Uchiha Obito's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Wah? They'll cut you down. Huiji Shun Shun Lu Yen Wu. Kurakara in hand, Siphon Jaiwan Naluo instantly entered transcendence mode. His speed exceeded even Uchiha Obito's Sharingan's ability to track. The hair's breadth distance was crossed in a flash, and the blazing fiery blade slashed diagonally across Uchiha Obito's body. Agonizing pain seared into his mind, and Uchiha Obito screamed in madness as blood and white fluid splattered through the air. This single strike cleaved Uchiha Obito in two, while raging flames on his body threatened to reduce it. In the distance, Ju watched with eyes nearly splitting from fury. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. Uchiha Obito was about to be hacked to death by Siphon Jaiwan Naluo. Absolutely not. This could not be allowed. Uchiha Obito was crucial to many future events. No mishap could occur. Spore technique. Strands of pale white zetsu-like growths rapidly expanded on Uchiha Obito's body, wrapping the two halves of him in a spore-like cocoon. A scream rang out, but Baiju did not give up. Enduring the searing pain of the flames, it continued to help Uchiha Obito. SSH. A sharp blade sliced through the pitch-black night, without a sound, severing a large mass of the spore-like substance, which fell to the ground. Crack. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo looked down. Cracks appeared in the ground, and a horde of Baiju suddenly burst forth from beneath, charging at him one after another. The remaining Baiju merged into the white spore mass, enveloping Obito, covering him layer upon layer, desperately suppressing the flames on his body, even as their pale bodies caught fire without ceasing. At the same time, Ju in the distance activated with style, and dense thick branches writhed towards Siphon Jaiwan. Now Ju no longer cared about concealing his power. Unleashing his full strength, he erupted with an immense surge of chakra, causing massive trees to rapidly grow and encircle him. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo twisted and leaped, dodging one thick branch after another, while Kurakara, wreathed in beautiful flames, shattered every tendril that came near. Boom! The next second, the raging flames exploded, igniting all the surrounding trees. Wood style was formidable, but Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's flames were stronger. For the first time in a millennium, Ju was panicked to this degree. How could the mighty wood style, fueled by Chinsho Zujian cells, be set ablaze by ordinary flames? Rip! Faster! Hey Ju shed his usual gloomy demeanor, his hoarse voice roaring in fury. The Baiju fused with him suddenly tore outward, splitting into two separate entities, while the bodily tissue connecting them rapidly disintegrated like sticky fibers. Hey Ju's half-body frantically released with style to block Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's advance. Meanwhile, Baiju instantly lunged onto the completely unconscious Uchiha Obito, wrapping him in the restorative spores, then quickly sank into the ground and vanished. Hey Ju finally breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit, sinking into the earth. Bang! A shattered mask fell to the side, flames licking at its surface. Boom! All the ignited trees exploded, then, under Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's deliberate control, rapidly extinguished. Clang! Kurakara slid back into its sheath and vanished. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo swept his gaze around. It seems they truly have fled. Oh well, I never intended to kill Obito anyway. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo walked toward his two long unconscious subordinates, completely unconcerned about whether the savage slashes he had dealt would leave Uchiha Obito any chance of waking. If he really died, Siphon Jaiwan Naluo wouldn't care. They're not badly injured, their chakra was just drained. Finding his subordinates in no serious danger, Siphon Jaiwan Naluo felt somewhat relieved. It seems Heiju deliberately refrained from killing these two just to tie me down and prevent me from pursuing. Damnation! 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 Heiju's dark, grim face had lost all its former confidence of being in control, replaced by panic and bewilderment. That fool Obito. The Uchiha clan, just like Indra, are utter imbeciles. Shuttling through the underground at high speed using the Mayfly technique, Heiju and Baiju rushed to a subterranean base. Casually merging with a Baiju, Heiju immediately ordered anxiously, "Quick, first save that bastard Obito. He must not die here." At this moment, Uchiha Obito's appearance had drastically changed. The mask that once covered his face was lost somewhere, revealing his half-disfigured, half-intact visage. On his waist was a terrifyingly clean cut inflicted by a sharp blade. Had it not been for the countless Baijus sacrificing themselves to fill the wound, Obito would have already perished. Shihōin Naraku's move was vicious, essentially cutting Obito in half. Baiju cried out in pain. There's still fire burning inside Obito. His internal organs are severely damaged. This won't do. He cannot die. Heiju's deep voice rang out. Use the spore technique to repair Obito's damaged organs and extract the flames. If the injuries are too severe, replace them with Baiju bodies. Following Heiju's commands, one by one Baiju appeared beside Obito, transforming into soft putty-like tissues that merged into his body, maintaining his internal organs while drawing the flames out. Time passed, and after consuming countless Baiju, the flames within Obito were finally extinguished, though at great cost. Heiju watched with concern, knowing that Obito was not yet out of danger. Staring at the unconscious Obito lying on the bed and nearly unhinged, Heiju almost cursed aloud. What is wrong with the Uchiha clan? Whether it's Indra Madara or this waste Obito, not one of them knows the meaning of caution. Every time trouble arises, I have to clean up the mess. All it wanted was to rescue its mother. Was that so difficult? Its teammates never understood its struggles, always creating unforeseen complications. Like Obito's thoughts, it could never comprehend them. Shihōin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy were fighting. Let them battle, preferably kill one or two, or all die together. Baiju had gathered this intelligence for Obito, hoping he would assess the situation and find a way to exploit it, not to charge directly into battle with Shihōin Naraku. But Obito did exactly that, and the consequence left Heiju to clean up, driving it nearly mad. Of course, now Heiju might understand something. Hatake Kakashi lost to Shihōin Naraku. If Obito could defeat Shihōin Naraku, it would mean he surpassed Kakashi. A perfect opportunity for the perpetually conflicted Obito, who always called Kakashi a failure. After all, to Obito, Hatake Kakashi was a very important person. Heiju had witnessed Obito secretly visiting Konohagakure every so often to gaze at Noara Rin's grave, even though her remains were not buried there. And each time he visited Rin, Obito would also seek out Kakashi, cursing him as a failure, yet never missing a single opportunity. From Heiju's understanding of humans, it was puzzled whether Obito truly loved the deceased Rin or the living Kakashi. At the very least, the crucial Mangekyo Sharingan in Obito's possession had always been with Kakashi, despite Heiju's repeated urging. Obito never reclaimed the eye. So perhaps to prove himself, or due to other complex emotions, Obito eventually confronted Shihōin Naraku, leading to his current predicament. Enough, let's go. Watching as Baiju enveloped Obito like a coat, Heiju immediately led him to the base Madara had once built. That base was fully equipped with medical facilities and held items that could save Obito's life. If not for the fear that Obito might die en route, Heiju would have gone there first. Using their abilities, Heiju and Baiju traversed the underground network at incredible speed, reaching another base in just half a day. How is he? Obito's life force is rapidly declining. If we don't find another way, he will eventually die. Hearing Baiju's report and looking at Obito lying on the bed, Heiju brought out a well-preserved test. The tube contained cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, a precious resource left from Madara's. The needle pierced into Obito's body, injecting the cells. Ugh! An indistinct groan escaped Obito's lips. In an instant, numerous branches erupted from Obito's body, as if he had been hit by a wood release technique. Such was the terror of Hashirama's cells. If one couldn't withstand it, they would turn into a plant. This won't do, he'll die for sure. Heiju noticed that the branches on Obito were multiplying and parts of his body had taken on the color of wood. We must get him to the land of rain quickly. Only the Gedo statue can sustain his life now. Heiju then instructed Baiju to closely monitor intelligence from the land of rain, especially regarding Nagato and Konin's movements in the Akatsuki. After Nagato summoned the Gedo statue with the Rinnegan, it was placed in the Akatsuki's secret base. Unless they began the plan to collect tailed beasts, few would visit it. Heiju intended to use the Gedo statue to sustain Obito's life. When Madara was near death, he had used the Gedo statue's energy to prolong his life. Only after Obito appeared did he sever the connection and let his own life flame extinguish. Thus, silently, Heiju and Baiju brought the barely alive Obito to the base housing the Gedo statue. Drip! A water droplet fell from the cave ceiling, echoing softly. In the center of the dark base stood a colossal, monstrous statue. The statue resembled a giant humanoid sitting cross-legged on a massive lotus throne. Its forehead bore 9 closed eyes, its body was like withered wood, and 10 pillar-like protrusions rose from its back. This terrifying monster was the Gedo statue, or rather the husk of the 10 tails. After all, its chakra If one day the dried husk was filled with the chakra of all the tailed beasts, the 10 tails would be reborn. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu brought Uchiha Obito, whose life hung in the balance, to the Akatsuki's base, where the demonic statue of the outer path was concealed, a move known to none. Watching the tubes extending from the demonic statue of the outer path connect to Uchiha Obito's body, Black Zetsu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though it was still uncertain whether Uchiha Obito would survive the presence of the demonic statue of the outer path, at least improved his chances of living. Black Zetsu directly reached out and plucked Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, then handed it to a special White Zetsu individual beside him. Toby must help Obito recover from his injuries and cannot leave his body. Starting today, you will take on the role of Uchiha Obito. Leave it to me. As White Zetsu spoke, it reached out to Obito, drawing a small amount of his chakra. Instantly, its pale white body began to transform, turning into an exact replica of Uchiha Obito, though its face bore a sinister grin unlike the original. White Zetsu plucked out its own right eye and replaced it with Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. A faint wisp of smoke rose, and the implanted eye soon returned to a normal appearance. Do not do anything out of line lest Nagato and the others sense something amiss. Relax. I'm far more clever. White Zetsu put on the same mask as Uchiha Obito and draped itself in a black robe. At that moment, it truly resembled Uchiha Obito. Black Zetsu cast a satisfied glance. The White Zetsu's transformation technique was the strongest in the ninja world, unrivaled by any shinobi, so it believed no one would detect the deception. Still, caution was necessary, especially when dealing with individuals like Nagato and Uchiha Itachi, who might notice something off with the slightest carelessness. Uchiha Obito is now half dead, so he cannot strengthen the control over the fourth Mizukage Yagura card. Fortunately, I am familiar with Madara's methods of control. From now on, you must quickly master Genjutsu, and then head to the Hidden Mist Village to cast a Genjutsu on Yagura Karatachi. As for Nagato, if you need to meet him, I will accompany you. There is no need to deal with Uchiha Itachi for now. Well, wait until Obito wakes up. Black Zetsu sorted out the tasks that needed to be rearranged, feeling exasperated. With Uchiha Obito down, too many troublesome matters had arisen. What made it even more frantic was that while handling all these affairs, it also had to keep a close watch on Uchiha Obito's injuries. So, why did he go after Shihōin Naraku? Black Zetsu wished it could grab Uchiha Obito and shout the question at him. But what's the deal with Shihōin Naraku? His strength is problematic. The Shihōin clan should have no outstanding Kekkei Genkai, so where did he get all that power? To be safe, Black Zetsu ordered the White Zetsu to gather intelligence on the Shihōin clan and Shihōin Naraku, placing him on the list of high-priority targets. Meanwhile, Shihōin Naraku had already set out on the road back to the village with his two revived subordinates. However, Shihōin Naraku was also puzzled why had Uchiha Obito suddenly sought him out, and why had they fought. His battle with Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy had been a sparring match, albeit one where Shihōin Naraku had been a bit ruthless. But the fight with Uchiha Obito was a life-and-death struggle where a single misstep could cost someone their life. It's strange. At this stage, Obito and I have no conflict since his plan hasn't even begun yet. Mulling over his confusion, Shihōin Naraku returned to the Hidden Leaf Village with his subordinates. Shihōin Naraku had no intention of making his subordinates conceal the incident, mainly because soon after the battle started they had been defeated and knocked unconscious by Zetsu, missing the rest of the fight. Nevertheless, there was one crucial detail: his subordinates had been defeated by Zetsu using wood release, and they had indeed witnessed the existence of wood release. Shihōin Naraku was indifferent to this. Even if they reported it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was no big deal. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen first expressed his satisfaction with the results of Shihōin Naraku's recent mission outside, then inquired about the information on wood release. It was indeed wood release, and I noticed that the enemy's wood release differed from Tenzo's. I don't know the specifics, but it was clearly more powerful, far more powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave. He pondered for a long while before saying, "I see. Then I understand. You mentioned there was another enemy with a Sharingan." Shihōin Naraku nodded and relayed the pre-prepared words. "The enemy wore a mask, so I couldn't see his face. But I clearly saw that Sharingan, and it wasn't Uchiha Itachi." This made things troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, then continued, "Submit the mission report as soon as possible. You must be tired. Go get some rest. Oh, by the way, Kakashi is still in the hospital. I didn't dare let him be discharged without you checking on him. It's too late today, but you should go see him tomorrow." Shihōin Naraku agreed and left the Hokage's office. Long after he had gone, a cold glint flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. "Is it you, Danzo?" Tenzo, the wood release user, had been taken from Danzo's hands, so Hiruzen suspected that the newly emerged wood release enemy might be from Shimura Danzo. As for the reason for attacking Shihōin Naraku, it was obvious Shimura Danzo was coveting the position of Hokage and wanted to eliminate Naraku's threat to him. The identity of the enemy with the Sharingan was also not difficult to deduce. Back then Shimura Danzo had personally led a squad to surround the Uchiha clan's compound, and even participated in the attack. If anyone claimed Danzo had no Sharingan Sarutobi, Hiruzen himself wouldn't believe it. I thought Danzo knew when to back down and keep a low profile, but it seems he's been up to plenty in the shadows. Summon the Umbu. Assemble. Yes. The root organization's base was no secret to the Hokage. Soon the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen led a large number of Umbu members and surrounded the root headquarters. What do you think you're doing? Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, slowly emerged from the base alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, his face devoid of any smile. Danzo, while on a mission, the Umbu encountered an enemy who used wood release, and one of them even had a Sharingan. You know what this means? I can tolerate many of your reckless actions, but there are things you must never do. Hiruzen's tone grew increasingly stern. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. He truly knew nothing about this, so he said with certainty, "It has nothing to do with me. That was not my doing. Danzo, if you have done something, tell me now. It's not too late." Hiruzen Sarutobi still wanted to give his old friend a chance. After all these years, if the other party was willing to confess, he wouldn't really do anything harsh. Shimura Danzo clenched his teeth, his heart burning with hatred. He spoke slowly. "I told you it wasn't me. Tenzo is the only wood-release ninja en route, and you've already taken him away." Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. Since Shimura Danzo was so adamant, there was no need to continue questioning. Conduct a thorough search to ensure nothing is overlooked. The third Hokage waved his hand, and numerous Umbu operatives immediately surged into the previously silent root base. "Monkey, do you really intend to do this? If you hand over the person, none of this would happen." Shimura Danzo stared intently at the Hiruzen Sarutobi opposite him, grinding his teeth. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, don't you forget the wood release experiments were a decision we made together. If you hadn't gone soft, I would have succeeded." Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at his old friend, who refused to turn back, and sighed. "The village was in grave danger at the time, which is why I agreed to initiate the wood release experiments. But too many excellent ninjas died in those experiments. If we continued, Konohagakure would have collapsed before the enemy even appeared." "What successful experiments?" "That's just your wishful thinking. I know you've never stopped the experiments. I'll warn you one last time, abandon the wood release experiments. You." Shimura Danzo barely restrained himself from clashing with Hiruzen Sarutobi on the spot, but in the end he merely snorted coldly and turned away. After a while, the Umbu members who had searched the root base appeared. "Lord Hokage, we recovered some documents, but found no other key evidence." Taking the documents handed over by his subordinate, Hiruzen Sarutobi examined them carefully. But seeing the impassive Shimura Danzo standing beside him, he knew this search would yield no answers. As expected, the documents in Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands were merely some insignificant intelligence. Realizing he would find no answers today, Hiruzen Sarutobi left with the Umbu. Before departing, he intended to offer a few words of advice to Shimura Danzo, but after opening his mouth, he said nothing and departed. This is too much. Shimura Danzo wished he could lead his men into a direct confrontation with Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had been struggling to suppress his rage and had almost resorted to violence. Yet Shimura Danzo believed that if he did make a move, Hiruzen Sarutobi's ruthlessness would ensure his immediate capture. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but in the end he abandoned the idea of open conflict. Leaning on his cane, Shimura Danzo returned to the root base. He needed to send a message to Orochimaru, immediately inquiring about the wood release ninja. As per their agreement, Shimura Danzo covertly provided research funds to Orochimaru, while the research results belonged to Shimura Danzo. Tenzo was a case in point. Not only did Shimura Danzo provide funds to Orochimaru, but he also captured many children and handed them over as experimental subjects. However, aside from Tenzo, who was a singular success, all the other children perished in the cruel experiments. Now Shimura Danzo suspected that Orochimaru had successfully created another ninja with wood release talent, but had not handed over the results to him. On no more good show. Time to head back. In a dense forest outside the root base, Saifunjiwa Neo stood on the thick canopy of a tall tree, stretching lazily. Having reported the matter of the wood release ninja to the third Hokage, Saifunjiwa Neo knew this would happen, so he had arrived early at the root base to watch the spectacle. It was worth the wait. Seeing Shimura Danzo in such a humiliating state was a satisfying reward. Too bad Danzo didn't dare to rebel, though otherwise there would have been an even more explosive scene. Saifunjiwa Neo returned home cheerfully. The next morning. "No problems. Though I was quite rough, Kakashi, your recovery ability is impressive. You're fully healed. You can leave the hospital now." Early in the morning, Saifunjiwa Neo arrived at Konoha Hospital to check on Hatake Kakashi's condition, confirming that he had fully recovered. Hatake Kakashi packed up his few belongings casually. Though I've left the Umbu, I'm still a bit lost. Not sure what to do next. Years of constant Umbu duty had become a habit, so after retiring Kakashi felt somewhat at a loss. Lost? What's there to be lost about? Shihōin Naraku left the ward with Kakashi and smiled. You should know what the third old man is planning. So think about how to be a good instructor. Don't be like before. You finally became a jōnin instructor, but not a single academy student managed to graduate. For most of his years, Hatake Kakashi had served in the Umbu. However, for a period, Might Guy, noticing Kakashi's severe emotional block, repeatedly begged the Hokage to let him leave the Umbu. At first, Hiruzen Sarutobi refused. But because of Guy's persistent appeals on behalf of his best friend, the third Hokage eventually agreed to let Kakashi try a return to normal ninja life, serving as a jōnin instructor to teach jōnin. As a result, after becoming an instructor, not a single academy student managed to graduate under Kakashi. Hiruzen Sarutobi initially thought Kakashi was slacking off, so he confronted him directly. Only when he learned the details did he understand the situation. Owing to his own experiences, Kakashi held his students to extremely high standards, and his strong emphasis on teamwork made it difficult for students to earn his approval. After this incident, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to reassign Kakashi to the Umbu. There was no alternative. If Kakashi remained, few academy students would be able to graduate. However, even after experiencing this, Kakashi showed no intention of lowering his standards. If they truly can't meet the requirements, it might not be a good thing for them to graduate. Hatake Kakashi answered seriously. That was his view. If they didn't meet his standards, no one, no matter who, could change that. The third old man sure has guts. Knowing your temperament, he still dared to put Naruto under your wing. Shihōin Naraku raised an eyebrow at Kakashi and asked curiously, what if Naruto really doesn't qualify? If he can't graduate, the entire Konoha ninja force would go mad. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki failing to graduate from the academy would top the list of jokes in the shinobi world for 100 years. Hatake Kakashi remained firm, stating bluntly, my standards won't change. It all depends on him. And there's another issue, my real test comes later. Do you think Naruto can pass the academy graduation exam? Oh right, I almost forgot about that. In the morning, Shihōin Naraku was still discussing Uzumaki Naruto's graduation issue with Hatake Kakashi, but by noon Naraku was summoned to the office by the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, showing no signs of last night's conflict with Shimura Danzo, said directly, Kakashi has left the Umbu, but the Umbu cannot be without a Captain General for long. In that case, Naraku, you are promoted to Umbu Captain General, and Tenzo is promoted to Vice Captain General. As soon as the third Hokage's appointment ended, Shihōin Naraku heard the familiar system prompt. Ding. Host promoted to Umbu Captain General of Konohagakure. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4 lottery chances. Remaining lottery chances 4. Friendly reminder, 10 consecutive draws are more likely to yield wondrous items. Huh. This time being promoted to Umbu Captain General, I didn't get the maximum of 5 chances, only 4. Shihōin Naraku was slightly disappointed, but upon second thought, the second 10 draw wasn't long ago, and he had already accumulated 4 lottery chances, meaning the third 10 draw was also coming soon. This is your first mission as Umbu Captain General. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over a document, signaling Shihōin Naraku to look. I have already instructed Yumino Irika to make the graduation exam of the Ninja Academy the clone technique. Huh. You know clearly that this is what Uzumaki Naruto is worst at, yet you still set the clone technique as the graduation exam. Oh, I see. Shihōin Naraku flipped through the documents. The information about Naruto was the least, while the most was about a teacher named Mizuki at the Ninja Academy. Despicable and cunning, strong jealousy, suspected of being connected to Orochimaru. Such a person should just be captured directly, at least to dig out the connections between him and Orochimaru. Shihōin Naraku looked at the documents and directly made the proposal. After all, Mizuki would soon induce the failed graduate Uzumaki Naruto to steal the sealing technique, but Mizuki, who intended to be the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the Oriole behind, ended up with nothing and failed. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly shook his head. He knew his disciple very well and did not think Orochimaru would value Mizuki. Mizuki is just a disposable tool to Orochimaru. Basically, no intelligence can be extracted. I see, just making use of waste. Shihōin Naraku closed the documents and said thoughtfully, now I understand. You don't intend to let Naruto graduate from the academy so easily. But before Shihōin Naraku could finish, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly took out a huge scroll from under the table. You have observed Naruto's training before. You know where his problem lies. The disturbance of the Nine-Tails chakra makes it difficult for him to control his own chakra. So the ordinary clone technique is not suitable for Naruto to learn, but his excellent physical strength and abundant chakra make him very suitable for learning the multiple shadow clone technique. So here is the sealing book for you. Make a plan. All I want is one result, that Naruto learns the multiple shadow clone technique. Really? I don't believe it. Shihōin Naraku did not believe at all that the scroll in front of him was the sealing book, because he had seen the real sealing book. Having rendered meritorious service to Konohagakure, he had been granted permission to learn several ninjutsu from the sealing book. First, to open the sealing book, one needs a special hand seal. If forcibly opened, the sealing book will self-combust into ashes. And after opening the sealing book with the hand seal, one finds the scroll completely blank, with not a single word. At this point, a new hand seal is needed to reveal the content of the ninjutsu to be learned, and each ninjutsu has a different hand seal. The key is that these hand seals can only be used once, after use they become invalid, so the next time new hand seals must be used. This is the real sealing book. Interestingly, now to learn ninjutsu from the sealing book, one doesn't need the sealing book at all. Instead, one directly receives a new scroll with the ninjutsu written on it, which was copied by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the sealing book, it had long been hidden somewhere by Sarutobi Hiruzen. So Shihōin Naraku was certain that the scroll in his hand was not the real sealing book, especially after he opened it and saw the first ninjutsu recorded, the multiple shadow clone technique. The ninjutsu content on the scroll was recorded in the easiest and most straightforward words, as if the writer wanted to directly stuff the shadow clone technique into the learner's mouth. Amazing. Shihōin Naraku couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Sarutobi Hiruzen, praising, "As expected of the third Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, you have explained the shadow clone technique in a simple and profound way. I believe Naruto will definitely learn it." Indeed, the ninjutsu content on the scroll even used wording and phrasing according to Uzumaki Naruto's language habits. No wonder he is the third Hokage. Such capability is truly impressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with a pipe in his mouth, his eyes clearly saying, "Don't you know what I do?" Shihōin Naraku pretended to think for a moment, then set his plan and reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "I have carefully read Mizuki's information. He is indeed worth exploiting. My idea is this." In fact, the plan Naraku described was exactly what happened in the original storyline. Of course, in the original story, the theft of the sealing book was also suspicious, as if it were a prearranged script. "Just do as you say." Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and said seriously, "You personally remember, be careful that Mizuki doesn't cause trouble at the critical moment. You can give Naruto some training, but his safety must be guaranteed." Understood. Shihōin Naraku became busy again, and everything proceeded smoothly according to his plan. Konohagakure afternoon. The Ninja Academy was dismissed. As a teacher, Mizuki along with Iruka watched the students leave the school one after another. Teacher Iruka watched Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke scrambling to leave and sighed with a smile. Recently, Naruto's personality has become much brighter. His relationship with Sasuke has also eased, but his clone technique is still. Yumino Iruka genuinely cared about Uzumaki Naruto, worrying not only about his daily life, but also about his studies. Meanwhile, Mizuki stood aside with a smile on his face, but a closer look would reveal that his smile was he thoroughly despised Iruka's current demeanor. "What are you pretending? Your parents died because of the nine-tailed demon fox, and you still care about the nine-tails Jinchuriki. Probably just trying to curry favor with the Hokage. How disgusting." This was Mizuki's true inner thought. He was extremely jealous of the diligent and responsible Yumino Iruka, who was liked by everyone. "Mizuki, let's go eat together." "My treat." "No, I have something to do today." Mizuki directly rejected Yumino Iruka's invitation and went alone to a tavern to drink. "Why can Iruka become a teaching instructor while I can't? Isn't it just about killing a wounded comrade with one's own hands to complete a mission? What's the big deal?" While brooding over his troubles, Mizuki drank his sorrows. The voices from the neighboring table only made him more annoyed. If not for the fact that the guests at the next table were also ninjas, he would have lost his temper. Driven by inner turmoil, Mizuki drank more and more sake, until he unconsciously slumped over the table, mumbling faintly to himself, while the voices from the next table drifted into his ears. Two ninjas at the neighboring table seemed to be lamenting their own weakness. The younger ninja's voice rang out, "Alas, I'm only a chunin. If I were a jōnin, I'd surely be respected by everyone." The other ninja with a hoarser voice replied, "Don't just eat the dishes, drink. You want to become a jōnin. I want it too, but I just don't have the talent." "Well, I know I don't have the talent to become a jōnin," the younger ninja said, seemingly unconvinced. "If I could learn a more powerful jutsu, I believe I'd make a name for myself and earn everyone's respect. It's not that easy." Indeed, it's not that easy. In his days, Mizuki wholeheartedly agreed with the hoarse-voiced ninja. He too wanted to become a jōnin, to learn greater jutsu and to be looked up to by all. But who would teach him? Thinking this, Mizuki felt even more miserable. The younger ninja retorted, "Who says it's not easy? The village's sealed scroll is filled with powerful jutsu. If you learn just one, you can become a jōnin." "You're drunk." "I'm not drunk. Not a bit. You don't know. Today I went to deliver documents to the Hokage building and saw the Hokage sorting things out. He ordered the sealed scroll to be placed in the first room on the second floor's corner unguarded. Shut up. What if someone hears? Oh, no one's around. The guy at the next table is already drunk. Look, he's been lying there for ages without moving. Shut up anyway. Alright, I know. And Mizuki, who had been drowsing on the table, jolted awake instantly, his intoxication dissipating completely. Sealed scroll, Hokage sorting powerful jutsu. A jumble of thoughts swirled through Mizuki's mind, and an uncontrollable greed began to rise in his heart. Anyone else might have sensed something amiss. But for someone like Mizuki, who was short-sighted, opportunistic, and often envious of others, he could only see the benefits for himself, oblivious to any underlying issues. Suppressing the ecstasy within, Mizuki pretended to be asleep, slumped over the table, until the two ninjas at the next table paid their bill and left. Only then did he sit up. The sealed scroll. This is an unprecedented opportunity. I absolutely cannot miss it. After hastily paying and leaving, Mizuki, relying on his last shred of reason, went to the home of a friend who often frequented the Hokage building. In truth, this so-called friend was an ANBU operative specifically assigned to investigate Mizuki's suspicious behavior. The friendship had been cultivated by the ANBU agent deliberately. Mizuki, what brings you here? The ANBU operative, having received his orders in advance, pretended nothing was amiss and looked at Mizuki with feigned surprise. Mizuki feigned concern. Oh, I was planning to treat you to a drink today, but I heard you've been busy lately, so I came to check on you. The ANBU operative nodded. Indeed, I've been very busy. The Hokage is currently sorting and archiving the records of recent years, so we've been swamped. These past few days I've been in and out of the Hokage building many times, carrying stacks of documents back and forth. I see. The Hokage's work is important, but you must also take care of yourself. Mizuki continued to exchange pleasantries with the ANBU operative for a while before taking his leave. Indeed, the Hokage building was indeed organizing materials. That meant the sealed scroll was truly there. Shortly after Mizuki left, Shihōin Naraku emerged from the ANBU operative respectfully stepped forward. Captain, good work. Under Shihōin Naraku's orders, Mizuki's every move was being monitored. The two ninjas in the tavern who had carelessly leaked information while drinking were also placed there by Naraku in advance. Thus, Mizuki was completely consumed by greed, coveting the sealed scroll. Over the following days, the Ninja Academy graduation exam proceeded as usual. As expected, Naruto Uzumaki failed and did not successfully graduate from the academy. Even after Iruka Sensei treated Naruto to his favorite ramen, it did nothing to lift his spirits. More surprisingly, perhaps due to the tree-climbing training and sparring sessions of late Sasuke, Uchiha, despite his tsundere nature, refrained from mocking Naruto and instead showed his concern in an awkward way. After the fierce battles between Shihōin Naraku, Kakashi Hatake, and Might Guy, Naruto had been enthusiastically searching the village for Naraku, hoping to be taught powerful jutsu. But now, having failed to graduate, Naruto felt too embarrassed to face Naraku. He thought it was too shameful. Thus, while Naruto was utterly dejected, Mizuki approached him feigning concern and revealed the existence of the sealed scroll, telling Naruto that if he learned the jutsu from it, he would surely pass the exam. Already anxious about graduation, Naruto immediately took the bait. Then, under the watchful eyes of numerous ninja guards, both visible and hidden, he used his transformation jutsu to retrieve the sealed scroll. Yes, he retrieved it, not stole it. Shihōin Naraku, fearing that Naruto might miss it, had deliberately written the 4 large characters "sealed scroll" on the scroll. Thus began a chase that many knew was staged. Iruka Yumino anxious and searching for Naruto, Mizuki fully armed and smug. The third Hokage seemingly worried, but actually toying with his crystal ball in his office watching the movie, and Shihōin Naraku leading a squad of elite ANBU, yet somehow always failing to catch up to Naruto. What a performance! In his past life, Shihōin Naraku had watched this story as an anime. Now he was witnessing this pivotal drama in Naruto's life unfold in reality. Shihōin Naraku and the ANBU members stood on a large tree, concealing their identities, watching the touching scene unfolding in the clearing below. Iruka is truly a good teacher. The surrounding ANBU nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. His parents had died during the Nine-Tailed Fox's rampage, and though he once harbored resentment, Iruka had eventually made peace with himself and genuinely regarded Naruto as family. In fact, it could be said without exaggeration that Iruka Yumino was in a sense Naruto's father. Even Konoha village owed Iruka a debt of gratitude. Without his care, who knows what Naruto might have become. Whether Naruto might have unleashed a great Rasengan on the village was anyone's guess. Hiruzen Sarutobi, sitting in the Hokage's office, was also very satisfied with the teacher he had chosen for Naruto. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Iruka's unwavering affirmation bolstered Naruto's courage, and the moment of his rallying cry arrived. Instantly, a sea of shadow clones appeared before everyone's eyes. The very technique Naruto had once struggled with the most, the clone jutsu, had now become his signature move, the shadow clone jutsu. Congratulations, Naruto. You have graduated. Irika Yumino removed his own forehead protector and personally placed it on the bewildered Naruto Uzumaki's forehead. Naruto Uzumaki froze for a moment, then grasped the forehead protector, breaking into a joyful smile. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, seeping into the forest, and a beam of light glinted upon the metal plate. At that moment, the strongest jōnin of Konohagakure was born. A burst of applause echoed through. Naruto Uzumaki and Irika Yumino turned to look. Siphon Jiwanelluo had appeared without a sound, approaching the two with a smile while clapping. Several masked Umbu members landed silently behind Siphon Jiwanelluo, following his lead. Brother Nailluo. Lord Nailluo. Naruto Uzumaki had been a bit embarrassed, but upon touching his forehead protector, he realized he had graduated and no longer needed to hide. Brother Nailluo, I graduated. Ha ha ha. Naruto Uzumaki laughed loudly, hands on his hips, his pride evident. Naruto, show respect to Lord Nailluo. Irika slapped Naruto's shoulder to keep him from being too cocky. Seeing Naruto's smugness, Siphon Jiwanelluo couldn't resist teasing him. He smiled and reminded. Naruto, have you forgotten something? Why is the scroll of seals in your possession? The joyful Naruto froze, then realized he had caused a major disaster today. Let me remind you, the Hokage can revoke a ninja status and take back the forehead protector. Siphon Jiwanelluo's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Naruto stunned, mouth agape. After teasing Naruto, Siphon Jiwanelluo signaled his subordinates to arrest Mizuki, who was lying on the ground, and then helped Irika Yumino to be taken to the hospital. Naruto, thick-skinned though still worried about his ninja status, happily carried the scroll of seals and approached, intending to hand it to Siphon Jiwanelluo. I don't want that thing. You keep it, and come with me to see the third Hokage. The old man, wouldn't reclaim my forehead protector. Thinking of his past interactions with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Naruto realized Siphon Jiwanelluo was just scaring him. How are you, Irika? If it's serious, I'll take you to the hospital first. Siphon Jiwanelluo turned back to look at Irika, who was on his subordinate's back, and asked. Naruto also looked at his teacher with concern. Irika Yumino shook his head directly. It's nothing, Lord Nailluo. Just a minor injury. My back is hurt, so moving is a bit inconvenient. All right, Cloud, take Irika to the hospital for treatment. Siphon Jiwanelluo patted Naruto's head. They'll take this kid to see the third Hokage. Yes. Brother Nailluo, where did Mizuki-sensei go? Naruto suddenly noticed that Mizuki, whom he had defeated, was missing and shouted in worry. He went where he should be. Let's go. Siphon Jiwanelluo took Naruto to the Hokage's office, submitted the mission, and left, leaving the rest to Hiruzen Sarutobi. But he didn't rest. During this break, he began to hone his own strength. After mastering the sun breathing, Siphon Jiwanelluo's physique was constantly improving. Though the increase was small and barely perceptible, the accumulated gains over several months were impressive. Siphon Jiwanelluo even felt that his physique had reached a critical point, ready to break through at any moment. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Crack. Boom, boom, boom. A massive boulder suddenly shattered, debris flying everywhere. A row of trees in the forest fell in unison, revealing smooth cross-sections. Phew. Phew. Siphon Jiwanelluo slowly calmed his rapid breathing and restored his composure. Scanning the devastated training ground now. 27. He casually found a stump of a tree he had cut down, sat cross-legged, and held the sheathed Kurikara blade in both hands on his knees, entering a meditative state. After more than 20 days of training, Siphon Jiwanelluo felt his strength had increased once again. He had fully assimilated the rewards from 2 consecutive tendras. In short, the Siphon Jiwanelluo of more than 20 days ago was no match for his current self and would have been defeated in the shortest time. System, open my status panel. Name, Siphon Jiwanelluo, gender male, age 26, physique S, spirit S, soul, Jōnin chakra control, S chakra volume, S exceeds 99 of shinobi in the ninja world. Chakra nature, fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, yin yang. What's this? Why is there a soul attribute with Jōnin? And why is spirit in red? Oh, and there's a new attribute, chakra control. Also, physique upgraded from A to S and chakra volume increased so drastically. Siphon Jiwanelluo had intended to check if his physique had broken through, but he discovered other changes in the stat. The upgrade of physique from A to S was not unexpected. The appearance of chakra control was also normal, but a soul attribute had appeared on the panel, and it was marked as Jōnin. Siphon Jiwanelluo's Zamp. Even stranger, the text or numbers on the original panel were black, but now spirit had turned red. System, what's going on? Is there something wrong with my spirit? The Zanpakuto Jōnin is forged from the host's soul. Its appearance has enhanced the host's soul strength, making it unique in the ninja world, hence the name of the blade. The soul affects the spirit. The enhancement of soul strength directly leads to a significant increase in the host's spirit and a greater growth in chakra volume. The change in spirit indicates the possibility of a breakthrough. After the breakthrough, the host will gain the strongest spirit attribute in the ninja world, granting immunity to all jinjutsu that could affect the host. Additionally, the host will acquire extraordinary learning ability, mastering ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu in a short time. It will also enhance observation haki and other abilities which the host must discover on their own. I see. No wonder my chakra volume increased so much just from physique enhancement. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo had another question. He asked directly, System, I can feel the increase in chakra, but it's not as much as I expected. Ding. Does the host accept all the chakra infusion? System reminder, a sudden surge of chakra can harm the host's body and meridians. Remaining chakra volume, 87. I see. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's enhanced physique and spirit caused a rapid surge in chakra within his body in a very short time. However, he did not notice, whether in battle or performing medical ninjutsu, that he was still refining chakra at his own pace, failing to realize that the speed of chakra refinement had increased significantly. Without the system's assistance, the instant violent surge of chakra would have directly ruptured all his meridians and bodily organs. So the system directly intercepted the terrifying amount of chakra, only slowly increasing the total chakra within Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's body. I understand. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo knew that the system was helping him. Think about it, among the ninjas in the ninja world who possess massive chakra, which one has poor physique. Even Uzumaki Naruto has the Uzumaki clan's hereditary physique and the support of the Nine Tails. Of course, ordinary ninjas wouldn't have such a problem as Siphon Jaiwan Naluo. If one's physique is poor, one wouldn't have that much chakra. The key point is that Siphon Jaiwan Naluo is different from ordinary people. His spirit, or rather his soul, is too strong, too extreme, directly causing his body to be unable to withstand the surge of chakra. Realizing this, Siphon Jaiwan Naluo also felt troubled. So it's the body that can't keep up with the speed of spiritual enhancement. A strong spirit brings many benefits, but also no small troubles. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo never imagined that one day he would be troubled by having a certain attribute too strong. Of course, this could be considered a happy kind of trouble. System, according to your calculations, how much more chakra can I withstand? 50%. At most 50%, meaning unless my physique improves, I absolutely cannot absorb the remaining 37% of chakra. Yes. If I want to absorb it all at once, what is the maximum chakra I can withstand? 32%. However, the host's meridians will suffer slight damage and bodily organs will be strained. And for 1 month, you cannot absorb chakra again. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo thought about it, such consequences he could endure. So he directly said, System, I want to accept the 32% chakra infusion right now. Ding. Do you accept the 32% chakra infusion? Yes. Boom. As soon as Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's words fell, he suddenly felt an extremely vast chakra emerge within his body. In an instant, Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's face turned crimson. His internal organs and meridians continuously transmitted a feeling of swelling pain. The massive chakra surged rapidly through his body with a fierce momentum. Crack. The tree stump on which Siphon Jaiwan Naluo was sitting cross-legged suddenly developed obvious cracks, then directly shattered. Struggling to bear the burden on his body, Siphon Jaiwan Naluo stood up. With him at the center, a violent aura instantly stirred up a storm. The ground of the training ground cracked with fissures like a spiderweb. The fierce wind pressed flowers and grass flat against the ground, bent the dense forest, and sent countless leaves flying into the sky. The mad aura raised clouds of dust spreading rapidly in all directions in a circular wave. After a long while, the area around Siphon Jaiwan Naluo, who had received a massive chakra infusion, gradually returned to calm. Feeling the soaring chakra and rapidly increasing power, a smile appeared on Siphon Jaiwan Naluo's handsome face. It was then that he was astonished to find he could no longer see the ground. Within a 100-meter radius centered on Siphon Jaiwan Naluo, the hurricane caused by his violent aura had directly torn the earth, leaving a huge crater in the ground. How is this so exaggerated? Is it because I absorbed too much chakra at once? Somewhat embarrassed, Siphon Jaiwan Naluo endured the faint stinging inside his body and walked step by step out of the crater. A slight sound came from under his feet. Siphon Jaiwan Naluo looked down and saw that he had stepped directly into a deep footprint on the ground. The enhancement is too much. Oh, I need to quickly adapt to my current power. Shaking his head, he controlled the strength in his feet. After walking out of the crater, he began training with his sword Kurikara in hand. It took 2 days for Siphon Jaiwan Naluo to finally adapt to his current power. This also meant that his strength had once again risen to a new level. That day, Siphon Jaiwan Naluo was in his private training ground exercising his body to improve his physique. Bare-chested, he swung Kurikara, practicing swordsmanship stroke by stroke. Beads of sweat dripped down. His fine and well-proportioned muscle lines shining under the sunlight revealed a beauty unique to strength, making one involuntarily want to reach out and touch. Although Shihōin Naraku was only performing simple sword-swinging practice with Kurikara each swing, he concentrated fully and exerted all his strength, and the pitch-black blade tip always landed on the same spot. This was enough to prove Shihōin Naraku's exquisite swordsmanship and control over his own power. Rustle. From a tree outside the private training ground came the sound of turning pages. Hatake Kakashi was sitting sideways leaning against the trunk reading a little book in his hand. Shihōin Naraku had already noticed Hatake Kakashi, but he didn't say anything and continued his training with full concentration. After a while he finished his training, walked outside the training ground, and picked up a clean towel to wipe the sweat off. While wiping his sweat, Shihōin Naraku asked, "Why aren't you doing your job as a mentor? What are you doing? I heard that Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke's team passed your test. What's it like being Naruto's mentor?" Hatake Kakashi put away his little book, looked at Naraku, and said, "What's it like? Probably boring. But Naruto and the other two are indeed good. Each has their own strengths. It's just that we've been taking low-level missions every day and the team is getting restless. Especially Naruto, he bothers me all day wanting me to teach him powerful ninjutsu." Sasuke didn't say it directly, but the meaning in his eyes was too obvious. As for their other teammate, the girl named Sakura, she hasn't realized what it means to be a ninja. She's still a bit naive. Shihōin Naraku watched Kakashi's non-stop talking and found that in such a short time, he had already changed. It seemed that becoming a mentor was indeed a good thing for Kakashi. "So what are you here for? Go back to being a mentor." Hatake Kakashi spread his hands, a hint of helplessness in his deadfish eyes, and said, "Who's to blame? After Naruto and Sasuke saw our battle, especially your performance, they've become incredibly arrogant. All they talk about is learning powerful ninjutsu. They won't even listen when I tell them to lay a solid foundation. What's worse, Naruto has stirred up trouble again. He's been bouncing around boasting about your strength to his friends and comrades and showing off the multiple shadow clone technique he learned. This has made this year's academy graduates extremely restless. I went to ask the Hokage, and the Hokage told me to come to you." Hearing Kakashi's explanation, Shihōin Naraku frowned. He hadn't expected such a development at all. In the original story, Uzumaki Naruto never caused such trouble. Perhaps this is a series of butterfly effects caused by Shihōin Naraku's battle with Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Uzumaki Naruto causing trouble, Uchiha Obito's sudden attack, and so on. The influence Shihōin Naraku has had on the ninja world is gradually manifesting. All genin across the ninja world have always despised the tedious, troublesome, and exhausting low-level men. In their initial fantasies, becoming a ninja was merely the first step. Next, they would learn powerful ninjutsu and abilities, then become renowned across the ninja world, earning everyone's admiration and affection. Yet the reality was that the first step after leaving the ninja academy was greeted by endless, dirty, and tedious low-level missions. Digging canals, picking up trash, catching cats and dogs. These low-level missions quickly dampened the genin's enthusiasm. But they did not know that these low-level missions were carefully selected by senior ninjas and the higher-ups specifically for the growth of genin, the most suitable tasks. First, the multitude of complicated and dirty tasks would immediately make naive genin face reality, understanding that being a ninja was never so glamorous. The appropriate dangers within low-level missions would gradually cultivate the crucial vigilance in genin. And those missions that required going into rivers or climbing trees were designed to help genin build a solid foundation. To complete tree climbing collection tasks or catch cats and dogs, they certainly had to spend long periods in trees. This is the tree climbing training. To go down into the river to dredge channels, or pick up trash if they didn't want to get completely wet and disheveled, and wanted to complete the task faster, it was best to walk on the water's surface. This is the water walking training. These carefully selected low-level missions were inherently designed to cultivate genin. While building a foundation, if they could discover the tricks on their own, it meant getting a step ahead of others in growth. Therefore, in a sense, many genin were unqualified, including Sasuke and his team. They needed their jōnin instructor to arrange training before they understood these tricks. Of course, those who could discover the underlying issues, even if not geniuses, would have a very bright future. Because any jōnin instructor would like such quick-witted and responsive students, and be willing to mentor them. And when such genin grew up, they would find solutions in the shortest time when carrying out various urgent and dangerous missions. And with such abilities, they would become high-level leaders of each ninja village. This was also why Shihōin Naraku frowned when he heard Hatake Kakashi say that this year's genin had become extremely restless. These genin are ruining their own futures. This was a very serious matter. No wonder Hatake Kakashi had come to him. "So you mean you need me to figure out a way to solve this, eh?" Hiss. I didn't expect a fight with spectators to cause such trouble. Shihōin Naraku rubbed his brow, pondering a solution. This matter really is related to me. Should I gather them and scold them? Beat them? Probably not. Afterward few would change. However, Shihōin Naraku suddenly remembered something. Due to the changes in his soul and spirit, he had awakened a certain ability this very morning, which seemed perfect for the current situation. Congratulations. The host has awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Bathed in the morning sunlight, Shihōin Naraku was training by himself when he suddenly heard the system's notification in his mind. He had actually awakened the Conqueror's Haki on his own. Originally, Shihōin Naraku thought that both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki could only be awakened through the system's lottery. After all, in the ninja world, there was no such thing as Haki. But the system told Shihōin Naraku that after obtaining observation Haki through the lottery, he had the potential to awaken Haki. In other words, even without winning the other two types of Haki through the lottery, he could awaken them on his own. Although he didn't understand why the Conqueror's Haki awakened first instead of Armament Haki, the current situation was indeed suitable for him to use Conqueror's Haki to intimidate the naive jōnin. It was a bit of an injustice to Conqueror's Haki, a king's quality that only one in millions could awaken, making its first appearance in the ninja world just to scare children. One sheep is herded, a flock is also herded. Since they are all unbearably restless, let them all experience what despair truly means. Kakashi, go inform the other jōnin instructors and bring all the jōnin of this year to me. Oh, and if Kai's team hasn't gone on a mission, bring them too. Let me think. Tomorrow noon. Tell those kids not to eat so they won't throw up from being scared. Hatake Kakashi stared blankly at Shihōin Naraku. Although he didn't know what he was going to do from the few words he heard, it was obviously not something good. You better take it easy. After all, they are the future of Konoha village. Besides, some of them might be future clan heads of ninja families. If something goes wrong, it won't look good. What does that have to do with me? If they fail here, it's fine. They can avoid becoming ninjas and live peacefully as civilians. Otherwise, dying at the hands of enemies would be a waste of the resources spent on training them. Also, tell those brats, if they pass my test, I'll teach them any powerful ninjutsu, and they can even be hiss. What a huge investment. This was a carrot dangling in front of a donkey. Hatake Kakashi understood. He couldn't help but feel sorrow for the blow his students were about to suffer, but then he thought it wasn't such a big deal and immediately became indifferent. Alright, I understand. He'll go notify them now. As for Kai, I saw him running around the village on his hands last night, so he probably hasn't taken a mission. He'll bring that team's jōnin too. Having said that, Shihōin Naraku drew his sheathed kurikara and returned to the training ground to begin his monotonous practice. Watching this scene, even Hatake Kakashi was moved. With such immense power, he still worked so hard. No wonder Naraku and Kai were so strong. It was only natural that he was inferior to them. It seems I need to work hard too. Otherwise, when Naruto and the others grow up and surpass me as their jōnin instructor, I'd be a bit embarrassed. Hatake Kakashi patted the small book in his pocket, but ultimately didn't take it out. As he thought about how to improve his strength and whether there was room to improve the Raikiri, he gradually walked away. What? Naraku is going to discipline those kids. No need, right? All jōnin go through this experience. As they grow, they'll figure it out themselves. I think it's a good idea. Shikamaru is always slacking off and complaining about troublesome missions. Choji can't control his appetite, and Ino's mind is never on serious matters. Although some of it is due to family influence, if this continues, these kids will suffer a big loss before they wake up. That's my view too. Let these kids experience the cruelty of being a ninja, then they will seriously improve themselves. No problem. Rock Lee and the others are absolutely fine. They will definitely pass Naraku's test. Don't be so confident, Kai. You all know Naraku, he never goes easy. Haha, let's see the potential of these kids. A group of jōnin instructors gathered. Apart from some initial worry, they spent the rest of the time eagerly discussing whether anyone could pass Shihōin Naraku's test. From time to time, these jōnin instructors would show malicious smiles on their faces. In the early morning, Konoha village, awakening from the silent night, began to grow bustling. Xuanhua Mingren yawned and rubbed his eyes, then met up with his teammates Yujibwa Zueju and Chunaying. Sakura. The moment he saw Chunaying, Xuanhua Mingren instantly perked up, his drowsiness vanished, and he greeted her with vibrant energy. Hey. Compared to before, after becoming teammates, Chunaying began to respond to Xuanhua Mingren's eager attentions. Of course, more than anything, Chunaying wanted to maintain her image as an innocent and beautiful girl in front of Yujibwa Zueju. Yujibwa Zueju, with his hands in his pockets, let out a lukewarm snort. His gaze never fell on Chunaying. Aside from maintaining his cool demeanor, his eyes occasionally lingered only on Xuanhua Mingren. This trio formed a perfect spiral. Why isn't Kakashi-sensei here yet? Xuanhua Mingren fussed over Sakura while grumbling, he's always late. If I hadn't seen Kakashi-sensei fight, I wouldn't believe he's a jōnin. Yujibwa Zueju nodded in agreement. He and Mingren had witnessed the fierce battles of Chimu Kakashi Maite Kai and Shihōin Naraku, so they roughly understood the strength of these three jōnin. Thus Yujibwa Zueju was relatively satisfied with Chimu Kakashi becoming his instructor, though it was a pity it wasn't Shihōin Naraku. Because Shihōin Naraku was the strongest for Yujibwa Zueju, who always harbored thoughts of revenge, Shihōin Naraku would have been the perfect instructor. But he could only dream. Mingren had learned from Iruka Sensei that Shihōin Naraku was a high-ranking figure in Konoha village and would not become an instructor to teach them. Xuanhua Mingren glanced discontentedly at the smug Zueju, then a sudden spark of inspiration crossed his mind. He leaned in close to Zueju and whispered, "Zueju, after today's mission, do you want to go check out that training ground?" Yujibwa Zueju's face showed a flicker of interest. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, also eager to see if they might run into Shihōin Naraku there. Chu Niang watched Mingren and Zueju whispering with a suspicious expression, wanting to eavesdrop, but feeling too embarrassed. Somehow Chu Niang suddenly felt that even though they were a team of three, she the beautiful girl was being excluded by the two, becoming the unnoticed third wheel. It was as if Mingren and Zueju were a couple, and she was the intruder. Chu Niang was startled, and quickly shook her head, banishing that terrifying thought from her mind. In truth, given Xuanhua Mingren's personality, he wouldn't have hidden things from Chu Niang. But Chimu Kakashi had specifically instructed Mingren and Zueju not to leak the details of the three-man battle. After all, an experienced person could analyze plenty of intelligence from a single battle, which would be detrimental to Naraku and the other two. So Mingren and Zueju could only discuss it privately and didn't tell Sakura. The three chatted idly, but they waited from morning until noon without seeing any sign of Chimu Kakashi. Absolutely ridiculous. What kind of instructor would be this lazy? Mingren and Zueju once again began to doubt Chimu Kakashi's jōnin status. If all the jōnin in Konoha were like Kakashi, the village would be doomed. Yo, good morning. Just as Zueju and the others were venting their grievances, Chimu Kakashi suddenly appeared before them, lazily raising a hand in greeting. Kakashi-sensei, it's noon. When are we going to do missions? Xuanhua Mingren roared at the sight of Chimu Kakashi, his anger flaring up. Oh, Chimu Kakashi picked at his ear, looking indolent, and said, I always thought you didn't like doing low-level missions. Looks like I misjudged. Xuanhua Mingren clenched his fists, glaring at Chimu Kakashi with fury, as if he wanted to ram his head into him. All right. Chimu Kakashi raised his hand to calm Mingren down, then said with a serious expression, no missions today. Follow me. With that, Chimu Kakashi led the three toward the village's training ground. Kakashi-sensei, where? Chimu Kakashi glanced at the curious Mingren and smiled. You and Zueju have been clamoring to learn powerful jutsu, right? Well, hey, race your chance. Xuanhua Mingren and Yujibwa Zueju were both startled, then secretly delighted. After all, having seen jōnin battles, they truly wanted to learn those dazzling and powerful techniques. Seeing their excitement, Chimu Kakashi said nothing more, silently mourning for his three students for a few seconds. They hadn't gone far when they encountered others. Maite Kai led the members of Team 3, Li Luoka Tiantian and Rishang Ningzi. Yuan Fei Asma led Team Ting Nailong Luan Shoudao Dingzi and Shanzhong Jingya. Shiri Hong also brought Team 8 members Rishang Chutian Xuanzhongya and Yang Jinai. And of course Chimu Kakashi's Team 7, Xuanhua Mingren Chu Niang and Yujibwa Zueju. The 12 Konoha rookies assembled. Mingren, Dingzi, Luan, Zueju. Stay away from Zueju. You stay away, forehead. So troublesome. Crunch. Emma Mingren wants some. Youth is burning. The four leading jōnin stood aside, watching their subordinates chatter away, completely unaware of what was about to happen. Quiet. Chimu Kakashi stepped forward, his expression extremely serious as he looked at the now silent genin. You will be subjected to a test from the Konoha High Command. Those who pass will receive rewards, including but not limited to powerful jutsu, direct promotion to Chunin jōnin, and various other prizes. You can even make your own requests. As long as they are reasonable, they will be granted. Now gather at the training ground 100 meters ahead and wait for the examiner to arrive. After saying this, Chimu Kakashi took the lead and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 jōnin gave the 12 genin a deep look and vanished as well. In truth, they hadn't left. They stood at the edge of the forest, watching from afar. Wait. Nailong Luan, after hearing Chimu Kakashi's words, felt his hair stand on end. He was about to ask something when he realized all the instructors had vanished. Damn, something big is about to happen. Luan watched the excited Mingren, the secretly tempted Zueju, and the other comrades who hadn't caught on, feeling a pang of inner panic. At that moment, a gaze fell upon him. It was Rishang Ningzi. He too had sensed something was amiss. What powerful ninjutsu! What promotion to a jōnin! It's all a deception. A bunch of jōnins do not deserve such treatment from the village's higher-ups. Even with Naruto around, it's impossible. Nara Shikamaru understood very well that they were bound to face misfortune next. So when Hyuga Niji turned to look at him, Shikamaru forced a bitter smile. As for the others, their minds were completely elsewhere. Haha, this time I will definitely pass the test. Just wait for me to learn powerful ninjutsu and become Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki placed his hands on his hips and shouted proudly tch. Inazuka Kiba, with Akamaru on his head, scoffed, the one who will definitely pass is me. Yo, burn bright my youth. To live up to Gai Sensei's expectations, I must pass the test. Ten quickly stepped back, claiming she didn't know the clueless, fiery-eyed, hot-blooded fool in front of her. Shikamaru helplessly covered his forehead, having no intention of reminding everyone what could he say in this situation. So he could only follow everyone into the training ground to wait. The glaring sun blazed down, and after waiting for a long time, everyone grew impatient, yet no one showed up. What's going on? Do adults prefer to be late? Naruto Uzumaki hopped around searching for a figure, but he never saw it. They've arrived. Hyuga Niji, with his Byakugan activated, was taken aback and immediately shouted, "It's Lord Naraku." However, looking at Naraku appearing in his line of sight, Niji felt that something was slightly off about. Oh, it's Brother Naraku. Naruto Uzumaki immediately perked up, and Uchiha Sasuke beside him also became alert. Rock Lee and Ten stood straight, nervously awaiting Naraku's arrival. The others paused their chatter, curiously watching, unsure of who was arriving. Only Shikamaru seemed to vaguely recall hearing the name Naraku from his father Narashikaku, but he was still a bit confused. Naraku raised his eyes to look at the training ground where the Konoha 12 were waiting for him. Slightly shaking his head, Naraku stepped forward, then descended. Boom! A muffled thunder suddenly roared across the clear sky. Naraku's eyes widened in surprise, and a fiercely violent aura instantly ignited from his body, exuding the overwhelming pressure of a king. A wild wind swept in with dark clouds blocking the burning heat of the sun, and the world abruptly turned. The hurricane grew more ferocious, swirling the rolling dark clouds, following Naraku and draping him in a pitch-black cloak that obscured the sky. With a whoosh, flames surged skyward, igniting the darkness as beautiful sparks flickered across the dark. Naraku emanated an aura of quiet authority, his overpowering while surging like a mighty ocean crashing forward. Boom! Well, what's going on? The Konoha 12 faced Naraku, who was approaching step by step, their faces showing signs of panic. The terrifying aura acted like a tangible pressure, continuously weighing down on everyone, and soon someone collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Naraku slowly approached, his footsteps echoing like war drums. His gaze was cold and sharp, or anyone who caught sight of him would feel a bone-chilling cold. What is so amusing? What is funny? Tell me, what are you all doing? What do you take ninjas for? Answer me. What do you take ninjas for? Stand there. Answer me. Naraku's steps did not falter, his pupils shimmering with unwavering determination, each word lashing out at everyone. Everyone looked at Naraku in terror, as if they could see a bloody and brutal battlefield unfolding behind him, smoke swirling, corpses strewn about, and blood soaking the earth, with countless ninjas wounded or dead. The overwhelming pressure of the Conqueror's haki was released wildly, crushing the minds of everyone present. Bang bang bang. One by one, people in the training ground fell. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, Niji, Hyuga, and Rock Lee gritted their teeth, their pupils cracking with blood vessels, unable to move. At that moment, their excited expressions had vanished. Boom. A silver flash pierced through the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the dim surroundings. The overwhelming momentum surged forth, once more blowing the surrounding trees in the training ground askew, and even knocking some down. The earth-shattering hurricane overturned everything, swirling up shards of stone, and would creating numerous depressions on the ground. How did Naraku pull us into this? What kind of outrageous ability is this? Just the aura alone has created such a terrifying scene. Led by Hitaki Kakashi, several jōnin struggled to stand in the woods, desperately resisting the terrifying pressure emanating from Naraku. How can I fall? Uchiha Sasuke resisted the Conqueror's haki with all his might, and unconsciously his eyes turned a deep scarlet, the single tomo spinning within. This is such a simple test. I won't back down, nor will I fear. For youth. Rock Lee shouted loudly, raising his bandaged arms and clenched fists tightly. Fate is predetermined. How can I possibly withstand such pressure? Perhaps the free bird never existed. In the overwhelming aura, Niji Hyuga swayed, and then collapsed with a thud, losing consciousness. I will never give up. Keeping my word is my ninja way. I will absolutely become a ninja. Everyone will. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widened in determination. He even tried to push forward against the overwhelming pressure of the Conqueror's haki, but was forced to retreat step by step, his body trembling slightly from the immense pressure. Bang! 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 The last three collapsed, losing consciousness on the training ground. Naraku had now reached the training ground, slowly retracting his violent Conqueror's haki as the surroundings gradually returned to calm. The sweeping hurricane quickly dissipated, the dark clouds overhead quietly retreated, and the terrifying pressure that had crushed the surrounding woods melted away. The few jōnin in the nearby woods finally let out a sigh of relief. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to endure much longer. That kind of tangible pressure was truly terrifying, unbearable, and even had a psychological impact, causing sweat to break out on several jōnin. It was fortunate that Shihōin Naraku stopped in time, otherwise someone would surely have made a fool of themselves. Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but lean against a nearby tree, secretly taking a breath and wiping the sweat from her fair forehead. Among the jōnin, her strength was the weakest, and she was also the most affected by the conqueror's haki. Fortunately, Shihōin Naraku's conqueror's haki wasn't aimed at them, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Shihōin Naraku glanced over at the training ground. The jōnin were unaware that the conqueror's haki was primarily targeting just a few individuals. Otherwise, with Naruto and the others' current strength, they would never have been able to withstand the conqueror's haki for so long. They would have collapsed and lost consciousness long ago. The conqueror's haki was simply not something Genins could withstand. Hatake Kakashi and the others, seeing that the test had concluded, walked into the training ground together. They gazed at the students sprawled across the ground, unsure of what to say. Though they knew that Shihōin Naraku would find a way to discipline these children, they had not anticipated he would be so. Just a moment ago, the overwhelming aura had affected half of Konohagakure, and they wondered what the village's current. Fortunately, they had reported this matter to the Hokage in advance, and made preparations, otherwise it would have caused another considerable commotion. Don't mind these brats. Let them lie there. When they wake up, you can take them away. Shihōin Naraku glanced at the genin lying on the ground, drew his Zanpakuto, and went to the side to continue his training. For him at this moment, the most important thing was to enhance his physique so that his body could accommodate more chakra to strengthen his power. Thus, at this stage, taijutsu training was the most suitable for him. The jōnin present exchanged glances. Since Shihōin Naraku had made his decision, there was nothing they could do but wait for Uzumaki Naruto and the others to awaken. If you have other matters to attend to, go ahead. He'll stay here and watch over them. Hatake Kakashi glanced at his subordinates, noting that Sasuke and Naruto had fallen the latest, which brought him some relief. Sarutobi Asuma lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, he'll stay here too. After all, we are their instructors. How can we focus on other things when our own students are lying on the ground? As he spoke, Sarutobi Asuma scratched his head in frustration. None of his 3 students had lasted until the end. Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru were the first to fall, and surprisingly Akimichi Chuji had held out the longest among them. It seemed that when he consoled them later, he would have to treat Chuji to some barbecue to reward him. Sarutobi Asuma winced at the thought of his wallet. Having a glutton in the team was indeed costly, and he had been saving up to get married. Yuhi Kurenai looked at her students with a soft heart, hesitated for a moment, but still did not step forward. My guy, on the other hand, was still bursting with energy. Seeing that his students were mostly fine, he even wanted to join Shihōin Naraku in his training. During the test, the team under his charge had performed admirably. Even Tintin, who had fallen first among the 3, had outperformed many others, let alone Niji and Lee, who had persisted until the end. So upon finding his students largely unharmed, Might Guy leaped straight over to Shihōin Naraku's side, ready to begin taijutsu training. Huh, why are you here? Your students are still lying over there. Shihōin Naraku looked at the energetic Might Guy and said, your 3 students are impressive, but the one from the Hyuga clan has a psychological issue. On Niji. Might Guy's spirits dampened. As the team's instructor, he was fully aware of Hyuga Niji's problem. The conflict between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan was known not only in Konohagakure, but also in other hidden villages. However, even if Might Guy knew about it, it was not something he could resolve. Unless the clan head of the Hyuga or the Hokage intervened, there was little chance of settling the strife. In any case, it was definitely not a problem a mere jōnin of Konoha could meddle with. After all, it was a matter of the clan's internal affairs, and it would be extremely difficult for an outsider to interfere. Shihōin Naraku was merely reminding Might Guy to pay attention to Hyuga Niji's issue, at least to prevent any major problems. After all, Uzumaki Naruto's Takenjutsu was quite effective early on. He should be able to handle his brother-in-law. After a brief exchange, Shihōin Naraku began his own taijutsu training. In Konohagakure, Might Guy was undoubtedly the taijutsu expert. Having him around was quite helpful to Shihōin Naraku, at least making his taijutsu training more efficient. The sounds of fists and feet colliding and weapons clashing echoed in the air. Uzumaki Naruto slowly opened his eyes, bewildered, and sat up, looking around. He found himself lying on the ground, while not far away Kakashi Sensei was chatting with a man and a woman. On the other side of the training ground, Naraniki was again fighting that bushy-browed teacher. What was going on? Suddenly a terrifying figure flashed through his mind. Uzumaki Naruto came to his senses, eyes wide with fear, as he looked at Shihōin Naraku, who was holding Kurakara. The bone-deep oppressive aura and maddening momentum were truly unforgettable. For a moment, he dared not even look again. The jōnin noticed Uzumaki Naruto's awakening, and as he came to the other genin, also woke up one by one. Those who did not wake up in time were forcefully roused. However, most of them instinctively avoided the area where Shihōin Naraku stood, not even daring to glance at him. Only the resilient and fearless Uzumaki Naruto, Rock Lee, and others gradually recovered from the intimidation of the conqueror's haki, appearing much as they normally did. "Alright, take your students and leave first." Shihōin Naraku landed on the ground and signaled Might Guy. Might Guy gave Shihōin Naraku a thumbs up of admiration and put away his nunchucks. "Nara, your strength has increased significantly since our last fight." Shihōin Naraku smiled, without speaking, then watched the jōnin instructors lead their students away. As for those genin who had been traumatized, that was a matter for the instructors like Hatake Kakashi to worry about. It had nothing to do with him. He was one who dealt the blows without caring about the aftermath. After the noisy crowd departed, Shihōin Naraku continued his training. A soft meow came from outside the training ground. Shihōin Naraku stopped his training, sheathed Kurikara, and walked outside to see a pitch-black kitten meowing. "Are the items I ordered ready?" "Meow? Tell the cat grandma that'll come pick them up soon." Shihōin Naraku poured some food from his prepared lunch and fed the kitten. The black kitten meowed happily, quickly ate the food, gave a grateful meow to Shihōin Naraku, then climbed a nearby tree and disappeared after a few leaps. The Ninken clan works more efficiently than humans. No wonder the Uchiha clan liked dealing with them. Shihōin Naraku had custom-made a set of weighted training gear for his taijutsu practice. Considering both quality and time, he had gone directly to the Ninken clan and spent a large sum to have them craft the equipment. Originally, the Ninken clan had a very close relationship with the Uchiha family, often providing them with intelligence and top-quality ninja tools. From small items like kunai and shuriken to all kinds of weapons and tools, the Uchiha clan sourced almost everything from the Ninken clan. The price was high, but the quality was indeed top-notch. However, now that the Uchiha clan was nearly extinct, the Ninken clan had begun taking on a large number of outside orders. After all, they had many cats to feed and needed to make a living. In the past, the Ninja Cat clan primarily conducted business with the Uchiha clan, while other ninjas were of secondary importance. However, with the Uchiha clan nearing extinction, the Ninja Cat clan could not afford to fade away, so they began to accept a large number of orders from the ninjas of Konoha village. The well-connected Ninja Cat clan not only easily gathers a wealth of secret information, but also maintains excellent relations with the Land of Crafts. The Land of Crafts excels in creating various ninja tools and accommodates customization requests from ninjas for various reasons. The heavy equipment for Shikaku's use was entrusted to the Land of Crafts for creation, with the Ninja Cat clan facilitating the connection and charging a mediator fee. This arrangement is primarily convenient, otherwise Shikaku would have directly requested the Land of Crafts to create equipment through the channels of the Hidden Leaf Village. All 5 great nations purchase various ninja tools from the Land of Crafts. And while the prices are not high, the process is troublesome and the quantities are vast, so Shikaku did not get involved. For Shikaku, the price is not an issue. The key lies in customization, with quality prioritized above all else. After finishing his training in the evening, Shikaku left the Hidden Leaf Village. The Ninja Cat clan resides in ruins that do not belong to any nation or faction in the Ninja Cat castle located in the empty area. If someone wishes to purchase ninja tools or gather information, they come to this ruin in search of the Ninja Cat clan. "We've arrived." Shikaku looked up at the scene before him. A vast expanse of ruins resembling unfinished buildings met his gaze. The sun was setting and the sunlight had faded, leaving the ruins surrounded by the dilapidated buildings in a deathly silence, a sight that truly instilled fear. As he walked through the silent, empty area, it felt as if he had stepped into a ghostly domain. As Shikaku continued walking, he noticed eerie pairs of eyes lighting up in the dark, unfinished buildings. "Meow, this place looks like it doesn't need special effects for a horror movie." Shikaku commented sarcastically, disregarding the strange-looking cats that appeared, and quickened his pace towards the Ninja Cat castle. These ninja cats, resembling small tigers and foxes, are no ordinary creatures. Most possess the strength of a genin, and there are even some that are stronger. "Who are you?" "Meow, a guest of Granny Cat. Here to collect something." Suddenly, a white ninja cat resembling a small tiger emerged before Shikaku. It crouched like a guard, licking its sharp claws, and spoke in human language. "Sniff, sniff." The white ninja cat twitched its nose as if catching a familiar scent, stood up, and said, "Welcome, guest. Please come in." As it said this, the white ninja cat showed no intention of moving aside. Shikaku pulled out a scroll from his pocket and tossed it over, saying, "Inside is a freshly made Mudo drink. Please enjoy." "Meow, thank you for your generosity." The white ninja cat leaped and caught the scroll with its front paws, happily running away. "Oh, I forgot there were other guests at Granny's. Never mind, this is fresh Mudo drink." After a moment of hesitation, the white ninja cat could not resist the scent of the Mudo and flung the scroll onto its back, disappearing from sight. Shikaku watched the white ninja cat vanish and couldn't help but feel that indeed, no matter the world, cats cannot resist the allure of Mudo. Having visited the empty area several times, Shikaku did not need a ninja cat to guide him and stepped forward directly. At this moment, the ninja cats that had been hidden in the shadows observing the situation noticed that the guard had not stopped Shikaku, indicating he was not an enemy, and thus began to gradually vanish. Moi. Just as he entered the ninja cat castle and had not yet stepped into the corridor leading to Granny Cat's residence, Shikaku heard footsteps approaching. At this hour, are there more guests? Shikaku quickly realized that the white ninja cat guard had blocked his path, because there were indeed other guests at Granny Cat's. As a result, his offering of Mudo drink caused the guard to neglect their duty. 2 individuals. Shikaku stood still, thought for a moment, and then stepped aside, leaning against the wall. After all, they were all guests of the Ninja Cat clan. If they were not enemies, it would be difficult to start a fight here, so he didn't wish to take action. Yet as a high-ranking member of Konoha, he did not plan to withdraw entirely, who simply yielding the path was polite enough. Tap tap tap. The footsteps grew clearer as 2 figures emerged from around the corner. Clang! The sword Kurikiara suddenly unsheathed, and Shikaku brandished his dark blade, blocking the path with a murderous aura. His eyes fixed intently on the 2 figures that appeared. They wore conical hats adorned with wind chimes and black cloaks embroidered with red clouds. The Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi. Kisame Hoshigaki. How did they end up here? Regardless of whether the 2 came to purchase information or ninja tools, they had now crossed paths with Shikaku. At this moment, Shikaku truly wanted to test whether he could kill the 2 of them with his current strength. As for the original plot development, the Pacific War between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke that had nothing to do with him, he didn't care. Click. Mr. Itachi, it seems the higher-ups of Konoha are not willing to let us go. The shark-like Kisame Hoshigaki drew the weapon. He carried on his back the sword Samahata, aiming it at Shikaku. There's no need for such a fuss, but we're too close to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi removed his hat adorned with wind chimes, and his hollow eyes turned a deep crimson, filled with ominous energy, the 3 tomos spinning slowly. Oh, it seems Mr. Itachi is ready to take action. Is it because he sees someone from his homeland? Kisame relaxed his tense body, placing the Samahata behind him. He had rarely seen anyone withstand that ominous gaze, and since Uchiha Itachi was willing to act, that was even better. Uchiha Itachi said nothing, activating his powerful ocular power as he cast an illusion over. He had no intention of harming Shikaku, as he was a high-ranking member of Konoha, indispensable for both medical ninjutsu and combat strength, so after controlling him with the illusion, he planned to leave. As for Kisame Hoshigaki's thoughts, it didn't matter. Under the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, all beings are equal. Kisame, who often went on solo missions, understood this principle well. Standing opposite the 2, Shikaku tilted his head, watching Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki's performance, and with a whoosh, beautiful flames flickered on the dark blade. Is this looking down on me? To directly use the 3-tomo Jinjutsu without even wanting to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan to cast Tsukuyami. Feeling the illusion descending upon him, Shikaku's lips curled into a faint smile. In the next moment, Shikaku, forcefully resisting the Jinjutsu, appeared before Uchiha Itachi, and Kurikiara drew a beautiful and dangerous arc in the dim evening, with flames shining brightly. Clang! Bang! Boom! 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 Shihōin Naraku, as if teleporting, withstood the Jinjutsu of Uchiha Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan, and struck down with the Kurikara blade with blinding speed. Hoshigaki Kisame instantly drew his greatsword Samahata, and stood before Uchiha Itachi. Sparks flew as the 2 weapons clashed. Fire-style Great Fireball. Uchiha Itachi reacted swiftly. Realizing his Jinjutsu had no effect, his hands formed seals, rapidly gathering chakra in his throat, ready to spew a massive fireball. But before he could complete the seals, Shihōin Naraku landed a fire fist directly on him, sending him flying. Uchiha Itachi's Great Fireball technique was interrupted, never released. Then Shihōin Naraku raised his leg and delivered a vicious kick to Hoshigaki Kisame's abdomen, unleashing monstrous strength that sent him hurtling backward. Whoa! Blood spat from his mouth. Hoshigaki Kisame crashed through the air, plowing a long trench across the ground before slamming heavily into an unfinished building. A thunderous roar erupted. The building tottered, raising a thick cloud of dust. Clang! Shihōin Naraku held his breath blade in hand and pursued Hoshigaki Kisame, delivering a diagonal slash from below. Clang! Amidst the scattered sparks, spikes were flung away. A strange animal sound echoed from the dust. Shihōin Naraku waved his left hand, stirring the air and dispersing the haze. Shihōin Naraku watched as the bandage-wrapped Samahata transformed completely. It now bristled with spikes, swelling into a grotesque bloated fish with sharp clenched teeth. This was a ferocious weapon with life and will of its own. The long handle of Samahata, like a rope, connected to Hoshigaki Kisame's palm, channeling the vast chakra stored within. Meanwhile, the wound from the kick on his abdomen healed rapidly. Samahata, standing before Hoshigaki Kisame, roared at Si Fonyuan, its fangs gleaming with cold light. Several severed spikes were clearly visible on its body. This was caused by the clash with Kurakara. Kurakara's pitch-black blade was of unparalleled sharpness beyond any other weapon. Si Fonyuan ignored Samahata's fierce protectiveness. A flash of blade light, a piercing shriek. Kurakara slashed down. Clang. Hoshigaki Kisame was not one to surrender easily. In the nick of time, he grabbed Samahata and blocked Kurakara, but with his injuries not yet healed, he involuntarily spat blood. Si Fonyuan raised an eyebrow. Gripping Kurakara's hilt with his right hand, he began to exert force, the blade gradually cutting into Samahata. Gritting his teeth, Hoshigaki Kisame summoned all his strength to lift Samahata, but Si Fonyuan pressed him down inch by inch. A rogue ninja from Konoha. A rogue ninja from Konohagakure. What are you doing in the land of fire? Heh. A hideous grin spread across Hoshigaki Kisame's face. He had no intention of answering. Zap! Si Fonyuan twitched his wrist. Chakra surged, and crackling lightning coiled around the blade. Samahata let out a pained roar. Lightning blade sonic vibration. Using lightning release to induce ultra-high-frequency vibrations, Kurakara's already supreme sharpness and penetrating power intensified, slicing deep into Samahata. Only a step away from cleaving the sword in two. Whiz whiz whiz. Several shuriken and kunai sped through the air, colliding and changing trajectory, striking from Si Fonyuan's blind spots. Such masterful throwing techniques were of course the specialty of the Uchiha clan. Facing the incoming projectiles, Si Fonyuan remained rooted, pressing down with Kurakara in one hand, as if determined to finish Hoshigaki Kisame, even at the cost of injury. Swish swish swish. Si Fonyuan tilted his head, slightly shifted his shoulder, then leaned forward, evading all the blind spot projectiles with effortless grace. Hoshigaki Kisame, under immense pressure, gripped Samahata with both hands and involuntarily glanced at Uchiha Itachi. How could his aim be so absurdly off? In all their time as partners, Hoshigaki Kisame had never seen Uchiha Itachi's thrown weapons fail completely. Could it be that you two from Konoha are rehearsing to kill me, the honest one? Si Fonyuan glanced sideways at Uchiha Itachi, whose crimson pupils now bore a shuriken-like pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Two streams of bloody tears slowly trickled down. A trace of red skeletal armor had just dissipated from Uchiha Itachi's body. Si Fonyuan knew that was Susanoo, a power dwelling within the Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of materializing immense chakra into a towering warrior for both offense and defense. It was by relying on Susanoo that Uchiha Itachi had blocked Si Fonyuan's fire fist and escaped injury. Amaterasu. Learning from the earlier failure of Jinjutsu, Uchiha Itachi opened his right eye wide and activated the Amaterasu ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The black flames that could burn everything and never be extinguished, Amaterasu, ignited instantly, engulfing the half of Si Fonyuan's body that held Kurakara. Uchiha Itachi gasped in pain, clutching his right eye as a streak of bloody tears flowed involuntarily. Amaterasu that never burns anyone to death. Si Fonyuan, as if oblivious to the pain of the scorching flames, still pressed down with his blade, pinning Hoshigaki Kisame. Looking down at the black fire consuming half his body, Si Fonyuan felt a strange sensation. The user of the Mera Mera no Mi, who no one wanted to eat, had encountered the Amaterasu that never burns anyone to death. Uchiha Itachi stared in shock at Si Fonyuan engulfed in black flames. The latter's utterly indifferent attitude proved that Amaterasu had inflicted no damage at all. But how was this possible? While being scorched by Amaterasu, he still suppressed Hoshigaki Kisame so completely that he couldn't move. Wasn't this power a bit too absurd? Ahem ahem. You three do me, an old woman, a favor and call it a truce. How about it? Just as the trio were about to erupt into an even fiercer battle, an elderly woman stepped forward, slowly halting them all. At least don't fight in the empty district. This is the children's home. The cat grandma stared at them, flanked by numerous ninja cats with fierce glints in their eyes. Hearing this, everyone present turned their gaze to Si Fonyuan. Clearly, unless he agreed the battle. Suddenly a smile appeared on Si Fonyuan's handsome face. If the cat grandma says so, there's no problem. With that, he began to withdraw his strength. Kurakara spun in the air with a flourish and returned to its sheath with a clang. As if the fight had never happened, he walked toward the cat grandma, completely unconcerned about a possible sneak attack from Hoshigaki Kisame. As he stepped away, orange-red flames began to bloom over his body, enveloping the black Amaterasu, fire which then fell to the ground in flakes. And Si Fonyuan remained completely unscathed. Let's go. Uchiha Itachi blinked the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan, fading into a 3-Demo Sharingan, before his eyes returned to normal. Ka. Hoshigaki Kisame, whose injuries had fully recovered, curled his lips into a smile, shouldered his greatsword Samehada, and followed Uchiha Itachi. What a pity. Samehada is quite dissatisfied. Although it doesn't like Shihōin Naraku's chakra, replenishing a bit of chakra would have been nice. Though somewhat discontented, Hoshigaki Kisame still followed Uchiha Itachi as they left. He will pursue us. Uchiha Itachi cast a knowing glance at Hoshigaki Kisame. The implication was clear: if you seek revenge, there is still a chance. I see. Then he is indeed a danger. The battle just now had been utterly stifling. Hoshigaki Kisame had been unable to unleash many of his abilities suppressed by Shihōin Naraku from the start, which left him rather irked. Initially, Hoshigaki Kisame stepped forward to intercept a devastating slash aimed at Uchiha Itachi, only to be caught off guard by Shihōin Naraku, who seized the opportunity and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks that left him stunned. By the time he regained his bearings, he was already wounded and thoroughly suppressed. He still had many tricks up his sleeve that he hadn't used, which was why Hoshigaki Kisame was so dissatisfied. Then Itachi-san, how much can you tell me about Shihōin Naraku? I only knew he was an excellent medical ninja before, but now it seems the intelligence has turned out to be a fatal. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not familiar with Shihōin Naraku. Aside from knowing he is a student of Tsunade, one of the Sannin, and has become a high-ranking figure in Konohagakure, the most I know is that he is a medical ninja. On this point, Uchiha Itachi was not lying at all. Based on his previous understanding, this was the extent of the common knowledge he had. And during the period when Shihōin Naraku's power surged, Uchiha Itachi was not in Konohagakure at all, so he had no idea what changes had occurred within Shihōin Naraku. The only ones in the Akatsuki who knew of Shihōin Naraku's real strength were Zetsu and Uchiha Obito. But Uchiha Obito was now half dead, relying on the demonic statue of the outer path to stay alive, while Zetsu was busy cleaning up the mess Obito had left behind. When would they have time to report information about Shihōin Naraku? Of course, even without these matters, Zetsu and Uchiha Obito would not easily divulge information about Shihōin Naraku. Thus, the Akatsuki's understanding of Shihōin Naraku was the same as most of the ninja world. A top-tier medical ninja, a high-ranking official of Konohagakure, and a student of Tsunade, one of the Sannin. These were the labels attached to Shihōin Naraku. As for the other missions he carried out, since he wore a mask, when in the Umbu, no one knew that he was involved. Hoshigaki Kisame listened to Uchiha Itachi's response and harbored no suspicion. From Shihōin Naraku's attitude earlier, he was clearly trying to kill, whether it was against him or Uchiha Itachi, so there was nothing questionable. Looks like we need to prepare bait and wait for Shihōin Naraku to take the bait. These are the weighted equipment you ordered. Please see if they are satisfactory. The cat matron handed over a scroll which contained the weighted equipment stored using space-time ninjutsu retrievable through summoning. Shihōin Naraku formed a hand seal and unrolled the scroll directly, taking out a pair of wristbands. They were black wristbands, intricately carved with beautiful complex patterns that caught the eye. When he reached out to take the black wristbands, Shihōin Naraku felt a sudden weight in his hands. Caught off guard, he nearly dropped them to the ground. Be careful, dear customer. This is customized equipment, it cannot be returned. The cat matron smiled warmly as she watched Shihōin Naraku. This transaction was no small matter, and the Nico clan stood to gain considerably from it. It's fine. I just wasn't prepared. The pitch-black wristbands felt cool to the touch, as if crafted from some special alloy. Yet when worn they did not chafe, but instead felt soft and snug. This time the weighted equipment Shihōin Naraku had ordered included a pair of wristbands, a pair of leg weights, a waist belt, and a vest, all custom-made. The wristbands and leg weights were each a pair, weighing 2,000 jin each. That is 1 ton. The two pairs together weighed 2 tons. The waist belt was 800 jin. The vest weighed 1,000 jin. In other words, if Shihōin Naraku wore all this equipment, he would be carrying a total of 9 tons. Of course, initially Shihōin Naraku would not put on all the weight at once. He needed to adapt, as he had never done this before. Nearly 3 tons of weight pressing down on him was no joke, and Shihōin Naraku did not want to crush himself under the burden. Excellent. I am very satisfied. Here is the remaining payment. I'm glad you are satisfied, dear customer. The cat matron accepted the payment and watched as Shihōin Naraku put away the scroll and turned to leave. She hesitated, as if wanting to say something, but in the end she merely sighed and said nothing. Given her relationship with the Uchiha clan, it pained her to see the once great family now reduced to just 2 brothers who were also enemies. The cat matron did not know Obito was still alive. And Shihōin Naraku's departure clearly meant he was going to fight Uchiha Itachi. Yet the cat matron could not say anything more, for Uchiha Itachi was now a rogue ninja of Konohagakure. As a high-ranking official of Konohagakure, it was only natural for Shihōin Naraku to hunt down a rogue ninja. As for why Shihōin Naraku had held back earlier, it was out of respect for their pleasant past dealings, and because the empty zone was the territory of the Nico clan, so he refrained from killing further. But now there was no reason to stop. Among ninjas there was no need for a reason to kill. Observation Haki activated. Shihōin Naraku heard countless sounds and instantly located the traces of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Let's see. Are these traps set up in advance? After finding the enemy's trail, Shihōin Naraku did not trigger a single trap and rushed at high speed toward Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. The traps didn't trigger. Uchiha Itachi frowned. If one or two traps had been discovered by Shihōin Naraku and thus avoided, that was plausible. But how could all of them have been detected? He's here. As he leaped through the forest, Uchiha Itachi barked out a warning. A savage grin spread across Hoshigaki Kisame's face. Midair he spun around, hands rapidly forming seals, his cheeks puffing as he prepared to unleash a powerful water-style ninjutsu. Water-style exploding water colliding wave. Fire fist. Before the perfectly executed water-style ninjutsu could be released, a colossal flaming fist reaching heaven and earth came crashing down. The searing flames instantly ignited the forest, the terrifying heat scorching the sky into a blazing red. The attack was swift and vast in scope. The massive flaming fist, carrying a devastating impact, instantly engulfed Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame before exploding with a thunderous roar. The rising smoke and flames formed a mushroom cloud in the sky, a spectacle both magnificent and beautiful. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of explosions resonated through the forest, causing countless animals to flee in panic. Swish! Shihōin Naraku landed on a large tree, standing on a branch, gazing at the source of the explosions. In the midst of the raging flames, a skeletal figure resembling a war god stood on the ground, unafraid of the scorching heat. This was Uchiha Itachi Susanoo. This half-formed Susanoo wielded the divine shield, the Yata mirror, in one hand, and in the other the divine sword Tatsuka no Tsurugi, which possessed sealing abilities. Truly a balanced combination of offense and defense. With a whoosh, the Susanoo swung the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, which resembled a blade of red flame that obscured its true form, effortlessly extinguishing the surrounding fire. Tisk, Uchiha Itachi's equipment is truly complete. No wonder he met his demise. With such talent and gear, how many could stand against him if he truly unleashed his full power? So is Uchiha Itachi already gravely ill now? Shihōin Naraku wasn't afraid of Uchiha Itachi's strength, mainly because the opponent's physical condition was too poor. Just considering Susanoo, let alone its full form, even in this skeletal state, maintaining it for too long would exhaust Uchiha Itachi himself. Even though it wasn't several years later, Shihōin Naraku could guarantee that Uchiha Itachi's body wasn't in any better shape. To be precise, Uchiha Itachi's problem lay not in his body, but in his heart. He no longer wished to live. Yes, he truly did not want to live. A heart so ruthless that he could slaughter his own clan, men, women, and children. Could Uchiha Itachi feel no guilt, sorrow, or pain at all? In Shihōin Naraku's view, Uchiha Itachi had long lost the desire to continue living. Once his only concern, Uchiha Sasuke, grew up, he wouldn't need someone else to kill him. He would willingly seek. In simple terms, the better the Sharingan functions, the more intense the emotions. After all, love begets. In Shihōin Naraku's view, Uchiha Itachi had long lost the desire to continue living. Once his only concern, Uchiha Sasuke, grew up, he wouldn't need someone else to kill him. He would willingly seek his own death. Dying at Uchiha Sasuke's hands was the best ending he could envision. For a person so focused on waiting for death, how could his body possibly be well? Huff. Crack. Shihōin Naraku saw Uchiha Itachi still lost in thought, while the Susanoo opposite had already made a move, the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, suddenly elongating into a fiery spear aimed at him. This strike directly cleaved the large tree where Shihōin Naraku stood in two, but Naraku had already evaded in an instant. Ugh. Uchiha Itachi did not continue with another action, but clutched his eyes in pain, blood tears seeping through the gaps in his palms. Where are you going? Just as Shihōin Naraku dodged the Tatsuka no Tsurugi and was about to strike, the figure of Kisame Hoshigaki suddenly leaped out from behind him, swinging his sword Samahata. On Kisame Hoshigaki's face and skin were large areas of burn marks that had yet to heal, indicating he had not escaped the attack of the fire fist earlier. This was reasonable. After all, honest Kisame needed to form hand seals for his water release, while Shihōin Naraku had unleashed a fire fist without giving him time to perform the seals, utterly disregarding martial ethics. Thus being burned was only to be expected. If not for Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo appearing in time, Kisame's injuries could have been far worse. Clang, clang, clang. Shihōin Naraku swung his Kusanagi, and each clash of the dark blade with the Samahata resulted in quite a few spikes being sheared off, causing Samahata to scream in pain. Damn, who forged that knife? Why is it so sharp that even my Samahata can't withstand it? Kisame Hoshigaki realized that a blade capable of cutting through Samahata absolutely could not fall into his hands. If he got hit once, it would result in a terrifying injury. However, facing Shihōin Naruku's exquisite swordsmanship, Kisame Hoshigaki found himself at a disadvantage, left with only the ability to defend after his initial sneak attack. Shihōin Naruku's Kusanagi grew increasingly faster and heavier with each slash, leaving Kisame no opportunity to unleash ninjutsu. He feared that if he attempted to form seals, Shihōin Naruku's blade would sever his hands. After all, even the fastest seal requires time. Even as Uchiha Itachi had regained his composure and joined the battle, standing shoulder to shoulder with him against Shihōin Naruku. But Shihōin Naruku's swordsmanship was too beyond reason. It seemed like techniques from another world, and for a moment they had no means to counter it. They could only rely on their own reflexes and speed to counter Shihōin Naruku's sharp blade. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi, at the cost of his Mangekyo Sharingan's backlash, locked eyes with Shihōin Naruku and unleashed the ability dwelling in his left eye Tsukuyumi. In the moment he fell into the illusion, Shihōin Naruku's left hand moved slightly. Found the flaw. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Seeing Shihōin Naruku caught in the illusion, Kisame Hoshigaki did not hesitate to form seals and released his water release ninjutsu. A massive torrent of water erupted from his mouth, forming a colossal wave that surrounded Shihōin Naruku, creating an enormous elliptical water prison that trapped him completely. I'm best at dealing with ninjas who use fire release. Surrounded by water, how can you release fire release? Kisame Hoshigaki seemed to see the hope of victory. After all, he had the advantage of time, place, and people. How could Shihōin Naruku, ensnared in the illusion, have any chance of resistance? He glanced at Uchiha Itachi outside the colossal water prison, who was covering his left eye and crouching on the ground. There was no way around it. The various abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan were indeed unmatched. Even a powerhouse like Shihōin Naruku could instantly fall into the Tsukuyumi illusion, which spoke volumes. However, the consumption and backlash of this ability were equally severe. But now there was no need to worry, as Shihōin Naruku was about to be defeated and die at his hands, so it didn't matter if Uchiha Itachi had issues. Hehehe. Amidst the eerie laughter, Kisame Hoshigaki fused with his weapon Samahata, transforming into a half-fishman form that looked terrifying and dangerous. It's been a long time since I used this form. I feel a bit nostalgic. The half-fishman Kisame Hoshigaki cackled as he charged towards Shihōin Naruku, who was trapped in the water prison. His speed increased by several times compared to before. Ha ha ha, become the bait for the shark. At this moment, Shihōin Naruku had already been pulled into the illusionary space of Tsukuyumi by Uchiha Itachi, becoming ensnared. However, with his strong spirit, before Uchiha Itachi could explain the characteristics of the illusionary space, such as how in this space all factors of mass, location, time, etc., were controlled by Uchiha Itachi, Shihōin Naruku swung his Kusanagi wildly. How can there be such high resistance to illusion? Uchiha Itachi was horrified to discover that his ocular power was rapidly draining. Compared to previous enemies, altering Shihōin Naruku's position, time, mass, and other factors required an overwhelming amount of chakra. At this rate, before exhausting Shihōin Naruku, he himself would perish from chakra depletion. Uchiha Itachi had no intention of killing Shihōin Naraku from the very beginning, though whether he could actually kill him was another matter. However, as the battle progressed, it was no longer a matter of whether he wanted to hold back. If he didn't go all out, he would be the one to die. Thus, he unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities one after another, even coordinating with Hoshigaki Kisame. Even so, he remained at a disadvantage. Uchiha Itachi also realized that Shihōin Naraku's resistance to Genjutsu was astonishingly high. Although he could still be dragged into the Genjutsu space, Itachi could no longer dominate everything within that space as he once did. Even within his own Genjutsu space, Shihōin Naraku grew more ferocious with each passing moment. Clang! A sharp blade slash came again, instantly cleaving Uchiha Itachi in two. With a rustling sound that struck Uchiha Itachi, dissolved into a swarm of fluttering crows, their black feathers drifting down slowly. Amid the mournful cawing of crows, the flock gathered in midair, and Uchiha Itachi's ethereal figure materialized. In that case, the crimson eyes of Uchiha Itachi flared with renewed pupil power. A colossal red moon hung in the sky behind him, exuding an eerie aura. The next second, that red moon plummeted like a meteor, crashing towards Shihōin Naraku's position. In Naraku's vision, the red moon grew larger, carrying an overwhelming momentum as it struck. Fake is fake. Shihōin Naraku tightened his grip on Kurakara, channeling chakra into the blade's tip, his eyes fixed on the red moon descending like a falling star. Gitsuga Tensho. A jet-black blade slash shot skyward, howling as it struck the red moon. A piercing screech rang out, and in the next instant the slash cleaved the red moon in two. With a rumbling roar, the two perfect halves of the red moon crashed onto the Genjutsu space's ground, sending ripples across the land. The entire sky seemed to tremble. At that moment Uchiha Itachi could no longer maintain the stability of his Jinjutsu space. A flicker passed before Shihōin Naraku's eyes, and he returned to the real world. And in the outside world, only an instant had passed. Kakashi was tortured by Itachi in the Jinjutsu space for 3 days, yet outside, it was only an instant. But I only fought with Itachi in there for less than 20 minutes. This is probably due to the difference in mental strength and Jinjutsu resistance. Because of my Jinjutsu resistance, Itachi had to expend more chakra and pupil power to manipulate time, flow, position, and mass in the Jinjutsu space. If he tried to pull the same extreme time dilation on me as he did on Kakashi, his chakra and pupil power would have been exhausted before it even began. Understanding this, Shihōin Naraku felt that his mental attribute was indeed formidable. Earlier when fighting Uchiha Obito, he had slashed through the latter's Jinjutsu in an instant. Now facing Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan level Jinjutsu, he had not suffered either. Once my mental attribute improves further, next time Itachi won't even be able to drag me into his Jinjutsu space. Standing on a tree branch, Shihōin Naraku muttered to himself as he watched the giant water prison where Hoshigaki Kisame transformed into a half-shark attacked his shadow clone back and forth. Indeed, from the very beginning, what Hoshigaki Kisame had trapped was only Shihōin Naraku's shadow clone. Both Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame believed that once Tsukuyomi hit Naraku, he would lose control of his body. But who could have guessed that his Jinjutsu resistance was so high that he managed to cast the substitution jutsu, leaving a shadow clone in his place. Thus, Shihōin Naraku's real body had been waiting nearby all along, while Hoshigaki Kisame kept attacking the shadow clone. Kisame, run! Though only an instant had passed, Uchiha Itachi, after the collapse of the Jinjutsu space battle, vaguely sensed that the one trapped by Kisame was merely a shadow clone. So the moment he realized it, he shouted loudly, trying to get Hoshigaki Kisame to move away from that shadow clone. But Hoshigaki Kisame, immersed in the giant water prison, did not hear a thing. He continued attacking repeatedly, his form darting rapidly through the water prison back and forth. Looks like Kisame is having fun. Let me add some fireworks for you. Shihōin Naraku raised his left hand, forming a sword seal before his face, and murmured, "Art is an explosion." Huh. Boom. When Hoshigaki Kisame charged at the shadow clone once more, he was shocked to see distinct cracks spreading across Shihōin Naraku's body. But by then it was too late to escape. A muffled explosion erupted, and the shadow clone burst, sending flames and lightning surging toward Hoshigaki Kisame. Because it was underwater, the flames vanished in a flash, but they still caused the giant water prison to shake violently. Meanwhile, the powerful lightning bolt raced through the water, striking Hoshigaki Kisame's half-shark body directly. It electrocuted him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, and he was completely paralyzed, unable to break free for a while. Farewell, Hoshigaki Kisame. Shihōin Naraku appeared above the giant water prison like a teleportation, his hands holding Kurikara high. Seeing the fear in Kisame's eyes, he slashed down without mercy. Getsuga Tensho, Yasaka Magatama. At this perilous moment, Uchiha Itachi, disregarding the drain on his pupil power, forcibly activated the second form of Susanoo. The skeletal Susanoo was now covered in muscles and blood vessels, its exterior even wrapped in a cloak. Under Itachi's control, Susanoo hurled 3 massive linked Magatama, like shuriken, towards Shihōin Naraku, standing in midair. The Yasaka Magatama spun rapidly in the air, piercing through Naraku's body in an instant. But with his observation haki active, Shihōin Naraku simply became intangible. Even though the Yasaka Magatama struck him, it caused no damage. Whooshed! Uchiha Itachi's intervention was utterly futile. A jet-black blade slash shot from Kurikara's tip, slicing through the giant water prison like a hot knife through butter. It flashed through the torrent, landing a devastating blow on the paralyzed Hoshigaki Kisame. With a loud splashing sound, the severed giant water prison collapsed instantly, sending a huge wave of water crashing down, flooding a vast area of the forest. A thin line appeared on Hoshigaki Kisame's forehead, with traces of blood seeping out. His corpse was swept away by the raging water, tumbling through the forest until it slammed into a large rock and stopped. As the water gradually receded, a spark of fire fell from the sky onto Hoshigaki Kisame's body, igniting a fierce blaze. In an instant, the corpse was burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. With a soft sound, Shihōin Naraku, holding Kurikara, stepped onto the large rock and gazed at the spot where Hoshigaki Kisame had vanished into the sky, leaving no trace. Farewell, honest man who loved hand seals. Clang! Clang! Kurikara returned to its sheath. Shihōin Naraku leaped up, standing atop the crown of a large tree, scanning the now silent forest. Looks like he ran. Despite being struck by his blade, Uchiha Itachi had taken advantage of the water prison's collapse and the surging currents to escape. Since Uchiha Itachi doesn't care, that strike didn't actually cause much harm. Shihōin Naraku raised an eyebrow, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. The blade aura he had unleashed earlier had directly severed the tangible chakra of Susanoo, leaving a horrific wound on Uchiha Itachi's body. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the location of the kidney. But Uchiha Itachi was always thinking about his younger brother, so he didn't care about a kidney. Of course, this was just all internal organs in the human body are vital. Shihōin Naraku's strike was clearly vicious. Uchiha Itachi, whose health was already poor, might not be able to withstand it and could very well die. This trip out of the village was quite fruitful. I got the custom equipment, and I took out an inevitable enemy ahead of time. Wait, Hoshigaki Kisame is dead. What about Obito and Kabuto's plans later? Well, it's none of my business. They can figure it out themselves. Maybe Uchiha Obito took such a heavy hit that Shihōin Naraku pondered his recent battles, suddenly realizing he had exerted a tremendous influence on the future course of events. Uchiha Obito, the instigator of the Ninja World War, now gravely wounded by Shihōin Naraku, his fate unknown, would certainly affect the future direction. And another key figure related to the war, Yakushi Kabuto, was currently under Shihōin Naraku's command, managing the medical department's corpse disposal team. Thinking this way, Shihōin Naraku's appearance had indeed caused a great impact. Suddenly his expression changed. If Uchiha Obito died, and the war didn't break out, how could he become a high-ranking member of the allied shinobi forces? Let me think. Images of Uchiha Madara and Zetsu flashed through his mind, and Shihōin Naraku relaxed. Even if Uchiha Obito died, those two would certainly not stop their plans. So the Ninja World War would erupt sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. And even if something unexpected happens, there's still me. I could start the war myself. With that thought, Shihōin Naraku was satisfied. After all, nothing could hinder his promotion. Cough, cough, huff, huff. Uchiha Itachi leaned against a well-hidden cave, hastily bandaging his wounds. Then he immediately cleaned up the blood that had dripped on the ground, lest the scent attract trouble. Cough. It seems Shihōin Naraku didn't follow. Fighting back the pain, Uchiha Itachi lowered his head in thought for a moment, then channeled chakra into the ring, with the character Scarlet on his finger, instantly sending out a special signal. In the land of rain, a hidden base. Moi. A man with orange hair and a black stud-like chakra receiver on his nose bridge, clad in a red cloud-black robe, suddenly spoke, as if sensing something. What's wrong, Pain? Beside the man stood a woman of striking beauty with short blue-violet hair and a pale blue paper flower adorning her right side. These two were none other than Nagato and Konan of the Akatsuki. However, Nagato's true body was hidden somewhere in the land of rain, controlling the puppet made from the corpse of a deceased comrade through the Rinnegan. The Deva path of the 6 paths of pain. Scarlet just contacted me. Tendo Pain's facial expression remained unchanged, as the body was merely a puppet with Nagato speaking from behind. Uchiha Itachi. Konan frowned, her beautiful face showing her distrust of Uchiha Itachi. The last mission was just completed not long ago. They should be in a recovery period. Didn't Uchiha Itachi say he needed to replenish his ninja tools? Did something go wrong? Summon him here, and we'll find out. Nagato had Tendo Pain raise 2 fingers, connecting to the signal from Uchiha Itachi. Then in the dim and secret base, a multicolored phantom appeared. It was Uchiha Itachi. This technique was known as the astral projection technique. It was commonly used for communication among Akatsuki members. What's wrong with you? Even through the illusion, Tendo Pain sensed Uchiha Itachi's abnormal mental state. Injured. Kisame is dead. I am injured and need the organization's medical care. Despite the sudden event, Uchiha Itachi's voice remained calm as he briefly described the situation. What? Konan stared at Uchiha Itachi's illusion, suspicion in her voice. Can't reach Hoshigaki Kisame. Tendo Pain's voice was flat, but he raised his fingers to contact Hoshigaki Kisame via the astral projection technique, yet there was no response. Either Hoshigaki Kisame was dead, or the special ring used for communication was damaged. Who was the enemy? Which village attacked you? Konoha. Only one enemy. A high-ranking Konoha official, Shihōin Naraku. During the battle, no 4th person appeared. Alone. One ninja fought both you and Hoshigaki Kisame simultaneously. How is he? Unharmed. Perhaps a bit mentally fatigued, but he must have consumed considerable chakra and stamina. Uchiha Itachi. Are you making some terrible joke? Konan and Uchiha Itachi went back and forth, gradually piecing together the general outline of events. The renowned Uchiha Itachi of the ninja world and the rogue ninja Hoshigaki Kisame of the Mist Village. One dead and one injured, facing a Konoha ninja. Do you realize what you're saying? Uchiha Itachi. I have made myself very clear. Tendo Pain directly interrupted their exchange, speaking in a tone that brooked no dissent. Recount the entire incident word by word, starting from the end of your last assassination mission. Konan, Sasori, and Deidara are still at the base. Go inform them to head for support immediately. With unconcealed suspicion on her beautiful face, Konan gave Uchiha Itachi a long look before turning and walking out of the area. You may begin, Uchiha Itachi. After the last assassination mission, Kisame and I went to the empty zone to replenish our ninja tools. On the way, after completing the transaction as we were leaving, Shihōin Naraku attacked directly. Then, I tried to save Kisame, but failed, so I immediately withdrew. Uchiha Itachi did not conceal anything and recounted everything that had happened since encountering Shihōin Naraku, telling Tendo Pain all the details. After listening to Uchiha Itachi's explanation, Nagato remained silent for a long time before finally controlling Tendo Pain to speak. In addition to Sasori and Deidara, Konan and I will also be waiting to receive you at the border of the Land of Fire. If the enemy does appear, lure him over. I will personally deal with him and kill him. Understood. As Uchiha Itachi spoke, the illusion vanished. In the dim base, only the lingering echoes remained. Shihōin Naraku. Oh, I was about to go dig for clay. I've got an idea now. This time I'm sure I can create a masterpiece that will shock the world. But of course a mission comes along just when I'm in the zone. Oomph. The yellow-haired Deidara grumbled. At this very moment, he was at a critical point in his artistic creation, confident that this piece would be the most artistically rich one yet. Shut up. Only eternity is art. Let's go now. I don't like waiting for people. The red-haired youth, surprisingly delicate in appearance, set down his tools, placed the unfinished puppet aside, and carefully covered it. He was Sasori, who had turned himself into a human puppet, once the genius puppeteer of Sunagakure. Deidara was deeply dissatisfied with Sasori's understanding of art. He retorted loudly, "Brother Sasori, art is always born in an instant. Humph. Eternal beauty simply doesn't exist. Your art is wrong. Humph. Shut up. If you keep blabbing, I'll kill you." TCH. Watching Sasori crawl into the special puppet Hiriko, Deidara clicked his tongue in disdain. Only then did the argument about art end, and he turned to Konan. "What's the mission?" Unfazed, Konan finally revealed the task. She said, "Go to the Land of Fire to rendezvous with Uchiha Itachi. He's injured. Hoshigaki Kisame has already fallen to the enemy." "What? Huh?" Deidara and Sasori inside Hiriko exclaimed in unison. Though they weren't exactly close, both were well aware of the strength of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, so their astonishment was profound. From within Hiriko a voice emerged that sounded different from Sasori's usual tone, more somber. He guessed, did they run into a Konoha ninja squad? Since they were attacked in the Land of Fire, it's most likely Konoha ninjas who acted, Sasori reasoned. Indeed, it was Konoha ninjas, but only one person. Both fell silent. "I need to prepare some more clay. Let's hold off on leaving for now. I need to modify the puppet. Give me some time." Though proud, Deidara and Sasori knew that if a single ninja had killed Hoshigaki Kisame and wounded Uchiha Itachi, they would be walking into a death trap as well. Of course they weren't exactly afraid. Both needed to prepare thoroughly, ensuring no lack of readiness before the life-or-death battle began. According to Uchiha Itachi's intel, the enemy has already withdrawn. "Can't you just finish the whole sentence?" Ignoring Deidara and Sasori, Konan turned and walked away. At this moment, Deidara's attention shifted to Uchiha Itachi. After all, the reason he had joined the Akatsuki was that Itachi had tracked him down and defeated him with Genjutsu, forcing him to join unwillingly. Of course, now Deidara actually liked the Akatsuki. In his view, the unique abilities of all its members constituted a form of art, and the Akatsuki itself was the finest artist collective. Thus, Deidara, who considered himself a true artist, was very satisfied with the Akatsuki and even proud of it. "Brother Sasori, let's go. I can't wait to see Uchiha Itachi in such a sorry state." "Humph. Even if he's injured, you're no match for him." TCH. Deidara spread his right hand in a mouth on his palm, chewed for a moment before spitting out a large amount of explosive clay, forming a white flying bird that flapped its wings at low altitude. Both Sasori and Deidara boarded the giant bird, heading toward the Land of Fire. This was also why Nagato had dispatched the two of them. They could reach Uchiha Itachi's side more quickly. Meanwhile, when Konan returned to the base, she saw Nagato standing with the Akatsuki's intelligence agent Zetsu. "What's the situation? Any concrete intel on Shihōin Naraku?" "Just routine information, utterly useless. His power growth is rather peculiar." Pain Tendo shook his head and said, "Though Zetsu has gathered plenty of intel, Shihōin Naraku in the past only appeared as an ordinary genius with nothing else amiss. We'll deal with that later. First, let's head to the border of the Land of Fire to rendezvous. If Shihōin Naraku appears, kill him directly." Konan flatly refused. "I can go alone. You stay in the village." Nagato knew Konan was concerned about his health. Due to his old injuries, he now had to remain inside a special apparatus year-round, and going out was rather troublesome. Unless absolutely necessary, Konan didn't even want Nagato to dispatch Pain Tendo. After a moment of silence, Pain Tendo nodded, agreeing to Konan's proposal. "You go then. I believe that if Shihōin Naraku appears he won't be a match for you. But take all the necessary equipment with you just in case. Understood. Konan turned and left to provide support. Meanwhile Pain Tendo turned to Zetsu who had been silently playing dead and asked, "Where's Uchiha Madara? Why hasn't he come?" He has something to take care of so he didn't show up. Black Zetsu's low voice echoed. At that moment, he didn't even dare let White Zetsu fused with him speak to avoid revealing too much. "Tell Madara to come see me as soon as possible. There's something to discuss." Pain Tendo finished speaking, then gestured for Zetsu to leave and continue gathering intelligence on Shihōin Naraku. Zetsu nodded then merged into the ground and vanished. In the Akatsuki's secret base where the demonic statue of the outer path was stored, Zetsu's figure emerged. Damn it! Why did this happen? How did they run into each other? Hoshigaki Kisame is dead. What? On the surface, Hoshigaki Kisame served the Akatsuki, but in secret Obito Uchiha had already revealed his true identity to him and recruited him in advance. Of course Obito Uchiha had presented himself as the fake Uchiha Madara to Kisame. But now none of that mattered. The man was already reduced to ashes. A perfectly good pawn gone for no reason. Black Zetsu felt he must be having a streak of bad luck. Ever since Obito Uchiha, driven by his illness, went to fight Shihōin Naraku, the original plan had begun to veer completely off course. There was a mountain of trouble in Kirigakure, and before that was even resolved the Akatsuki had already clashed with Shihōin Naraku. Why was all this happening? Looking at Obito Uchiha, who was unconscious and only kept alive by the demonic statue of the outer path, Black Zetsu's face darkened. Wait, his entire appearance was already black. No need to darken it further. Hold on a little longer. No matter what, Obito Uchiha must not die. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Black Zetsu knew that the role Obito Uchiha was to play was extremely critical. Without him, many things would need to be replanned. It might even be necessary to revive Uchiha Madara ahead of schedule to ensure the plan proceeded smoothly without mishaps. After thinking for a while, Black Zetsu turned and left. With White Zetsu Tobi fused with Obito Uchiha, he wasn't worried about any danger. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha, lying unconscious nearby, was covered in various green branches growing all over his body. Without mentioning the death of Danzo and the injury of Uchiha Itachi, Akatsuki had already moved, and Shihōin Naraku had returned to Konoha village. Shihōin Naraku knew without thinking that Akatsuki would definitely focus on him next, so let them investigate. After returning to Konoha, Shihōin Naraku with a mischievous intent arrived at the Hokage Tower. Cough cough cough. What? You encountered a traitor from the village, Uchiha Itachi. You all? Sarutobi Hiruzen was initially listening to Shihōin Naraku's report with a casual demeanor, a pipe clenched in his mouth, not paying much attention. But soon Shihōin Naraku's words shocked him greatly. It wasn't just almost Uchiha Itachi is indeed powerful. In the end, I only injured him and let him escape. Shihōin Naraku spread his hands and said with a serious expression, however, his companion, that shrank rogue ninja from the Mist Village, indeed died at my hands. Seeing them dressed in the same outfit, they should belong to the same organization. If possible, I plan to take Umbu members to hunt down Uchiha Itachi. Cough cough cough. No need. Next time you encounter Uchiha Itachi, don't be so impulsive. Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly startled. Uchiha Itachi was only superficially a traitor. In reality, he was a spy sent by Konoha. So apart from the initial encounter, Konoha had never sent anyone to pursue and trouble Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed his pipe and thought carefully before saying, Uchiha Itachi is a spy for the village. If you encounter him outside, there's no need to fight to the death. And this matter must not be disclosed. Take note of the code and gestures I give you. If necessary, you can use them to gain Uchiha Itachi's trust and obtain information from him. Shihōin Naraku was taken aback, not expecting that his mischievous intent to scare the old man of the third Hokage would yield unexpected gains. Or perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried that next time he met Uchiha Itachi he would directly draw his sword and kill him, so he set a trap in advance to prevent any unexpected incidents. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shihōin Naraku and shook his head helplessly. Whether in the village or outside, you never seem to be at peace. Naruto and those kids have just become jōnin. Oh, why did you act so ruthlessly? Even for their sake, there's no need to scare the kids to the point that they still haven't calmed down. Speaking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a face full of blame. He had just acted as a kind old man, comforting and encouraging those children. It was indeed quite effective. Aside from Naruto and a few others, those who had initially been affected by the overwhelming presence of dominance had truly returned to normal under Sarutobi Hiruzen's encouragement. From this point of view, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed fulfilling his role as Hokage. Shihōin Naraku curled his lips, not caring about Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. He could intimidate that group of jōnin with Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval. Although this time the impact was a bit heavy, as long as they calmed down it would only benefit their future development. Puffing on his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "There is something you need to do. The Chunin exams are coming up soon, and you will be responsible for overseeing all matters related to the exams. You know that nobles from various countries and feudal lords will also be coming to observe, so there must be no mistakes. Start the preparations now, or once you finalize the specifics report back to me." Ding. The host has been appointed as the supervisor for the Chunin exams of Konoha village. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 lottery qualifications. Remaining lottery qualifications 6. Note this appointment is a temporary lateral transfer and does not count as a promotion, so the reward qualification is fixed at 2. Friendly reminder, 10 consecutive draws are more likely to yield amazing items. The plan for Konoha's collapse is finally coming. Shihōin Naraku nodded thoughtfully, and after leaving the Hokage Tower, suddenly remembered something. I almost overlooked the system's notifications. But I've only saved up 6 times. Next I need to find a way to gather enough for 10 consecutive draws. Just in time, there's the position of Chunin exam supervisor with 5 opportunities to appoint myself in a year. The remaining 3 times will definitely suffice to accumulate the number. Shihōin Naraku felt pleased thinking about how his strength would improve. Even with his current strength, the plan for Konoha's collapse was nothing to worry about, but the enemies he would face in the future would be even stronger, so he could not afford to be careless. Contemplating this appointment, Shihōin Naraku realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not given up on making him a candidate for Hokage. With the power of the Umbu captain and the medical department head in my hands, he still has me overseeing the Chunin exams. It seems the 3rd Hokage still hasn't given up on cultivating me. As for the Umbu captain position, under normal circumstances a new Hokage would definitely replace Shihōin Naraku, as this position must be held by someone the Hokage trusts the most. Even if Hatake Kakashi truly ascends to the Hokage position, Shihōin Naraku would not be suitable to remain, as it would pose too great a threat to Hatake Kakashi. The 3rd Hokage is indeed preparing in advance. Hatake Kakashi becoming the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and serving as an instructor in the jōnin class. And aside from temporarily being the Umbu captain, I still control the medical department and frequently engage in the village's various management tasks like preparing for the Chunin exams. TSK. What a balancing act. One can only say that after many years of being Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods are truly exceptional. During the following time, Shihōin Naraku entrusted the specific affairs of the Umbu and the medical department to his subordinates, and began to busy himself with the Chunin exams. As for the Umbu, unless there was a task requiring his direct involvement, Shihōin Naraku delegated the other complicated matters to the current Umbu Vice-Captain Tenzu. Originally, to take advantage of the system, he had appointed Yamanaka Suki as the logistics officer. For the medical department, Shihōin Naraku did not remove the position of the group leader he had established for himself, but instead promoted some members of his family to join the work group. Although there are not many members of the Shihōin clan, they occupy good positions in the medical department. It is also because of these individuals that Shihōin Naraku managed the medical department like an iron barrel. Of course, to prevent a situation like the Uchiha clan completely taking over the Konoha police department. Shihōin Naraku would also exchange the resources he controlled with others to gain more benefits, as long as the returns were equivalent and did not affect his power in the medical department. Clan leader recently, Yakushi Kabuto's whereabouts have been somewhat erratic. Although we haven't figured out what exactly he has been doing, but Shihōin Naraku arrived at the medical department and sat down for a short while. After handling some work, a Chunin from the Shihōin clan who worked in the corpse handling team appeared before him. After hearing the report, Shihōin Naraku rubbed his fingers and after thinking for a moment instructed, "Haruka, summon Yakushi Kabuto. By the way, I have good news for you. Uncle Haru will be returning from the border defense soon." Shihōin Haruka was taken aback, unable to suppress a smile on his face. "Thank you, clan leader. Thank you, clan leader. Don't mention such formalities. It was because of me that Uncle Haru had to stay in the border troops for so long. Now that everything is over." Understood. In the ninja world, Shimura Danzo was indeed infamous. At first, these matters had nothing to do with Shihōin Naraku. At the beginning, Shihōin Naraku only wanted to rely on his own talent to continuously enhance his strength, hoping to survive in the dangerous environment of the ninja world. But suddenly Shimura Danzo took a fancy to the talent Shihōin Naraku was gradually displaying, wanting to bring Naraku into the root organization and train him as a subordinate. At that time, the clan leader of the Shihōin family was Shihōin Chunyuan. As a veteran jōnin, he knew all too well how cruel the root organization was. It had taken many years for the Shihōin clan to finally produce a genius. Shihōin Chunyuan absolutely would not allow Naraku to be silently dragged into the root organization by Shimura Danzo with his life or death unknown. Under Shimura Danzo's harsh management, the ninjas from various clans who entered the root organization were forever bound by the curse seal to obey only his orders. The Shihōin Naraku was a small clan with few members, originally only having Shihōin Chunyuan as a jōnin. After his death, if the clan could not produce a new jōnin without the protection of a strong figure, the Shihōin clan might unknowingly dissipate and perish at any time. For the sake of the clan's continuation and Shihōin Naraku's safety, Shihōin Chunyuan defied the then powerful Shimura Danzo and sought out Tsunade. At that time, Tsunade, due to the deaths of her brother and lover, had no intention of taking on students living in a daze herself. Shihōin Chunyuan, leveraging previous clan ties and supporting Tsunade's medical schemes, eventually got Tsunade to agree to take Naraku as a student, making him part of the Hokage faction. Of course, there were no lack of covert struggles in this. Although Shimura Danzo did not succeed in taking Shihōin Naraku away in the end, he forced Shihōin Chunyuan to become a member of the most dangerous war front between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Even after the war ended, he did not return to the village but continued to guard the border of the Land of Fire. When Shihōin Chunyuan left the village, he had already passed the position of clan leader of the Shihōin family to Shihōin Naraku because he understood that he was very likely not to survive. Fortunately, Shihōin Naraku indeed had talent in learning medical ninjutsu. His value gradually became apparent, and after Tsunade left the village, he became the head of the medical emergency squad of Konohagakure. The later events need not be elaborated. The higher Shihōin Naraku's status rose, the safer Shihōin Chunyuan became. As for why not transfer him back to the village earlier, the main reason was that once safety was assured, Shihōin Chunyuan at the border could more easily accumulate merits and seniority. When he returned to the village, he could achieve a higher position and rank with the help of Shihōin Naraku. Now, the reason Shihōin Chunyuan was returning to the village was that Shihōin Naraku realized that he had been cutting down more and more enemies outside, and with increasing ferocity, if this continued, Shihōin Chunyuan might very well die out there. After all, the intelligence capabilities of the Akatsuki organization could not be underestimated. So it was better to transfer him back quickly, take the opportunity to gain some merits in the Konoha Crush plan, and then secure a high position after Tsunade became Hokage. While Shihōin Naraku was still pondering, Yakushi Kabuto appeared. Naraku-sama. Oh, you're here. Is there something you want to tell me? Looking at Shihōin Naraku's indifferent expression, Yakushi Kabuto said directly, Naraku-sama, I intend to resign from the position of head of the corpse's disposal squad. It seems you've made your choice. That's fine. Shihōin Naraku picked up a pen and directly signed the resignation letter that Kabuto handed over. Watching Kabuto prepare to take his leave, Shihōin Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Your own choice, bear the consequences yourself. That's the only thing I want to say. Kabuto's back was drenched in cold sweat. He could clearly feel the killing intent in Naraku's eyes, but in the end, he bowed respectfully. Thank you for your care over the years. Shihōin Naraku did not detain him and simply let Kabuto leave. He knew that the other was going to serve Orochimaru, and Kabuto also knew that Naraku knew he was about to join Orochimaru's ranks. By the way, if I opened a psychological clinic in the ninja world, I'd probably make a fortune. These people all have psychological issues. Rubbing his chin, Shihōin Naraku suddenly had a strange idea. At this moment, Kabuto was in a state of confusion. He hadn't yet figured out what he truly wanted, which was why he left. None of that mattered. Naraku's meaning in his earlier words was very clear. He would not interfere with Kabuto's choice, but if they met again, next time he would go for the kill. However, Kabuto's departure did have benefits. Shihōin Naraku directly appointed himself as the temporary head of the corpse's disposal squad. Although he previously had great influence within the medical department and had always been the head of the medical emergency squad and could influence the corpse's disposal squad and the beast taming and recovery squad, he had not held specific positions in those two organizations. Later, he became vice director and then director, gaining real authority, but still did not hold specific positions. So now that Shihōin Naraku concurrently served as head of the corpse's disposal squad, he could still obtain reward qualifications. As expected, Ding. Host has assumed the position of head of the corpse's disposal squad of the medical department of Konohagakure. Congratulations, Host, on obtaining 2 lottery draws. Current lottery draws for Host 8. Just 2 more draws to accumulate enough for the next 10 pool, easy. Last time I appointed myself as logistics squad head and split team director, plus this time as head of the corpse's disposal squad. That's 3 times already. There are still 2 chances left. If luck is a bit better, the remaining 2 appointments can each give 2 lottery draws, and then I'll even have 2 extra chances. Shihōin Naraku thought this way and decided to use up both of this year's chances. Coincidentally, he was in charge of the Chunin exam preparations. This was a good opportunity. Although Orochimaru was no longer a problem for him now and Shihōin Naraku could even be considered Orochimaru's nemesis. His influence on this world was growing ever larger, and no one knew for sure what would happen next. If enemies came knocking all at once, it would be a disaster. So it was most important to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Ding. Host has assumed the position of Logistics Preparation Supervisor for the Konohagakure jōnin exam. Congratulations, Host, on obtaining 1 lottery draw. Current lottery draws for Host 9. Ding. Host has assumed the position of head of the jōnin exam training grounds. Congratulations, Host, on obtaining 1 lottery draw. Current lottery draws for Host 10. The system's notification sounded just at the right moment, and at the same time Shihōin Naraku had accumulated enough draws for a temple. He could start the 3rd temple at any time. Damn. Shihōin Naraku nearly couldn't hold back a curse. Indeed, the more one worries about something, the greater the chance it will happen. In the last 2 appointments, he was only given 2 rewards, and he almost couldn't gather enough for 10 consecutive draws. Although there is indeed a chance to randomly obtain a reward qualification, this is just too coincidental. System, are you deliberately sabotaging my chances for rewards? Scratching his head, Shihōin Naraku seized the opportunity to criticize the system, hoping to squeeze out a few more chances, but the system showed no sign of responding, indicating there was no hope. What are you talking about, Naraku? Yashitai Akane approached while the others, including Shiranui, Gunkan Mori no Ibiki, and Kamizuki Izumo, took their leave. This was Shihōin Naraku's decision regarding the selection of the examiners for the jōnin exam, which was reported to Sarutobi Hisashi for approval before gathering everyone for a meeting to assign tasks. The exam locations have been confirmed. Apart from the initial classroom exam, the venues for the other 2 rounds of competition need to be inspected on-site by the examiners and their subordinates. For instance, whether the venues require renovations, and if there are any suddenly grown ferocious beasts in the Death Forest. Training Ground No. 44. The exam for the lower ninjas to be promoted to jōnin naturally cannot involve excessively outrageous beasts, which the examiners must eliminate. Shihōin Naraku glanced at the overly lively Yashitai Akane and said, "This time you're also an examiner, you look a bit like a jōnin." Yashitai Akane blinked. Should I eliminate them all in the 2nd round? You can give it a try and see if the 3rd Hokage will slap you dead. TCH. Yashitai Akane pouted, seemingly unconcerned, and said, "Why is there such a commotion over this jōnin exam? Do they really need someone of your rank to handle the preliminary preparations? Except for unexpected situations, Konoha generally holds 2 jōnin exams every year, and over time, they have gained experience, so someone of Shihōin Naraku's rank shouldn't really be needed. Don't worry about that, just act as your examiner honestly." The 2nd round of the exam will take place in Training Ground No. 44. You need to thoroughly scout the interior of the Death Forest with your team, and don't allow any mistakes. Leave it to me, just rest assured. Waving his hand arrogantly, Yashitai Akane took her subordinates to inspect the Death Forest. In the Land of Rain, at the Akatsuki organization's base, Konan received Sasori and Deidara, bringing Uchiha Itachi back to the base. Nagato, Konan Zetsu, and Uchiha Obito gathered together to hold a meeting in the Land of Rain. Under the dim light, Nagato, Konan, and Uchiha Obito sat facing each other, while Zetsu stood in the shadows, concealing his presence. Nagato was the first to inquire. "Zetsu, what are the results of your investigation?" White Zetsu has already gone to investigate, and according to the location provided by Uchiha Itachi, signs of battle were indeed found. Fire release, water release, and the scattered hidden weapons. It can be confirmed that Kisame Hashigaki is dead, and the ring has also been destroyed. Zetsu relayed the gathered intelligence without withholding any information from those present. Konan added, "Although I do not trust Uchiha Itachi, his condition genuinely resembles that of someone who has experienced a dangerous battle. Not only did he expend a vast amount of chakra, but his ocular power was also severely drained, and he hadn't opened his eyes the entire way." He was not lying. White Zetsu, pretending to be Uchiha Obito, said, "I have observed that condition, and it is clearly a sign of excessive ocular power depletion. If he had not encountered an insurmountable foe, Uchiha Itachi's strength would not have led to this state." Nagato was silent for a long time before continuing to ask, "What about the intelligence regarding Shihōin Naraku?" Zetsu replied, "There is not much difference from what we collected previously, but it seems that Konoha village recently experienced some unrest, supposedly due to the battle involving Shihōin Naraku, Kakashi Hitaki, and Gaimedo. We also discovered that the former clan leader of the Shihōin clan, Shihōin Chunyuan, is stationed at the border of the Land of Fire, but before we could take any action, it seems that Shihōin Naraku noticed something and recalled Shihōin Chunyuan back to Konoha." After hearing this intelligence, Nagato glanced at Uchiha Obito, who had been relatively quiet today, and said, "The investigation into Shihōin Naraku must not conclude. We need to ascertain his strength as soon as possible, and why he attacked our organization members. Has he discovered something, or was it merely a coincidence? If he has truly uncovered something, will it affect our plans? If there truly is an impact, then eliminate him. Uchiha Obito spoke at this time. These matters can be left to Zetsu to investigate, but our plans must not stop. Kisame Hoshigaki is already deceased. Next we need to select a new teammate for Uchiha Itachi. Do you have any candidates? Nagato and Konan had not yet had the chance to consider this matter. Uchiha Itachi needs to recuperate, but even after he recovers, he will still need to carry out various missions. Thus a new teammate must be prepared in advance. The two-member teams of the Akatsuki are designed to increase the success rate of missions, as well as to ensure mutual supervision among team members to prevent any betrayal of the organization. Especially Uchiha Itachi. Nagato and Konan originally had low trust in him. They exchanged glances, and for a moment Nagato and Konan couldn't think of a suitable candidate. First, the strength must not be too low to prevent dying during a mission. Secondly, they shouldn't have too close a relationship with Uchiha Itachi, as that would defeat the purpose of supervision. Let me recommend one no two people. Uchiha Obito put forth his suggestion. The rogue ninja from the Mist Village, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the current wielder of the decapitating carving knife, Zabuza Momochi, and his subordinate, a user of the ice release bloodline limit Haku. Another one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Konan and Nagato, who was hiding in the shadows, were somewhat stunned by this suggestion. It is known that Uchiha Itachi's first teammate after joining the Akatsuki was the wielder of the decapitating carving knife, Kisame Hoshigaki. After Kisame's death, Hoshigaki became Uchiha Itachi's second teammate. Now that Kisame is dead, Uchiha Obito recommends another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. All 3 of Uchiha Itachi's teammates are from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Konan blinked and asked a crucial question. What is the strength of Zabuza Momochi? The tasks that the Akatsuki needs to carry out are all extremely dangerous. If the strength is too low, becoming Uchiha Itachi's teammate only to die during a mission would mean they'd need to find a new teammate. Not bad though, he can't compare to the strong ones in the organization. But his assassination skills are quite impressive. With a bit more training, he should become a good tool. The key is his subordinate Haku, who possesses the ice release bloodline limit. The ice release bloodline limit will be very useful for us. Once we initiate the later stages of our plan, it will assist us significantly. However, the same issue remains. Their strength is somewhat lacking and will require time and effort to cultivate. In that case, Nagato nodded in agreement, deciding that these 2 will be the ones. If Zabuza Momochi refuses, then kill him. Bring back the one with the ice release bloodline limit. He will be very useful. Konan also said, just in time. Uchiha Itachi needs to recover during this period. After bringing these 2 back, we can spend some time training to enhance their strength. Then it's settled. Uchiha Obito stood up, and the space around him gradually twisted, drawing him into it. Zetsu also silently sank into the ground and vanished. Hey, and I still don't trust Madara. I don't trust him either. If he shows any weakness, they'll kill him. For now, he's still useful to their plan. The Deva Path spoke mercilessly. For the sake of the plan, he could temporarily tolerate the elusive Uchiha Madara. Konan said nothing more. All she could do was silently support him and help Nagato realize the plan. Meanwhile, in the shadows, White Zetsu disguised as Uchiha Obito met with Black Zetsu. How was my performance? I nailed it, didn't I? Watching White Zetsu's smug demeanor, Black Zetsu remained grim-faced. Too much talking. Be more careful from now on. We want return to Kirigakure village for now. Your control over the 4th Mizukage Yagura Karatachi has been decent. Let's go find Momochi Zabuza and recruit him into the Akatsuki first. Then Black Zetsu went alone to the base, gazing at Uchiha Obito linked to the ghetto statue. It seems it's almost time. The Wave Country was a rather peculiar nation in the ninja world, as it had no ninja at all. The main reason was its poverty. There simply weren't enough resources to train ninja. Of course, the key factor was a super-rich man named Gato who controlled all maritime routes to and from the Wave Country, plunging it into even greater hardship. At the same time, he hired thugs, ruffians, and high-level ninja to maintain his rule, leaving the Wave Country unable to resist. With a faint distortion of space, Uchiha Obito's figure suddenly appeared. He scanned the luxurious residence ahead, and at the same time Zetsu emerged from the ground. That's Gato's residence ahead. He's hired Momochi Zabuza to maintain his rule here. Let's kill him. This guy has plenty of money which can help replenish the Akatsuki's finances. Leave it to me. White Zetsu disguised as Uchiha Obito wasn't as strong as the real one, but he was enough for the current battle. After all, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was formidable, especially Obito's Kimui, which ordinary ninja couldn't handle. Go! Uchiha Obito, wearing a mask, leaped from the tree and entered Gato's residence. Soon amid explosions, a burst of fire and smoke billowed out. The sounds of slaughter rose along with chaotic footsteps and the scent of blood that slowly drifted outward. Before long, the cries and clashes gradually subsided. Just then a thick fog suddenly enveloped the surroundings, and a faint killing intent permeated the mist. Black Zetsu stood atop a tree quietly observing everything. The battle began. Momochi Zabuza appeared abruptly wielding his executioner's blade and unleashing his assassination art to the fullest. But Zabuza realized that no matter how powerful or stealthy his attacks were, they didn't harm the masked man, and even when his subordinate Haku appeared and cast shimmering ice-release crystals that glinted beautifully in the sunlight, the masked man ignored the binding and damage of the ice. Water release, great waterfall technique. A terrifying torrent of water dozens of meters high formed a roaring waterfall surging toward the masked man. The waves swept over, washing everything on the ground clean. What a terrifying water release jutsu. The masked man chuckled, unaffected by the massive technique. He'll give you one more chance. How about joining our organization? You're asking for death. Momochi Zabuza glared at the masked man with dark narrowed eyes, raising his executioner's blade toward the enemy. Zabuza-sama. The beautiful fair-skinned Haku drew closer, looking anxious. He could tell that the enemy was merely toying with them, not taking the fight seriously. Stop talking, Haku. If you find an opening, don't hesitate. Just strike. Zabuza-sama, let me be. Shut up. Do as I say. Yes. After Momochi Zabuza and Haku finished their brief discussion, the masked man opposite them grinned. So have you decided? What's your plan then? Hee. You're asking for death. Momochi Zabuza snorted coldly, tightening his grip on the executioner's blade. Zabuza-sama, he's gone. Huh. Momochi Zabuza also realized that the masked man had vanished without warning. Before he could raise his guard, a hand clad in a black glove reached out from the twisted space behind him, aiming to grab him. Oomph. Haku. Haku seized the opportunity, flicking his wrist to send countless gleaming sunbon needles toward the emerging masked man, then began forming a single-handed seal to unleash a secret ice release technique. Momochi Zabuza grabbed the executioner's blade and swung it fiercely diagonally backward. If the masked man dared to continue his attack, he would surely die first. But both Haku's projectile attack and Momochi Zabuza's executioner's blade passed through the masked man's body without causing any damage. Bang! Zabuza-sama. After a long while, Momochi Zabuza lay on the ground bloodied and battered while Haku, ignoring his own injuries, frantically bandaged him. I told you you'd agree. See, I was right. Hee. Momochi Zabuza looked up weakly at the masked man and said nothing. Black Zetsu emerged unsteadily from the ground, his low voice sounding. Momochi Zabuza, the Akatsuki's power is beyond your imagination. In fact, with your level of strength, you weren't even qualified to join. Once you're in the organization, both of you need to continue training. Only after some time will you be worthy of working for the organization. Since they had lost, they had no choice but to listen. Thus Momochi Zabuza and Haku joined the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, the super-rich Gato was dead, and all his accumulated wealth was taken back to the Akatsuki by Zetsu. Soon the commoners of the Wave Country discovered Gato's death. But before they could rejoice, the thugs and ruffians Gato had recruited began looting and robbing, causing chaos after chaos, plunging the Wave Country into utter disarray. Things were even worse than when Gato was alive. The bridge that had been under construction to break Gato's blockade of the Wave Country now came to a halt. Sigh, we thought life would improve once Gato died. Who knew? Those thugs were also hired by Gato. Why didn't the people who killed Gato take care of those thugs? No, this can't go on. The casualties are getting worse. Before, as long as we didn't build the bridge, Gato wouldn't casually kill people. He needed us to work for him and make money. But now these people don't care about anything. Let's pool our money together. Hire a ninja to clear out these thugs. Where should we go? Kirigakure village. I don't dare go there. No fisherman who goes there ever returns. No, let's go to Konohagakure village and post a mission. Hire a ninja. Their reputation is better. But going to Konohagakure village to post a mission costs too much money. Even if we all pool our funds, it won't be enough. Then what do you suggest we do? In Wave Country, the respected commoners gathered together, arguing heatedly, and after a long while they still hadn't settled on a plan. Burp. An old man sitting down took a sip of sake, let out a long burp, and slammed the bottle heavily onto the table with a bang, saying, "Everyone chip in some money and give it to me. They'll go to Konohagakure to post a mission." Tazuna. Could I feel at ease in trusting it to Tazuna? Tazuna, the future of Wave Country is in your hands. Soon the commoners of Wave Country gathered their meager funds, handed them over to Tazuna, and secretly sent him off to the Land of Fire. Tazuna advanced step by step toward Konohagakure. On the other side, after being disciplined by Shihōin Naraku, Uzumaki Naruto, and the others had become much more composed. Under the guidance of Hatake Kakashi, they steadily consolidated their foundations. It's about time. We should assign them some challenging missions. Hatake Kakashi was quite pleased with the growth of Naruto and the other two and decided to reward them by selecting a more difficult mission for them to complete. After many years, Shihōin Naraku finally returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Actually, that wasn't entirely accurate. While stationed at the border, he occasionally managed to return to the village during rotation breaks, but he could only stay for a short while before heading back to the border. This time the situation was completely different. As soon as Shihōin Naraku returned, he was received by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen praised him for his years of contribution to the Land of Fire and the village while guarding the border. Subsequently, Shihōin Naraku was appointed as the supervisor of the jōnin exams in Konohagakure. Everyone knew what was going on. Shihōin Naraku had voluntarily stepped down from the supervisor position. Unless he was willing, no one in Konohagakure could easily remove Shihōin Naraku from his post. Even if the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to persuade Shihōin Naraku to resign, he would have to offer another position in exchange. That night at the compound of the Shihōin clan. The brightly lit Shihōin clan compound was exceptionally lively and bustling today. The adults sat at the banquet tables in the rooms exchanging toasts with smiling faces, and amidst the chatter celebratory words could be heard from time to time. The children holding delicious treats in their hands ran joyfully and freely through the compound. Today no one would scold them for their rowdiness, so the little ones were having an especially good time. At that moment 2 figures stood under the eaves nearby, chatting casually in a relaxed manner with no one daring to disturb them. Because one of them was Shihōin Naraku, the former head of the Shihōin clan. The other was Shihōin Naraku, the current head of the Shihōin clan. Seeing all this, I know that the choice I made back then. Naraku, you truly are the hope of our Shihōin clan. Shihōin Naraku looked somewhat aged. His short black hair was streaked with gray, and the wrinkles on his face had deepened. The years of guarding the border had taken their toll on him. Uncle Naraku, you've worked hard all these years. If it weren't for... Shihōin Naraku waved his hand directly and said, everything is for the clan. Besides, aside from the early days, once your position was secure, my treatment was actually quite good. Shaking his head slightly, Naraku knew that for an old-timer like Shihōin Naraku, the prosperity of the clan was paramount, and even sacrificing himself for it was nothing. Naraku, how could you give me the position of jōnin exam supervisor? Shihōin Naraku said in a low voice. I'm already old. Your future is what matters. Tomorrow I'll go to the third Hokage and tell him that I've just returned and am not familiar with the village's development. You are the right person for the supervisor role. No need, Uncle Naraku. Since you're back, there are some things I need to tell you. Naraku gave a meaningful look, and together with Shihōin Naraku, they entered the house, sat down, and began to talk in low voices. A while ago, the third Hokage said, about me and Hatake Kakashi. What? The Hokage? Shihōin Naraku's aged eyes instantly widened, a glint of excitement flashing in his pupils. He stood up directly and began pacing back and forth in the room. It took a long while before he barely managed to calm down. After all, if someone from the Shihōin clan were to become Hokage, it would be an incredible honor to the ancestors. If this could be achieved, even if he were to die the next moment, Shihōin Naraku would willingly accept it. Let me think. The clan has accumulated quite a lot of funds over the years. We'll use them all this time. It would be best to publicize the relationship between the Shihōin clan and the Senju clan from the Warring States period. We are, after all, the most orthodox direct line of the Hokage. It's a pity Lady Tsunade is not in the village, otherwise many things would be much easier. Although I've been away from the village for years, my old connections still remain. This time I'll mobilize them too. Just now, Naraku, you said the only opponent is Hatake Kakashi. In that case, Shihōin Naraku stroked his chin, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I personally experienced the incident of Hatake Sakomo's suicide back then. That mission failure caused great losses to the Land of Fire and Konohagakure. Next, I'll make the whole village remember this incident and expose all of Hatake Sakomo's dark secrets. Let everyone know that the Hatake clan cannot be trusted. Although Danzo is no good, his plan to drive Hatake Sakomo to suicide was brilliant. This time, even if we can't drive Hatake Kakashi to death, we'll besmirch his reputation so thoroughly that he won't be qualified to compete with you. By the way, when the fourth Hokage died unexpectedly, was there any dereliction of duty on Hatake Kakashi's part? Naraku, you've been in the village for a long time. Have you gathered any dirt on him? Shihōin Naraku genuinely gave Uncle Naraku a thumbs up. Although he could understand the allure of the Hokage position, Shihōin Naraku's reaction was truly outrageous. Before he could even stop him, the other party had already devised a plan to drive Hatake Kakashi to death. Indeed, he was worthy of being the only jōnin of the Shihōin clan back then. Uncle Naraku, wait a moment. I don't intend to become Hokage now. If he didn't speak up, Shihōin Naraku was afraid that Shihōin Naraku would come up with a plan to assassinate the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I know you definitely want to become Hokage too, but our plan still needs, Shihōin Naraku's mind was racing, and he didn't catch Naraku's words at all. It took a moment before he reacted. What did you say? I said I don't want to become Hokage right now. Shihōin Naraku grabbed the excited Shihōin Haramoto, who was about to jump up, and began to explain. Of course he didn't mention anything about the system. The main thing is, Shihōin Haramoto muttered to himself, Tsunade Lady Tsunade becoming Hokage wouldn't be bad either, but it's still not as good as having someone from our own clan become Hokage. After great effort, Shihōin Naraku finally managed to convince Shihōin Haramoto. Alright, since Naraku has already decided, let's do it this way. Shihōin Haramoto reluctantly abandoned the series of plans he had just devised. However, his eyes then lit up, and he said in a low voice, Naraku, even if you are not willing now, you will definitely become Hokage in the future. I can privately establish connections with some of the smaller clans in the village. Although these clans aren't very powerful individually united, they have considerable strength. They could even serve as your subordinates when you become Hokage. Sigh, it's still that our Shihōin clan has too few people we can use. That could work, but Uncle Haramoto, be careful to keep it secret. Don't worry. Shifeng Yuan-shun observed his father returning home with a gloomy expression, feeling a sense of confusion. Why was he still wearing that face after returning to the village? Father, weren't you chatting with the clan leader? What happened? None of your business. Go back to sleep. Shifeng Yuan-shun shrugged his shoulders, reprimanding him in irritation. Shifeng Yuan-shun opened his mouth in silence, unsure of what to say, and could only return to his room to sleep in frustration. After lying down, he found it hard to fall asleep, burdened with heavy thoughts. This return to the village brought him immense surprises, and it would take a while for him to calm down. Meanwhile, Shifeng Yuan-nai was also feeling helpless in his room. He had to expend great effort to persuade the other party to accept his ideas. This was acceptable. Shifeng Yuan-nai was mainly worried that Shifeng Yuan-shun would learn about the candidate for Hokage from others and act rashly, disrupting his own plans. Next up is the third 10 consecutive draws. The quiet night was perfect for a lottery. Having saved enough for a 10 consecutive draw, Shifeng Yuan-nai directly said, System, initiate the lottery. Ding. Would you like to start the third 10 consecutive draw reward? Start. As soon as the words fell, a familiar wheel appeared in his mind, with the pointer spinning rapidly, passing over rewards that could drive anyone mad. Even though this scene had become familiar, Shifeng Yuan-nai still felt a bit nervous. To put it bluntly, his strength was already at the top level in the ninja world. Except for a few individuals, under the premise of knowing the plot, Shifeng Yuan-nai genuinely felt no fear of any enemy. The problem was that the few individuals posed a threat to him, such as members of the Otsutsuki clan. With many plots altered, Shifeng Yuan-nai could not guarantee that the future would remain under his control. Therefore, breakthroughs and growth in strength were his primary concerns. The position of Hokage was merely a stepping stone for his strength enhancement, not his ultimate goal. Ding. Lottery completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following rewards. 1. One-tail Shikaku's Chakra 1 in 1,000. 2. Lightning Release Kirin. 3. Wind Release Pressure Damage. 4. Conqueror's Haki can be merged. 5. Deluxe Limited Edition of Intimate Paradise, signed by Jiraiya. 6. Super Delicious Rice Balls expired inedible, forced consumption will cause diarrhea for 3 days. 7. Perfectly cooked sea king meat, a specialty of the pirate world, suggested to be consumed before practicing physical techniques for special effects, can be taken at any time. 8. Black Blade Chioshui. 9. Heart Enhancement of 10%. 10. Zanpakuto Heavenly Punishment. In the instant the 10 consecutive draws ended, Shifeng Yuan-nai left Konoha village in the blink of an eye, undetected. Swish. Moi. A group of Umbu members was patrolling Konoha village at night, their task being to prevent enemy surprise attacks and sudden dangers. What happened? Didn't you notice? A gust of wind just passed by. The Umbu patrol members immediately became alert, sensing everything around them. One of the Hyuga branch ninjas directly activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. However, after searching for a long time, there was no sign of movement. Konoha village remained quiet in the deep of night. At that moment, another gust of wind blew through, causing the leaves in the surrounding forest to rustle. The Umbu patrol members finally relaxed. However, no one blamed their companion for noticing something amiss earlier. The task of the patrol members was just that they could not overlook any suspicious signs. Crack. After running at high speed for a long time, Shifeng Yuan-nai finally stopped. He grasped a nearby boulder, crushing it effortlessly. Shifeng Yuan-nai exhaled deeply, placing his left hand on his heart, feeling the unprecedented strong beating of his heart, while clearly hearing the sound of blood flowing through his veins. This is too exhilarating. Covering his rapidly beating heart, Shifeng Yuan-nai's handsome face turned bright red and his palm trembled slightly. Ding. Would the host like to absorb one-tail Shikaku's chakra? Ding. Would the host like to merge Conqueror's Haki? Wait, let me catch my breath. The heart enhancement is too intense, oh, I can barely handle it. Shihōin Naraku stopped the system's intent slowly, sitting cross-legged to calm his heart, which was beating like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. As the surroundings fell silent, the beating of Shihōin Naraku's heart began to affect everything outside. The fallen leaves covering the ground trembled slightly, the dense trees in the forest swayed gently, and the water in the nearby stream flowed rhythmically, creating a rustling sound. The small animals deep in slumber were inexplicably disturbed by some aura and woke up, becoming restless. As time passed, Shihōin Naraku, sitting cross-legged, seemed to merge with nature, and everything around gradually became tranquil and serene. Shihōin Naraku's eyelids twitched, slowly opening his eyes. This time the tranquil atmosphere was shattered, and Shihōin Naraku seemed to come back to life. That feeling just now. It was a bit strange, a bit familiar, yet somewhat dangerous. Wait, could it be that natural energy was drilling into my body? Fortunately, I did not rashly absorb it, otherwise it could have been dangerous. Shihōin Naraku gently touched his heart area, feeling it finally returning to its usual rhythm, and sighed in relief. But wait, it feels even stronger than before. This time I really struck it big. Shihōin Naraku clenched his fist, feeling the enhancement of his strength. The strengthening of my heart not only improved my physique, but also seems to have enhanced my observation haki and conqueror's haki, and I can even feel that my understanding of swordsmanship has improved. The key is that ordinary cultivation and training can only strengthen the exterior while the internal organs remain weak, but I am different. The enhancement of my heart also contributes to the improvement of my physique. Shihōin Naraku clearly saw the attribute table listed by the system, and his physique had been elevated to S. System, will there be any danger if I absorb the remaining chakra and one-tail Shikaku's chakra? No. The host's physique can bear all the chakra. Then bring it on, give me all the chakra. Would you like to initiate chakra infusion? Start. Boom. A whirlwind erupted around Shihōin Naraku, blowing away the fallen leaves with chips and small stones, toppling many tall trees. However, this time might be due to Shihōin Naraku's enhanced physique. The infusion of chakra went smoothly, so the explosive time was not long. Continue, let's resolve everything at once. Merge Conqueror's haki. Ding. Would you like to initiate the merging of Conqueror's haki? Merge. Boom. The originally clear night sky suddenly became overcast, with clouds, lightning flashing within the clouds, electric serpents weaving incessantly, and bolts of lightning striking down towards the earth. The recently dissipated whirlwind surged again, the wind force rapidly increasing, spreading like roaring ocean waves. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated the night as if it were day. A tremendous roar echoed across the heavens, and the earth awakening countless lives. The might of heaven and earth was so overwhelming that it left people in a state of anxiety. After a long while, everything gradually dissipated, and the surroundings returned to calm. Shihōin Naraku sat on a massive rock, his eyes flickering with red lightning. However, he was still enveloped in an unapproachable, terrifying aura that would take time to settle. This is a bit over the top. Anyone can see that something is off with me. After pondering for a moment, Shihōin Naraku placed his right hand on his waist, and his Zanpakuto Kirojari manifested with a metallic clink as it unsheathed. Since it has come to this, I might as well practice my swordsmanship. That should help rein in my aura. With that, Shihōin Naraku began earnestly training his sword technique in the silent forest, holding Kirojari. In a corner where no one knew, the various small animals in the forest were utterly unable to sleep, hastily packing their bags and preparing to move. Birds, beasts, insects, and ants were all no exception. No one could withstand the consecutive disturbances throughout the night. How could anyone sleep? Staying up late could be fatal. The lives of animals matter too. Move. We must move. It took the entire night for Shihōin Naraku to finally calm his. Isn't this the valley of the end? After daybreak, Shihōin Naraku realized that in his chaotic wandering the previous night, he had ended up at the location of the valley of the end. No wonder he had caused such a ruckus last night without anyone else showing up. The sun will rise soon. I should head back to the village just in case someone is looking for me. Having made up his mind, Shihōin Naraku quickly returned to Konoha village. At this time, the village had not yet awakened from its nighttime slumber, and it was eerily quiet. Silently returning to the Shihōin clan, he entered his room. Before he could rest for long, Shihōin Shunyu came knocking. Naraku, I thought about it all night yesterday. You. Shihōin Shunyu stared at Shihōin Naraku for a long time, hesitating as he asked, is it just my illusion? Why does it feel like your temperament, no, your aura has changed overnight? Naraku, what did you do last night? Shihōin Naraku yawned and said, I didn't do anything, just normal sleep, but I indeed didn't sleep well. If Uncle Shunyu has nothing else, I'll catch a quick nap. Didn't sleep well? Then hurry up and rest, don't delay your matters. Shihōin Shunyu urged Naraku to rest, turning to leave, but halfway he remembered he still had something to discuss with him. Never mind, I'll talk about it later. Watching Uncle Chunyu leave, Shihōin Naraku returned to his room and placed his Zanpakuto Kurogiri on the table. System, bring out the two blades I drew this time. Bang! Bang! The two blades materialized before Shihōin Naraku. Black Blade Shihōshui. Black Blade Shihōshui is a famous sword from the world of pirates, ranked among the 21 great swords. Its former master was the dragon-slaying swordsman Ryoma, and the three-sword style swordsman Zoro. This blade features a black-purple blade, tightly woven and exceptionally tough, heavier than normal swords. Zanpakuto Tenkai. This is the Zanpakuto from the world of Shinigami, with the Bankai ability to summon a giant black-armored warrior akin to a giant possessing formidable combat power. However, the master also bears the damage when it is harmed. Simply put, it summons a Susanoo, although not as powerful as a true Susanoo, and it bears the drawback of having to endure damage. Shihōin Naraku's palm brushed over the two blades, then he directly said, "Come forth, Kurogiri, devour these two blades." Kurogiri, placed on the table, suddenly unsheathed, and a swirling black hole appeared on its pitch-black blade. Crack! The black blade Shihōshui and Zanpakuto Tenkai trembled, then were directly drawn into the black hole of Kurogiri's blade by an invisible force, followed by a piercing sound of shattering. In the blink of an eye, the two powerful blades were completely shattered and absorbed by Kurogiri. After a while, the swirling black hole on Kurogiri's black blade gradually disappeared, returning to its usual appearance. Shihōin Naraku stood up and circled around Kurogiri, noticing nothing unusual compared to before. The blade and Kurogiri were placed separately on the table, motionless. "Is that it? I don't feel any change either. Perhaps it's in the blade." As he spoke, Shihōin Naraku reached for Kurogiri's hilt and slowly lifted the Zanpakuto. "Whoa, why has it suddenly become so heavy?" Shihōin Naraku tentatively gripped it with one hand and swung it casually, feeling the weight of the Zanpakuto. This sensation is at least close to 800 pounds. System, how much does Kurogiri weigh now? Kurogiri weighs 522 kilograms, 1,044 pounds. This number seems to carry some significance. By the way, has Kurogiri gained any new abilities? Kurogiri has added the indestructible trait, which prevents any damage under any circumstances. Awakening Zanpakuto's ability, those harmed by Kurogiri will also suffer damage to their souls. Awakening the statue of Fudo Mayu. When the host wields Kurogiri, they can condense a giant-sized Fudo Mayu statue, which consumes stamina, chakra, and mental energy. These three abilities are great and very useful. The first one means I won't have to worry about Kurogiri being damaged by any special abilities. The second ability, the Zanpakuto, seems to be an inherent trait of the Zanpakuto, specifically targeting souls. It's a pity it awakened a bit late, otherwise my previous battles would have shone brightly. The third ability, isn't this just my personal Susanoo? It seems extraordinarily powerful. Shihōin Naraku was very satisfied with this boost in strength, and the enhancement was not over yet. He felt that there were still hidden depths to explore in these rewards. Just like the last lottery, after gaining observation haki, he awakened Conqueror's haki himself, and this time there would surely be similar hidden benefits. It's like the chakra of a guardian crane. It feels like it's not that simple, just increasing my chakra volume. System, open my attribute panel. Let's see what changes have occurred this time. Name, Shihōin Naraku. Gender, male. Age 26. Ninjutsu magnet release. Physique, S. Spirit EX. The host spirit is undoubtedly the strongest in this realm, having reached its ultimate limit. Soul, Kurogiri Fudo Mayu. Chakra control, S. Chakra volume, S. Exceeding 99% of ninjas in the ninja world. Chakra attributes: fire, wind, lightning, water, earth, yin yang. Shihōin Naraku looked at the attribute panel. His spirit attribute had turned into EX, meaning no one in the ninja world could surpass him in spirit. This also meant that no Jinjutsu could affect Shihōin Naraku anymore. If Uchiha Itachi were to cast Tsukuyami on him, he wouldn't even be able to shake his spirit or drag him into the Jinjutsu space. Shihōin Naraku casually flicked the Kurokara, then brought the pitch-black blade before his eyes, scrutinizing it closely. A black dragon-breathing flame seemed to roam the dark surface of the sword, appearing and disappearing, with only its scales and claws occasionally glimpsed in its arrogant flight. How magnificent! But why does it feel weightless now? It felt somewhat heavy at first, but now it's returned to the most comfortable weight I've ever known. System. The weight of Kurokara has not changed. As the Zanpakuto is spiritually connected to its wielder, it will always maintain a weight that feels appropriate to you while bearing the excess weight itself. Incredible! With a casual flourish, Kurokara was sheathed. Shihōin Naraku continued to examine his status panel, muttering under his breath, "My physique, chakra capacity, and control have all increased, but why so many plus signs? It looks terribly troublesome." And a new ability, magnet release. Where did that come from? Oh, it's from the chakra of Shikaku. I knew Shikaku's chakra couldn't be so simple. And now I've drawn Shikaku's chakra. If next time and the time after I draw chakra from other tailed beasts and eventually gather 1,000th of each of the 9-tailed beasts' chakra, wouldn't I become a mini 10-tails Jinchuriki? Shihōin Naraku shook his head slightly, feeling an inexplicable premonition that his idea might act. Kurakara devoured the black blade Shusui and the Zanpakuto Tenkan, elevating my soul once more, and my spirit has ascended to the pinnacle. My spirit attribute has reached its limit. No one can rival me anymore. System, could Kodoamet Tsukumi or Infinite Tsukuyami affect me? The host's spirit attribute has reached the ultimate realm, making you immune to all illusions, including Kodoamet Tsukumi and Infinite Tsukuyami. More benefits await the host's discovery. That's reassuring. The threat of Infinite Tsukuyami is indeed too great. Shihōin Naraku disliked leaving everything to others. Even if Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke would truly save the world, he would not wait idly by. After being reborn for many years, Shihōin Naraku understood that the ninja world was not an anime. It was a real world. If he had truly treated the shinobi world as an illusion, he would have died long ago in some unknown place. Shihōin Naraku's fate would only be controlled by Shihōin Naraku himself. Ignoring the 2 ninjutsu rewards he had drawn, he stared speechlessly at the signed deluxe edition of Makeout Paradise and the ruined rice ball in his hands. Why did every lottery include such utterly useless items? With a flick of his wrist, Shihōin Naraku tossed Makeout Paradise and the rice ball toward the trash can. But soon he reached out and caught Makeout Paradise. After flipping through a few pages, he found it uninteresting and could only put it away for now. This might still be useful. Jiraiya has quite a fan base in the shinobi world. Though Jiraiya often swindled Uzumaki Naruto's money, he was himself a super-rich man. Jiraiya had completed the most strength missions in Konoha, and his mission fees alone amounted to no less than 500 or 600 million. Of course, the bulk of his wealth came from writing. Every time his books were released, they were snatched up immediately, as many people were his loyal fans. He had even helped Tsunade pay off her gambling debts several times. Looking at it this way, why be a ninja? The best profession in the shinobi world was clearly being a writer. What? Protect Uzumaki Naruto again. I have a lot to do. The medical department, and besides. Slap. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe and said nonchalantly, "Oh. The said you haven't shown up for 3 days, and the medical department said you were absent for 1 day. Where did you go to work?" Ahem. In truth, Shihōin Naraku had been absent for a whole week. There was no helping it. He had just finished his 3rd Tendra, and he needed to quickly master the explosively increased power. That required time for training. As a result, he had completely forgotten about work. After all, the work was both plentiful and scarce. Most of it could be pushed onto the Hokage. Otherwise, why would Uzumaki Naruto be so exhausted from his shadow clones after becoming Hokage? Still, the members were a bit disloyal. The medical department only dared to say he was absent for 1 day, but they reported 3. This was asking for trouble. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to discipline, no reorganize, the members. After all, they were the elite ninja unit directly under the Hokage, and they couldn't slack off on training. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Shihōin Naraku's reluctance, directly issued the order. This is Naruto's first mission outside the village. The Land of Waves mission is not difficult, just cleaning up some thugs and riffraff. It's suitable for Naruto at his current stage. However, unexpected situations can occur in the field. Your only task is to protect Naruto. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, I permit you to abandon everyone else as long as you bring Naruto back. If Naruto returns safely, your mission is not a failure. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Shihōin Naraku a deep look, believing he understood his meaning. Shihōin Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, 2 candidates for Hokage. Though their statuses were prominent at critical moments, neither was as important as Uzumaki Naruto, the 9-tails Jinchuriki. Understood. Leave it to me. But Kakashi can handle ordinary situations, so I probably won't need to act. Shihōin Naraku wasn't too concerned. What difficult situation could occur? With his current strength, unless the entire Akatsuki organization blocked the gates along with the unfathomable Black Zetsu and the foolish, possibly undead Uchiha Obito, all of them ganging up on him, that would be a truly difficult situation. But there was no need to worry about that, because the Akatsuki, though invincible in a team fight, insisted on feeding themselves one by one. Such an extreme scenario would never happen. By the way, as Shihōin Naraku was about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen added a reminder: keep a low profile this time. I've noticed that every time you act, you cause a huge commotion. And if that bridge really... I know. Shihōin Naraku waved his hand, without looking back, unsure if he had heard clearly. At noon, or at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. Oh, let's go. A long-awaited chance to get out. Awesome. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura dashed out of the village gates. Smiles appeared on all their faces. Even Uchiha Sasuke with his hands in his pockets showed a hint of amusement on his cool visage. Beside them stood Tazuna, the bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves, holding a bottle of sake and reeking of drunkenness. He looked at the trio with a worried expression, doubting their ability to solve the current crisis in the Land of Waves. Don't worry. Despite their age, they are more than capable of completing the mission. Hatake Kakashi said, one hand in his pocket, the other holding Make Out Paradise, occasionally flipping a page. Since Gato was already dead, the mission now involved only cleaning up some small-time thugs, so Tazuna had honestly reported the task, though he had slightly downplayed the number of enemies. Such a mission was indeed suitable for the fledgling team of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. It wasn't too difficult, but it required combat. This kind of mission would serve as excellent training. Hatake Kakashi walked silently at the rear of the ninja squad, glanced back, and then followed them. He was well aware that there was covert protection after all. When Konoha's super nuclear weapon stepped out, no matter how much protection was given, it was only natural. The initial part of the journey was remarkably peaceful with no surprises, which surprised Hatake Kakashi. But he quickly realized that since the opponents were merely small-time thugs, this situation was quite normal. It wasn't until the group reached the border of the Land of Fire, about to depart for the Land of Waves, that they encountered some ambushing enemies. These thugs were effortlessly dealt with by Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, without even needing Hatake Kakashi to act. Compared to a mission, this journey felt more like a sightseeing trip. Shihōin Naraku, hidden in the shadows, also found it strange. Logically, Momochi Zabuza should have come to attack, so why was there still no sign of him? He was still looking forward to watching the excitement. After all, Zabuza had once stood firm against Konoha's 6th Hokage and copy ninja, who always stepped on the reincarnation of the 6th Sun Indra. The Uchiha clan descendant crushed the reincarnation of the 6th Sun Azura. The Uzumaki clan descendant and 7th Hokage, and terrified the student of the 5th Hokage Tsunade and inheritor of the 100 healings. The next person to receive such treatment was the progenitor of the ninja world and ultimate boss, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Thinking about it this way, Momochi Zabuza was roughly equivalent to the strongest in the ninja world. Of course, at this moment, Shihōin Naraku did not know that Momochi Zabuza and Haku had already voluntarily joined the Akatsuki organization, so he was still waiting for Zabuza's grand entrance. But until Hatake Kakashi and his group arrived in the Land of Waves, Zabuza never appeared. Watching Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke take down another wave of thugs, and even Haruno Sakura personally eliminated a few enemies, Shihōin Naraku grew even more puzzled. This number is off. You two go investigate the situation in the Land of Waves. Realizing that something else must have happened in the Land of Waves, Shihōin Naraku directly ordered the Umbu, following him, to gather intelligence. Looks like Zabuza is in trouble. What could have happened to him at this time? After all, he is a jōnin-level ninja, so it's unlikely he encountered an accident in the Land of Waves. Unless... Shihōin Naraku stood on a large tree, gazing out at the vast ocean, which was in the direction of Kirigakure, in the Land of Water. Could it be that Kirigakure actually found Zabuza this time, and captured him? Impossible. Obito's current status is unknown. He shouldn't have the leisure to send people after Zabuza. Just as Shihōin Naraku was feeling perplexed, the 2 Umbu ninjas he had sent out returned with intelligence. You're saying that a battle occurred near Gato's residence some time ago, and not only did Gato die, but the Momochi Zabuza he hired also disappeared. Yes, the people who witnessed the battle at that time have been killed. The remaining thugs were on the periphery and were not caught. They know very little, but they can confirm that a battle did indeed take place then. These people also saw the Kirigakure rogue ninja, Momochi Zabuza, and confirmed he was hired by Gato. So should we abort this mission? The Umbu ninja's meaning was clear. The appearance of a Kirigakure rogue ninja might conceal some scheme, and if it was aimed at the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, that would be a major problem. No. Shihōin Naraku thought for a moment and rejected his subordinate's suggestion, directly ordering, "This country is not large. You two head out now and search the entire Land of Waves. Remember, only investigate, do not disturb those thugs." Yes. The Umbu subordinates acknowledged the order and quickly departed. It seems Momochi Zabuza really isn't here. But who could it be? Could it be that people from Kirigakure came to capture him, and that's why the battle broke out? The witnesses were also cleaned up, which is somewhat in line with the ways of Kirigakure ninjas. At this moment, Shihōin Naraku truly did not expect that the Akatsuki organization would appear and take away Momochi Zabuza and Haku. He subconsciously overlooked the damage he had inflicted on the Akatsuki during this period. Night fell, and the cool water-like moonlight poured down. Tap. A soft sound. The ever-vigilant Hatake Kakashi immediately woke up, sprang out of the room in an instant, but relaxed when he saw the figure standing in a hidden spot outside. Yawning, Hatake Kakashi walked over and said in a low voice, "Calling me out at this late hour, huh?" Looking at Kakashi's sleepy appearance, Shihōin Naraku stepped out from the hidden spot and said, "I had people search the Land of Waves." "Much." Realizing it was serious business, Kakashi immediately perked up. A battle took place in the Land of Waves not long ago, and the Kirigakure rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza was seen there. But now it seems he has already left. Currently the Land of Waves only has some thugs and low-level ninjas very weak in strength though quite numerous. Hearing the name Momochi Zabuza, Kakashi was momentarily stunned, but relieved when he heard that the man had already left. He trusted Naraku completely. If he said Zabuza was gone, then it must be so. Moreover, with Shihōin Naraku's strength, Momochi Zabuza was no threat at all. However, Hatake Kakashi also understood Naraku's intention. Leaning against a nearby tree, he looked at the silent forest and said, "So the remaining enemies in the Land of Waves aren't much of a training opportunity after all." Shihōin Naraku chuckled softly and sat down beside him. Not necessarily. Although those thugs and low-level warriors are weak in strength, having survived in this cruel world, most of them have some tricks up their sleeves. Of course, that's on the condition that you don't step in. Hatake Kakashi nodded, thoughtfully understanding Naraku's meaning. They were supposed to let Naruto and the others figure out how to deal with all the enemies on their own. The conversation between Shihōin Naraku and Hatake Kakashi ended. The next day, Kakashi began leading Naruto and the others in protecting the civilians of the Land of Waves as they built the bridge. Attacks from a rabble did occur, but their unorganized plans posed no obstacle to the bridge construction. Occasionally, Kakashi would even take the team to clean up the thugs and low-level ninjas. But soon, under the guise of being careless, Hatake Kakashi was ambushed by a group of low-level ninjas and got injured such that he wouldn't recover in less than half a month. Cough, cough, cough. The rest is up to you. This is your first important mission. You must not fail. Seeing Hatake Kakashi lying on the bed looking half-dead, Sakura was very worried and busied herself taking care of him. Only Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke looked skeptical, having witnessed Kakashi and Naraku's battle firsthand. They couldn't believe that a bunch of low-level ninjas and thugs could injure Kakashi like this. Too ridiculous. But since Hatake Kakashi refused to get out of bed, the three of them had no choice but to discuss how to better complete the mission on their own. Of course, Uchiha Sasuke vaguely guessed that this might be a training exercise for the three of them. It was rather peculiar that the original work had Konohagakure bring a nuclear bomb to Konohagakure with the trigger in someone else's hands. Did they not even assign anyone to watch over it? Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye the construction of the bridge in the Land of Waves was nearing its conclusion. During this period, Uzumaki Naruto and his companions executed their missions admirably. Although inexperience led to a few crises, they managed to resolve each one through their own ingenuity. Eventually, Naruto and his team had thoroughly routed the thugs and low-ranking shinobi, leaving the bridge construction unobstructed, which was why the mission proceeded so smoothly. Throughout this process, the trio experienced rapid and visible growth. The low-ranking shinobi and thugs lacking in strength resorted to every underhanded tactic imaginable. At first, the trio suffered minor setbacks, but afterward the enemies never succeeded again. Watching his students handle the situation on their own, Hatake Kakashi gradually began to recover, leaning on his crutch to guide them in their training. Water walking training. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had already completed tree climbing training, so they began water walking practice directly on the rolling waves of the sea. Haruno Sakura quickly caught up as well. With her natural talent for chakra control, she finished the tree climbing training promptly and started practicing water walking alongside Naruto and Sasuke. Because the sea was turbulent, water walking here was far more challenging than on a calm surface, so the trio did not master it quickly. What was Kirigakure thinking? Hatake Kakashi occasionally glancing at his three students, who were struggling against the waves while practicing water walking, mused, this bridge connecting the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire, and not a single person from the Land of Water showed up to stop it. I thought it would never be built. Shihōin Naraku stood nearby gazing at the sea. Who knows? Perhaps they simply don't care. Others might not grasp the strategic significance of this bridge, but they understood it all too well. Its completion meant unimpeded communication between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves, and an expansion of Konohagakure's sphere of influence. Yes, from the moment the bridge was finished it fell under Konohagakure's jurisdiction. Why else would it be called the Naruto? If not for the internal turmoil in Kirigakure and the outbreak of the Shinobi World War, a bloody conflict over this bridge would have been inevitable, with countless lives lost on both sides. The Land of Waves might even have been completely annihilated, for any war between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire would inevitably be fought on its soil. The fierce clash between the two nations would utterly devastate the land, leaving few civilians alive regardless. Of course, since neither the Land of Water nor Kirigakure made a move, the Land of Waves had gambled and won. From now on, the Land of Fire would exert greater control over the region, a favorable outcome for them. After all, compared to the strife-torn Land of Water and the deranged Kirigakure, the Land of Fire and Konohagakure seemed far more reasonable. The third Hokage thought this bridge would never be built. His orders were that if Konohagakure intervened, we were to retreat to Konoha with Naruto immediately. With that, Shihōin Naraku waved his hand behind him, and an ANBU ninja promptly sent the message back to Konohagakure. From now on, this bridge will be permanently guarded by Konoha shinobi. Once the intelligence reached Konoha, the third Hokage would surely dispatch personnel to garrison the bridge and negotiate terms with the Land of Waves, followed by envoys from the Land of Fire. They would seize the opportunity before the Land of Water and Konohagakure could react. Soon the bridge was completed. During this time, Uzumaki Naruto had won over the hearts of many civilians in the Land of Waves with his persuasive words and actions, and the bridge was named the Naruto Bridge. As Hitaki Kakashi and his team returned to the village with the joy of mission completion, the Konoha personnel assigned to guard the bridge passed by them in the opposite direction. Upon returning, Shihōin Naraku dealt with the backlog of work accumulated over this period, then casually added more burdens to the ANBU, revoking their leave. At the ANBU base, Yamato glanced at the silent Yamanaka Suki and whispered, "Did you report us?" Yamanaka Suki rolled his eyes. "I haven't even seen Narakusama lately." The ANBU ninja present exchanged helpless looks, resigning themselves to a life without holidays. But what could they say? He was their direct superior. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes as he finished reading the intelligence. What is Sunagakure thinking, sending their one-tailed Jinchuriki to the Chunin exams? Such a thing had never happened before. Although joint Chunin exams were a display of military strength and national prestige, deploying a Jinchuriki was unnecessary. After all, the next joint exam would be held in Sunagakure, where it would be much safer to showcase the one-tailed Jinchuriki. There was no reason to risk sending him to another country. Mitokado Hamura set down the intelligence document and pondered. Could Sunagakure be trying to provoke Konoha? No, that can't be, countered Udatane Koharu. Given Sunagakure's current strength, they have no grounds to challenge Konoha. Nara Shikaku joined the discussion. Another possibility: the Land of Wind has been cutting financial support to Sunagakure. Recent transactions show they are severely resource-deprived and struggling to sustain themselves. This gamble, sending their one-tailed Jinchuriki, might be an attempt to display military might during the Chunin exams, overshadow Konoha, secure more missions, and hopefully regain the Land of Wind's strong support. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe and nodded in agreement, finding Nara Shikaku's reasoning sound. He then turned to the silent Shihōin Naraku, who had been thoughtfully studying the intelligence. "Naraku, what do you think?" "Me." It was his first time in Konoha's decision-making circle, but Shihōin Naraku showed no discomfort. "Shikaka Zenpai's analysis is excellent, but we cannot ignore the possibility that Sunagakure might act desperately. To alleviate their predicament, besides securing the Land of Wind's support, plundering Konoha could also solve their. I recommend placing necessary surveillance on the Suna shinobi in Konoha, and perhaps deploying additional personnel." Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe several times, weighing everyone's opinions. "Surveillance is acceptable, but limited to the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The others are our allies after all. We cannot overstep. Proceed with the original plan for everything else." "Yes." Shihōin Naraku turned and left. He had plenty of matters to attend to. As the others filed out, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and looked out the window at Konohagakure, a lingering unease stirring in his heart. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of this anxiety. Perhaps it was simply old age. In the Land of Wind, within a desert canyon. The sharp blade pierced through the body, and the fourth Kazekage Raza widened his eyes in disbelief, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the person before him. "Dita Orochimaru, you." Before he could finish, Orochimaru coldly chuckled and withdrew the Kusanagi sword, leaving the fourth Kazekage Raza to fall lifelessly to the ground. Around the canyon, several bodies of the Sand Village's Umbu ninjas lay sprawled on the ground. Cough, cough. With white hair and green eyes, Kagaya Kimimaro covered his mouth, while sharp pale bone spikes slowly retracted into his upper body. "Kimimaro, has your condition worsened again?" Orochimaru sheathed the Kusanagi sword and turned to look at the coughing Kimimaro. "Lord Orochimaru." Kimimaro struggled to suppress his cough, managing to reply, "The medicine I took this time is very effective. I can still hold on. This body can definitely support Lord Orochimaru's ambitions." Kabuto stood behind his chakra, slowly dissipating, wearing an unsettling smile as he adjusted his glasses without speaking. "Kabuto, you did well. You certainly didn't waste the years spent under the tutelage of Lord Danzo. It's exciting to think about how Danzo will regard his long-lost student." Orochimaru was quite satisfied with the outcome of this ambush, laughing loudly. Kabuto remarked from the side, "Perhaps Lord Danzo will personally kill Lord Orochimaru." "Is that so?" Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, revealing an uncontrollable sinister smile. "You've made me somewhat eager to act now. Oh, it's quite surprising." At that moment, a gust of wind and sand swept past, causing people to squint their eyes. The old winds have not yet dissipated and new winds have already risen. What a fine storm. Orochimaru looked towards the direction of Konoha village. Lord Sarutobi, I will be back soon. Time passed quickly and the preparations for the Chunin exams were thoroughly completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by several high-ranking officials, gathered the majority of the jōnin to announce the specific time and procedures for the Chunin exams. The jōnin, acting as guiding teachers, began to recommend their own students for participation, knowing full well that if their students were too weak, they would not be recommended. In the name of Hitaki Kakashi, I recommend Naruto Uzumaki Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno from Team 7 to participate in the Chunin exams. In the name of Might Guy, I recommend Niji Hyuga Rock Lee and Ten from Team 3 to participate in the Chunin exams. In the name of Yuhi Kurenai, I recommend Hinata Hyuga Kiba Inazuka and Shino Aburame from Team 8 to participate in the Chunin exams. In the name of Asuma Sarutobi, I recommend Shikamaru Narachoji Akimichi and Ino Yamanaka from Team 10 to participate in the Chunin exams. The Konoha 12 officially took the stage. Many jōnin looked somewhat surprised at the few who spoke first, feeling they were a bit hasty. After all, many of the students they recommended had only graduated recently, and participating in the Chunin exams now seemed a bit too soon. In most cases, a jōnin would typically lead their team for more than a year before recommending students for the Chunin exams, both to foster relationships and to build a solid foundation. There was no need to rush into the Chunin exams as passing was not guaranteed. In the entire Konoha village, apart from a few geniuses, the average ninja would need to take the exam 3 to 4 times to become a Chunin. The high-ranking advisory council of Konoha, including Mito Kazan Tsunade Narashikaku and the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not pay attention to the jōnin's commotion and signaled everyone to continue recommending. In the end, 87 participants from Konoha village were registered for this Chunin exam. After the meeting ended, Shikamaru walked out of the venue and saw Iruka Sensei arguing with Kakashi. Naruto and the others just graduated not long ago, but it's not suitable for them to participate in the Chunin exams now. Iruka, you must understand that Naruto is my subordinate. I am their teacher. I believe they are ready to participate in the Chunin exams. Shikamaru scratched his head, feeling that he had heard this conversation between Iruka and Kakashi somewhere before, experiencing a strange sense of déjà vu. Iruka's concerns were not unfounded. In his impression, Naruto was still that mischievous child and not a qualified ninja, which made him anxious. However, after this period of training, Naruto, Uzumaki Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno have all experienced different growth. Whether they can pass the Chunin exams is another matter, but they do have the qualifications to participate. As the Chunin exams approached, Konoha village began to bustle with activity. Merchants, civilians, and ninjas flooded into the village, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. Shikamaru also began to get busy. Aside from arranging the medical emergency team to stand by during the exams, there wasn't much else to do. The tasks for the Umbu increased. It was already troublesome enough to monitor the sudden influx of people into Konoha village. This Chunin exam included a total of 6 ninja villages. Of course, besides Konoha and Suna, the others were all small ninja villages with few participants, as they didn't have the resources to train more ninjas. Stay vigilant. There are too many comings and goings in Konoha village during this time, and the barrier team cannot let their guard down. Yes, Lord Nara. Shikamaru stood in a very concealed building in Konoha village, where in front of him floated a massive object resembling a water ball. This was the barrier system of Konoha village. Any unusual chakra that intrudes without permission from Konoha village would trigger the barrier surrounding the village, and their movements would be displayed on the enormous water ball. The ninjas on guard here would immediately notify the village's higher-ups. The members of the barrier team were all ninjas skilled in sensing. Shikamaru inspected the area and then left directly. This barrier was good, but not particularly useful. Orochimaru, as a former high-ranking member of Konoha, knew the seals to pass through the barrier undetected, and Uchiha Itachi was also aware. Nagato, though unaware, was not afraid of being discovered and relied solely on his strength to break into Konoha. Thus, this barrier, while useful, was also somewhat ineffective. Unless Konoha village invested a tremendous amount of effort and resources to rebuild a new barrier system, such an expenditure was something even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, could not bear to make easily. That will suffice. Now it is time to wait. Shikamaru sat on the rooftop, observing the bustling Konoha village below. On the other side of Konoha village, Orochimaru, along with Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro, stood atop a mountain gazing towards Konoha village. What a peaceful and beautiful village. A sinister smile appeared on Orochimaru's pale face as he seemed to envision the ruins of Konoha village engulfed in smoke and flames. It's been so long that I've almost forgotten who I once grew up here. Is this where Lord Orochimaru grew up? Kagaya Kimimaro gazed intently at the scene of Konoha village, remaining silent. Speak and act, that is my ninja way. I'm going to be the Hokage. With Naruto Uzumaki's resolute roar, the first Chunin exam came to an end. Although he didn't write a single word, Naruto still managed to get by. The jōnin watching the exam were also moved by Naruto's impassioned speech, unknowingly gaining a deeper understanding of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The second stage of the Chunin exam was held in the Forest of Death. The proctor Mitarashi Anko briefly explained the rules, and then distributed the Heaven and Earth scrolls to the examinees. To complete the second stage, each team must collect both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the designated location within the time limit. In this round, the examinees had to be wary not only of conflicts between ninja teams, but also of the numerous dangers lurking within the Forest of Death. Shihōin Naraku stood atop a distant building watching the examinees who were signing their life and death waivers. He fixed his gaze on a ninja from Konohagakure. That person was none other than Orochimaru in disguise. Rubbing his fingers together, Shihōin Naraku did not make a move, but instead gradually faded from sight. As his figure disappeared, Orochimaru, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly turned his head to look at the spot where Shihōin Naraku had been standing. Shihōin Naraku had not bothered to conceal his gaze, so Orochimaru noticed him immediately, but he only looked over after Naraku had left. Did he notice me? Then why didn't he expose me? Orochimaru unconsciously licked his lips, a sinister and eerie smile spreading across his face. Mitarashi Anko stood outside the barrier sealing the Forest of Death, checked the time, and then ordered the barrier to be opened. I hope you all make it out of the Forest of Death alive. Anko wore a malicious grin, seemingly relishing the feeling of tormenting these jōnin, completely unaware that a venomous snake was hidden among them. The second stage begins now. The chains rattled as they were unlocked, and the examinees immediately rushed into the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, on a bustling city street in the Land of Fire, a tall man with a forehead protector bearing the character Oil, white hair cascading to his waist, and a red haori stumbled out of an izakaya with a lecherous grin on his face. From his smile and the laughter coming from the izakaya behind him, it was clear that the man had been having a great time. He was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of the ninja world. See you next time. Ayaya. Such passionate girls, indeed, the girls of the Land of Fire are the best. With a rogue's aura all over him, Jiraiya swayed as he wandered the streets like a thug, the smell of alcohol on him detectable from afar. Hey, did you hear? The Chunin exam in Konohagakure has started. Should we go check it out? Unfortunately, I've been too busy lately, otherwise I do want to go to Konoha to watch the matches. You don't know yet. I heard that Konohagakure has sent many skilled jōnin this time. I wonder if Konoha can suppress— Nonsense. How could Konohagakure compare to our Konoha? What are you talking about? Exactly. The third Hokage is the strongest Hokage of all time. With him around, no other village can surpass Konoha. The surrounding merchants and tourists were enthusiastically discussing the Chunin exam being held in Konoha, occasionally showing envy in their eyes for those were ninjas with powerful techniques. People occasionally debated which village's ninja would become Chunin and which would gain the upper hand, but since this was the Land of Fire, most people overwhelmingly supported Konoha. After all, the stronger Konoha was, the better it could ensure the safety of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya walked along the road, the drunkenness on his face fading considerably. Write another Chunin exam. He had been away for a long time. Should he go back? Especially since Konohagakure seemed to be plotting something, even bringing out the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Jiraiya's intelligence-gathering skills were excellent, so he knew that Konohagakure had sent the one-tailed Jinchuriki among their jōnin. Of course, the reason he found out so quickly was that Konohagakure had actively leaked the information through certain channels. Just as Jiraiya was pondering whether to return to Konoha, a fragrant breeze swept by. He involuntarily sniffed, and a lovesick grin spread across his face. Watching the beautiful woman with long black hair walk past, Jiraiya's eyes lit up like a lecher, and he followed her. Would you like to have a drink with me? In Konoha, the completely abandoned training ground zero, Shihōin Naraku stood silently within the training ground, glanced around, and then merged into the environment, disappearing from sight. Training ground zero had been sealed off by Konoha for years. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss, but Naraku had learned from Yamanaka-yu that this place was once Shimura Danzo's base. He had never known what Danzo was hiding here. So this time Shihōin Naraku intended to investigate and see what Shimura Danzo was up to at Training Ground Zero. From the moment he stepped into Training Ground Zero, Shihōin Naraku noticed many ninja on alert in the shadows, clearly placed there by Shimura Danzo. However, Naraku's movements were swift and silent, and without alarming anyone, he located the hidden base. Actually, it didn't take much effort because the area around the base had the most hidden ninja. The ability of observation haki was very convenient, easily helping Shihōin Naraku locate all the ambushes. Now that he knew the exact positions of the guards, Shihōin Naraku entered the base with ease. Why are there so many? As soon as he entered the base, Naraku took a few steps and saw a large laboratory with several researchers. Surrounding them were piles of research materials, culture vessels, experimental equipment, and everything else one could need. So this is where Danzo researched would release. Shihōin Naraku understood. Given Shimura Danzo's paranoid nature, how could he ever trust Orochimaru? Of course, he would secretly research would release and the Sharingan simultaneously. No wonder Yashiro Ching has been missing lately, he's here. As Shimura Danzo's subordinate Yashiro Ching had been assigned to the medical department earlier intending to seize power and gather information. But because of the measures Naraku had prepared in advance, he returned empty-handed. Furthermore, Hiruzen Sarutobi had secretly been suppressing Danzo, and when Naraku told the Hokage about his battle with Obito and Zetsu, Hiruzen thought that Danzo's side had produced another would-release user, placing a heavy blame on Danzo. Without support, Yashiro Ching naturally couldn't achieve anything and soon disappeared. Now Shihōin Naraku realized that Yashiro Ching had come to this base to research would release. Interesting, very interesting. Naraku muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over several Sharingan preserved in laboratory vessels. I wonder how many Sharingan Danzo managed to seize back then. For Maple Courtyard, Nai Luo wandered around the base near the Narrow, unnoticed by anyone. Perhaps because this base is located within the training ground of Konoha village, Shimura Danzo only arranged for guards to be ambushed outside the base to prevent any accidental intrusions. Inside the base there were no idle people, only researchers conducting various experiments. Perhaps Danzo believes that external vigilance is sufficient to prevent leaks, so there is no need to set up ninjas inside the base to be on alert. Moreover, most ninjas do not understand research, and their presence here could potentially interfere with various Nai Luo peeked around the corner, surveying the area. This base was surprisingly large, though many facilities appeared to be sealed off, showing no signs of being activated. Even if Shimura Danzo is quite capable, how did he manage to create such a well-equipped facility within the training ground? Suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed Nai Luo's mind, and he instantly understood everything. I see now, I see now. With his observation haki sweeping through the area since no one had noticed him, Nai Luo began searching through room after room. Soon he discovered a secret chamber filled with a wealth of data. After breaking the simple seal on it, Nai Luo directly opened the door and walked in. Puff! He waved his hand to disperse the dust that had accumulated, taking in the sight of the room cluttered with documents. It seemed no one had visited here for a long time, as dust was everywhere. He picked up the documents and scanned them quickly. Time passed swiftly, and Nai Luo had already reviewed a considerable amount of the files. Most of the data was related to experiments on wood release, and it appeared that the number of failures was quite staggering, with many lives lost in the process. Crucially, among those who perished in the experiments were many powerful ninjas. Such a scale of casualties would be unbearable even for Shimura Danzo. Thus Nai Luo quickly found documents signed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. From other documents, he also found signatures from prominent figures in Konoha, such as Mito Gate Flame and Uchiha Spring. Additionally, there were experimental records kept by Orochimaru, even including signatures from clan leaders of some ninja clans in Konoha. This was a large-scale experiment involving everyone in Konoha, aimed at recreating the first Hokage's goal of using wood release to suppress the entire ninja world. No wonder Danzo is not afraid of anyone breaking in. This is a well-known open secret among the older generations. Even if discovered, who would dare to disclose it to the current villagers of Konoha? No wonder the No.0 training ground has been sealed for so many years. It turns out that the original wood release experiments were conducted here. So many lives were lost, yet no news has surfaced until now because the entire Konoha has suppressed information regarding this experiment. Nai Luo tossed the documents back to their place, frowning as he thought. Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to order the abandonment of the wood release experiment due to heavy casualties. However, Danzo later took over the base and did not stop the experiments, though they were obviously on a much smaller scale than before. Therefore, Hiruzen did not continue to force Danzo to halt the experiments until the appearance of Tenzo, when he forcibly took away the only successful subject of the wood release experiments. If that's the case, although the information about this experimental base is explosive, it wouldn't be of much use if revealed. Nai Luo frowned as he surveyed the data room. These were all well-known open secrets, and taking them out would be futile. No, it is still useful. After some thought, Nai Luo exited the secret chamber. Since no one came here, he didn't need to take the documents with him. Keeping them here was very safe. He certainly did not leave. Instead, after securing the secret chamber, he continued to wander around the base. Soon Nai Luo made a new discovery. In a more hidden laboratory, he found several pale arms preserved in experimental vessels filled with a special liquid. Nai Luo recognized at a glance that these pale arms were implanted with cells from Senju Hashirama. Danzo currently had an arm like this embedded with multiple Sharingan. That arm was made for him by Orochimaru, and due to the embedding of 11 Sharingan, it caused his mental energy to be too strong, hence, he could only rely on the first-generation cells to maintain a balance between his body and spirit. This is indeed very fitting evidence. Nai Luo entered the laboratory, which was kept tidy and equipped with various experimental apparatus. As he moved closer, Nai Luo saw that these well-preserved pale arms had scattered Sharingan embedded in them, some closed while others were open. It seems that Danzo's arm was not a success on the first attempt. There must have been quite a few experiments in the early stages. I wonder how many Sharingan Danzo had collected back then to withstand such consumption. Without needing to search in detail, Nai Luo saw much detailed experimental records and data, which he directly... For now, these items were sufficient, as Shimura Danzo would not easily take everything away. Then he left the base, silently returning to Konoha. Upon arriving at the Umbu base before long, his subordinates came to report. Have you found the body of the candidate from Grass Hidden Village? Yes, Lord Nai Luo. The face skin of the jōnin from Grass Hidden Village has been peeled off. Mitarashi Anko has entered the Forest of Death to pursue the investigation. I understand this matter, you may go. Nai Luo held the report submitted by the Umbu in his left hand, and the report submitted by the corpse handling team in his right, in addition to the intelligence information regarding the Jinchuriki of the One Tail from Konohagakure that the Umbu had been monitoring. He thought for a moment, then brought these reports to the Hokage Tower. Of course, he kept the experimental records and data he had just found at the base to himself, and did not submit them. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently read through the documents before asking, Nai Luo, what do you think? Orochimaru has returned. Nai Luo did not conceal anything, directly stating the answer. And I have a hunch that Orochimaru and Konohagakure are intertwined. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly revealed a smile as he lit his pipe and placed it in his mouth. It seems my disciple intends to send me off. In an instant, Hiruzen seemed to see a young Orochimaru standing before him, earnestly listening to his teachings and diligently learning ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the past can never return. This time I do not intend to let you go. Orochimaru. The last trace of mercy vanished, and Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to regain the spirit of the legendary ninja he once was. Nai Luo, you have done well, and you did not disappoint me. Hiruzen felt a sense of relief upon seeing Nai Luo appear before him with information. I know what you want, so I will hand him over to you. The Chunin exams must proceed, but we must remain vigilant against Orochimaru. I agree with your earlier proposal to implement comprehensive surveillance of the Sand Shinobi in Konoha. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at 4 Maple Courtyard Nai Luo, lowering his voice to give instructions. In the Hokage's office, Shihōin Naraku and Yuan Fei Risen quickly made their decision. No one knew what they had discussed or resolved in that room. In the following time, Shihōin Naraku began adjusting the assignments of the Umbu members, urging those who had completed their missions to return to the village immediately and temporarily suspending the dispatch of any missions that required leaving the village. On the other side, Nai Liang Lugio, upon receiving the notification, also began to bustle about making adjustments in areas unseen. Soon the injured Yushoshi Hondo brought back a definitive message from the Forest of Death. Orochimaru is back. As a disciple of Orochimaru, Yushoshi Hondo naturally would not mistake him, especially since they had exchanged blows, which further confirmed Orochimaru's identity. As one of the renowned Sannin of the ninja world, Orochimaru's reputation among the ninjas of Konohagakure was far from negligible. For a moment, even some ninjas began to panic. Should we close the gates now, seal off the village, and find Orochimaru first? Exactly, let's hunt down the rogue ninja, Orochimaru, first. Orochimaru appeared in the Forest of Death, where jōnin from various villages are undergoing the examination. What about the Chunin exams? Should we halt them? But Orochimaru told Hondo that we must not stop the Chunin exams. Are you kidding? Why should Konohagakure obey a rogue ninja? The Chunin exams absolutely cannot be stopped. The daimyo and nobles from various countries will attend the 3rd exam. Canceling the exams would make us the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Even if Orochimaru was once a hero of Konohagakure, he is now a rogue ninja of the village. Since he dared to return this time, we must capture him. The ninjas bickered noisily, and the meeting room was in chaos. Fortunately, the jōnin maintained their basic composure. Though slightly flustered, no one uttered words of retreat. In truth, such a situation was normal given Orochimaru's exceptional identity. He was the 3rd Hokage's disciple, one of the Sannin, and had rendered great service to Konohagakure. To put it bluntly, when Orochimaru was making his mark in Konohagakure, some of the jōnin present might not have even graduated. Some had even fought alongside him against ninjas from other villages. Thus their current behavior was already commendable. Silence. Jōnin squad leader Nai Liang Lugio slammed the table, and the meeting room instantly fell quiet. Since Orochimaru's identity was confirmed, Konohagakure's preparations had to be brought into the open. The 3rd Hokage's intention is the Chunin exams cannot be stopped. The village will appear relaxed on the outside, but be tense on the inside. All jōnin and above are to have their leaves cancelled, and those who have completed their missions are to be urged to return. Re-inspect the village's stockpile of supplies and send someone to check the shelters again. Everyone else attend to your duties. Ensure the village's safety. Yes. Orochimaru is here. Shihōin Naraku was always accustomed to staying in the dim base of the root organization. Leaning on his cane, he listened to his subordinates report his face, showing no change. Yes. It is said that Yushoshi Hondo has already clashed with Orochimaru. I see. You may leave. Yes. Watching his subordinate vanish into the darkness, Shihōin Naraku sat motionless in his seat. In truth, he had long sensed that Orochimaru was up to something, but Naraku never intended to inform his old friend Yuanfei Risen. Though he was not entirely clear on Orochimaru's specific plans, he did not need to think twice to know that one of the targets was definitely Yuanfei Risen. Thus what Shihōin Naraku wanted to do now was to wait quietly for the news of his old friend's death to reach his ears. Only then would he make his move. Shihōin Naraku was all too aware of how much their power had waned with the passage of time. He was certain that Yuanfei Risen would be no match for Orochimaru. Risen back, then it was you who relented and let Orochimaru go. This is the retribution for your soft-heartedness. Just like when you forcibly removed me from my position but dared not kill me. All of this is your own doing. Shihōin Naraku muttered to himself in the darkness, his expression unreadable, whether joy, delight, or sorrow. In the forest of death of Konohagakure, Shihōin Naraku walked slowly into the trial tower. By this time, several ninja squads had already gathered the heaven and earth scrolls, passed through the forest of death, and arrived here. As soon as he entered the tower, Shihōin Naraku could see the medical ninjas from the emergency medical unit who had been prepared in advance. They were stationed there to treat the jōnin injured in the forest of death, and also because the subsequent battles in the trial tower would surely result in injuries, so medical ninjas had to be dispatched ahead of time. The moment the medical ninjas saw Shihōin Naraku, they immediately stood up and greeted him respectfully. Lord Naraku. Shihōin Naraku walked upstairs and went directly to the monitoring room where the examiners were gathered. Lord Naraku. As soon as he pushed open the door, Shihōin Naraku saw several examiners sitting together discussing the exam procedures. He spoke directly. So Hondo, your teacher Orochimaru dealt you quite a blow, didn't he? Yushoshi Hondo gritted her teeth, but unlike her usual playful self, she warned. You still call him teacher? He really has come. I saw him with my own eyes. I know. Shihōin Naraku smiled and sat down casually. You used to be fearless about everything, but now you've finally calmed down. As for the titles, don't worry about them. Teacher Orochimaru did teach me after all. Besides, killing one's master is a tradition in Konohagakure. It's not something to be abandoned. What did you say? By this time the other examiners had left of their own accord, and Yushoshi Hondo did not catch Naraku's last words clearly. Nothing. How many groups have reached the trial tower now? Yushoshi Hondo glanced and said, 5 groups. Based on past jōnin exams, at most 2 or 3 more groups will make it through. Shihōin Naraku nodded in agreement. That was probably the number. He walked to the window and looked outside. By now dusk had fallen, the world was shrouded in dimness, and the dangers in the forest were multiplying. Naraku could see at a glance that many jōnin were lurking nearby, waiting for teams that had gathered the heaven and earth scrolls to arrive so they could seize them. Wait. Shihōin Naraku was certain that Yaoshiro had not participated in this jōnin exam. He had long been a jōnin promoted under Naraku's arrangements. Then without Yaoshiro's help, could Naruto and the others really make it? After all, Naruto and Sakura, those 2 idiots, had nearly opened the scroll in the forest of death, and opening it would mean elimination. No, not necessarily. Orochimaru had planted many people in this jōnin exam. Who knew if someone would lend a hand? And failure wouldn't matter much. After all, only Niliang Luan would be promoted to jōnin in this exam. But if that happened, there would be no good show to watch. The first half of the second round of the jōnin exam finally concluded with a total of 7 ninja teams entering the examination tower. Uzumaki Naruto and his 2 teammates arrived at the tower at the last possible moment, carrying the heaven and earth scrolls. They managed to avoid elimination, but their disheveled appearance clearly showed they had endured a harsh time in the forest of death. Shihōin Naraku stood upstairs and immediately spotted the heavenly curse mark on Uchiha Sasuke's neck. It seemed Orochimaru had already approached him. Before Uzumaki Naruto and his team could rest after entering the tower, they were summoned and gathered together. It's quite surprising. I thought only a handful would make it through the forest of death. Mitarashi Anko looked at the 21 examinees standing before her. There were too many survivors this round. They needed to eliminate a few more. Behind Anko stood numerous ninjas, led by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The instructors of the teams that had passed the forest of death, along with all the examiners, remained silently in place. The jōnin who had passed the exam stood together, occasionally sizing each other up, searching for the opponents they anticipated. Next, the 3rd Hokage will speak and introduce the 3rd exam. Mitarashi Anko stepped aside, and Sarutobi Hiruzen moved forward. Clearing his throat, he began, "Before introducing the third exam, I will explain the purpose of the Chunin exam." As Hiruzen droned on the jōnin and examiners behind him started to zone out, they were already all too familiar with this speech. Siphon Jaiwan Naruto stood to the side, casually glancing at Orochimaru, who was barely a few steps away. At that moment, Orochimaru was disguised as the instructor of the Otoge-Cure team, using the body transformation technique and the face copy technique. He's got some nerve. My. Siphon Jaiwan Naruto's voice was low. Mike Guy standing beside him couldn't hear clearly. "Guy, your 3 students are quite impressive. They all passed the exam." "Huh." Mike Guy proudly gave a thumbs up. He knew Hiruzen was still speaking, so he just grinned. Siphon Jaiwan Naruto's gaze swept across all the Jinin. Every Konoha Jinin his eyes passed over involuntarily lowered their heads, including the rebellious Uchiha Sasuke and the energetic Uzumaki Naruto. However, the two quickly regained their composure. Although they didn't dare to glare back, they amusingly puffed out their cheeks. This sight almost made Siphon Jaiwan Naruto laugh. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished explaining the origins of the Chunin exam and the relationships between the nations, he directly announced the start of the preliminary round. Preliminary round. Another preliminary round. Why is there a preliminary round? Didn't we already pass the exam? The Jinin below erupted in murmurs, confused as to why there was suddenly an additional preliminary round. They had just endured the various trials of the Forest of Death, and some hadn't even had a chance to rest. Now they had to start another match. "Quiet down." Sarutobi Hiruzen barked, and the Jinin gradually fell silent. "Gunma, it's up to you." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Tokubetsu Jōnin Shiranui Gunma, wearing a blue hat and biting a Simbin, stepped forward. He bowed to Hiruzen and then addressed all the Jinin. Perhaps this Chunin exam was too easy, as too few were eliminated in the first 2 rounds. So before the third round, we need to eliminate some more. The third round will be attended by the daimyo and nobles from various countries, so time cannot be dragged out. Therefore, the number of participants must be limited. So does anyone here feel unwell and wish to withdraw? If not, I will announce the start of the preliminary round. Hearing Shiranui Genma's words, the Jinin looked at each other in bewilderment. The first 2 exams were easy. How were they easy? Didn't their disheveled state prove how difficult the first 2 rounds were? Though they grumbled inwardly, everyone exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward to withdraw. After all, they had already come this far. Why not give it one last try? Perhaps they could still be promoted to Chunin. Sheikh Genma looked around, and then gave the order, "Since no one is withdrawing, I declare the preliminary round to begin." In fact, everyone had noticed a small incident below. Haruno Sakura in the Jinin group was about to raise her hand, but her teammate Uchiha Sasuke stopped her. Uzumaki Naruto also whispered something, and in the end the 3 seemed to reach a consensus and did not actually step forward. Mitarashi Anko saw this, and quietly reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Lord Hokage Uchiha Sasuke is not fit to continue fighting. The curse mark on him could activate at any moment." Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "It's fine. Since he made his own decision, let it be. If the curse mark goes berserk, you can suppress it." "But..." "Understood." Mitarashi Anko touched the curse mark on the back of her own neck. Though she felt a sense of kinship with Sasuke since the Hokage had given the order, she could only obey. Hatake Kakashi blinked as he looked at Uchiha Sasuke and muttered quietly, "Looks like I need to prepare in advance. Naruto, can you watch over him for a moment?" "Go ahead." Unnoticed by anyone, Hatake Kakashi quietly slipped away. At that moment, Orochimaru, disguised as the Otoge-Cure instructor, moved, as if to intercept Kakashi. Siphon Jaiwan Naruto silently stepped forward, blocking Orochimaru's path. The two found themselves in a silent standoff. Siphon Jaiwan Naruto tilted his head, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. The man Orochimaru was impersonating froze, his snake-like eyes sweeping over. Instantly, the killing intent between them surfaced faintly. "Kakashi, the first match is Uchiha Sasuke's." "Huh? Where's Kakashi?" At this moment, the first match of the preliminary round was confirmed: Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi, both Jinin of Konohagakure. Akato Yoroi, though outwardly a student of Konoha, was actually a spy from Otoge-Cure planted by Orochimaru. "Naruto, where's Kakashi?" "He was just here. Let's go to the stands. The match is about to start." As Might Guy approached, Siphon Jaiwan Naruto and Orochimaru simultaneously withdrew their gazes. "Let's go." As for Kakashi, he's making preparations. Preparations? For what? Watching the two walk away, Orochimaru couldn't help but extend his long tongue and lick his lips. Siphon Jaiwan Naruto's growth rate far exceeded expectations. He had never misjudged anyone before. It was a pity he already had a better vessel, otherwise Orochimaru would have truly wanted to make a move on Siphon Jaiwan Naruto. "Hey, you two, come with me." Siphon Jaiwan Naruto pointed at Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, then walked past Uchiha Sasuke and offered a reminder, "Uchiha Sasuke, If you don't want me to interrupt your match, don't use the Sharingan. What? Uchiha Sasuke looked up abruptly, clutching the curse mark on his neck, but only saw Siphon Jaiwan Naruto ushering Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura toward the stands of the arena. He did not doubt Siphon Jaiwan Naruto's words in the slightest, because ever since he had experienced the Conqueror's haki last time, Uchiha Sasuke had developed a keen interest in Siphon Jaiwan Naruto. Though he hadn't learned much afterward, he vaguely knew who Siphon Jaiwan Naruto was. Therefore Uchiha Sasuke dared not ignore his words. I don't need the Sharingan to win. Naraku, what are you doing? I still have something to say to Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki struggled to turn back, but was pushed onto the stands by Shihōin Naraku. Sakura Haruno opened her mouth as if to speak, but dared not utter a word. The shadow cast by the Conqueror's haki on Sakura was simply too profound. So she silently glanced back at Sasuke, offered encouragement in her heart, and followed onto the stands. Hey Naraku. Where did Kakashi Sensei go? I saw him here just now. He had something to attend to, so he— Geez. Naruto Uzumaki muttered under his breath. As a supervising instructor, he was always slacking off, and often nowhere to be found. Naraku, Sasuke will definitely win, right? Watching Uchiha Sasuke and Dosu Kinyuta standing opposite each other in the center of the arena, Naruto felt a bit worried. It wasn't that he doubted Sasuke's strength, but the three of them hadn't fully recovered from the battle in the Forest of Death. Exhausted both mentally and physically, they arrived at the trial tower with no time to rest before the preliminaries began. The first match was Uchiha Sasuke's, which was indeed troublesome. Sakura Haruno clasped her hands nervously in front of her chest, casting aside her psychological trauma to look at Shihōin Naraku with hopeful eyes. As a jōnin and a prominent figure in the village, Shihōin Naraku could naturally foresee the outcome of a jōnin battle. Both of them looked at him with hope. I thought you two weren't nervous at all. Shihōin Naraku's next words gave them reassurance. Don't worry. Uchiha Sasuke might face some hardship, but winning this fight is still within his grasp. Thank goodness. Sakura exhaled in relief, staring wide-eyed at Uchiha Sasuke in the arena. I told you not to worry. Sasuke still has to duel me. A smile spread across Naruto's face. He won't fall before our fight. You're quite proud. First think carefully about whether you can win your own upcoming match. Shihōin Naraku teased, then continued. So how was your journey through the Forest of Death? You were the last to arrive at the trial tower. Naruto immediately grimaced, annoyed. If it weren't for that super scary guy, we would have been here long ago. The mere thought of Orochimaru made both Naruto and Sakura shudder involuntarily. It seemed Orochimaru's impact on them was immense. Then how did you escape? We defeated the enemy, of course. Naruto puffed out his chest, but immediately deflated. I think I passed out. Sakura said the bushy-browed guys helped us fend off the others. Naruto, Lee, and the others helped us a lot. So that was it. It seemed Lee and his team had assisted them, preventing Naruto and the others from losing their last chance. That made sense given they had already known each other. During the battle between Shihōin Naraku, Kakashi Hatake, and Might Guy, the spectators included the other five besides Sakura. Since they were already acquainted, helping out wasn't excessive. As they spoke, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Dosu Kinyuta began. Just as Shihōin Naraku had said, Dosu used his ability to drain chakra through contact, firmly seizing the advantage and making Sasuke look quite disheveled. Although Sasuke suffered some setbacks, he quickly counterattacked. On the spot, he used his Sharingan to copy Lee's taijutsu, adapting it to suit his own style, and ultimately defeated Dosu. Naruto on the stands fixed his eyes on Sasuke, mentally etching the impressive taijutsu into his— Of course, after defeating Dosu, Sasuke was also completely exhausted. Just as he was about to collapse, Kakashi appeared out of nowhere and took him away. Where did Kakashi Sensei take Sasuke? Naruto and Sakura watched in surprise as Kakashi and Sasuke vanished, bewildered. Don't worry, Kakashi is taking him for treatment. I see. Too bad, Sasuke will miss my brilliant performance. What a shame. Naruto scratched his head, relieved, yet disappointed. He desperately wanted to show off his cool side in front of Sasuke and earn his recognition. The first match concluded. The preliminaries continued one after another. Except for Sakura and Ino Yamanaka, who were both eliminated, the other winners gradually emerged. The seventh match came next, an internal conflict of Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto, I'm really looking forward to your fight. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Shihōin Naraku chuckled as he watched Naruto confidently prepare to take the stage. Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and said with earnest determination, Don't worry. Naraku, I will definitely win. Naruto's guarantee of victory did not disappoint. However, the course of the battle was quite amusing. At the critical moment, the power of that fart surpassed fists and kicks. Especially since Kiba's sense of smell, amplified by chakra, was tens of thousands of times more sensitive than an ordinary person's. Smelling Naruto's stinky fart at that moment was an absolutely agonizing experience. Naruto didn't care at all. A victory was all that mattered. He sauntered back to the stands with a swagger. On the way, Hinata Hyuga timidly approached and handed Naruto some medicine. As soon as Naruto took it, he spotted Kakashi's figure and rushed over. Thanks, Hinata. Shihōin Naraku shook his head nearby. Naruto, you idiot. Hey, Kakashi-sensei is back. Did you see that? I won. Did you see it? Good job, Naruto, Kakashi acknowledged with a nod. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly, but couldn't help grinning happily. Shihōin Naraku gave him a thumbs up. Naruto, that fart of yours was absolutely incredible. Right. Naruto, rarely praised, was so delighted, he almost wagged Kurama's tail. The jōnin around them couldn't help but smile knowingly. Although the fart played a significant role, Naruto's willpower skill and quick thinking during the fight were impressive and worthy of praise. Before Naruto could continue gloating, the next match began. Hinata Hyuga vs. Neji Hyuga. Obviously, Neji didn't know the universally acknowledged truth in the ninja world: those who hurt Hinata never end well. The result of the match didn't change. Hinata was severely injured and lost the fight. Shihōin Naraku helped treat Hinata, who was in critical condition, and then medical personnel immediately took her to the hospital. Setting aside Naruto's displeasure with Neji, the next match was the one Shihōin Naraku most wanted to see: Rock Lee vs. Gaara. The battle between Lee Loaka and Wa-I-Law was exceptionally fierce. Apart from the initial probing attacks, the two exchanged blows in a back-and-forth struggle. When Lee Loaka began to lose ground, he shed his weights and boldly activated the 8 Gates formation, assuming the stance of the Gate of Healing. In this form, he overwhelmed the one-tailed Jinchuriki Wa-I-Law, leaving him unable to retaliate. Had any other participant in the Chunin exams faced him, they would have been crushed by Lee Loaka. Unfortunately, he encountered his sole nemesis, Wa-I-Law. As a Jinchuriki possessing immense vitality and chakra reserves was fundamental, Wa-I-Law endured Lee Loaka's repeated strikes and clung to survival, aided greatly by the sand he carried on his back. Lee Loaka unleashed tremendous power through the 8 Gates, yet he could not defeat Wa-I-Law within the limited time. In the end, his left arm and left leg were twisted and broken by the sand. Had Mighty Kai not intervened, personally, Lee Loaka might have perished in the battle. Naruto. Mighty Kai, cradling the unconscious Lee Loaka, wept profusely. As a taijutsu expert, he fully understood the severity of Lee Loaka's injuries. If anyone could save him now, it would be Shihōin Naraku. The other Konoha ninjas gathered around as well. The majestic aura of the 8 Gates had astonished everyone, and none wished for Lee Loaka to lose his brilliant future. Move aside, all of you. The match isn't over yet. Don't crowd around here. Shihōin Naraku stepped forward, waving away the crowd, and began examining Lee Loaka's injuries. His physical strength and chakra are severely depleted. Numerous muscle fibers are torn, accompanied by signs of bone fissures. These issues are manageable, but in the final attack, Lee Loaka's left arm and leg suffered comminuted fractures. Shihōin Naraku assessed the injuries while instructing the medical staff to bring a stretcher. Lee Loaka is not you. His body bore immense risk to endure the violent eruption of the 8 Gates. Opening the first 4 gates was already a strain, and activating the Gate of Healing completely shattered the internal balance, inflicting severe damage on Lee Loaka. The injuries detected now are only superficial. Lee Loaka must undergo a thorough examination at the hospital to determine whether he can fully recover. As of now, the worst-case scenario is that Lee Loaka may lose the ability to become a ninja. Mighty Kai stood pitifully to the side, weeping uncontrollably. Tian and Rishiang Ningxi were also deeply distressed. Lee Loaka was their longtime comrade and friend. Though they occasionally competed, none wished to see him lose the hope of becoming a ninja. No way. Unable to be a ninja. Xuanhua Mingren stared in disbelief at the unconscious Lee Loaka, his mind still replaying the awe-inspiring presence of the 8 Gates. Would such a brilliant taijutsu mastery never be seen again? Lee Loaka was carefully placed on a stretcher and rushed to the hospital. Shihōin Naraku, along with Mighty Kai Tiantian and Rishiang Ningxi, left the examination tower. Only one more match remained, so there was no need to stay longer. In this atmosphere, the final preliminary match concluded. This time, it was a battle between Shodao Dingxi and another Konoha genin, while the originally scheduled participant Toosi advanced directly by default. As for the Konoha genin who fought Shodao Dingxi, he replaced the absent Yao Shirdo and was also a spy of Deshiwan. Possibly wary of exposing his strength, he deliberately lost to Shodao Dingxi. At the Konoha hospital, after a series of detailed examinations, Lee Loaka's injuries were confirmed. Shihōin Naraku looked at the medical reports, pondered for a moment, then spoke. The problem is serious, but recovery is not impossible. Mighty Kai's expression first turned bitter, then brightened. Before he could speak, Shihōin Naraku said bluntly, "Full recovery is possible, but I cannot guarantee 100%. I have great confidence in his recovery, but accidents can happen. For Lee Loaka, if there is an unforeseen complication during treatment, it would mean he could never become a ninja again." Mighty Kai looked at Shihōin Naraku with hope. Naraku, you are the finest medical ninja. Shihōin Naraku shook his head, his expression earnest. Kai, the crux is that Li Luke's body cannot withstand the eruption of the 8 gates. If Li Luke had your physical constitution, the outcome would be vastly different. After unleashing the first 5 gates of the 8 gates at full power, Li Luke's body was in an extremely fragile state. At that moment, he sustained external attacks, causing severe damage. Simply put, Li Luke should not have opened the 5th gate, the gate of healing. Even if he did, he should not have maintained it for long. Nor should he have continued to endure attacks after the eruption ended. All these factors combined led to Li Luke's current condition. Upon hearing this, Mighty Kai's shoulders slumped, his face full of dejection, unable to find words. Did Mighty Kai not know that Li Luke at his current stage could not withstand the backlash of the 8 gates? But seeing Li Luke, just like himself as a child lacking talent in ninjutsu and jinjutsu, and pouring all his efforts into taijutsu training, Mighty Kai's heart softened. Shihōin Naraku patted Mighty Kai on the shoulder and consoled him. This matter should be told to Li Luke and let him make the decision. If he does not insist on continuing to live as a ninja, the most dangerous surgery can be avoided. I understand. Mighty Kai, with a gloomy expression, took his leave and headed toward Li Luke's ward. Watching him leave, Shihōin Naraku still had words unsaid. Li Luke's talent in taijutsu was considerable, but still fell short of Mighty Kai in his prime. Moreover, Mighty Dai, Kai's father, had deliberately trained Mighty Kai since childhood, shaping him into the current taijutsu expert of Konoha. In simple terms, no one was more suited to practice the 8 gates than Mighty Kai. He had trained his entire life for the most brilliant eruption of the 8 gates. Shihōin Naraku did not wait for a reply and began preparations for the surgery. Li Luke's choice would undoubtedly be to continue as a ninja. Even for the sweat shed during his arduous training, he would not give up. However, Li Luke's surgery could not be completed in a single session. It required a long period and depended on his recovery progress. It was only because Shihōin Naraku and Mighty Kai were close that he would go to such lengths for this surgery. In the following days, a considerable amount of Shihōin Naraku's time was spent on surgical preparations. After the preliminary matches ended, Xuanhua Mingren and the others also came to visit Li Luke in the hospital. Although Li Luke's mood seemed manageable, everyone knew he must be feeling terrible inside. At such a moment, nothing could compare to Li Luke recovering on his own. Under the dark night, the village of Mu Yi was still bustling with activity. In a secluded and silent courtyard, Shiwan and Yaoshirdo stood facing each other. The preparations in Shihōin village are complete. They have begun infiltrating Huajigua, but progress is slow due to the need for secrecy. Hearing Yaoshirdo's report, Shiwan revealed a sinister smile. It doesn't matter as long as they arrive before the 3rd match begins. What about the supplies? After activating the base, I checked thoroughly. The various ninja tools and equipment are complete and well preserved. The base you prepared in advance, Shiwan-sama, has been a great help. Just a casual thought from back then. Shiwan was intimately familiar with Mu Yi village. As a former high-ranking member of Konoha, no one knew how many hidden schemes he had planted. Dashyuan raised his head to gaze at the cool, limpid moonlight and asked, "What has Naraku been up to lately?" Lord Naraku has been busy healing Rock Lee recently. He cast a glance at Yaoshirdo, not surprised by the latter's deference to Shihōin Naraku. That's good news. Recalling the subtle confrontation between them in the trial tower, a sense of unease stirred into Shuin's heart. He had never imagined that Shihōin Naraku's strength would advance so rapidly, far beyond his expectations. Even in that fleeting exchange of glances, Dashyuan could clearly sense that Shihōin Naraku's power was on a completely different level now. Of course, Dashyuan still harbored great confidence in his own abilities. With his hidden trump cards, who could possibly thwart the Konoha crush plan? No one. Dashyuan knew well that Konohagakure would be on guard, but he was too familiar with the village, far too familiar, and had easily found its vulnerabilities. The thought of Konohagakure still immersed in a peaceful and lively atmosphere being utterly reduced to rubble under his plan filled Dashyuan with uncontrollable excitement. Dashyuan instinctively extended his long tongue to lick his lips, then looked at Yaoshirdo. Before the plan begins, the people from Sunagakure must not notice anything amiss. After the plan is set in motion, there's no need to bother with them anymore. Kimimaro will keep an eye on them with you. If anyone senses something wrong, kill them on the spot. Understood. Yaoshirdo's figure slowly faded away. The end of the preliminaries meant the arrival of the 3rd official. Of course, it wouldn't happen immediately, but a month was hardly a long time. The daimyos and nobles from various countries had already set out heading toward Konohagakure. This month was not only for waiting for the audience to arrive, but also a final opportunity for the competing examinees to train intensively. Even a slight improvement in strength at this point might allow them to deliver a better performance in the official matches. Kakashi Sensei is clearly favoring Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto walked glumly through the streets of Konohagakure, muttering complaints under his breath. Hatake Kakashi had gone to train Uchiha Sasuke, specially leaving Naruto in the care of the special jōnin Ebisu, claiming he needed to build a solid foundation. Naruto, naturally dissatisfied, used the strongest transformation technique in the ninja world, the sexy technique, to effortlessly defeat the perverted teacher Ebisu, then wandered the streets alone. Without realizing it, Uzumaki Naruto found himself on the most popular hot spring bathhouse street in Konohagakure. With just one glance, a single glance, he spotted a tall, extremely lecherous figure crouched by the roadside, peeping through a telescope. Oh, a pervert. What's someone shouting outside? Sounds like a pervert. A pervert. Catch the pervert. Bang. Oh. Shihōin Naraku yawned and set down the medical records in his hands. Now it all depends on Rock Lee's own recovery ability. Shouldn't be a big problem. After several surgeries, Lee's injuries were healing optimistically. As long as there were no complications during the follow-up convalescence, everything would be fine. In truth, aside from the most critical operation, other medical procedures had been handled by other medics, so Shihōin Naraku wasn't overly exhausted. Speaking of which, Jiraiya Sensei should be back in the village by now. After a moment's thought, Shihōin Naraku tidied up briefly and headed straight for Uzumaki Naruto's residence. Given the current time, if Jiraiya wasn't watching over Naruto, he was probably peeping easy enough to find. Sure enough, before Shihōin Naraku even reached Naruto's residence, his observation haki had already seen tap tap tap. Leaning against the wall of the rooftop, Shihōin Naraku curled his fingers and tapped on the pipe, producing a very crisp sound. Moi. Jiraiya, who had been staring at the sleeping Uzumaki Naruto, was startled and immediately turned around, spotting the smiling Shihōin Naraku at once. Naraku, when did you get here? No, wait. Your strength has changed so much. I didn't even notice when you appeared. Jiraiya looked at the approaching Naraku with some surprise. After all these years away, everyone had changed significantly. Because you've been staring at Naruto, Jiraiya Sensei. Shihōin Naraku rested his hands on the railing, glanced at the soundly sleeping Uzumaki Naruto, and added, besides, if I hadn't improved after all this time, wouldn't that be a waste of your teachings? You're still so smooth-tongued. Jiraiya looked Shihōin Naraku up and down, sighing. I always thought you had great talent, but I never imagined you'd grow to this extent. Long time no see. How about we go for a drink? Sure. You're treating. Shouldn't it be the teacher treating the student to a drink? Besides, Jiraiya Sensei is quite well off. Who says? Who says? Shihōin Naraku looked at Jiraiya's lazy demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. When Jiraiya had taught him back, then it had been the same. Though the teacher was very competent and Shihōin Naraku had indeed learned a lot, he had also been tricked by Jiraiya more than once. In short, Jiraiya was a good teacher with no sense of propriety. At the tavern, Shihōin Naraku and Jiraiya sat facing each other. Konohagakure has changed so much. When I first came back, I almost couldn't find my way. Jiraiya sighed as he looked at the patrons coming and going in the tavern. Due to the Chunin exams, the flow of people in Konohagakure had noticeably increased. Shihōin Naraku set down his sake cup and asked with a hint of meaning, so after all these years away, have you found the child of prophecy, sensei? Jiraiya fell silent, rendered speechless. Because of the dubious prophecy about the child of prophecy, he had traveled nearly the entire shinobi world, yet after all these years, he had found nothing. But over the years, Jiraiya had grown used to it. If anything, it wasn't that he truly believed in the prophecy of the child of prophecy, but rather that he sincerely hoped it was real. Otherwise, all those years would have been wasted. Ahem. Shihōin Naraku smoothly changed the subject. Jiraiya Sensei, are you planning to take Uzumaki Naruto as your student? Jiraiya snorted with a hint of pride. To become the student of me, the Toad Sage, is no easy feat. I don't want to waste my time teaching a fool. The students of Jiraiya of the Sannin have always been chosen with care, never compromising on quality. That much was true. Jiraiya's students had indeed stirred up the shinobi world. In Shihōin Naraku's view, Jiraiya had already found the child of prophecy. Namikaze Minato, Nagato, Yahiko, Uzumaki Naruto, and even Shihōin Naraku himself. Were these not all children of prophecy in their own right? If Namikaze Minato hadn't died suddenly and continued as the fourth Hokage, he would surely have changed the fate of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, and perhaps the shinobi world would have taken a new direction. But various accidents prevented the children of prophecy from truly changing the world. Perhaps the one who succeeds is the true child of prophecy. Teacher Orochimaru is back. During their casual conversation, Shihōin Naraku suddenly blurted out this news. Jiraiya nodded, already aware of the matter. Jiraiya had originally not planned to stay long in the village. Whether by accident or design, after encountering Uzumaki Naruto, he decided to postpone his departure. Teacher Jiraiya, what do you think Teacher Orochimaru will do? You still call him teacher? Jiraiya raised his eyes to look at Shihōin Naraku, his gaze pensive as he toyed with the sake cup. What does he want to do? Who can say? Shihōin Naraku let out a soft laugh. Teacher Orochimaru taught me for a long time, made me understand what ninjutsu truly is. This time if he harms Konoha, I will kill him with my own hands. Jiraiya seemed not to have heard, merely fiddling with his cup. After a long pause he spoke, is that so? It seems the three of us raised you well. But why tell me this? Shihōin Naraku could be considered the outstanding student jointly trained by the Sannin, Tsunade Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Jiraiya had laid the firmest foundation for Shihōin Naraku. Orochimaru taught him a vast array of jutsu and knowledge, and Tsunade finally honed him into the finest medical ninja. Even without the system, Shihōin Naraku had secured a high-ranking position in Konoha, even being vaguely considered a candidate for Hokage. This alone proved the Sannin's teaching was remarkably successful. Sensing the conversation growing too heavy, Shihōin Naraku changed the subject. Have you seen Teacher Tsunade in recent years? Jiraiya's hand trembled as he raised the cup as if struck by a blow. It took him a moment to reply. Only once. Aside from helping her pay off a huge gambling debt, I barely exchanged a few words with her. But judging by her appearance, she seems to be doing well. That's good, Shihōin Naraku nodded. Konoha is a place of sorrow for Teacher Tsunade. It's normal that she doesn't want to return. By the way, aren't you going to see the third Hokage? No. I'm the old man's most disappointing student. Meeting him would only anger him. Better to skip it. Jiraiya knew well that if he met Sarutobi Hiruzen, the latter would surely persuade him to become the fifth Hokage. So he kept his distance to avoid trouble. Besides, the new generation of ninja in Konoha was quite promising. There was no need to cling to him. Teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked up, seeing Shihōin Naraku's unusually serious expression. He straightened his posture. I want to ask about Sage Mode. Sage Mode? You want to learn Sage Mode? Yes. Jiraiya scratched his head. He had no intention of hiding anything from his student, but there was a complication. But you've already signed a summoning contract with the Slug Sage. Even if the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku is generous, he won't let you learn Mount Myoboku's Sage Mode. You misunderstand. That's not what I meant. Shihōin Naraku waved his hand. I just wanted to ask, did Teacher Tsunade ever go to the Shikatsu Forest to learn Sage Mode? As you know, Teacher Tsunade left Konoha very early, and I only studied under her for a short time. All that. Jiraiya pinched his chin and thought carefully. Orochimaru was interested in the Ryuchi Cave's location from early on. I bet he was jealous that I could learn Senjutsu at Mount Myoboku, which is why he was so eager, haha. Shihōin Naraku quickly prompted Tsunade. Teacher Tsunade, not Orochimaru. Oh right, Tsunade. She did go to the Shikatsu Forest to learn Sage Mode, Jiraiya said with certainty. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru wanted to learn Sage Mode because I provoked them. Ha ha ha. A vein of black lines involuntarily appeared on Shihōin Naraku's forehead. They were talking seriously, and then he started boasting again. Sorry. The young ladies always pester me to tell them about my glorious past. I've gotten used to it. Jiraiya grinned, extending his index finger to tap his own forehead suggestively. You think Tsunade's seal technique came from nowhere? The Slug Sage has lived to this day and still looks young. Young. Maintaining youth. Is this really Sage Mode? But Shihōin Naraku was still puzzled. I really don't know how Teacher Tsunade developed the Yin seal, but is that form truly Sage Mode? It doesn't match what you told me before at all. That's because Tsunade failed. She never truly mastered the Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode. Jiraiya proudly lifted his head. Among the Sannin, only Lord Jiraiya has mastered Sage Mode. What's with that look? You don't believe me. Shihōin Naraku quickly withdrew his doubtful gaze, indicating he meant no disrespect. Tsunade once studied the Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode, but failed, so she developed the Yin seal instead. If that were the case, the Yin seal could regulate chakra, instantly boosting healing abilities, speed, and attack power, even maintaining a youthful appearance. In a sense, these effects indeed bore some resemblance to the Shikatsu Forest Slug Sage. If you really want to learn, you should ask the Slug Sage or Tsunade yourself. Jiraiya offered his opinion earnestly. I don't know much about the Shikatsu Forest, so I can't give you proper advice. This information is enough. Shihōin Naraku shook his head. Besides, he'll be very busy during this period, and won't have time to go to the Shikatsu Forest to learn Sage Mode. I just wanted to ask you for information. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. That's right. You're a high-ranking official in Konoha now. How could you have that much time to learn Sage Mode? When I learned Sage Mode back, then it took me a long time to succeed. And I suffered a lot more. At this, Jiraiya almost couldn't help but retch. He remembered the bug feasts he had endured. Truly a Shihōin Naraku smiled and continued chatting. Throughout their conversation, he kept his observation haki and sensory abilities active, so he wasn't worried about outsiders overhearing. Besides, if someone could actually break through his and Jiraiya's perception and eavesdrop, then he would accept it. After a long separation, both were in high spirits, and they drank until late into the night before ending the party. Jiraiya clamored to go find beautiful women to continue drinking. Shihōin Naraku wasn't worried about him. This was Konoha, after all, a place Jiraiya knew well. Hey, Naraku left. When did he leave? That kid didn't even say goodbye. Jiraiya was already too drunk to remember they had parted. Wait, that kid Naraku didn't pay the bill, did he? Damn. Sure enough, when Jiraiya finally pulled himself together to leave, the tavern owner came over with a beaming smile and handed him the bill. The hunter who had always caught birds was now pecked in the eye. Jiraiya could only helplessly pull out his wallet. In the land of rain and outer base of the Akatsuki organization, a series of booming sounds echoed in the distance, with ice shards scattering wildly and surging waves of water as fierce combat sent continuous tremors through the earth. Almighty push. A loud thud followed as two figures were sent flying backward, spitting blood. They crashed heavily onto the ground, bouncing and sliding before finally gouging two deep craters into the earth, lying motionless for a long while. Konan, still as beautiful as ever, stood in place and watched the distant battle draw to a close. Soon Tendo Pain descended from the sky to land beside her. How did they do? They lasted longer than last time. They're still far from it. Before the plan begins, they must continue to grow stronger. Konan watched as Momochi Zabuza and Haku, supporting each other, crawled out of the deep craters and walked toward them. If they operate separately, their strength is nothing remarkable. But when they fight together, they can barely hold their own against you for a while. Perhaps we should let them work as a pair. Tendo Pain's expression remained impassive as he watched Zabuza and Haku approach. He rejected the suggestion. The Akatsuki's rule is that members must operate in pairs. Momochi Zabuza and Haku share a deep bond. If we allow them to be partners again, we won't be able to effectively monitor their actions. What I mean is to pair them with Itachi Uchiha. Momochi Zabuza can become a full member of the Akatsuki, while Haku serves as an apprentice accompanying Itachi Uchiha and Momochi Zabuza on missions as a reserve member. That's acceptable. I've already informed them that Hoshigaki Kisame and Momochi Zabuza's former partner Hoshigaki Kisame were Itachi Uchiha's teammates. Tendo Pain continued, no doubt they will be wary when they team up with Itachi Uchiha. Just then Momochi Zabuza, supported by Haku, arrived before them. No sooner had he steadied himself than he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zabuza-san, I'm fine. Momochi Zabuza shot a glance at the expressionless Tendo Pain, a shadow of resentment flickering in his eyes. Before joining the Akatsuki, he had harbored many other ambitions. But after arriving in the land of rain, everything that happened made Zabuza utterly despair. Every single member of the Akatsuki had effortlessly crushed him. During the battles, Momochi Zabuza, facing members with various special abilities, was beaten mercilessly. Yet even that might have been bearable. With his rebellious nature, Zabuza outwardly submitted, but inwardly he believed he would eventually catch up to them. That conviction was shattered into fragments the moment he met the Akatsuki's leader, Tendo Pain. For the first time in his life, Momochi Zabuza felt a sense of utter powerlessness. Facing Tendo Pain, he could no longer entertain any other thoughts. Later, during the training sessions aimed at Zabuza and Haku, Tendo Pain systematically dismantled their confidence in their own abilities. Thus, Momochi Zabuza became desperately eager to improve his strength, at least to avoid being the weakest in the Akatsuki. Tendo Pain and Konan glanced at the battered pair and issued a direct order, continue tomorrow. Yes. Just as Momochi Zabuza and Haku were about to leave, Konan said, go clean up first. There's a meeting at the base today. Yes. Watching Momochi Zabuza and Haku depart, Tendo Pain and Konan also headed toward the base. Before long, all Akatsuki members had gathered, including the still recovering Itachi Uchiha. Those who were away on missions and couldn't return in time participated via the projection technique. Oh, why? I haven't even made my sacrifice to the great Jashin today. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. TCH. The immortal duo, Haiden and Kakuzu, were at it again, bickering incessantly. Huh. My art is complete. Truly, this fleeting beauty is the finest art. Only eternity deserves to be called art. Brother Sasori, eternity isn't beautiful. The beauty that blooms in an instant is the most sublime. The art duo, Deidara and Sasori, were once again locked in their usual debate over their beloved art. Itachi Uchiha stood silently, saying nothing. The partner who usually stood beside him, Hoshigaki Kisame, had been replaced by Momochi Zabuza and Haku. But Zabuza and Haku, having just joined the Akatsuki, refrained from speaking. Soon the figures of Konan and Tendo Pain materialized, and the quarreling finally fell silent. Tendo Pain cast his gaze around the room before speaking. We've gathered today because of a major event. Zetsu, you explain. Zetsu swayed as he emerged from underground, revealing his bizarre pitcher plant form. Zabuza and Haku stared at the strange plant-like man who seemed to be composed of both black and white halves. He. Something big is about to happen in Konohagakure. White Zetsu giggled, and Itachi Uchiha's eyes immediately locked onto him. Then Black Zetsu added, A while ago, Sunagakure dispatched over 100 elite shinobi who infiltrated the Land of Fire in batches and are now converging on Konoha. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is currently in Konoha participating in the Chunin exams. According to intelligence, the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure is preparing to head to Konoha. At the same time, there are signs of troop movements from Oto-Gakure. Moreover, we have detected the presence of the organization's traitor Orochimaru in Konoha. It seems that the plan targeting Konoha is being orchestrated by Orochimaru. The specifics remain unclear. After Zetsu finished reporting, most of the members turned their gazes toward Itachi Uchiha. Yet Itachi Uchiha's expression remained unchanged. What thoughts were churning in his mind no one could. Sasori muttered to himself, Konohagakure. Such a reaction was natural. He had once been a puppet master of Sunagakure. Now that Suna and Konoha were on the brink of war, the situation carried a different weight for him. Especially since Sasori's parents had been killed by a Konoha shinobi, the White Fang of Konoha. Ha ha ha. This is a great opportunity. I love war. It means more sacrifices for the great Jishinsama. Kakuzu, hurry up and finish your mission. Let's go to Konoha. Haiden shouted joyfully, completely indifferent to the shifting political landscape. His only concern was how to offer sacrifices to Jashin. This time Kakuzu didn't tell Haiden to shut up. Instead, his eyes lit up. There are plenty of wanted criminals in both Sunagakure and Konohagakure, especially Konoha. We're going to be rich. Let's head to Konoha right now. At that moment, Kakuzu seemed to envision mountains of gold and silver coins pouring toward him. He could barely contain his eagerness to reach Konoha immediately. How much money could mission bounties bring? Konoha was the real treasure trove. Silence. Tendo Paine's Rinnegan swept across all the members, and a chill descended upon the base, restoring order. The Akatsuki members were well aware of their leader's overwhelming power, so they obediently fell silent. Tendo Paine's gaze settled on Itachi Uchiha. He asked directly, Itachi Uchiha, based on your understanding, will Konohagakure be destroyed this time? No. No. Uchiha Itachi's crisp reply drew sidelong glances from the Akatsuki members. So certain. Konohagakure with its profound foundation will not be destroyed even in the face of a sudden war. At most it will suffer some losses, and it will recover within an extremely short period. Orochimaru may leverage his former status as a Konoha high-ranking official to gain an advantage in the early stages of the war, but he will soon be defeated. Do not underestimate Konoha. If a shinobi village could be so easily destroyed, Konoha would not have stood tall until now. Uchiha Itachi's seemingly pro-Konoha truth won an immediate nod of approval from Kakuzu, who appeared to have snapped out of his monetary obsession. As if recalling some bitter memories, Kakuzu turned serious. The village of the god of shinobi is not so. Haiden beside him glanced at Kakuzu with a puzzled expression. What's gotten into him? Tendo Pain also reluctantly agreed with Itachi's view. If he truly underestimated Konoha, he would have led the Akatsuki to stir up trouble long ago. The major shinobi villages of the shinobi world were not simple. Even with the Akatsuki's strength, they needed careful planning, accumulating funds and power. Sasori stated bluntly, since Orochimaru wants to start a war with Konoha, let him go. Dying in Konoha would save us the trouble of hunting down this traitor to the organization. Haiden also shouted, the Jishinsama wouldn't like a sacrifice like Orochimaru. Let him die. Since that's the case. Tendo Pain nodded, confirming that the Akatsuki would not participate in the Konoha war. The Akatsuki will not take part in this war. Let Orochimaru weaken Konoha's strength for us. It will be beneficial to our future plans. Hiding Kakuzu, your current mission site is close to the Land of Fire. Be careful not to get caught up in it. The war Orochimaru incites will surely provoke Konoha's furious counterattack, and it might implicate you. Kakuzu and Haiden nodded in acknowledgement. The fury of a major shinobi village was indeed quite intimidating. Zetsu, who had been silent, suddenly dropped a weapon with a loud thud, drawing everyone's attention. Hoshigaki Kisame was burned to ashes by Shihōin Naraku of Konoha, but I found this sword. Should we return it to Kirigakure? Samahata. Momochi Zabuza's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the somewhat battered sword filled with long. Though Zabuza already possessed the Kubikurabocho, he couldn't help but want to claim Samahata as well. It was after all a symbol of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Moreover, Zabuza was well aware that each of the 7 swords had unique abilities. If Samahata came into his hands, his strength would surge dramatically, and he even felt confident enough to challenge the weaker members of the Akatsuki. But in the end, Zabuza merely opened his mouth and didn't voice his desire outright. After all, he had just joined the Akatsuki and had made no contributions. He had no standing to ask. Kakuzu, however, brightened with keen interest. But he didn't intend to use Samahata in battle, he wanted to sell it. Give Samahata to me, and he'll sell it. Don't worry, Kirigakure will definitely go to great lengths to buy back this sword. They'll have to bleed this time, ha. Kakuzu couldn't help but laugh at the end. Black Zetsu glanced at Kakuzu, but said nothing. He wouldn't buy it. At present, the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure Yagura Karatachi was under Jinjutsu control. There was no thought of buying Samehada. Of course, if other ninja of Kirigakure wanted to buy it, they could pay out of their own pockets. Black Zetsu certainly had no money. Ahem. Momochi Zabuza finally couldn't hold back, clearing his throat. Kirigakure has a special method to summon back any of the 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen that lack a master. Is that so? Kakuzu gave Zabuza a dismissive glance. Did he really think he had lived all these years for nothing? A summoning contract for a sword. There were plenty of ways to deal with that. There's no need to sell it for now. Tendo Pain didn't care about Samehada's whereabouts, though the sword could indeed enhance a ninja's strength. He simply hadn't decided how to handle it yet. Store Samehada away for now. Kakuzu and Momochi Zabuza both looked disappointed. This Akatsuki meeting came to an end. As the official matches of the Chunin exam drew closer, Konoha grew livelier. Some daimyo and nobles from various countries had arrived early and were resting in the accommodations prepared by Konoha, waiting for the matches to begin. In the shadows, ninja from Sunagakure and Otogakure had already crossed the border defenses of the Land of Fire and gathered at a secret base near Konoha. The secret base was a rendezvous point Orochimaru had prepared in advance. If they were to head to Konoha now, they would easily be detected, causing the Konoha collapse plan to fail. The base was stocked not only with supplies, but also with a large number of ninja tools and weapons. The menace of a traitor to any organization lay precisely in this. Orochimaru understood the border defenses of the Land of Fire, the configurations of Konoha's various divisions, and many Konoha ninja had even been personally trained by him. This was why the movement of ninja from Sunagakure and Otogakure had gone unnoticed. Orochimaru had done too much behind the scenes to make the Konoha collapse plan possible. Of course, Konoha was not entirely ignorant. With Orochimaru's trail already exposed, and with Shihōin Naraku's warnings and preparations, Konoha was on alert this time. And so time passed. The third round of the Chunin exam was about to begin. A massive flow of people converged on the prominent exam venue in Konoha, nearly clogging the entire street. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had already arrived at the exam venue with the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. The daimyo and nobles of various countries were seated awaiting the start of the matches. The entire exam venue was buzzing with noise. Even before the matches began, cheers, shouts of encouragement, and playful clamor filled the air. Where's Kakashi? Where's Naruto? Why haven't they come? Might Guy scanned the numerous figures in the stands, but he couldn't spot Shihōin Naraku or Hitaki Kakashi. At the meeting 2 days ago, everyone was here, right? Oh, I almost forgot. Something might happen today. Dang, Might Guy suddenly smacked his head. I forgot the most important thing, and I even brought Lee here. Rock Lee's surgery had been perfect, but he was still in recovery. To not miss the exciting Chunin exam, he had begged Might Guy to bring him to the venue. It's fine. It might not happen anyway. And with me here, I can definitely protect Lee. Lee can't miss such a youthful battle. Might Guy actually didn't want the still recovering Lee to watch the match, but he couldn't refuse. The fight between Neji Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki was not to be missed, and Lee regarded both as rivals. He would crawl there if he had to. Of course, even if an accident occurred, Might Guy's strength was more than enough to protect his student. Amidst the resounding applause echoing through the skies, the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village, Raza, made their appearance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two settled comfortably in their high seats. Cheers erupted instantly as the candidates began to emerge one by one. The competition was about to commence. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the examination venue, the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village appeared unusually quiet. On a rooftop, Shihōin Naraku and Naruto gazed out towards the examination venue as the sounds of excitement reached them. Such a commotion, it seems the exam has begun. It's a pity we can't see the match. Shikamaru seems to be one of the candidates, aren't you worried? Naruto touched the scar on his face and chuckled ruefully. Shikamaru, I hope he won't give up on the competition. He doesn't seem very motivated. Ha ha ha. Shikamaru's personality is quite inherited from his predecessor, isn't it? Shihōin Naraku couldn't help but laugh, but quickly composed himself and said, everything is already arranged on my end. If the enemy truly appears, it will be no problem to keep them at bay. Naruto also spoke with a serious expression. If war breaks out, the jōnin of the Hidden Leaf Village will immediately engage at the front lines. The village's civilians will have designated personnel to guide them into shelters, and the Chunin will assist as well. Once the civilians are inside the shelters, aside from necessary protection, some ninjas will support the front lines, while others will protect the Hokage. Yes, the Umbu have dispatched personnel to protect the village's key facilities. Shihōin Naraku glanced towards the secluded forest outside the Hidden Leaf Village. The Umbu will block the first wave of enemies. I hope the Jōnin's support arrives swiftly. There are too many crucial areas that need protection. It all depends on how quickly the Jōnin can assemble. Naruto sighed. It seems that war is now unavoidable. Is there such a thing as everlasting peace? Shihōin Naraku smiled slightly. Do you think there are enough personnel arranged for the examination venue? Narashikaku looked towards the distant examination venue and replied, Kakashi and the others are all there, plus the Hokage is personally overseeing things, so it should be fine. As expected, the fiercest battles will be contained on the outskirts of the village, and the chaos should not reach the examination venue. Is that so? That's good. They'll leave this to you. I need to take my leave now. All right. With a few leaps, Shihōin Naraku's figure vanished between the buildings. Narashikaku glanced at him before turning to leave as well. Swish! A figure flashed by. The base of the root organization remained enveloped in unchanging darkness, hiding everything in corners unknown. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, seated in his position of power. As if he heard the cheers from the examination, Shimura Danzo lifted his head. One murky, I seem to perceive something, yet also nothing at all, before finally closing in silence as he waited. Vaguely a sense of sorrow emanated from Shimura Danzo, as if he were mourning a dear friend. Yet this sorrow vanished in an instant. Shimura Danzo remained the ambitious schemer he had always been. At this moment, a pair of bright eyes observed this scene from the darkness. In the spacious base of the root organization on a beam overhead, Shihōin Naraku stood, watching Shimura Danzo. Shihōin Naraku leaned against the beam with his arms crossed, remaining silent for a long time. No one knew how long he had stood there, nor when he had appeared. Everyone was quietly waiting. Although their purposes differed, their expectations varied. Perhaps the outcome would be the same. Inside the examination venue, the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga had already concluded. To many people's surprise, the victor was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. Despite the unexpected release of the Nine-Tails chakra causing many to sweat, the audience still gave a resounding applause to Naruto. The next battle was between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara, but due to Sasuke's tardiness, the match was temporarily postponed. The third match was originally between Kanjuro and Yamanaka Ino, but Kanjuro opted to forfeit to conserve his strength. Then came the fourth match between Akimichi Choji and the automatically advancing Toes, but Toes did not show up, leading to Choji being declared the winner by default due to the tension of the matches. Toes privately challenged Gaara to prove his strength to Orochimaru and was swiftly defeated. The audience, unaware of the circumstances, immediately began to chatter upon realizing that 3 consecutive matches had not taken place. Narashikaru was also a bit surprised, but he truly did not expect such an incident to occur, leaving him momentarily stunned. Fortunately, the 5th match proceeded smoothly. The lethargic Narashikaru intended to forfeit, but with 3 unexpected occurrences in a row, how could everyone allow him to do so? Uzumaki Naruto even directly pushed Shikamaru into the center of the arena, forcing him to participate. With no other choice, Narashikaru had no option but to muster his spirit to fight against the Sand Village's Temari. He cleverly reflected his figure into her mind and simply raised his hand to concede. This bold move stunned the audience once again. Although Shikamaru's reason for conceding was due to running low on chakra, making it certain that he would lose if the fight continued, conceding outright was indeed a better choice. Facing the audience's criticism, Shikamaru felt helpless. Thankfully, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke made a grand entrance, capturing everyone's attention. Now the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara commenced smoothly. The tentative skirmish between the two quickly came to an end, with Gaara enveloping himself in sand, forming a perfect defense. Sasuke brazenly unleashed the Chidori taught by Kakashi, breaking through Gaara's defenses and injured Gaara involuntarily released a hint of the one-tailed Shikaku's chakra, alerting many around him. Gaara cried out in pain as the sand that had originally protected him gradually fell away. The audience fixed their gaze on the standoff between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara, suddenly noticing a flurry of white feathers slowly descending. Soon after, a multitude of white feathers filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Those who saw the feathers began to feel a wave of drowsiness wash over them, quickly plunging into a deep sleep. Nirvana technique. The appearance of the feathers was the result of a large-scale illusion technique. Those ninjas familiar with illusions were already prepared and swiftly dispelled the genjutsu. Battle begins. The illusion marked the onset of war. At the same time, smoke bombs exploded in the seats occupied by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4th Kazekage Raza, instantly shrouding the area in thick smoke. In the audience, numerous sand and sound ninjas discarded their disguises and charged toward the position of the Hidden Leaf ninjas. This was the terrifying aspect of Orochimaru. Except for Orochimaru, who was familiar with the Hidden Leaf village, no one else could sneak such a large number of ninjas into the examination venue without raising alarms. This was also the source of Orochimaru's confidence. He was not at all worried about the Hidden Leaf village discovering his presence or plans, as he was well aware of the many flaws within the decaying village.